In Country A, there was a beautiful estate surrounded by stunning scenery. A breathtakingly beautiful woman suddenly sat up in bed. Her damp hair clung to her cheeks, and her amber eyes widened. She pressed a hand to her chest, breathing deeply as if trying to catch her breath, unable to calm down for a long time. After a while, she touched the tears that had slipped down her face. The cold moisture on her fingertips felt so real. Why had she dreamed something that seemed so lifelike? And why did the girl in the dream look exactly like her? The scenes in the dream played in her mind like a movie, frame by frame. She had seen the entire life of that girl in her dream, or rather, everything from the perspective of Shen Yuntang. Born into the wealthy Shen family, she grew up surrounded by luxury. Her name was also Shen Yuntang, the youngest of her generation, known as the ninth miss of the Shen family. Her grandfather, Shen Yuntang, was the head of the family. Her grandmother, Qi Junwan, was the only daughter of a military leader. She and Shen Yuntang had grown up together as childhood friends, studied abroad when they were young, and soon after marriage, they had 2 sons. During a violent uprising in France, her grandmother and second uncle tragically lost their lives. At the height of his happiness, Shen Yuntang lost his beloved wife and young child. Overwhelmed by grief, he returned to his homeland with the only legacy his wife left him, their eldest son, Shen Moyu, and devoted himself to rebuilding the country. Later, under his mother's pressure, he took his first concubine. After the first came the second, and eventually he had 13 in total. Each of them, in some way, resembled his late wife, Qi Junwan. His eldest son, born to his first wife, was the one he cared for most deeply. He arranged the best education for him, hired excellent teachers, personally taught him business and social skills, and took him along to work and social events. When the boy reached his teens, he was sent abroad to study. After returning home, he joined the family company, was given an important position, and married Song Chuyang, the youngest daughter of the well-matched Song family. They had 3 sons, the eldest born a year after their marriage, and twin boys after that. 15 years later, they welcomed a daughter. Before the girl was born, Song Chuyang dreamed of the crabapple flowers blooming at her childhood home. A few days later, she discovered she was pregnant and firmly believed it would be a girl. When the baby was born, it truly was a daughter, with amber eyes just like her late grandmother's. Shen Yuntang named his granddaughter Shen Yuntang. Unlike the other girls in the family, whose names all shared the middle character Hui, her name used Yun, the same as her brother's, a sign that she held a special place in the Shen family. Eldest brother Shen Yunxiao, who later changed his name to Shen Weigua, left home early to join the army. The siblings only met once in their lives, at Shen Yuntang's 100-day celebration. At the banquet for the youngest daughter of the Shen family's main branch, many distinguished guests attended. She was held in her grandfather's arms, smiling sweetly at everyone who played with her, charming them so much that several wanted to arrange a future marriage between their sons and the little girl. However, old Master Shen firmly refused all such proposals. Because Shen Weigua's army unit was relocating, he secretly sent his 3-year-old son back home while passing by, then quickly left again with the troops heading south. The only son of a once wealthy family destroyed by bandits, Shen Weigua joined the revolution with all his remaining possessions. At the same time, the eldest young master of the Shanghai branch, Shen Yunxiao, went to study in Germany. No one ever connected the 2 men as the same person. The Shen family's twin brothers, the 5th young master Shen Yanting and the 6th young master Shen Yunlin, followed their eldest brother's example. After returning from studying abroad, they both joined the revolutionary cause. One became a military doctor, the other a researcher. All the property belonging to the 3 brothers was devoted to supporting the revolution. Their nephew, Shen Jiaying, grew up alongside his young aunt. At 16, he went to study in England. He returned home for his grandfather's funeral, only to find that his grandmother passed away the very night he came back. After burying his grandparents, he spent several hours talking with his great-grandfather. He planned to take his young aunt to England with him. In the Shen family's main branch, only the 2 of them were left. He knew his great-grandfather loved his little granddaughter dearly, but what about the others? They would go to England together to study, as they were the closest family members. Shen Yuntang would also go with her nephew. Shen Yuntang did not hesitate to give his granddaughter the key to the safe deposit box at the Paris bank. Most of the items inside had belonged to his late wife, and he wanted their only granddaughter to have them. There were also $20 million in Citibank as Shen Yuntang's dowry, and another £10 million for her living expenses while studying in England. This was the grandfather's way of ensuring her future. Although he cared for his great-grandson, he knew that money could easily cause conflict. He decided not to take any risks and quietly gave everything to Shen Yuntang, reminding her not to tell anyone, not even those she trusted most. Half a month later, Shen Yuntang and Jiaying packed their simple luggage and boarded a doomed ship. The people traveling with them were cruelly killed. The young, handsome boy stood in front of her to protect her, but was shot twice by the attackers on the ship and thrown into the sea. Fortunately, she was rescued by Rong Pailan, the eldest son of the Rong family, who was also on the ship. She remained unconscious for half a year, and after waking up, her health was never the same. Rong Pailan invited many doctors to help her recover. They finally ended up together, and in the 3rd year of their marriage, they had a lovely baby boy. She thought their life would be like a fairy tale, that the 3 of them would live happily ever after. When the child was 2, he was poisoned. Even though the poison was cured, his body never recovered. For the sake of his wife and child, he struggled to live until he was 30, and then he passed away. She was heartbroken, but she still had their child, and she still hadn't found Jiaying. She couldn't fall apart. After spending a sleepless night in their room holding her child, she sent him to the care of the Rong family's elder. There was no safer place for him. She wanted to stay by her child's side as he grew up, but she had to leave. She continued living in their home, shutting herself away from the world, pretending she couldn't face reality. Every day, she either played the piano or painted. Sadly, there were no more flowers by the bed, and no one smiling gently while holding them. The boy grew up with his great-grandfather. What he looked forward to most each year was meeting his mother on his birthday, when she was clear-minded. He knew his mother loved him, but she didn't dare take the risk. She couldn't trust that the Rong family would let them go. Shen Yuntang also lived only to the age of 30. On Rong Jiachen's 10th birthday, she left him everything she had brought from the Shen family. She wanted him to find Jiaying for her and to visit her parents in Shanghai. That night, she went to sleep peacefully and never woke up again. Her soul drifted away from her body. She watched the child throw himself onto her, crying in deep sorrow. She wanted to comfort him, but her hands could no longer touch him. After her funeral, the old master sent the boy to live in England. It was almost like being exiled. She watched him grow up, becoming an outstanding young man. He rarely smiled, and there was a sharpness in his eyes that his father never had. She also saw Jiaying again, limping, his face scarred, his hair already turning gray. Jiaying had fallen into the sea, but survived. He wandered through the southern seas, escaped from an underground casino after many hardships, but his leg, broken by the guards, was never properly treated. Even when he later became wealthy and medicine advanced, his leg could no longer be healed. While earning money, he kept searching for his aunt. When he finally found news of Shen Yuntang, he learned she had passed away young, leaving behind a son. Reading that short line on the paper, tears filled his eyes. He had always feared hearing news about her, yet he couldn't stop himself from wanting to know if she was safe. Those people would never spare a woman with great wealth. Her fate was easy to imagine. No news meant there was still hope. He couldn't resist visiting the place where his aunt had lived. People there said the young master and his wife had been deeply in love, and before he died, the young master's greatest worry had been for her. Looking at the paintings and photos they had left behind, Jiaying had to believe that, at least while that man was alive, his aunt must have lived a happy life. He promised himself he would take good care of her legacy. After the country opened up, he returned to his homeland under the pretense of making investments, a place he hadn't set foot in for half his life. He made many inquiries about the Shen family. When great-grandfather learned that he and his aunt had been lost at sea, he was so heartbroken that he suffered a stroke and passed away after 2 weeks in bed. The Shen family fell apart. The uncles who fled overseas survived, but those who stayed behind were labeled as capitalists and sent to the hardest places to do manual labor. None of them met a good end. She also saw her eldest brother's family, who had no connection with the Shanghai branch of the Shen family and had lived well during those years. The eldest brother became a military commander, and his wife was the head nurse at a military hospital. Later, they had 3 sons and a daughter, all of whom served in the military and benefited from Shen Weigua's influence. They all did quite well. Sometimes, they thought of the eldest son who had been sent back to his parents to show filial piety. The Shen family was very wealthy, so he never suffered any hardship. Compared to the younger children, he was much luckier, growing up in comfort and luxury. As a child, he could attend school, and when he grew up, he went abroad to study. But after finishing his studies, he never returned to contribute to his country's development. He only cared about enjoying life overseas, completely influenced by Western capitalist ways. They eventually acted as if they no longer had that son. As for the 5th brother, who served as a military doctor, he died on the battlefield while aiding Vietnam. The 6th brother's whereabouts remained unknown. Disheartened, Jiaying returned to Singapore. She never married, and after a lifetime of hard work, she left all her wealth to her cousin. Shen Yunxiao's youngest daughter, Shen Jiayao, was the beloved one in the family. She grew up cherished by her 3 older brothers. In the 1980s, her father regained his identity as the eldest son of the wealthy Shen family in Shanghai and inherited the family mansion along with several properties. By chance, Shen Jiayao discovered the family's old treasure room. She donated many antiques to the country and used the gold she found there to start her business, eventually becoming a famous entrepreneur. She married her childhood friend from the same neighborhood, and they had a pair of twins. Shen Jiayao later worked with patriotic overseas businessmen and, both openly and secretly, came into contact with many members of the Rong family, which caused some trouble for Rong Jichen. In the end, Rong Jichen became the head of the Rong family. Shen Jiayao couldn't help but sigh. If she had known he was her cousin, she wouldn't have gone through so much trouble dealing with the other Rong family members. She had even upset someone who could have been her natural ally, and her father scolded her for it. When Shen Yuntang learned that his only sister had passed away young, he secretly cried. They were the same person from different times. The soul of Shen Yuntang entered the body of Shen Yuntang in the 21st century, but without any of the original memories. For 30 years, she had lived as a completely new Shen Yuntang. When she finally realized what had happened, Shen Yuntang reached for her phone, which was charging nearby. It was the year 2060, more than half a century away from the world she had seen in her dreams. She got out of bed and looked at a sketch hanging in the room. It showed only a faint outline. For as long as she could remember, there had always been a shadow in her mind, one she had never been able to see clearly. After living a whole life in her dreams, she picked up a paintbrush. The person in her memory appeared vividly on the paper. It was none other than Shen Yuntang's husband, who had passed away young. Her fingertips rested on the sketch, and her eyes unconsciously showed a trace of longing. She firmly believed that everything that had happened had its reason. They would meet again. She, Shen Yuntang, would return to that time and place. Although they shared the same surname, they were not from the same Shen family. Now, she was a British Chinese. Her family had emigrated in the last century. Since her great-grandfather's generation, the direct line had always been small, and she was the only descendant. Raised with an elite education, she mastered 8 languages, was talented in many arts, and was the head of her family. Those who knew her often sighed in admiration, saying that Miss Shen was truly born under a lucky star. Yet fate did not seem to favor them. Her grandfather passed away young, and when her parents died in a plane crash, she was only 6. She was raised by her strong-willed grandmother, who passed away when Shen Yuntang was 25 and capable of managing everything on her own. After the funeral, she fainted for 3 days for no clear reason. When she woke up, a bright begonia flower had appeared on the inside of her left wrist. It felt as if something was calling to her. Almost without thinking, she touched the flower mark. Suddenly, she found herself standing before a vast estate that stretched beyond sight. The patterns on the gate were familiar. It was the same as the one from the manor her grandmother had given her as a coming-of-age gift in Country A. The estate covered 8 acres and perfectly matched her taste. She often stayed there during her holidays. The manor had 5 floors in total, 3 above ground and 2 underground. Its facilities were just like those of a real manor, complete with electricity. She lost interest in exploring further and decided to take a walk outside. There were several acres of dark soil around the manor that could be used for planting, though it was still bare for now. Nearby stood a well, and not far from it was a pond. A gourd-shaped dipper floated on the well water. Shen Yuntang scooped up a ladle of water and took a sip. A warm current spread through her body, sweeping away all her fatigue. Even her slightly nearsighted eyes became much clearer. She almost jumped with excitement. This was miraculous water. If she had gained this space earlier, would her grandmother have lived longer? All her regrets turned into a sigh. It seemed this was her destined opportunity. After being discharged from the hospital, Shen Yuntang used her recovery as an excuse to gradually sell her shares in the corporation to the Shen family's extended relatives at market price. She also sold off her properties around the world, keeping only the manor in Country A. For the past few years, she had claimed to be resting in Country A, but in truth, she had been traveling the world, gathering supplies. Through repeated experiments, she discovered that time inside the manor was completely still, while the flow of time in the black soil outside was 1/100th that of the real world. The fruit trees and medicinal herbs she planted there were growing beautifully. Different kinds of fruits were grown, including grapes, dates, apples, lychees, longans, pears, plums, pomegranates, kiwis, peaches, oranges, pomelos, lemons, guavas, sugar apples, avocados, strawberries, mulberries, figs, blueberries, mangosteens, passion fruits, bayberries, mangoes, pineapples, wax apples, durians, loquats, bananas, watermelons, and cherries. As long as the fruits were not picked, they stayed ripe on the trees. Ginseng, Ganoderma, Dendrobium, Cordyceps, snow lotus, saffron, and clematis were also grown, along with tea trees and goji berries. Different kinds of lotuses were transplanted into the pond, where fish and shrimp were raised with a very high survival rate. Vegetable seeds bought from around the world were stored in an empty room on the first floor of the estate. The room was filled with shelves holding 800-milliliter glass jars, each labeled with the name of the seeds inside. On the top floor, besides her bedroom, there was a painting studio, a music room, 5 rooms for clothes, 3 for shoes, 4 for luxury bags, and 1 for everyday jewelry. Jewelry, antiques, porcelain, jade, gold bars, gold bricks, and books in different languages inherited from the Shen family were kept on the second basement level, taking up about half the space. The other half stored cigarettes, cigars, tea leaves, coffee beans, ginseng, Ganoderma, Cordyceps, snow lotus, sea cucumbers, deer antlers, donkey hide gelatin, fish maw, red dates, peach gum, saffron, dendrobium, and goji berries. In the manor's cold storage were all kinds of meat, beef, lamb, pork, chicken, duck, fish, goose, pigeon, various seafood, and ice cream. The wine cellar held the Shen family's collection, along with the wines she had gathered over the years. Red wine, white wine, champagne, fruit wine, rum, gin, brandy, tequila, whiskey, and vodka. The entire basement was filled with ready-to-eat food she had collected: hot pot, Chinese and Western dishes, pastries, bread, milk tea, coffee, fried chicken, barbecue, pancakes, burgers, skewers, buns, porridge, rice noodles, and all kinds of snacks and breakfast foods. She didn't like cooking, but she loved good food. She had bought 100,000 jin of different kinds of rice, flour, and beans. There were 2,000 jin each of rapeseed oil, olive oil, peanut oil, soybean oil, camellia oil, sesame oil, butter, lard, beef and mutton fat, and coconut oil. She also had 100,000 jin of various seasonings: aged vinegar, white vinegar, rice vinegar, flavored vinegar, cooking wine, Sichuan pepper oil, rattan pepper oil, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, MSG, chicken essence, salt, white sugar, brown sugar, rock sugar, and sea salt. She bought 200,000 boxes each of drinks, candies, chocolates, milk, and yogurt in different flavors. There were 200,000 jin each of pistachios, pecans, almonds, macadamia nuts, cashews, hazelnuts, pine nuts, chestnuts, peanuts, walnuts, sunflower seeds, Brazil nuts, watermelon seeds, and pumpkin seeds. She also had 50,000 jin of dried fruits in various flavors. She bought 500,000 boxes each of common items like body wash, shampoo, essential oils, skincare products, toothpaste, perfume, face masks, sunscreen, sanitary pads, and diapers. She also bought plenty of baby products, toys, and family planning supplies. She spent 20 million on everyday medicines and 30 million on different kinds of snacks. All these were stored in the rooms on the second floor of the manor, while the first floor remained unchanged. No matter what might happen in the future, she believed that with her secret advantage, she could live well. During the Qingming festival, she had returned to England to visit her family's graves. She had a strong feeling that it would be the last time she saw them. 3 days ago, she came back to the manor, had a little wine, and then slept for 3 days straight. She woke up only after having that strange dream. Unable to understand what it meant, Shen Yuntang decided to go back to sleep. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a room with a vintage design. Propping herself up, she looked around carefully. Wasn't this the room of the girl from her dream? She got out of bed, almost fell, and stumbled to the mirror. The person in the reflection looked so familiar. It was her 16-year-old self. The only difference was that her face looked pale, and her eyes were slightly red. She was finally back. She had returned to her original time. Pain spread through her heart, as if something was being torn apart. She had fainted on the night after her mother's memorial and slept for 3 days. She had come back too late. Her parents were both gone. Outside the door stood a man with neatly parted hair, wearing a black suit vest and gold-rimmed glasses. His features resembled Shen Yuntang's, and his every movement carried the grace of a gentleman. He held a bowl of chicken porridge that had been kept warm on the stove. Knocking gently on his aunt's door, he said softly, "Auntie, are you awake? I'm coming in." Shen Yuntang's thoughts returned to the present. She steadied her emotions and opened the door.
Jiaying.
Her gaze lingered on Jiaying. To her, he was still the spirited young man she remembered. She could not bring herself to connect this bright youth with the weary, gray-haired man she once saw standing outside the Shen family's garden gate, his brow marked by a scar, leaning on a cane, his eyes filled with quiet sorrow. Seeing his healthy legs now, tears rolled down her cheeks before she realized it. Jiaying entered, set the tray casually on the small table, and stepped forward to hold her gently, patting her back. "Auntie, don't be sad. You still have me. I'll always be here for you." He knew their grandparents were gone, and his aunt must be feeling lost and afraid. But now he was back. Even without saying much, having family nearby was a comfort. In his eyes, Shen Yuntang was still the young woman who once hid away to cry when she learned he was leaving for England to study. Even though he couldn't bear to part with him, he didn't dare cry in front of him. To Jiaying, Shen Yuntang was someone he had watched grow up. Although they were aunt and nephew in name, Shen Yuntang was 3 years younger than him, and he had always treated her like a little sister, caring for her dearly.
He was grown now.
He could protect her always until the end. This time, when he left, he would take her with him. Their grandparents were gone, and now they were each other's only family. As for their long-lost parents, he didn't know whether they were alive or not. He could no longer even remember their faces. Call him cold or selfish if they wished. From the moment he returned to the Shen family, he no longer had parents. At first, he might have held some hope, but the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. After gathering enough disappointment, there was no hope left. He had often felt grateful that his father had sent him back to the Shen family. Everyone thought he had returned from Germany. No one knew that before coming back, he had lived through a dark period. When he was 2, he stayed at his grandparents' home in the countryside for more than half a year. His mother was expecting his younger brother and couldn't take care of him, so she sent him there. Back then, his name was Shen Yuntang. It didn't have any special meaning. He was simply born in spring, and his mother, Li Mingyue, had chosen it. When his father returned from the battlefield, he wanted to change his name, but his mother firmly refused. During those days with the Li family, he felt completely out of place. Those cousins were always dirty, with runny noses they wiped on their sleeves. They played in the mud and bullied other children in the village. Their uncle and aunt never stopped them. Instead, they said it was always the other children's fault. They believed their children could do no wrong. The grandparents even praised their eldest grandson, saying he was strong and never lost a fight and would make a good soldier one day. His father sent 20 yuan every month for his living expenses at the Li family's house, but he never got a piece of candy, a bit of meat, or a new set of clothes. Whenever there was something tasty, it was given to the real grandchildren. When it was his turn, all that was left was thin rice porridge with barely a few grains of rice. Calling it porridge was generous. They even told his parents he was picky with food. The hardest part was that his mother, Li Mingyue, believed them completely. She thought he had just grown spoiled and was being difficult. Every 2 months, his father would visit the Li family to bring the living expenses. On that day, everyone in the Li family would pretend to be kind. They dressed him neatly, gave him meat to eat, and spoke to him gently. Even his cousins stopped bullying him, and his grandmother served him thicker porridge. He counted the days, waiting for his father's visit. The day before, he would deliberately provoke his cousins, letting them beat him without fighting back, covering himself in bruises. The next day, with a bruised and swollen face, he wore the same clothes he had on when he first arrived at the Li family's house. After more than half a year, the sleeves and pant legs were too short, and the fabric was torn but never mended. He waited early at the entrance of the village. When he saw Shen Weigua's tall figure limping toward him, he didn't complain or say anything. He just clung to his father's leg and cried so hard that he almost fainted. His father still felt some pity for his son. Thinking of his own comfortable childhood in the Shen family, and then looking at his son's thin, pale face and bruised body, he could imagine how hard life had been for him in the Li family. He lost his temper at the Li family, smashed things in anger, and then took his son away. Later, his father and mother had a big argument. He had long accepted that his mother didn't love him. His father might have loved him, but he was too busy serving the country and had no time to care for him. The army was moving, and some places were still at war, so it wasn't convenient for him to follow. His father discussed it with him and decided to send him to live with his grandparents. He promised again and again that they were kind people, that no one would hurt him, and that he would have enough to eat, even sweets and meat. It was the first time he learned that he had grandparents. He thought, no matter how hard life might be, it couldn't be worse than living with the Li family. And if it was, he would still accept it. When he returned to the Shen family, he finally realized how different life could be. It turned out that his father came from the Shen family in Shanghai. He was the eldest grandson of the main branch, the young master Shen Yuntang, not Shen Weigua, who had been killed by bandits. The Shen family's house was huge and beautiful. As a small boy who had never gone to school, he couldn't find the right words to describe it. His great-grandfather looked dignified, even without speaking. His grandparents were kind, and his grandmother affectionately called him Little Darling. There were people to take care of everything for him, his meals, clothes, and daily needs. No one bullied him anymore. His room was large, the lights were bright, his clothes were made of soft silk, and there were many kinds of candies, even chocolate, that could stain his teeth black. The porridge he ate was never the same for days in a row. He didn't have to fight others for meat, and there were tutors to teach him reading and several languages. There was even a little aunt younger than him, someone he could grow up with. He was given a new name, Jiaying. From that moment, his life completely changed. For a time, he resented the mother who gave birth to him. This time, when his grandfather went to celebrate his younger sister's birthday, it must have been because she persuaded his father to write that letter. Otherwise, his grandfather would not have personally delivered those supplies. If he hadn't gone himself, he wouldn't have met the bandits, and he wouldn't have been shot. Because of that single gunshot, his grandfather passed away before reaching the hospital. His grandfather's death indirectly led to his grandmother's passing. His little aunt lost her parents, and he lost his grandparents. Reason told him clearly that he couldn't blame anyone, nor did he have the right to. Without people like them, who sacrificed their own families for the sake of the country, the war would never end. If the nation falls, how can there be a home? Compared to many orphans who lost everything in the war and struggled to find food or clothing, he was already very fortunate. At least his father had sent him back to the Shen family instead of leaving him to survive with difficulty in the Li family. Wasn't that true? People should learn to be content. Shen Jiaying fed his little aunt half a bowl of porridge. Shen Yuntang really couldn't eat anymore. She shook her head, refusing. She had no appetite at all. She pressed her lips together and asked casually, "Aang, when will you return to England to continue your studies?" Shen Jiaying put down the porcelain bowl, took out his handkerchief, gently wiped his aunt's mouth, and patted her head. Looking at her, he said softly, "I have a ticket for a ship leaving in half a month. This time, you'll come with me." He had planned to wait until she felt better before discussing it with her. In the main branch of the family, only the two of them were left, at least on the surface. He didn't feel safe leaving her alone in the country. Although their great-grandfather was family, the other relatives were not as close. Leaving in half a month, that meant everything she had seen had truly happened. Perhaps it could be said that was the ending of their previous life. On that cruise ship, she and Aang were forced apart, and until her death, aunt and nephew never met again. Now she had returned. Their ending would be rewritten. Shen Yuntang held Shen Jiaying's hand, looked straight into his eyes, and asked softly but urgently, "Aang, do you trust me?" Her tone was anxious, yet still gentle. Shen Jiaying didn't quite understand why his aunt asked that, thinking she was simply afraid of being left alone. He knelt beside her, held her hand tightly, and looked up at her. Without a moment's hesitation, he said firmly, "I trust you." Shen Jiaying will always trust Shen Yuntang. Even if one day we face danger, before I fall, no one will ever hurt you. They were the closest people in the world. Even if one day only one of them could live, he would choose to let Shen Yuntang live. He only worried, would she be safe? Tears filled Shen Yuntang's eyes.
Yes.
In her past life, hadn't he fallen before her? She pressed her lips together, gathered her courage, and said with difficulty, "Aang, I had a dream, a cruel one. In it, we left Shanghai in half a month. On the way, pirates attacked the cruise ship. You were shot in front of me and thrown into the sea. That was the last time I saw you. We can't board that ship. We must never board that ship." Her voice trembled slightly. She had seen Aang get shot, fall, and be thrown into the sea. Seeing his aunt so upset, Shen Jiaying stood up and gently held her in his arms. Feeling the dampness on his shirt, he softly patted her shoulder to comfort her. After a long silence, he finally asked, "Auntie, what about you?" If they had gone to England, they must have had protection. Yet he had been thrown into the sea. Things must have gotten completely out of control. What had happened to his aunt, alone in such chaos? Great-grandfather would not have left her without money, and there was also the inheritance from their grandparents. How could a young woman with great wealth survive in such troubled times? Would those people let her go? He didn't even need to think about it. The answer was clear. Shen Jiaying's handsome face darkened. Seeing his expression, Shen Yuntang knew what he was thinking. She quickly said, "I'm fine. Someone on the ship saved me. I was in a coma for a long time. When I woke up, more than half a year had passed. I asked around about the Shen family and learned that grandfather had fallen ill after hearing about our accident at sea. He suffered a stroke and passed away after 2 weeks in bed. I searched for you for a very long time, but I couldn't find you anywhere." The more Shen Jiaying listened, the more uneasy he felt. Sensing something unusual, he asked sharply, "The person who saved you, was he the man who later became my uncle?" The hero saved the young woman, but the young aunt, still innocent and inexperienced, could not repay him with her devotion. Nothing could escape Aang's eyes. Someone who could work alone in the South Seas and achieve such success was never a simple person, even from childhood. Shen Yuntang smiled gently and said, "He is a very good man, tall, handsome, and kind to me. I'm living well. You also have a younger brother, and you two are very close." To be fair, Rong Pailan was a perfect partner. He was loyal and romantic, always treating her with respect. He gave her a grand wedding, and even though Shen Yuntang was an orphan, she became the rightful wife of the Rong family's eldest son. Before and after marriage, there was only her in his life, except that he left too soon. Even in his final days, he was still planning for her and their child's future. Shen Jiaying sighed with a hint of relief. "So I didn't die after all." Shen Yuntang looked at the young Shen Jiaying beside her with gentle eyes and said softly, "My Aang is amazing, so talented and strong." She wasn't just being a doting aunt. Shen Jiaying truly was remarkable. Despite everything, he had survived. When he was young, Shen Jiaying still longed for his family's approval. Hearing his aunt's sincere praise, he couldn't help but smile slightly. As long as he was alive, he believed that no matter the circumstances, he would always find a way to survive. He had hope and people he wanted to protect. He continued to ask, "What about the people in your dream?" "I got along very well with that child, but we never met again." "There's only one reason for that. You all had an accident." His tone was firm. He believed that if his aunt were still alive, she would never avoid seeing him. Since things had already been said this far, Shen Yuntang decided not to hide anything. With a tone full of nostalgia, she went on, "He was from Hong Kong. We lived there for a while, but our good days didn't last long. He was poisoned and struggled in pain until he passed away at the age of 30. When he left, Aiken was only 5 years old. Your younger brother's name was Rong Jichen. I also passed away when I was 30. For some reason, my spirit didn't disappear. It stayed in the house where I had lived. A month later, you appeared in that house. I finally saw you, but sadly, you couldn't see me. After that, I followed you. Through you, I met many people." Attached to Shen Jiaying's glasses, she saw many things as she followed him. Aang's leg would ache whenever it rained, and he had to take painkillers to ease it. Later, even the medicine stopped working, and many times he had to use a wheelchair to get around. She followed him back to their homeland and saw a country developing at great speed. In the 1980s, the eldest brother regained his position as the first son of the Shen family, reclaimed the Shen family garden, and recovered most of the family's property. The Shen family garden was once again filled with laughter and joy. Many people now lived there. The eldest brother's 3 sons had all started their own families, and even the eldest sister-in-law's relatives had moved in. Shen Jiaying was now almost certain that her little aunt had experienced something extraordinary, perhaps even lived through another lifetime. But since the world had been reshaped, none of them retained any memories of it. On the 7th day after Grandma's passing, that night, little aunt suddenly fainted, and memories from her previous life awakened. Trying to sound casual, she asked, "Little aunt, after great-grandfather passed away, what happened to the Shen family? And what about my father and my 2 uncles?" Her father had already changed his name, so he probably wouldn't be affected by the Shen family's troubles. But the 5th and 6th uncles might not be so lucky. When the Shen family was investigated, they could easily be implicated. Their identities couldn't withstand scrutiny. The Shens were considered capitalists. Her grandfather and uncles had been high-ranking officials in the nationalist government, and her aunt had married a senior military officer who later fled overseas. Shen Yuntang took a deep breath and began to explain. After grandfather passed away, the Shen family fell apart. Some of the aunts and uncles went abroad, while others stayed here. Those who stayed didn't meet good ends, but those who left lived fairly well. Families like ours are now labeled as capitalists. Our companies and factories have been merged into public ownership, and later, A group called the Revolutionary Committee will come to confiscate our property. The uncles who stayed in the country were all sent to the hardest places. They had the worst food, did the toughest work, and had no one to help them. Within a few years, they were all gone. Your father, my eldest brother, eventually became the commander of a military district. My sister-in-law was the head nurse at the military hospital. The fifth brother died on the battlefield during the war to support Vietnam, and the sixth brother went missing. Shen Yuntang pressed her lips together and looked at Shen Jiaying with a touch of sadness. Jiaying had grown up without his parents' love, never received any benefit from them, and even the property that should have been his was divided among his younger siblings by his eldest brother. Seeing the pity in his aunt's eyes, Shen Jiaying smiled at her. "It's all right, Aunt." He had already let go of the past. Holding his hand, Shen Yuntang continued, "Your parents later had 3 more sons and a daughter. They all serve in the military, and with your eldest brother's support, they're doing quite well. Maybe because they were raised by their grandmother, they carry more of the Li family's traits and feel closer to them. In the end, your eldest brother regained his position as the Shen family's first son and took back the Shen family garden and most of the family's properties. The Shen family house became crowded. Your mother's relatives moved in too. The treasures that the revolutionary committees never found, including my dowry and the antiques passed down through generations of the Shen family, were all discovered by your eldest brother's daughter, a girl named Shen Jiao. She donated the antiques to the museum and used the gold to start a business." Shen Jiaying couldn't help but laugh coldly. The Li family was as shameless as ever, and his mother still couldn't tell right from wrong. She had even brought all her own relatives to live in her husband's family home. His dear sister was truly selfless, donating all of the Shen family's antiques for free. Too bad she didn't think to donate herself as well. If great-grandfather knew they had given everything away, he would probably be so angry that he'd jump right out of his coffin. Shen Yuntang chose a beige dress from the wardrobe. Her long brown curls were tied up high and fastened with a pearl hair clip. She changed into a pair of beige lambskin heels. Together with Shen Jiaying, she went to the Shen family's ancestral graves. Shen Moyu and Song Chuyang were buried there together. It had been 100 years since she had last seen them, and her heart felt heavy with sorrow. Shen Yuntang placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums before the grave, knelt down, and gently wiped the dust from the photo with a white silk handkerchief. As she looked at the familiar faces, tears began to fall uncontrollably. "Father, Mother, it's Tang. I've come to see you. Don't worry. My 3 brothers are still doing well, and Jiaying and I will live our lives properly. We'll take good care of the Shen family. Soon, Jiaying and I will be leaving this place, and we might not be able to visit for the next 20 years. Please forgive me." Shen Yuntang spoke to her parents' tombstone for a long time, then bowed 3 times, her forehead touching the ground with each bow. Shen Jiaying knelt beside Shen Yuntang and promised, "Grandfather, Grandmother, when I leave this time, I'll take Aunt with me. I'll do my best to protect her and, if I can, support the Shen family." He couldn't promise anything more, especially when it came to his younger siblings. Though they shared the same mother, they had never truly been close. His aunt hadn't said it directly, but she knew they were not trustworthy. Deep down, he couldn't accept them letting the Li family drain the Shen family's wealth. He couldn't do it, and he believed his grandparents wouldn't want to see that happen either. A bit of gold was one thing, but the family's antiques were another matter. They had been passed down for generations, many of them part of the family matriarch's dowries, each piece priceless. Even his aunt's dowry had been squandered by them. He couldn't accept that. Donating everything for free would only earn an empty reputation. Who could be sure those items would really end up in a museum? What if someone replaced them with fakes, displaying the copies while keeping the real ones for themselves? People could be selfish. After returning from the ancestral graves, aunt and nephew went straight to Shen Jiaying's room. Once the door was locked, Shen Yuntang took his hand and led him into a hidden space. Outside the manor, Shen Yuntang said calmly, "Aang, as you can see, I've had an unusual experience. After you went back to Singapore, more than 10 years passed, and I found myself in another time and world. In that world, I was also called Shen Yuntang. I got this space when I was 25. In that world, there were many novels, and I read quite a few because I was interested. Some stories talked about spaces like this, about traveling through time or facing disasters, so I made many preparations in advance. Just a few days ago, in that world, I turned 30. After my birthday, I slept for 3 days and saw our whole life in this world. Then I fell asleep again, and when I woke up, I was back here. Jiaying was amazed by the building before him. He had studied architecture as a minor at Cambridge, and the design of this manor was far ahead of its time. On the left were fruit trees full of ripe fruit, many of which he had never seen before. Looking at his young aunt beside him, he didn't feel joy about this space at all. Instead, he felt deep sorrow, as if his heart were being pricked by countless tiny needles, making it hard to breathe. She had watched the ending of everyone's lives but couldn't change anything. That must have been painful. She had been alone, with no one to talk to. Since she already knew what would happen in the future, as long as they avoided the key moments, they could prevent the same mistakes. His eyes scanned Shen Yuntang worriedly as he asked, "Annie, does this space harm your body in any way?" After she fainted, this space appeared. Then, while asleep, she dreamed of her past life, and finally, after sleeping again, she returned to this world. It all sounded unbelievable, hard not to question. But the truth was, it really happened to Shen Yuntang. Shen Yuntang shook her head and gently patted Shen Jiaying's head. "Don't worry. It doesn't harm me. Actually, it helps me a lot." Shen Jiaying was slightly stunned, his face full of confusion. Shen Yuntang smiled and began to explain the space to him. The manor on the right is where I lived in that other time. Time flows the same there as it does here, and the whole manor has electricity. We can go inside and take a look." When she traveled around the world collecting supplies, she also took the chance to explore and took many photos with her camera. There were landscapes, buildings, and only a few pictures of people. Since childhood, Shen Jiaying had been interested in architecture. Perhaps it was because the beautiful Shen family home had left a deep impression on him the first time he saw it. But since the Shen family had been merchants for generations, and he was the eldest grandson, his father already serving the country, both his great-grandfather and grandfather had high hopes for him. He was destined not to live entirely as he wished. At Oxford University, Shen Jiaying majored in economics but never gave up his passion, taking architecture as a minor. Following his aunt's lead, he toured the large manor. Most of what he saw was new to him. Though it was overwhelming, he accepted it calmly. He accepted everything his aunt showed him. His aunt trusted him, and he would not let her down. The buildings he had seen abroad were already at the forefront of modern architectural history. Looking at the photos hanging on the wall, he couldn't help feeling excited. The pictures were in color, showing buildings with many different designs. Standing on the shoulders of giants, the world seemed so small. Shen Yuntang casually picked up a high-definition camera, turned it on, and pointed it at Shen Jiaying. Suddenly, she said, "Aang, look at me." Shen Jiaying, who was walking up the spiral staircase, heard his aunt's voice and instinctively turned around. In that moment, the scene was captured.
"Auntie."
Shen Jiaying rubbed his forehead and smiled helplessly. His aunt was still the same as always. Even after all she had been through, her personality hadn't changed.
He was happy about that.
It was good this way. He didn't want Shen Yuntang to live too hard a life. Shen Yuntang looked at the photo she had just taken and felt satisfied. She preferred using a camera over a phone to record life's moments. The aunt and nephew wandered casually around the estate and finally went to the armory. Shen Jiaying's eyes lit up. With a peach-flavored lollipop in his mouth, he casually took a sniper rifle from the wall and tested its weight and feel. Very nice. He only owned a handgun, a gift from his great-grandfather for his 16th birthday. This was his first time holding a sniper rifle. Shen Yuntang smiled and said, "You can look and touch, but you can't take these outside." Shen Jiaying just wanted to try it out. After a moment, he put the sniper rifle back on the wall. "These things are too advanced for this era." Shen Yuntang took a pistol from the glass table and handed it to Jiaying. Here's a gift for self-defense. Jiaying tested the feel of the gun in his hand. It felt better than the one he was using now. He spun it around and then tucked it into his waistband. The uncle and niece smiled at each other. After leaving the estate, they went to the planting area on the left. Shen Yuntang led Jiaying to the well and pointed to the water channel. Jiaying, drinking this water is good for your health. It can also help the fruit trees and herbs grow better. You can try it. Jiaying used a gourd ladle to scoop some water and drank a few sips directly. A warm feeling spread through his body, and the area that was hurt before itched. This well water has a very strong healing ability. After finishing the water, Jiaying looked seriously at his little aunt. Auntie, the space is very special. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Even Grandpa Chung can't be fully trusted. We need to plan early. The Shen family's assets are not the foundation of Shen Jiao's fame and fortune. You can tell Grandpa Chung that you had a dream. As for the matter of going to another time and space, don't mention it for now. Let Grandpa Chung take Uncle and the others to live in Hong Kong. We will go to Kyoto to visit Uncle Wu. After Grandpa Chung and the others leave, we will take all of Shen's family assets. Listening to Shen Jiaying's plan, Shen Yuntang secretly sighed, realizing that Ying's ideas matched his own. Those items, the grandfather couldn't have taken all of them, they were just collected. In the future, they could be kept at home for viewing, instead of paying to see fake artifacts at a museum. The uncle and niece exchanged a quiet smile. Having grown up together, they shared a certain understanding. Memories of the future, the space, and everything within it must not be spoken aloud. The fewer people who know, the better. The Shen family's 100-year legacy is ultimately just that of merchants. They lack power. Even if he joins the army or politics now, the Shen family has no strong foundation. He wouldn't reach the peak of power in a short time. He couldn't protect her. Shen Yuntang nodded. To her, the space was just storage. She didn't plan to let more people know about it. The more people who know, the greater the risk. The uncle and niece took a walk around the orchard. Shen Yuntang picked a few white strawberries and fed one to Jiaying. How does it taste? Sweet. Sweeter than any strawberries he had eaten before. Jiaying still held a bunch of red grapes, a few lychees, and a half-eaten orange. Unfortunately, these fruits couldn't be taken out. Their quality was too good. The Shen family had dinner together every evening. Their home consisted of several Western-style houses built under the supervision of Germans, called the Shen Garden. Old Master Shen lives alone in the main building. The eldest branch occupies the best house. The aunt with children and her family live in one house, while the other aunts live in separate houses. The space next to the head of the Shen family has always been empty. That was Grandma's seat. Shen Yuntang is curious about his grandmother, whom he has never met, and about her relationship with his grandfather. No matter how many women his grandfather took later, Grandma's spot never changed. The aunts are not allowed to enter the main building. It is the place where his grandfather and grandmother lived after they married, and his grandfather never allowed others to interfere. Shen Yuntang's impression of his grandmother mostly comes from family photos. She was very beautiful, but not breathtakingly so. She had a gentle temperament, and his grandfather often used the most beautiful words to describe her. Since Shen Yuntang has only experienced one love, he doesn't quite understand his grandfather's feelings for his grandmother. If he truly loved her that much, he wouldn't accept anyone else besides her. Or perhaps, a man's love can be divided into several parts. Grandma only held the largest part. Sometimes he can't help but wonder, if Grandma were still alive, would Dad have fewer half-brothers and sisters? Would his grandfather and Grandma be like Dad and Mom, only with each other? Of course, these are just guesses. Besides his late wife, Old Master Shen had 13 concubines. Second Aunt Dai Lianxiang was born into a scholarly family, but their fortunes declined. She was arranged by the grandmother to become a concubine for her widowed son. She lived a peaceful life, never causing trouble, and has since passed away. She had one son and one daughter. Third Master Shen Maqian was influenced by his mother and also has a calm, peaceful personality. He never involved himself in the family business. As a young man, he studied art in France. After returning to China, he became a university teacher, a professor of oil painting. Shen Yuntang was once held by his uncle as a child and learned oil painting from him, so he has a good impression of him. He married a fellow university teacher, but his third aunt is a professor in the Chinese department. Thinking about their experiences, Shen Yuntang felt a twinge of sympathy. In a few years, the Shen family would be targeted for punishment. His third uncle was from a capitalist background, and Shen Yuntang himself studied abroad and has overseas relatives, including relatives from the other side. Things worsened, and the outcome was predictable. Third aunt refused to cut ties with her husband. The couple suffered greatly at the Revolutionary Committee. In the end, they died after hitting the cement wall of the committee's prison. They had no children, and there was no one to handle their funeral. They were taken directly to the crematorium, and their ashes were scattered into the Huangpu River. Fifth Miss Shin Qingrong married into the well-matched Qin family, but died during childbirth, losing both mother and child. Third Aunt Bai Moli was given as a gift by old Master Shin, a star performer at the famous dance hall. She was strong-willed and competitive her whole life, and she had only one daughter. Fortunately, she had no son, or else she might have been even more restless and ambitious. Miss Fourth, Shin Qingmeng, has always been proud of her status as the eldest daughter of the Shin family. Her personality is very similar to Bai Moli. Shen Yuntang regrets that his wife did not leave behind a daughter. He cares a little more for his eldest daughter, who is quite unique among his daughters. Influenced by Bai Moli's teachings, she is spoiled and self-centered, with a quick temper, but she is not a bad person. She married a high-ranking official of the Kuomintang. Before the founding of the country, she followed her husband to Taiwan. Officially, she was expelled from the Shin family by old Master Shin. This aunt has good taste in choosing men. Her husband, fourth uncle, has only one wife, Bai Moli, and has always shown her great respect. Bai Moli was worried about her only daughter, so she followed her daughter and son-in-law to Taiwan. She lived longer than her daughter and son-in-law, had a grandson who respected her, and lived a good life. Later, Chen Siyuan took Bai Moli back to the mainland to visit old Master Shen's grave. Fourth aunt, Jiaying, fell in love with old Master Shen at a dance and took the initiative to join the Shen family. She is a descendant of the Qing imperial family and has always managed the Shin family's household affairs. She has a pair of twin daughters. She often clashes with third aunt. Second aunt is a devout Buddhist and also manages the Shin family's household affairs. Bai Moli was supposed to be in charge, but unexpectedly, Jiaying, who entered later, took the lead. Bai Moli has always been unhappy about this but feels helpless because she is not as noble as Jiaying. However, Bai Moli has a good son-in-law, which allowed her to stand tall and proud in front of Jiaying. Miss 7th, Shen Qing'an, and Miss 8th, Shen Qingyu. Miss 8th died young from a fever. Jiaying poured all her love for her two daughters into Shen Qing'an. Shen Qing'an was a proper young lady, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She studied in Italy, but was unlucky in love. She returned to the country pregnant. Old Master Shin was so angry, he almost kicked her out. Aunt Four knelt and begged, so he let it go. Shen Qing'an eventually had a son with green eyes, Shen Yuntang's fourth brother, Shen Yungue. He studied in Germany, worked at Shen family's bank, but after it was nationalized, he became a manager at a department store. Jiaying later died in an accident at the Shen family gate, hitting a stone lion. Shen Yungue was sent to the southwest, struggled with the climate, and died within half a year. Madame Fifth, Lu Minxiu, played the pipa well. She had only one son, then went abroad with him. She lived to over 90. Grandpa Sixth, Shen Moi, was a famous, charming man. Shen Yuntang's siblings included second brother Shen Yunyai, third sister Shen Huizhu, and seventh sister Shen Huiling, all children of Grandpa Sixth. They went abroad early and survived. They were not extremely wealthy, but lived comfortably. Madame Sixth, Yunji, and Madame Seventh, Huang Dyer, both died young without children. Madame Eights, Wang Fengyi, was a famous Beijing opera singer. She had 2 sons and a daughter, but all died during exile. Master Ninth, Shen Yuntang, was a hotel manager. He had only 1 son, Shen Yuntang, who studied in the U.S. and was waiting for news of his father. Sadly, Ninth Uncle and Ninth Aunt also faced hardships. They were sent to the northern wilderness and froze to death. Eldest Uncle Shen Mo died while crossing the border illegally. Second Miss Xin Qing married a soldier from the countryside. Her life was very simple, filled with small, trivial matters. His salary not only supported their family, but also took care of the elderly relatives. Shen Yuntang was deceived into returning to the country and died on the return cruise. Ninth Madame Chen Pan loved dancing and had no children. 10th Madame Yu died in childbirth, leaving only a daughter. Young Miss Xin Qing Yan was raised by 9th Madame. She learned dance from her. After old Master Shen passed away, she and her mother left the Shen family to avoid trouble. Xin Qing Yan never married and settled in Guangzhou. The other madams had no children. After old Master Shen died, they each took their belongings and went their separate ways. Shen Qingrui saw Shen Yuntang and Shen Jiaying come out and went to greet them. Aying, come in quickly. We've been waiting for you. She and Shen Mo are twins, 2 years older than Shen Jiaying. They were studying in the capital, and this visit was to attend her sister-in-law's funeral. She had played with Shen Yuntang since childhood, and their relationship was very close. Shen Yuntang smiled at her little cousin. She was lively and fresh, very different from the middle-aged woman behind her, who looked worn out and had gray hair. Later, she attended Shen Jiayao's wedding, dressed simply, and was slightly embarrassed by her in-laws and the Li family. Auntie is gentle and kind. She married a man named Liang Baogua, who speaks little. He is a Navy soldier and a company commander in the army. He is a very good soldier. He comes from the countryside and didn't go to school much. He is the second child in his family. Although he treats Auntie very well, he is very obedient to his parents. The oldest lady of the Liang family doesn't like Auntie as her daughter-in-law. She thinks that because the second son married a daughter of a wealthy family, he hasn't been promoted for years. In the past, he could send more allowances home, but after marriage, the allowances became much less. The family has to eat less good food and meat. It would be better if he married the eldest daughter-in-law directly. Her grandchildren would have a father's love, and they could go to the army to see the world. Maybe one day, he could become a high official. All these hopes were lost because of Shen Qingrui's appearance. His monthly salary is 72 yuan. He sends 50 yuan home, and 25 yuan is for their living expenses. Because Auntie is from a wealthy family, even though she is no longer connected to her family and is a college student, she still has to show respect to other military family members. That man is reluctant to spend money on himself. He won't eat or wear nice clothes, but he buys pearl hairpins for Annie. Fortunately, their children are very sensible. Shen Yuntang sits down with Shen Qingrui. She doesn't want Annie to marry that man like she did in her past life. Although he is good, a man who is overly obedient to his parents is not good. There is still time to change everything.
Shen Jiaying sits beside Shen Yuntang.
Old Master Shen, sitting upright at the head of the table, looked at his little granddaughter with a good complexion. He asked the housekeeper to serve Shen Yuntang a bowl of osmanthus and red bean soup with glutinous rice balls, her favorite. Shen Yuntang looked at the bowl of soup in front of her and felt a moment of confusion. Even after 100 years, she still missed this bowl of osmanthus and red bean soup from her home, made with osmanthus from the garden's 100-year-old tree. When she was with Aiken, Alan personally cooked the rice balls for her. The taste was good, but not the taste she remembered. Tasting the familiar flavor again brought a mix of complicated feelings. Knowing that the old master and madam had both passed away one after another, Shen Yuntang felt sad. She ate her meal quietly. After dinner, everyone went back to their own courtyards. Shen Yuntang and Shen Ji responded by escorting the old master back to the main courtyard. Old Master Shen held Shen Yuntang's hand and said earnestly, "Tang, I am your grandfather. I will see you off to marry, and I will watch over our Atang's children so I can rest peacefully and meet your grandmother." Shun Ji held his own great-grandfather's cane, walking a few steps behind the grandparent and grandchild. In her past life, she and her little aunt went missing. People in Britain didn't find them. Her husband died early, her son passed away later, and she lost her granddaughter and great-grandson one after another. When her great-grandfather saw that letter crossing the ocean, he became frantic and had a stroke. Her little aunt was in a coma in the hospital for more than half a year. By then, her great-grandfather had already turned into a pile of bones. This scene takes place in the main study of the Shen family garden. While supporting her grandfather on the way back to the main building, Shen Yuntang mentioned that she had something very important to discuss. Old Master Shen knew well what kind of person his granddaughter was. She wouldn't speak without reason. Seeing her serious expression, he realized that the matter was much more complicated than he initially thought. The group went to the study, where the most trusted butler, Uncle Jean, was waiting at the door. Shen Yuntang helped her grandfather sit down, gathered her thoughts, and said, "Grandpa, what I am about to tell you might sound unbelievable, but please listen to me. During the days I was unconscious, I had a dream, an absurd dream that I can't ignore. In about half a month, I will go to England with Jiaying. During our voyage, we will encounter a group of pirates. They won't just want our money, they want to kill us. Jiaying will be shot twice and thrown into the sea right in front of me. Luckily, I survive, but I end up stranded in Nanyang. While escaping from a casino, I was attacked and broke my leg. I didn't get proper treatment, and for a long time I was limping. I often didn't have enough to eat. Although I was rescued, I was unconscious for more than half a year. When I finally managed to ask someone to find Jiaying, I was told that you had already been buried for over a month. A few years later, our Shen family will face national scrutiny, and the family will fall apart. Uncle and Auntie Shun, who stayed in the country, both died in the prison of the Cultural Revolution Committee. Auntie C died on the stone lion at the gate of the Shen family mansion. Fourth brother was sent to the far southwest to work on rubber plantations. He couldn't adapt to the climate and soon passed away. Auntie Eight's family also did not end well. Auntie Eight died during her exile. Uncle Nine and Auntie Nine were sent to the northern wilderness and froze to death, and Brother 8 died on his way back to the country. Little Uncle died while trying to cross the border illegally. Little Aunt married a rural-born officer. I didn't believe it at first, but Jiaying said she wanted me to leave with them this time. The departure was set for half a month later. I had to believe the scenes I saw in my dreams. Old Master Shen listened carefully as Shen Yuntang told him about her dreams. His face grew more serious. He is a man who believes in fate. Years ago, his daughter-in-law dreamed of a withered crabapple tree blooming. Soon after, she became pregnant with Shen Yuntang. He specifically asked a master to read her fortune. The little granddaughter's fate is closely linked to the Shen family's luck. She is born to be wealthy and noble, but there is a calamity in her destiny. If she survives it, she will have a happy life. If not, she won't live past 30. He has kept this secret carefully. Even his wife and Ayu's couple do not know. He and his wife have no daughters. Their eldest son's little daughter, with amber-colored eyes just like her mother, big watery eyes that smile easily, she melts everyone's heart. Because he loves his family, he favors Shen Yuntang. In his grandfather's house, his treatment was different from that of other grandchildren. His name was chosen with the character Yun, which is used for male descendants. A Tang had this dream, which was a warning from heaven, giving the Shen family a chance to survive. He gently patted his little granddaughter's shoulder and said seriously, "A Tang, I believe in you. Our Shen family is not doomed." The little granddaughter's dream was a sign from heaven, offering the Shen family a chance to live. His sharp gaze fell on the great-grandson nearby and asked, "Jiaying, tell me, what should the Shen family do now?" With his 3 grandchildren away, Jiaying was the main support of the family. His old bones might only have a few years left, and he hoped to see Jiaying grow up. He wanted to pass the future of the Shen family into the hands of his son and daughter-in-law's children, so he could rest in peace. Shen Jiaying sat up straight and honestly said, "Great-grandfather, we should leave the country before this disaster happens. We might have a chance to return later. As long as the mountains remain, there will be firewood. We need to stay alive to create more value, not just because of some patriotic feeling, wasting our lives staying here. The storm will eventually affect the Shen family. My sister's dream is a warning. Either stay and die or leave and survive." Shen Jiaying spoke confidently, and old Master Shen nodded in approval. You had trained this child well, and he had the bearing of the next family leader. Sending this child back to the Shen family is a blessing for them. He had people investigate this child thoroughly. Even at such a young age, the child knows how to stand up for himself. He's not simple. Even if Shurao hadn't sent him back to the Shen family, he would have taken him in. He and Awan's first great-grandchild shouldn't grow up in a narrow-minded family like that. He is unhappy with Li Mingyue, the eldest granddaughter-in-law. She can't bear the responsibilities of being the eldest granddaughter-in-law of the Shen family. But Shen Yunshao didn't return to the Shen family. Li Mingyue is only Shen Weiguo's wife and has nothing to do with Shen Yunshao. He prefers not to see Li Mingyue at all, to avoid trouble. On the Shen family tree, the space for Shen Yunshao's wife is blank. Only Shen Jiaying's name is listed among the children. As for Shen Jiaying's younger brothers and sisters, they didn't grow up in the Shen family, so he doesn't care. Although they are also descendants of him and Awan, having more doesn't matter. One is enough. Especially after Yu's death, which is closely related to Shen Yunshao's letter. He has developed a dislike for his great-granddaughter he has never met. He knows he's blaming her unfairly, but he can't let go of his feelings. He lost Awan's only son, whom she left him. He lost Yu. Old Master Shen was rubbing his jade ring on his left hand and asked, "Jiaying, tell me, where should we settle down? Should the Shen family split up?" Shen Yuntang quietly exchanged a glance with Shen Jiaying. The latter continued, "Taiwan is definitely not a good place to go. It is now under the control of the Kuomintang. Even if fourth uncle is there, people like us would just be easy targets, like fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. There's a risk of causing trouble for fourth uncle, which isn't worth it. If we go abroad, there are many dangers. The journey is long, the language is different, and most importantly, with so many of us in the Shen family, our target is too big. One mistake could bring disaster to the whole family. In my opinion, it's better to go to Hong Kong. There are many Chinese people there, and it would be easier to settle down. As for whether to split the family, it's up to Grandpausing to decide. The Shen family is like a big ship, but Shen Jiaying is not yet the captain. Although the Shen family has been in business for generations, private enterprise is not allowed domestically. The family's businesses are all state-owned or jointly operated, with Shen family holding only a small share, almost negligible. Even if he leaves the Shen family now, Shen Yuntang, and he could still live well. Old Master Shen thought carefully for a moment and then agreed to Shen Jiaying's suggestion. He knew that being flexible was better than sticking to old ways. As long as they are alive, the Shen family won't fall. Considering that his granddaughter had been unconscious for several days and had such a frightening dream, he knew she was exhausted physically and mentally. Tang, don't be afraid. Grandpa is here. Go home and get a good night's sleep tonight. Jiaying, go with your little aunt to rest first. Ask Jin to call over your third grandpa, sixth grandpa, ninth grandpa, little grandpa, and your fourth uncle to discuss some plans. Shen Yuntang and Shen Jia are younger, so they shouldn't get involved. There's no real point in staying, so they left the main building. The Shen family elders had planned to sleep, but the butler called them, saying the old master wanted to see them. They wondered if they had done anything wrong recently. Shen Moyuan, dressed in a dark brown sleep robe, yawned and followed his third brother. He had planned to sleep with his new concubine, but his father called him over to meet. When everyone was gathered, old Master Shen slowly finished his tea and then said, "Sit down. What do you all think about the current situation?" Shen Moyuan looked at his brothers. Seeing they didn't want to speak first, he said, "Father, even though a new China has been established, it's not necessarily friendly to families like ours. Our business has been taken over by the government, and this is just the first step. There are probably many more tricks coming." Now, with tensions between the two sides, fourth sister went to the other side. Her husband is a high-ranking official of the Nationalist Party. Even though fourth sister was officially expelled from the family, I think we should find a way out soon. Also, our eldest sister-in-law's family, although she is no longer here, the Song family left the country before the founding. Our younger siblings, 9 and Jiaying, carry the Song family's blood, and we can't afford to be investigated. He had read some books by progressive youth, which contained radical ideas like fight the landowners and divide the land. Not all wealthy people are unkind, and not all poor farmers deserve sympathy. A family like theirs is often targeted for punishment. Who knows if slogans like overthrow the capitalists, share the wealth, will appear again. It's hard to go from luxury to simplicity. If he goes to farm, he might not even be able to support himself. Even if they donate all their property to stay safe, it doesn't guarantee safety. Once you donate, people might still not trust you. What can you do? Ordinary people can't fight back against armed opponents. One mistake, and they become typical targets. Shen Yuntang thinks his third brother has a point. If they don't run away now, they might have to donate everything. Now, the policy is that the poorer you are, the more honorable it is. He was raised in comfort and isn't used to hardship. Father, I think my third brother is right. Our family's business is now a joint venture. The monthly dividends aren't enough for our Shen family's expenses. Maybe someday, it will all become public property. If their father were still alive, the Shen family wouldn't have split up. He would have already run away with his mother and wife and children. Shen Morong poured tea for his brothers, then for himself, and said, Father, many of my classmates have moved out with their families. Maybe we should do the same. He originally planned to study abroad, but his mother was too reluctant to let him go. So, he had to stay and attend school with his sister in Beijing. While many people in the imperial city were leaving, he felt tempted too. However, since the head of the family hadn't spoken, his opinion didn't matter. Shen Yuntang and Shen Yuntang nodded in agreement. Especially Shen Yuntang, who was mixed race, inherited his father's green eyes, and had curly brown hair. As a child, he was often teased for his appearance. Grandpa Shen's sharp eyes looked at his son and grandson. So, are you all saying you're willing to leave? The brothers looked at each other and nodded together. Grandpa Shen, seeing that his sons didn't oppose going abroad, felt more confident. If we decide to go, where do you think would be suitable? Shen Yuan didn't think much and spoke eagerly first. I think we should either go abroad or to Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a good choice. The culture, food, and climate there are easier to adapt to. If it weren't for the fact that Shen family members didn't have the authority, he would have run away long ago. Now that his father had brought it up, he would say everything he knew. Shen Yuntang also supported him, saying, Sixth brother is right. Going to Hong Kong, which is in the south, makes it easier to adjust to the climate. The most important thing is it's not far. We can come back during Qingming to pay respects to our ancestors, which is convenient. They had already reached this point in the conversation. Old Master Shen nodded and immediately decided, let's go to Hong Kong. Yuntang, tomorrow you hand over your current work to your subordinates and set out quickly for Hong Kong. Shen Yuntang understood. The Shen family's business in Hong Kong was started by the eldest uncle. He had always been close to him and was the only one who knew about the family's business in Hong Kong. Originally, the eldest uncle wanted to give him a 10% share, but he didn't want that much. In the end, he took only 8%, which was still more than several uncles. Third brother, sixth brother, ninth brother, organize your assets. We leave in 10 days. Especially sixth brother, dismiss your concubines and give them enough living expenses. Hui Zhu is already married, so no need to inform her. Ninth brother, list all the family properties and hand them directly to Jiaying. If anyone leaks the news, don't blame me for clearing out the trouble. Old Master Shen was the undisputed head of the Shen family. No one dared to oppose him. Shen Maqian was not interested in business. His family didn't lack money, so he was quite relaxed about it. Shen Majing had no particular ideas. He knew he wouldn't be the head of the family in the future, so he had already understood this. Although Shen Yuan had his own thoughts, he didn't show them. Father always valued the eldest branch. With the eldest brother gone, Ashura was abroad, and Jiaying had grown up. He had always been top of his class in the UK, so it was no surprise that he was trusted. The brothers each returned to their rooms and first discussed the news with their wives. Shen Yuntang returned to the room. His wife, Yanting, was sitting on the sofa reading a book while wearing pajamas. Yanting has a gentle appearance and a clean look. She exudes a scholarly aura. When Shen Yuntang returned to the country and started teaching at a university, he only met her once but was immediately attracted to her. So, he began to pursue her passionately. Shen Yuntang, who had studied abroad, was knowledgeable, humorous, and charming. Yanting couldn't resist his advances, and soon they fell in love. After they married, Yanting had 2 pregnancies, but neither was successful, and her health was affected. She couldn't have more children and even thought about leaving Shen Yuntang. But Shen Yuntang didn't care about having children. He loved Yanting for who she was, not just for her ability to bear children. He wanted to spend his life with her, not with any children. Besides, he had many nephews and nieces. He didn't believe that no one would bury him when he passed away. Shen Yuntang quickly took a shower, dried his short hair, and sat beside his wife. His hand naturally rested on her slim waist. "Aang, we're leaving now." Yanting paused her reading, looked up at her husband, and put down her book. She leaned into his embrace and softly said, "Qian, no matter where we go, as long as I am with you, I am willing." Shen Yuntang gently stroked her soft hair, then picked a strand of her dark hair to smell. It was the scent of gardenia flowers, just like the scent she had when they first met, like jasmine flowers after rain, pure, fresh, beautiful, and free of any impurities. I couldn't help but tease her, saying, "You love me so much. Aren't you worried I might deceive you?" Yanting shook her head and snuggled into the man's arms. "If that person is you, I am willing to fall for it." For Yanting, Shen Yuntang's appearance was a splash of color in her dark life. It was salvation, a star in the night. Meeting him, falling in love with him, and becoming his wife, she probably used up all her good luck in this life. The only regret was that she couldn't have children with him. Shen Yuntang gently touched her face and said seriously, "Are you silly? When we got married, I promised to always protect you and love you until the end of our days. Shen Yuntang will never lie to Yanting. No matter where I go, I will always bring Aang with me. Nothing can separate us except death." "I know." Yanting leaned into Shen Yuntang's embrace and closed her eyes. Because she knew, she felt guilty. Among his brothers, he was the only one without children. She would never forget the joy in his eyes when she first got pregnant. No one could fake that happiness. And when she was pregnant again, he was so careful and gentle. He held Tang in his arms, patiently teaching her how to draw. She understood he didn't dislike children, he just loved her more. Shen Sanye's family only includes his wife, Yanting. Yanting's family was separated due to war. Their belongings are not many, mostly Shen Yuntang's paintings and Yanting's books. Shen Yuntang returned home and didn't plan to go to his concubine's room. Instead, he went to his wife Tang Monjin's room. Madame Liu, who was applying skincare, saw the man entering. She paused her actions and quickly looked away. Usually, Shen Yuntang stayed in her room for the first half of the month and avoided it in the second half. Why did he come suddenly today? She didn't plan to speak first. Finally, Shen Yuntang couldn't wait and walked over to her, trying to flatter her. "Xinjin, your husband has something important to tell you. Do you want to listen?" Tang Monjin looked at him impatiently and rolled her eyes.
"Say what you need to say."
"Don't disturb my beauty sleep." Shen Yuntang leaned down and kissed her cheek, but she slapped him. He held her hand and kissed it. "Xinjin, tomorrow, get the kids ready. My father said we will leave in 10 days for Hong Kong." At this moment, Tang Monjin forgot about skincare and leaned over to massage his shoulders. "Really leaving? Why so sudden?" Shen Yuntang sat on the sofa, enjoying his wife's gentle touch. Although he was doing it on purpose, he appreciated the rare moment. When she was upset, she would really hit him. In his life, Tang Monjin was the second person brave enough to do that. The first is the older brother. When he was young, he used his friends to lend money at high interest under his name. When the scam was exposed, the person involved ran away early after hearing the news. He became the scapegoat and was sent to prison. Usually, our father let the older brother handle these small matters. The older brother bailed him out, but when he returned home, he was punished with family discipline. The older brother personally carried out the punishment, and he spent more than a month lying on the bed. He loved Tang Manjin, but he couldn't control his flirtatious nature. His only promise was not to have children with her. Tang Manjin thought this was better than some families, and it wasn't too hard to accept. Most likely, it has something to do with Jiaying. He returned from Britain and probably received some inside information. Before we all left, Jiaying and Tang just left the main building. Fourth brother-in-law is a high-ranking official of the Nationalist Party and has connections across the water. If he doesn't leave now, he won't be able to leave later, no matter how much he wants to. Tang Manjin nodded. This was indeed a difficult problem. Since we've all left, should we tell Aju? Shen Yuntang held Tang Manjin's hand and said carefully, Xinjin, we have more than just Aju's child to think about. We also need to consider Yao and Ling. Our in-laws and sons-in-law are involved in politics, so Aju won't be in danger. Plus, there's a granddaughter. Aju might not want to leave her child and us behind. We must not let this get out. Otherwise, the whole family will be in trouble. It might even be dangerous, like facing execution. You wouldn't want to be caught in a forbidden relationship with your husband, right? Tom Manjin crossed her arms and pretended to be angry, saying, I should know how serious this is. The women you keep, what do you plan to do about them? Shen Yuntang quickly forced a smile and said, Yes, yes, yes. My Xinjin is the most understanding. Those women can't compare to her. Of course, the wife is the original partner. I'll send them away tomorrow. Tom Manjin didn't give in easily, saying, Go to sleep. We also need to organize the estate. Shen Yuntang replied, I'll sleep with Xinjin tonight. He then put his arm around Tom Manjin's shoulder and walked toward the bed. Tom Manjin didn't push her husband away, and the couple went to bed. Shen Yuntang only has one wife, so he went straight to the master bedroom after returning home. Madame Nine, Su Rayun, sat on the sofa in the bedroom, waiting for her husband to come back. It was so late, and she was called by her father-in-law suddenly. She wondered if something important had happened. When she heard the noise at the door, she quickly stood up from the sofa. Shen Yuntang quietly opened the door and saw his wife coming toward him. He asked with concern, Ayun, why are you still awake? I told you not to wait for me. You're not feeling well. Su Rayun smiled gently. She appreciated her husband's concern. Zheng, I can't sleep without you. I'm fine physically. Shen Yuntang reached out and took his wife's cold hand, placing it on his chest to warm it. Since giving birth to Aji, Ayun's health had been fragile. During autumn and winter, her hands and feet often felt cold. Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine have both been tried, and I have taken many medicines, but there has been little improvement. Ayun, we're going to Hong Kong. We will leave in 10 days. Please pack your things with your mother during these days. Su Rayun was a bit surprised. This news was sudden. After thinking for a moment, she calmly accepted it. She was a little worried about her younger brother and sister, who are only a few years younger than her son. She asked, what about Arong and Arui's studies? Should they leave with us now? Or finish their studies first and then join us there? When she married Shen Majing, her twins were still young. She always treated them as her own children. Shen Majing took her hand and led her to the sofa. He sat down and said, Of course they will go with us. If we all leave, they won't get any advantage if they stay behind. If they want to continue studying, Hong Kong University is good, or they can study abroad. Arong originally planned to study abroad, but my mother didn't agree, so he stayed. Su Rayun didn't say much more. Her mother-in-law didn't want her son to go so far away, and she didn't want her son to live abroad at such a young age. But she respected her son's wishes and didn't want to interfere too much in his life. Over the years since she married in, her mother-in-law has been kind to her, but she is very stubborn in some ways. Once she believes something, no one can change her mind. After we go to Hong Kong, Will we live with my father or live alone? My wife's question really stumped him. He softly said, Ayun, my father didn't say it clearly, but I think the Shen family hasn't split up yet. They probably still live together with my father. Even if they're separated, my father wouldn't live with any wife. He always cares most about the eldest son. Now that the eldest son is gone, my father will likely stay with Jiaying. Su asked her husband with some confusion. Zheng, you say my father doesn't care much for women, so why did he marry so many? She had always wondered. In the 20 years she had been married into the Shen family, her father-in-law never stayed overnight in any wife's house. The most he saw was the fourth wife, with whom he often played chess and enjoyed tea. To her, her father-in-law and the fourth wife seemed more like friends. Shen Yuntang sighed softly and said quietly, my father only loved the eldest son's mother in his life. He and Chi Lady were childhood sweethearts, grew up together, and studied abroad together. The second son, who came before the third son, was my father's and Chi Lady's youngest child. They both died in Paris. My father loved Chi Lady very much. Heartbroken, he took the eldest son back to China. After that, he didn't want to remarry. For years later, my grandmother arranged for him to marry Lun Lady. In my father's backyard, besides Lady Bai and Lady Jean, everyone else was arranged by my grandmother. Lady Bai was given to him by others, and Lady Jean voluntarily entered the Shen family. The year my younger siblings were born, my grandmother passed away. Since then, my father never entered the room of the lady in the backyard. Young Shen Yuntang often wondered if Madame Chi were still alive. Would they still exist? No one could tell him the answer, and no one would give him one. Shen Yuntang went straight to his room and went to sleep alone. After washing up, Shen Yuntang also went to bed because he had many things to do the next day. The next morning, all the masters of the Shen family started their day. Old Master Shen Lu sent away his concubines early in the morning. Now, it was a one-husband, one-wife system. Those women didn't really like Shen Yuntang much. After receiving enough settlement money, they left without causing trouble. After breakfast, Shen Yuntang went to his parents' room. He skillfully entered the password and opened the safe. Inside, there were 2 passbooks. One was in Shen Yuntang's name, with a fixed deposit of 100,000 yuan each year. It now had 1.65 million. The other was in Shen Jiaying's name, with 1.6 million, starting from when he returned home. He didn't see any passbooks under his father and mother's names. They probably supported the older brother's plans. There were also several donation receipts, all signed by military leaders. The top one was stained with blood. There was a HSBC bank deposit slip with 20 million Hong Kong dollars and 2 Citibank deposit slips, one with 10 million US dollars and the other with 5 million British pounds, all in Shen Yuntang's name. Another Citibank deposit slip showed 10 million US dollars in Shen Jiaying's name. Apart from the silver coins, small yellow croaker, US dollars, and jewelry, there is a set of royal blue sapphire jewelry, which was a 50th birthday gift from Dad to Mom. There are 2 sets of ruby jewelry, 3 sets of pearl jewelry, and a piece of old mine glass type jade jewelry, all of which hold special memories. I opened a carved sandalwood box with a pair of lotus flowers. Inside was an old mine glass jade bracelet, a family heirloom passed down from Grandpa to Mom, and then to us. In my previous life, I always carried it with me. Before she died, she handed over her belongings, including the assets she brought from the Shen family and the inheritance left by Rong Pailan for us mother and son, to Ah Chen. This bracelet was given to Ah Ying by Ah Chen. I closed the box, planning to give it to Grandpa later, or to replace Mom, passing it on to Ah Ying's wife. There are 5 vintage women's diamond watches. Most of the remaining items are Dad's famous watches. Dad loved collecting watches, and he gave many to me and Ah Ying. I took out an antique enamel pocket watch, a birthday gift from Dad's grandfather. The case is engraved with Dad's name and birth details. Dad always wore it, and it's stained with blood that can't be wiped away. Shen Yuntang clenched the pocket watch tightly in her hand, feeling a dull pain in her palm before finally letting go. She sank to the ground, breathing in the fresh air deeply. Although the culprit was already dead, she still hated that older brother she had only met once. If he hadn't kept writing letters, asking the family for support, she wouldn't have been at the birthday celebration for Shen Jiao's 5th birthday, where Dad went to celebrate his granddaughter. Dad wouldn't personally handle this donation. If he didn't go himself, nothing would go wrong. If Dad hadn't had an accident, Mom wouldn't have died, and she wouldn't have lost her parents. Shen Jiao's birthday became Dad's Memorial Day. Shen Yuntang also disliked his unknown niece. He knew he was taking out his anger, and they didn't want Dad to have an accident, but he had lost his parents 3 times and couldn't help but feel some anger towards them. Dad had said he would return soon. Before leaving, he was excited and said he wanted to take photos of his older brother's family, so when Jiaying came back, he could meet his younger siblings. But instead, he returned as a body. A cold body. The bloodstained camera was still in the study. Shen Yuntang calmed his emotions, found an empty room on the 1st floor of the estate, put the safe inside, then went to his parents' wardrobe, packing his mom's qipao, coat, fur, and handbag into the room. He only kept one suit of Dad's as a keepsake. He took out a few leather trunks from the wardrobe, packing Dad's brooch, cufflinks, and Mom's jewelry all together. When the trunks were full, Shen Yuntang put the rest into the bathtub of that room. He also collected the oil paintings on the wall and the decorations inside the room. There was nothing valuable left. Shen Yuntang went to her father's study. Her father, Shen Moyu, was a romantic person, and the study was decorated in an artistic style. The paintings and ornaments inside were all collected by her. The books on the shelves, along with the entire bookshelf, were also taken away. She opened the safe in the study. Inside, there was a pistol, several loaded magazines, an inkstone, a clay ink slab, ink sticks in a sandalwood box, and a stack of property certificates, some from China, Hong Kong, and abroad, all bearing the names Shen Yuntang and Shen Jiaying. There were a few seals, some custom-made pens, several luxury watches, stacks of US dollars, and dozens of yellow croaker fish. It seemed her father and mother had left her and Jiaying some assets, but most of their wealth had been donated. Shen Yuntang simply took everything from the safe. She looked around the study, glanced at the documents on the desk, and found nothing valuable. She took out a lighter and burned everything. The camera, stained with blood, was also collected by her. She planned to develop the photos inside when she had time. Shen Yuntang went to her own room. She was also a person of some means. Every year on her birthday, she received gifts and bought jewelry regularly. Not counting the very expensive items, she had accumulated at least 600 pieces of jewelry of various sizes and types. In her safe, there was also a carved jade pendant in the shape of a begonia flower. The petals were pink, carved by her maternal grandfather, and engraved with her name. It was one of her first birthday gifts. Her maternal grandfather, Song Ziding, was involved in politics, but his hobby was carving. He made a seal from peach blossom jade, engraved with a begonia flower. Her grandmother's family heirloom is a string of 18 pink tourmaline beads. There are also several carved jade monkeys, made from Hetian jade, jadeite, and green jade, all created by her uncle Song Tuyan. Shen Yuntang treasures these very much. Her uncle inherited her grandfather's carving skills and is very talented. In her previous life, she went to study in the UK and took these monkeys with her, but unfortunately, they were all broken by others. In the end, only one Hetian jade monkey remained. She gave this monkey to her child when she sent Aiken to live with old Master Rong as a symbol that she would stay by his side and he wouldn't be afraid. There is also an ivory ornament carved with a lively begonia flower and a monkey clinging to a tree branch with its tail, another work by her uncle. It was a birthday gift for Shen Yuntang's 10th birthday. This gift came from across the ocean in the United States. Her father gave her a set of cornflower blue sapphire jewelry for her 16th birthday, including a peacock crown with sapphires and a diamond-studded Patek Philippe women's watch. There is also a ruby phoenix crown, a ruby floral crown, and a complete set of ruby jewelry, all gifts from her grandfather. Her mother gifted her a jade butterfly crown, which was her dowry. There are several Patek Philippe women's watches and a few antique diamond watches, all bought by Dad as gifts for her. The rest are mostly yellow croakers. A quick look suggests there are at least 100. Shen Yuntang locked the safe and stored everything in a space, placing it in an empty room on the first floor of the manor. She plans to dedicate one room for her belongings and another for Shen Jiaying's things. The white Steinway grand piano in the room was a gift from her grandfather for her 3rd birthday. Shen Yuntang can still remember being held by her dad and sitting there as a child. She doesn't know how to play yet, so she just presses random keys with her small hands. The first song her dad played for her was For Elise, which was also the first piece she learned later. Shen Yuntang packed the piano, a small violin, a gramophone, her collection of vinyl records, oil paintings, sheet music, and original books in different languages into the space. She then went downstairs to the storeroom, where the entrance to the basement was hidden inside. There were over 300 boxes of various sizes, mostly her mother's dowry, with some added later. All were meant for Shen Yuntang's dowry. They included porcelain, jade, jewelry, fabrics, spices, tea, gold bars, and a few century-old ginseng roots. In her previous life, these items were all cheaply taken by Shen Jiayao to please her in-laws and her maternal family. Thinking about it makes her very angry. She doesn't want to leave a single piece of wood for them. Inside, there is a crown with a peacock design, a family heirloom left by my grandmother's ancestors. Its value is priceless. Unfortunately, it was broken by Shen Jiao's youngest son and is now lost. That crown was later turned into several pieces of jewelry by Shen Jiayao. Each of her family women and the women of the Li family received a piece. Shen Yuntang does not want her grandmother's heirloom to be used by her niece to please greedy women. This time, Shen Jiayao cannot take even a small part of her dowry. After collecting her dowry, Shen Yuntang left the basement and found the mechanism. The entrance to the basement was perfectly hidden behind a wall. Without a divine perspective, it's hard to find the entrance. How did Shen Jiayao find this place so precisely in her previous life? And only the heads of the Shen family and their heirs knew the location of the ancestral property entrance. Could it be what her eldest brother said? He is the eldest son of the Shen family, so maybe that's possible. For now, Shen Yuntang couldn't figure it out, and she didn't plan to think too much. Anyway, she already had her dowry, and what remained was the ancestral property. In any case, she wouldn't let Shen Jiayao get the better of her. The storage room was filled with tea, wine, and some everyday supplements like bird's nest, cordyceps, fish glue, deer antler, donkey hide gelatin, snow frog, sea cucumber, lingji, and younger ginseng. Shen Yuntang collected all of them. She went upstairs to Shen Jiao's room, which is on the 4th floor. Most of his belongings were already organized. They were mainly books and his design sketches. There are also some watches, pens, brooches, and small yellow fish, but not many other valuable items. Shen Yuntang bent down and casually picked up an English book. He couldn't help but tease, eyeing, "Is that all you have? I even prepared a room for you." Shen Jiaying packed his valuable belongings into just 2 suitcases. "Auntie, please don't tease me. My most precious things are my books. They are my mental food." Shen Yuntang still arranged a separate room for him. The Shen family doesn't eat together during the day, especially now during this special time. Everyone eats in their own yard. The uncle and nephew sat at the estate's dining table, enjoying some delicious foods Shen Jiaying had never seen before. Shen Yuntang cut a piece of chocolate basque cake and placed it on a fancy plate in front of Shen Jiaying. He casually asked, "By the way, did your parents put $1 million in your account at Citibank? And there are some properties under your name. Do you know about that?" Maybe because he didn't eat much sugar as a child, Jiaying developed a sweet tooth after returning to the Shen family. Shen Jiaying paused while eating blueberry ice jelly, looked up in confusion, and was a bit surprised. He took out a napkin and elegantly wiped his mouth. "When I studied in the UK, Grandpa already gave me £5 million. Why would he still give me money?" Grandpa and Grandma still had money left for him. He didn't believe it. His father always writes to the family, asking grandparents to donate money and goods. Also, 2 uncles have left home and taken their share of the property. Don't give me the dowry your parents left you. As a grown man, I can't spend my aunt's dowry. If I do, people will laugh at me. Moreover, that aunt is much younger than me. Shen Yuntang thought. Only you believe that. You want to be independent and strong, while your younger brothers and sisters share the family's property, and you still want more. You even wish to go to Singapore to claim your share. Shen Jiao even has connections with the 2nd and 4th branches of the Rong family, working together to make trouble for Aiken. No matter what Shen Jiao is like in this life, Shen Yuntang will never acknowledge her as his niece. Her Aiken is so pitiful, so young, and has no parents. And he is being bullied by them. Just because something didn't happen in this life doesn't mean the past wounds don't exist. Shen Yuntang smiled and said, My father and mother left me a dowry, 20 million Hong Kong dollars, 10 million US dollars, and 5 million British pounds. They already set aside our share. She also has Jiaying, who would never betray her. Shen Jiaying picked up a piece of chocolate basque and ate it casually. He said, You keep it for me first. The 5 million British pounds my grandfather gave me has doubled in the past 2 years. From now on, I will support you. His eyes show sincerity. He doesn't just talk. He has been working hard. In the large Shen family, he only cares about his grandparents and his younger aunt. Now, only his younger aunt remains. Seeing his nephew's honest eyes, Shen Yuntang gently tapped Shen Jiaying's head. Do you know what I do in another world? That Shen family is also a big family, involved in many industries. As the only direct descendant, I became the head of the group at 20. If I hadn't suddenly gained this space at 25, I might have become a strong woman like my grandmother and still be running businesses. Shen Jiaying looked at Shen Yuntang with wide eyes, unable to believe that his younger aunt was a powerful woman and the head of the family in that world. Thinking about it, it's not hard to accept. There's a queen in Britain, and there were empresses in ancient times. What's wrong with his younger aunt being a family leader? His hopeful gaze fell on the woman opposite him, and he couldn't help but say, Little aunt, are you interested in continuing to do business? After we go to Britain, we can team up and conquer the market. Having seen his gentle side so often, he was really looking forward to seeing his aunt's other side. Shen Yuntang took a sip of coffee before saying, I want to study first. How about I learn law? In her past life, her health was not very good. She never experienced campus life, and her degree from Hong Kong University was earned by taking exams with senior students and receiving her diploma directly. In another time and space, she also never attended school properly. She only registered there, and her diploma was mailed to her home. Most of the time, she traveled around with her grandmother, learning how to become a good successor. Her grandmother often said, traveling 10,000 miles is better than reading 10,000 books. Now, she wants to experience university life. Shen Jiao was a bit surprised and asked, Little aunt, do you want to become a lawyer? It's not that being a lawyer is bad. Female lawyers often face more difficulties in the industry. He thought she might study art history or economics instead. Shen Yuntang shook her head and softly said, I plan to major in economics and minor in law. In a society governed by law, understanding legal matters will help me in business and prevent me from being at a disadvantage. She doesn't intend to make law her career. Her dream is not to become a legal professional. She has plenty of time to think about what she really wants to do, especially since her trip to the UK is so long. Whatever you decide, I support you. Shen Jia smiled warmly. Of course, he would prioritize her wishes. He hopes to grow into a strong support she can rely on. With him around, she feels free to do whatever she wants. The man who married my little aunt seems to be a good person. He comes from a good family, treats my little aunt well, but his family is complicated. The poisoning might have been done by someone else in his family. He wants to become strong quickly. Even without relying on the Shen family, he can support her. Even if only he and his cousin remain in the main household of the Shen family, he will still stand firm and support them. Sometimes being clever early in life is a kind of luck. He used some tricks to leave the Li family, but he does not regret it. If he could do it all over again, he would be even more ruthless. In his midnight dreams, He often feels grateful that it was his father who went to the Li family to deliver living expenses. He elegantly took a bite of a chocolate snack and said, "Seriously, little aunt, in this life, we will be fine. I will always be here. They will not lose contact. Little aunt will not pass away young, and the Shen family will continue." Shen Yuntang nodded. With her big nephew nearby, she felt very safe. She is older than her brothers, and she has some faint memories of her twin brothers. She has no memories of her eldest brother at all. If it weren't for his photo at home, she wouldn't even know she had an older brother. Jiaying has protected her since they were young. As a child, she stubbornly thought he was her brother because he was older and called him brother for a while. In this world, the person Shen Yuntang trusts wholeheartedly is definitely Shen Jiaying. Shen Yuntang was drinking his cappuccino gracefully and said to Shen Jiaying, "Should we donate some supplies? Some places are suffering from famine. In recent years, it seems to be the worst." She wants to do what she can to help. His little aunt is always so kind. He saw her donation certificates from that world in the study. The total amount was about $300 million. Shen Jia considered whether this was possible. The things in the space could not be donated, they are too good. People like us don't even eat this well. Donating them would cause trouble. Especially the flour so white, and the rice with full grains. And the fruit, some of which he had never seen before. "Little aunt, the things in your space are too advanced for this era. Don't show them to others for now. We can donate some money. I also have 20,000 in the bank. We can donate it directly to the government before we leave. Now everything is state-controlled, especially the grain, which is tightly managed. The Shen family shouldn't be involved in this. It's best if the government handles it." She has no intention of donating the items from the space. After all, she's starting over. She doesn't want to risk her life. Suddenly, something came to mind. Shen Yuntang spoke. "By the way, I forgot to tell you. Dad and Mom saved some money for us. Since you came home, they've been saving 10,000 a year. Now, it's a total of 1.6 million. I've been saving since I was born, too. It's also 1.6 million. What do you plan to do with this money? We're leaving now and probably won't come back soon." Shen Jiaying finished the last piece of chocolate bass cake, then gracefully wiped his mouth with a tissue. His eyes, hidden behind his glasses, flickered slightly, with tears forming in his eyes. Fortunately, he returned to the Shen family. His grandparents care about him. His mother does not love him. If he hadn't gone back to the Shen family and had been living with the Li family, he might have become a farmer working the land or might have starved to death long ago. Shen Yuntang stood up and moved beside Shen Jiaying. Shen Jiaying took off his glasses and buried his head in Shen Yuntang's stomach, hiding his vulnerability. Only when no one was watching did he dare to cry. Shen Yuntang placed his hand on his shoulder. This was a familiar gesture they had done many times. They grew up together. Shen Jiaying had always played the role of the older brother and depended on Shen Yuntang. Neither of them spoke for a long time. After a while, Shen Jiaying quietly said, "I used to be called Shen Chunsheng. My biological mother named me that. Annie, do you know how I came back to the Shen family? Li's family is my nominal mother's family. Those people treated me badly. Before returning to the Shen family, I hadn't eaten a full meal for over half a year. The day before my father went to Li's family, I deliberately let the Li children beat me. The next day, I waited at the village entrance for my father. I was gambling, hoping he still cared about me as his son. Sure enough, when he saw the injuries on me, he got very angry at Li's family. I was then sent back to the Shen family." Listening to him speak so calmly about these things, Shen Yuntang felt very sad. She had never known that he had lived at Li's family before returning to the Shen family, or what kind of people they were. She had already seen enough of Jiaying. She gently touched his hair and softly said, "Shen Jiaying is the one who truly belongs to your life. I know your name is Shen Jiaying, and you are Shen Yuntang's only nephew. That's enough. Little Annie, don't you think I'm good at planning, using everyone to achieve my goals? It must be quite scary." He dared not reveal the dark, hidden side of his heart to anyone. He always kept it well hidden. His manners were elegant, his behavior appropriate, graceful, what outsiders saw as the young master of the Shen family. The first lesson after returning to the Shen family was to learn. For a long time, he spoke only German. That year, during the new year, he officially made his debut at the Shen family. Everyone believed he had returned from Germany, but no one knew he had never actually been abroad. Fool, they were the ones who treated you badly first. Don't carry any burden. I'm happy to grow up with you. If you hadn't returned to the Shen family, we might never have grown up together or met at all. No one played with her, got into trouble with her, or studied with her. Life for Shen Yuntang must have been so boring. Shen Jiaying looked up and smiled sincerely. I'm also very happy to grow up with my little aunt, growing old together and witnessing each other's most important moments in life. They are the most important people to each other. Shen Jiaying thought about his fifth uncle, who worked at the military hospital in Kyoto. He had sent a letter before going abroad, so why didn't he come back for Grandma's funeral? He didn't even reply. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Little aunt, in your dreams, did fifth uncle die on the battlefield?" Shen Yuntang nodded instinctively. Vietnam and Laos both fought against the Americans. Our country helped Vietnam fight the U.S. When fifth brother, who was a military doctor, went to the battlefield, he saved his comrades under enemy fire. But he died because there were no medicines and his wound got infected. Shen Yuntang had a good impression of his sixth uncle and fifth uncle. When he first returned home, they often played with him and taught him to read. Fifth uncle was passionate about medicine. After studying abroad and returning, he joined the army and became an excellent surgeon. Shen Yuntang remembered some things he had overlooked. When Dad passed away, I sent a telegram and a letter to fifth brother, but I never got a reply. The letter wasn't returned, so she thought her fifth brother must have been delayed by something. In her previous life, she had been too heartbroken to notice anything unusual. Later, she left in confusion. Then Jiaying went missing, and her grandfather passed away. Naturally, many small details were overlooked. This time, when Mother passed away, I also sent a telegram and even wrote a letter, but there was no reply. Do you think something might have happened in the military district? Shen Jiaying frowned. It was strange that there had been no response for so long. I suggest we visit fifth uncle. Once we leave, we don't know when we'll return. We can also take care of the property in the capital and donate 200,000 to the military hospital. For the remaining 320,000, we'll withdraw 120,000 in stages from the bank. After great-grandfather and the others leave, we'll donate the remaining 200,000, along with the company and factories, to the country. Then we'll take the Shen family's ancestral property and go straight to England, avoiding that critical time. Shen Yuntang agreed with Shen Jiaying's plan. The ancestral property of the Shen family should remain in their hands. She didn't want Shen Jiao's husband's family or the Greedy Li family to get any part of it. Jiaying, this time will travel light. In their previous life, they had too many people with them. Maybe that had drawn unwanted attention. If something went wrong again, it would mean that the Shen family's enemies, or someone within the family, wanted them gone. Without hesitation, the aunt and niece stepped out from the hidden space, heading straight to the main building. Master Jean saw them come in and hurried to greet them. "Miss Jiao, young Master Sunday, Master Jean." Shen Yuntang asked, "Is Grandpa here?" "Jiaying and I need to see him." Housekeeper Jean whispered, "Old Master is at the ancestral hall." Old Master Shen was cleaning the ancestral tablets of the Shen family. Once cleaned, they were packed away. Finally, he was cleaning Qi Junwen's tablet. Old Master Shen held it carefully, cleaning it thoroughly. He didn't put it down for a long time, and a tear fell onto the sandalwood tablet. "Awan, I am leaving now. Wait for me. After 100 years, I want us to be buried together." Shen Yuntang looked back on his life. He was born into wealth, the only direct descendant of the Shen family. Heaven did not favor him. He lost his father young, surrounded by wolves from the Shen family. His mother struggled to survive with him. Even his only uncle died saving him. He couldn't refuse his mother's wishes. As a young man, he lost his wife and child. In middle age, he lost his mother. In old age, he lost his son. Despite having many relatives around him, he felt very lonely. His biggest regret was that he and Awan were separated too early. Their only child did not survive. In the end, he was sending his loved ones off with tears in his eyes. Awan, why do you never appear in my dreams? Is it my fault? Is it because I married other women? Since you left me, my heart has already died. In this ruthless Shen family, my mother raised me. She forced me to obey her, and I couldn't go against her. Have you seen Yu? Is he the way you hoped he would be? Hearing footsteps at the door, old Master Shen hurriedly wiped his tears, placed his wife's memorial tablet into a box, closed the solid wood box, and locked it. Calmly turning around and seeing who was there, he asked, "Is that Tang and Aing? Is there something you need?" Shen Yuntang stepped forward, holding old Master's arm. "Grandpa, I want to go to Kyoto. We don't know when we'll return, and I want to see fifth brother." Mentioning Shen Yuntang, whom she hadn't seen in over 10 years, old Master Shen looked a bit dazed. "There is news of Ting, but Lin has been missing all these years. Tang, your fifth brother likes to eat chocolates. Remember to buy some for him. Also, tell Ting that Grandpa misses them very much." Shen Yuntang nodded. Her memories of fifth and sixth brothers were already a bit blurry. She only remembered being young, being held and tossed like a ball, and her two brothers being chased and beaten by their mother. She was happy, clapping her hands and laughing in their arms. "I understand, Grandpa. Ing, and I won't go with you. When we get to England and have a holiday, I will come back to Hong Kong to see you." A young bird must eventually leave its nest to soar in a broader sky. Old Master Shen nodded to show he understood and said to Shinjia nearby, "Aing, protect your young aunt and also protect yourself. Grandpa Zing can't take any more blows." He had long wanted to visit Awan, but he couldn't. He still needed to send Ayu's daughter to her wedding and watch Tang's child be born. "Grandpa Zing, I will," he replied. "I will protect my young aunt and myself." Old Master Shen patted his granddaughter's head, then waved his hand to let the cousins leave. He leaned on his cane, watching their backs, and asked, "Jean, do you think Ing can carry on the Shen family's responsibilities?" But Steward Jean, who had been with old Master Shen for decades, clearly understood his meaning. The heir of the Shen family would only come from the main branch. Compared to the young masters who followed the eldest son, the young master Aing, who grew up nearby, was undoubtedly the best choice. Also, this time, the old master's accident was during the birthday celebration for Miss Sunday. It seems he now resents the eldest daughter-in-law he has never met. He also looks down on the few young ladies who grew up with her, especially Miss Sunday. Although the old master has several sons, his feelings for the eldest son are different. He personally raised him and taught him from a young age, and only the eldest son received such care. Lowering his eyes, he honestly said, "Old master, young master Aing was raised by the eldest son, so he naturally carries his influence." Old Master Shen opened his pocket watch, which contained a photo of their family of 4. It was taken in Paris when their youngest child was just a month old. He has never taken it off all these years. Their family of 4 now only has him left. Shen Moyu was the most perfect heir that Shen Heqing trained, pouring all his effort into him. He was his proudest son, but he was simply killed by bandits. He lost his Au, and how could he not hate? The young granddaughter is only 16. First she lost her father, then her mother. Au's death is something he will never forget in his life. The uncle and niece left the ancestral hall and went their separate ways to handle their tasks. Shen Jia was going to the bank to withdraw money and buy train tickets to Kyoto. Shen Yuntang took the money and foreign exchange vouchers and went out to buy chocolates and butterfly pastries for fifth brother, also planning to buy some other snacks. It is now working hours, and there aren't many people in the friendship store. Fortunately, there are no purchase limits here. As long as you have money and vouchers, you can buy as much as you want. Shen Yuntang headed straight to the grocery section. The young cashier, who was sitting, saw a customer entering and quickly stood up. "Hello, comrade. What do you need?" At this time, usually no one comes to shop. Shen Yuntang looked around and chose what he wanted. "Comrade, give me 10 boxes of chocolates, 10 packs of cookies, and 10 butterfly pastries." Hearing how generous Shen Yuntang was, the sales clerk simply looked at her in surprise but didn't ask any questions. After all, Shen Yuntang was well-dressed. The dress she was wearing couldn't even be bought at the friendship store. It was likely custom-made abroad and worth a year's salary for an ordinary person, yet she still couldn't afford it. The clerk efficiently gathered everything Shen Yuntang needed. "Comrade, here are your items. Chocolate costs 30 yuan per box, cookies are 18 yuan per box, and butterfly pastries are 15 yuan per serving. The total is 630 yuan. Note, the author doesn't know the actual prices. They are just made up. For enthusiasts, please don't take it seriously." Shen Yuntang counted 63 bills from her handbag and handed them to the clerk. Just as she was about to leave with her things, a large hand stopped her. It was Shen Jiaying, who had quickly finished his work and came to pick Shen Yuntang up to go back to the Shen family. "Auntie, let me carry these." Since someone was helping carry her things, Shen Yuntang naturally didn't refuse. In the car, Shen Jiaying pointed to the items on the back seat. "Auntie, put these away. We have train tickets at 8:30 tomorrow morning." Shen Yuntang casually packed the suitcase on the back seat and asked, "Why did you take so much money? How did the bank react?" Shen Jiaying chuckled softly, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "The bank manager came to handle it. Before the founding of the country, he worked at Shen's bank. Grandfather Shen is still around, so he's trying to save face for the Shen family." Shen Yuntang didn't say anything more. The next morning, Shen Yuntang and Shen Jiaying set off from Shanghai. Shen Yuntang wore a beige French-style hat, a beige dress, white silk gloves, and brown low-heeled short boots. She carried a brown handbag. Shen Jiaying wore a dark brown suit and glasses with gold rims. He gently guided Shen Yuntang into the train car with his right hand, while holding his suitcase in his left. The train from Shanghai to Kyoto would take nearly 30 hours. Shen Jiaying paid extra for a sleeper ticket. As the train slowly left Shanghai, Shen Yuntang was used to flying, so riding a green train was a bit unfamiliar. The sleeper car had 4 beds in each compartment, arranged as upper and lower bunks. Shen Jiaying originally planned to buy 4 tickets, but there weren't enough available, so they had to settle for fewer. When they entered the compartment, 2 people were already inside. A man was placing his belongings on the upper bunk, and a woman smiled kindly at them. The man had sharp features, was tall, and had bright eyes. He wore a military uniform. Although he tried to look less stern, he still appeared intimidating. The woman looked gentle, with short hair that reached her ears, and carried a faint hospital smell. Shen Yuntang nodded politely to the woman. The woman dressed in light blue plaid clothing spoke first. "Hello. My name is Jiang Yun. Next to me is my husband, Su Mingyang. We're going to Kyoto." "Are you siblings?" Shen Yuntang was momentarily surprised, then quickly laughed. "Sorry, my name is Shen Yuntang. He is not my older brother. He is my nephew. We are also going to Kyoto." Jiang Yun's cheeks reddened slightly, and she looked at the young man and woman with a bit of apology in her eyes. She whispered, "I see that this man has been protecting you. You look somewhat alike, so I thought you were siblings." The woman looked younger than the man, and they shared some similar features. She had thought they were siblings. Who would have guessed they were uncle and niece? It was an awkward mistake. Shen Yuntang showed a helpless smile. This kind of thing wasn't new. He and Shen Jiaying had already gotten used to it. He playfully said, "You're not the first person to misunderstand. My older brother and I are a few years apart. Our parents had me a bit later, so don't worry about it." Su Mingyang's gaze flicked between Shen Yuntang and Shen Jiaying, then suddenly asked, "Do you know Shen Yuntang?" Shen Jiaying's dark eyes behind the glasses shrank suddenly, and his face turned cold. He looked cautiously at the man opposite him. "Know him? Why does it matter if I do or not?" He looked like a wakened lion, ready to fight. The two stared at each other for a long moment. Su Mingyang lost the fight first, smiling as he spoke. "I mean no harm. Shen Yuntang and I grew up together like brothers. When you were little, I even held you. When you spoke foreign languages, all jumbled up, we couldn't understand a thing. Because of the power of Shen Yuntang's brothers, they only dared call him Little Foreigner, not Little Foreign Devil." Hearing this, Shen Jiaying's face stiffened. The memories of the past suddenly attacked Shen Jiaying's young mind. Not long after he returned home, his grandfather was busy working, and his grandmother was taking care of his young aunt. So his two uncles took turns bringing him into the family. One day, they took him to play basketball at school. He was hugged by each of his uncle's friends, and Su Mingyang was one of them. When he heard them call Shen Yuntang, and Shen Yunlin uncle, their friends insisted he call them uncle, too. He pretended not to understand and spoke to them in German. At that moment, Shen Jiaying really wished he had no childhood memories. As long as he didn't admit it, it was as if it never happened. He decided to deny everything to the end. He coldly replied, "Oh, really? I don't remember." Shen Yuntang, standing nearby, chuckled softly. He wasn't surprised by Ying's reaction. The current Ying was still a proud young boy. "Big brother Su, Shen Yuntang is indeed my fifth brother. This time, we are heading north to find him. My mother passed away not long ago. I sent him a telegram, but he hasn't replied, and he hasn't come home either." Su Mingyang had heard about this. The head of the Shen family and his wife had both passed away one after the other. When he returned to Shanghai, his aunt had already been buried, and he even went to pay respects at Shen's ancestral grave. He and Shen Yuntang are not in the same military district. He is serving on an island. This time, he was transferred to the Kyoto military district as a regimental commander. Although it is a lateral move, being a regimental commander in Kyoto is more prestigious. It is a promotion for him. "I'm going to work in the Kyoto military district this time. You can come with me." Shen Yuntang smiled and agreed. "Thank you very much, big brother Su." Neither she nor Ying had been to the Kyoto military district before. Having someone to guide them saved a lot of trouble. Shen Jiaying usually doesn't talk much. "Thank you." When he saw someone he knew, Su Mingyang started talking more. Jiang Yun, standing nearby, tried to pretend she didn't know him. Ying, where are you working now? Please call me Shen Jiaying. I am still studying." "All right, comrade Shen Jiaying. Are you interested in joining the army?" "No." "Okay then." Jiang Yun handed the water bottle to her husband. Su Mingyang smiled and took it, taking a few sips. Shen Jiaying let out a sigh of relief. He took out a newspaper from his suit pocket, which he had just bought at the station. How can people talk so much? When they first entered the train car, this man looked like a cold and tough hero. Now, with so many problems, it's really hard for his wife. Shen Yuntang and Jiang Yun looked at them and couldn't help but smile. Jiang Yun patted the man's arm and said, if he were in the old days, he would definitely make a good matchmaker. At mealtime, Shen Jia went to the dining car and bought 2 lunches. One was braised pork, and the other was green pepper with shredded meat. Shen Yuntang chose the green pepper dish. Jiang Yun took out a lunchbox from her cloth bag, which had braised beef, braised pig's trotters, fried eggs, stir-fried vegetables with pork fat, and white steamed buns. She placed them on a small table and cheerfully invited Shen Yuntang and her nephew to eat, saying, "Yuntang, little sister, and Shen's nephew, try my cooking." Shen Yuntang couldn't finish all the rice, so she scooped half onto the lid of the lunchbox and said, "Sister-in-law, I can't eat it all. Let's eat together." Jiang Yun didn't refuse either. The 4 of them happily finished their meal. Shen Yuntang took out a few pieces of chocolate from her handbag and handed them to Jiang Yun. "Sister-in-law, this tastes pretty good." Jiang Yun looked at the chocolate brand in her hand and said sadly, "Thank you, Yuntang. My husband's favorite chocolate is from this brand." Their family, including her husband and son, rarely got together. Now that they were apart, she didn't know when they would see each other again. Shen Yuntang didn't know what to say or how to comfort her. She also missed her loved one very much. Su Mingyang knew his wife missed their son. He reached out and held her hand. He also wanted to be firm about things. Both he and his wife were busy with work and had little time to care for and be with their son as he grew up. Zheng grew up in Shanghai. As his father often said, the family's ancestors' grave was now full of new life. That was why he married Jiang Yun and had Zheng. He believed this himself. He was a poor student from a young age, especially impatient with science subjects. He only got into university because his family had some assets. Zheng, from a young age, was always grabbing books during the traditional grab-the-object game. He was an excellent student, clearly inheriting his mother's side of the family's intelligence. He especially had a talent for physics. As a father, he didn't even know what a joule was, but Zheng could easily discuss physics with his father-in-law. His father and father-in-law planned to send Zheng to study in Germany in a couple of years. Both his father-in-law and mother-in-law were university professors, and his wife was a very talented obstetrician and gynecologist. The proudest thing in his life was marrying Jiang Yun and having their only son, Su Jing'an. During the long journey that day, everyone got along quite well. Soon, the train arrived at the station. Shen Jia helped Su Mingyang carry some luggage and said to Shen Yuntang, "Little aunt, stay close to me." Shen Yuntang held onto Shen Jia's sleeve, afraid of getting separated. Now, people are coming and going at the train station non-stop. As expected of the capital station, the crowd is very busy. Shen Yuntang, who has never taken a train before in his life, is experiencing it for the first time. The group finally managed to squeeze out of the train station. They followed Su Mingyang to the military jeep, where the person coming to pick him up was already waiting outside. A young soldier saw Su Mingyang and his group approaching, ran forward, and saluted him. "Regiment commander, sister-in-law, I am your guard, Chen Yan." Su Mingyang returned the salute. The young soldier looked at the two young men and women behind their leader. Both looked very handsome, especially the woman, who made people want to look at her more. But these two looked a bit familiar, as if they had seen them somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. "Regiment commander, who are these two?" Su Mingyang slightly turned to the side and introduced his guard. "These two are family members of Dr. Shen. They are visiting the army. Let's go together." Chen Yan's eyes lit up when he saw Shen Yuntang and Shen Jiaying. He wondered why they looked so familiar. It turned out they were family members of Dr. Shen. Dr. Shen's son and daughter are already grown up. No wonder he was so confident around the women in the army. Chen Yan couldn't help but glance at Shen Yuntang a few more times. Dr. Shen's daughter is really beautiful. She looks even more attractive than all the women in the military arts troupe. Shen Jia noticed the gaze and quietly pulled Shen Yuntang behind him. Chen Yan smiled awkwardly. Dr. Shen's son was quite protective, just like his father, both wearing glasses, clearly intellectuals. He truly had no other thoughts. People tend to look a bit longer at those they find attractive. Besides, he didn't think he was worthy of the woman. The group got into the car, with Chen Yan driving toward the military camp. First, they took Shen Yuntang and Shen Jia to the guest house. Su Mingyang talked briefly with the clerk in charge of the guest house, then took the two relatives to their room on the second floor, gave a few instructions, and then left. The car entered the military area. Su Mingyang and Chen Yan unloaded their luggage at home. Jiang Yun took out some white rabbit candies and a few peach cookies, handing them to Chen Yan. "Xiao Chun, take these and eat." Chen Yan repeatedly waved his hands, refusing. "No need, sister-in-law. The army has plenty to eat." Jiang Yun simply pressed the items into Chen Yan's hands, smiling. "Take them.
Just hold on to them.
You're my guard, and your sister-in-law is like family. No need to be so formal." Hearing the commander speak, Chen Yan saluted respectfully. "Thank you, commander. Thank you, sister-in-law." Su Mingyang thought that his niece and nephew were still at the guest house. He said to Chen Yan, "You finish the car and go to the military hospital. Tell Dr. Shen Yanting that Shen Yuntang and Shen Jia should be waiting for him at the troop guest house." Chen Yan nodded and left the family compound. After returning the car, he didn't dare delay and headed straight to the military district hospital. Hearing that someone was there to see Dr. Shen and that it was an important matter, the nurse didn't hesitate and took Shen Yan directly to Shen Yanting's office. Shen Yanting was analyzing case reports with some doctors. When he heard someone was there to see him and that it was an important matter, he quickly answered their questions and then left space to see a patient. Chen Yan entered and saluted Shen Yanting. "Dr. Shen, Commander Su Mingyang asked me to deliver a message to you." A smile appeared on Shen Yanting's face, and he looked pleasantly surprised. He asked eagerly, "Are you sure it's Su Mingyang?" Su Mingyang had been transferred to the Kyoto military district. No wonder during their last phone call, Ming Yang said he wanted to surprise him. He wondered if his godson had been brought along. He hadn't met the little guy yet. Could he be as mischievous as Su Mingyang was when he was a child? Chun Yen nodded. Yes, I am sure. I am our commander's bodyguard. Seeing Shen Yuntang's happy expression, he thought he would be even more pleased soon. He continued, Dr. Shen, your son and daughter are at the troop guest house. The commander asked me to tell you. Shen Yuntang's smile froze on his face, and he looked very confused. Are you sure you didn't get the wrong person? There is more than one doctor with the surname Shen at the hospital. Could it be that Su Mingyang is playing a trick on him? He hasn't even gotten married, has no wife, so where would his son and daughter come from? It's like buying one get one free eggs with double yolks. Chun Yen looked at Dr. Shen with a blank expression. His father was so irresponsible, he didn't even know his own son and daughter were looking for him. He pretended to be serious and said, Yes, it's Dr. Shen Yuntang. Your son, Shen Jiaying, and your daughter, Shen Yuntang, look just like you. It's impossible to mistake them, especially the son, who looks very much like Dr. Shen and with glasses, he looks even more alike. Hearing the familiar names, Shen Yuntang immediately stood up from his chair, grabbing Chen Yan's arm. Are you sure it's Shen Yuntang and Shen Jiaying? Chun Yen watched Dr. Shen change expressions so quickly, it was almost like a face-changing act in Sichuan opera. Yes, I'm sure. They came from Shanghai with the team leader, and the team leader took them to register at the guest house. Shen Yuntang was very excited after hearing the confirmation. He was about to meet his sister and nephew. Yes, they're my son and daughter. Shen Yuntang openly admitted that Shen Jiaying was his nephew, which was basically like a son. Nephew, son. Both are children. He wasn't really lying. He just took a little advantage of his sister. I mainly feel that no one is truly worthy of me, and I don't believe there is anyone who can deeply resonate with my soul. I believe Arlen's thoughts are the same as mine. As identical twins, Arlen is like another version of himself. They have grown up together since the fertilized egg, and their understanding of each other is unmatched. The eldest brother has done an excellent job carrying on the family line. If possible, and if he lives long enough, he would like to entrust his affairs to Jiaying. He plans to scatter his ashes into the sea or the mountains. He doesn't need to be mourned or worshipped by others. 100 years from now, he wants to be a free person. His recent words were quite loud, so everyone outside should have heard clearly. Now, probably no one will try to set him up with a partner, since he already has children. When he sees them, he will take them around the hospital. Everyone there will know he has a family, so no one will look down on him. He puts on his glasses, takes off his white coat, grabs his military jacket, and quickly walks out of the office. Chun Yen watches him leave, stunned. Dr. Shen must be a good father, since he runs to see his children. Shen Yuntang hurries out. Doctors and nurses near Shen Yuntang's office are all stunned and shocked. They just heard everything outside. No one expected Dr. Shen to already have children. No wonder Dr. Shen never attends social gatherings and always treats female colleagues politely. It turns out he already has a family, but those are Dr. Shen's private matters. She shook her head and went on with her own work. Just as Chun Yen was about to leave, a passing nurse stopped her. What's wrong with Dr. Shen? The person who just ran past her, if she wasn't mistaken, was Dr. Shen Yuntang. Dr. Shen is the kind of person who remains calm even when performing surgery for top leaders, but even he can have moments of urgency. Chun Yen scratched her head and didn't hide anything. Dr. Shen's son and daughter came to the military to find him. He probably went to see them. The nurse was very surprised and asked instinctively, "Is that true?" She didn't expect that Dr. Shen was already married and had a son and daughter. There's no way it's fake. Dr. Shen himself admitted it. Those are his kids. I drove them to the guest house myself. The brother and sister look a lot like Dr. Shen. The nurse fell silent. Since Dr. Shen had admitted it and they looked alike, it must be true. She couldn't help but smile mischievously. Dr. Fong from the pediatrics department was probably mistaken about his feelings now. Since she entered the hospital, relying on her status as the niece of the deputy director, she had been trying to get close to Dr. Shen. She had even managed to turn herself into an old maid, still unmarried at 26. And now Dr. Shen already had a son and daughter. This good news must be shared with Feng Shuyan. Shen Yuntang left the military hospital and headed straight to the guest house. Shen Yuntang and Shen Jia responded together and entered Shen Yuntang's room. They locked the door and entered the space. They had traveled a long way and needed to freshen up. Shen Yuntang pointed to the room, saying, "This is your private room. Let's change clothes and have a good meal. Rest well, and tomorrow we will find Brother Wu. She can bring people into the space, but it requires physical contact." Shen Jia cleared out the suitcase he had carried all the way, packing 20,000 yuan in cash that he had withdrawn from the bank earlier. On the way, to avoid accidents, the suitcase was filled only with clothes. Shen Yuntang changed into a light yellow dress, white low-heeled shoes, and let her long curly hair hang loose. Shen Jia wore gray dress pants, a white shirt, and a gray vest, without a coat. Their lunch was already set on the table. Steamed base, garlic cheese-baked Australian lobster, black pepper beef strips, steamed pork ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and gourd and clam soup. 2 bowls of pearl rice. Shen Yuntang was pouring freshly squeezed kiwi juice. Although she had stocked many drinks, she preferred fresh juice because it was healthier and more natural. Jiaying, come quickly and eat. Shen Jia sat down, took a piece of steamed pork ribs, and tasted it, delicious in aroma and flavor. He used the shared chopsticks to serve Shen Yuntang a piece of ribs. "It tastes great. Eat more." The uncle and niece happily finished their lunch. They threw away the trash, which would decompose automatically, and placed the dishes in the dishwasher. Just after coming out of the space, they heard urgent knocking at the door. The uncle and niece looked at each other. Shen Jiaying pulled Shen Yuntang behind him, one hand already on his waist, and cautiously approached the door. He pressed against the wall and asked softly, "Who is it?" Hearing the knocking, Shen Yuntang was surprised and happy. "Is that Jiaying? I'm your 5th uncle. Come on, open the door." When Shen Yuntang heard the voice outside, Shen Jiaying relaxed and opened the door. Shen Yuntang looked steadily at Shen Yuntang. Seeing him again brought a strange feeling, nostalgia, happiness, and a touch of unfamiliarity. Shen Yuntang entered, smiling warmly, and opened his arms to his sister. This gesture seemed familiar, as if he had done it many times before. When they were young, he and Alin would squat down and open their arms, and the little girl would run into their embrace. Now, Shen Yuntang instinctively stepped into his brother's arms. Feeling the dampness through his shirt, Shen Yuntang reached out and patted his sister's head. He hadn't seen her in nearly 10 years. "Our most beautiful little princess, with her eyes swollen from crying, doesn't look good now," he said softly. "5th brother, Dad and Mom have both gone," Shen Yuntang said sadly. Shen Yuntang's heart tightened as he held his sister's arm instinctively. Next year was his mother's 60th birthday. His original plan was to apply to transfer back to Shanghai next year. He murmured, "How could this be? How could this happen?" 3 months ago, he had met with his father. His father looked healthy, and he had said that his mother was also in good health. How could both his father and mother be gone? He refused to believe that what he just heard was true. Seeing Uncle Wu's shocked expression, he knew it was real. He suppressed his feelings and calmly said, "Uncle Wu, when Grandpa and Grandma passed away, your little sister sent you telegrams and wrote you letters. You never replied, and you didn't come home for their funeral. We had no choice but to come find you." Shen Jia's words hit Shen Yuntang like a thunderbolt. He knew nothing. He hadn't received any telegrams or letters. He had only been communicating with his father, as they had agreed before he left home, sending a letter every 3 months to report his safety. His address was on the letters. Tang Dang would have sent him letters or telegrams, and there was no way she could have gotten the address wrong. The only possible explanation was that the problem was on his side. He wasn't a fool. He quickly grasped the key issue. For a moment, his heart felt icy cold. He had saved so many people, yet he couldn't even be there to see his own parents off. How sad it is. It's all because of objective reasons. Shen Yuntang's eyes are red and moist, and he asks with difficulty, "Tang, how did father and mother pass away?" Shen Yuntang looks at her older brother, feeling sad inside. Her older brother doesn't know anything. So, in her past life, when she and Ah-ing went missing and her grandfather passed away, he probably didn't know anything either. Compared to knowing the truth, being kept in the dark at first, then suddenly discovering the truth, seems even more painful and hard to accept. 3 months ago, my older brother wrote a letter asking Dad to go to the army to celebrate his niece's birthday. On the way back, Dad was attacked by bandits and didn't make it to the hospital. Mom was already weak and the shock was too much for her. She fell ill and couldn't get better. She held on just to wait for Jiaying to come back and see him one last time. Shen Yuntang sniffles and buries her face in her hands. Shen Yuntang gently pats his sister's shoulder and holds her in his arms. He can't believe it. How could their father die at the hands of bandits? Was the celebration for his niece just a simple one? Had they not seen each other for too long? Was their older brother still the same person he admired? Tang, don't cry. Your brother is here. These words are to comfort Shen Yuntang, and also to comfort himself. Shen Yuntang lifts his head, trying to hold back his tears. He had experienced life and death, so he quickly adjusted his emotions. Shen Jia should put the suitcase on the table, open it, and said in a serious tone, "Uncle Wu, the reason we came this time is first, to give you this money, second, to see you and ask why you haven't gone home since your grandparents passed away. Third, I will be going to England with my little aunt. Finally, the great-grandfather plans to move the whole family to settle in Hong Kong, since our parents are no longer here and our 3 brothers are not at home. Only elder brother and Tang are left in the main house. It's good for the aunt and nephew to go together." Shen Yuntang was shocked by the last piece of news. Grandpa actually wants to take the whole family away. That makes sense. Over the years, the country hasn't been friendly to capitalists. The government promotes public-private partnerships, and the family's industries should have been taken over by the state. Grandpa must have made a big decision to leave with the whole family. His maternal grandfather and uncle were both high-ranking officials of the Kuomintang. Although they went abroad before the founding of the country, the Song family was indeed associated with the Kuomintang. With Uncle San, a hero of the anti-Japanese war, and Uncle Air, a diplomat, the mother's family and grandfather's family are no longer connected. Grandpa even donated the family bank, so the Song family has little influence over the Shen family. The situation has changed so much now. Who knows if the Shen family can stay safe? Fourth uncle is a senior Kuomintang general, which is also no big secret. Across the river, things have been restless for years. Some spies who stayed in the country have gone into hiding, changed their identities, and turned many officials and generals to their side, waiting for the enemy to launch a counterattack. Anyone connected to the other side has a bad ending. The matter of Aunt C is like a sword hanging above, uncertain when it will fall. Shen Yuntang looks at the lively Shen Yuntang now. She doesn't want him to die on the battlefield. Knowing the outcome is certain, she cannot accept it calmly. She doesn't want to watch him stay forever on the battlefield. But she can't bring herself to say it, can't tell him to leave with them, because that is his dream. She can't be so selfish. If she only wanted to change his fate, she could knock him out and hide him in a space. Once out, coming back would not be easy. But she can't do that. Jiaying reaches out and holds Shen Yuntang's hand. He knows what she's thinking, and she gives him a smile. That smile can be called a bitter smile. If he had been born a few years earlier, he would have chosen to join the army to protect the country too. Knowing that his loved ones are doomed, could he just watch coldly? Jiaying asks himself. He can't. He also feels deeply for his little aunt's situation. She watches all their fates alone, powerless to change anything, only able to bear the pain herself. Now, she has to go through it all again. How cruel that is. She wants to change things but doesn't know how to start. He was always in a state of suffering. All he could do was stand firmly by her side. Shen Yuntang knelt down, holding Shen Yuntang's other hand gently, speaking softly. "Once I find out about the telegram and the letters, we will go home. Go home, to apologize at our parents' graves." When he studied abroad, he secretly joined the party. The organization knew his background, and when he joined the army, he didn't change his name like his older brother did. Maybe Grandpa leaving now is because he heard some news? It's not wartime now, so he can easily retire and go home. He's just a doctor. He can go anywhere to treat and help people. If before he only wanted to be transferred back to the Shanghai military district, now he is also considering retirement. Fifth brother/uncle wants to go home with them, which is a happy surprise for the niece and nephew. When Shen Yuntang left the guest house, he kindly said, "Tang Dang, you two rest first. We'll have dinner together tonight." He has more important things to do now. Shen Yuntang closed the door, his expression changing, with a hint of fierceness in his eyes. He left the guest house and headed straight to the military district's mailroom. The soldiers in the mailroom saw Shen Yuntang coming and stood up to salute him. "Dr. Shen, why are you free to come today? Is there anything I can help you with?" His tone was unconsciously respectful and a bit eager. No one wants to offend a doctor, especially one as skilled as him. Moreover, Dr. Shen is a good doctor. Dr. Shen sends most of his monthly salary to the family of his late comrade. He treats all patients equally, regardless of their background. Such doctors are rare. Shen Yuntang asked directly, "Have you received any telegrams or letters from me recently?" The young soldier thought for a moment. He hadn't seen any messages from Dr. Shen lately, but the mailroom isn't just for him. He found the record book, looked through it, and pointed to the date. 10 days ago, there was a telegram and a letter from Shanghai. They have already been picked up. The recipient was Dr. Fong. Shen Yuntang's brows furrowed in confusion. Who is Dr. Fong? He tried to recall, but couldn't remember who Dr. Fong was. They didn't have anyone like that in their department. Now the young soldier was confused too. It seemed Dr. Fong had been the only one interested. He honestly answered, "She's Dr. Fong Xian from pediatrics. Over 3 months ago, she also helped you receive a telegram from Shanghai. I remember the message. Father passed away, hoping for return, Tang. She said she was your friend and would pass it on for you." Seeing Shen Yuntang's face turn darker, as if black as a pot bottom, the young soldier quietly asked, "Dr. Shen, are you okay?" Shen Yuntang suppressed his anger and asked the young soldier, "Can I borrow this record book for a little while?" The young soldier nodded. Shen Yuntang grabbed the folder and headed straight to the military hospital. He stormed into the department where Fong Xian worked, looked around but didn't see her, and kicked over her chair angrily. He then grabbed the nearest nurse and asked urgently, "Where's Fong Xian?" The nurse looked at Shen Yuntang's fierce face and was so scared she didn't dare speak. A junior nurse passing by timidly said, "Dr. Shen, Dr. Fong is in a meeting. Recently, the pediatrics department had a patient with rare symptoms." The patient was the grandson of a senior officer in the Kyoto military district. His parents had sacrificed themselves for the country, and he was their only bloodline. The hospital couldn't delay. The head of pediatrics called all the doctors in the department to a meeting room for a case analysis. Shen Yuntang released the nurse and headed straight to the meeting room. The nurse he had grabbed patted her chest, still frightened. "Dr. Shen is really intimidating. Fong Xian, come out." Suddenly, the door of the meeting room was pushed open from outside. The doctors inside were stunned to see Shen Yuntang appear. They had worked together for years and had never seen him so angry. Even in the face of big problems, he was usually calm and composed. Fong Xian stood up and approached Shen Yuntang, a slight smile on her face. "Yanting, is there something you want to see me about? We can talk privately." Everyone was still in the meeting when Yanting suddenly barged in, which was very disruptive. Shen Yuntang sneered, slammed the notebook onto the conference table, and walked toward Fong Xian. As he approached, he grabbed her neck with one hand. The doctors in the meeting quickly reacted and tried to stop Shen Yuntang. Despite being restrained by several people, Shen Yuntang's hand still held Fong Xian's neck. They had no choice but to go and get the director. Director Chi heard about the conflict in the meeting room and hurried over. Fong Xian was turning pale from Shen Yuntang's grip. Seeing this chaotic scene, Director Chi felt his blood boil, his temples pounding, and he almost fainted. What was happening? He had worked with Shen Yuntang for 5 years and believed he knew his character. Shen Yuntang was principled and had boundaries. He wouldn't attack female colleagues without reason. There must be a cause. But if Fong Xian were to be choked to death, even a good reason would seem unreasonable. He quickly spoke up. Yanting, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill her? Do you want to pay for it later? Shen Yuntang saw that Fang Shiyun was about to suffocate and finally loosened his grip. He controlled his strength so that she would only feel like she was about to pass out, not actually be harmed. The director's words made sense. He could die, but not in this way. He would never allow himself to be the reason for Fang Shiyun's death. Fang Shiyun suddenly collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. The nearby doctor quickly provided first aid to Fang Shiyun. Director Qi let out a sigh of relief and instinctively asked, Yanting, what happened? Why can't you just talk things out instead of resorting to violence? This world is naturally sympathetic to the weak. Moreover, Fang Shiyun is a woman. Yanting openly attacked a woman in front of so many people. If this gets out, it will be a big problem for both Shen Yuntang and Fang Shiyun. Shen Yuntang said nothing, his eyes fixed steadily on the person on the ground. The main character hadn't even appeared yet, and he wasn't going to perform a solo. Fang Shiyun slowly regained consciousness, coughing repeatedly, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the man she had just fallen in love with. She couldn't believe that he had just tried to strangle her. Leaning into a female doctor from the same department, she tearfully complained, Yanting, why are you treating me like this? Did I do something wrong? Everyone around looked at Shen Yuntang with disapproval. A doctor who was friendly with Fang Shiyun spoke up directly. Exactly. Dr. Shen, we don't know what Fang Shiyun did to upset you, but you almost strangled her just now. Dr. Shen, although Fang Shiyun likes you, if you don't give an explanation, Vice President Zhao won't let this go. Yes. We all have witnesses. That's right. Today, you must give Fang Shiyun an explanation. Dr. Shen, even if you are the best surgeon at our hospital, you can't treat Shiyun this way. Shen Yuntang watched everyone argue and speak against him with a cold gaze. Is everyone done talking? If so, let me speak. Shen Yuntang took his notebook, walked a short distance to Fang Shiyun and squatted down. He asked coldly, why did you treat her like that? I want to ask you, why did you treat me that way? He held up his notebook, pointing at the names. Do you recognize the date? Do you recognize the handwriting? Do you recognize the names? Why did you take away my family's telegrams and letters? Not just once, there are records of it. You can't deny it. If my sister and nephew hadn't come looking for me, I wouldn't have known what you did. Fang Shiyun's face stiffened. Although she was nervous inside, she still tried to explain. I was just picking up the letters and happened to help you get yours. I was too busy at the hospital and forgot to give them to you. Yes, it wasn't her fault. She just forgot. She kept telling herself she was too busy and forgot to pass them on. She didn't dare admit she did it on purpose. The telegram's signature, Tang, clearly shows she is a woman. Shen Yuntang never accepted her feelings and never got close to any woman. When she saw the content of the telegram, she thought Tang was his lover, so she took the telegram and letters, secretly hid them, and wanted to use this to create distance between them. In the first few days, she was very nervous. Later, Shen Yuntang didn't notice, so she became braver and asked Xiao Lu from the mailroom to deliver Shen Yuntang's telegrams and letters to her. Since both she and Shen Yuntang were in the hospital, she could just pass them on. No one cared whether the telegrams and letters actually reached Shen Yuntang, and no one suspected anything. Vice President Zhao was called over, and he was completely confused. When he heard that Shen Yuntang almost strangled Fang Shiyun, his first reaction was disbelief. He couldn't believe Shen Yuntang would hurt a colleague. Shen Yuntang was someone who only cared about healing and saving people. He rarely had normal social interactions. Could he really do something so crazy? Even when he reached the door of the meeting room, he still couldn't believe it. When he heard Shen Yuntang praise his niece for doing good deeds, he was furious. Why was Shuyun so unmotivated? Everyone else didn't like her, yet she insisted on sticking close. He walked over to the two and bowed to Shen Yuntang, forcing himself to speak. Yanting, Shuyun made a mistake. I asked her to apologize to you. Next to Fang Shuyun, Dr. Qin looked upset and said, Dr. Shen, Shuyun didn't deserve to die. You shouldn't have strangled her. If the director had arrived a moment later, she might have been hurt badly. From the first time he saw Shuyun, he liked her. But she was always focused on Shen Yuntang. She could no longer see anyone else in her eyes. Shen Yuntang avoided women and even refused to discuss work topics with female colleagues. Yun forcefully made herself into an old maid. Now, Yun should have given up hope on Shen Yuntang. Shen Yuntang looked at Vice President Zhao, who was bowing to him, and at Yun, who showed no remorse. He glanced around the meeting room at the doctors with different expressions. He sneered, his face twisted with anger, and said through clenched teeth, "Is it really a crime to die?" The message on the telegram said, "Father passed away. Hope to return." Yun prevented me from going back to see my father one last time, and also kept me from seeing my mother. Tell me, do you think she deserved to die? Shen Yuntang turned to the others in the meeting and sarcastically said, "Don't act so righteous. It's not your parents who died. I only have an 80-year-old grandfather at home. He lost his son and is now mourning his grandson. Have you ever thought about whether he can handle it? I also have a nephew who is still a teenager and a younger sister who is only in her teens. After losing my parents, I had to take care of my aging grandfather. My sister is only 16. Have you ever thought about whether they are scared? If you still think Yun was wrong, then it only proves I am not as kind as you. Yun, I will make sure you go to a military court." Hearing about going to a military court, Yun was frightened by Shen Yuntang. She crawled and dragged herself to grab Shen Yuntang's pant leg, crying so sadly that I felt pity. "Yuntang, I know I was wrong.
I'm sorry.
I will go to my uncle and aunt's grave to apologize. Please forgive me, okay? Yanting, I only did it because I love you. The signature on that telegram was just the character Tang. I thought it was from your lover. I only wanted to create a rift between you two. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me, okay?" Shen Yuntang brushed away Fang Shiyun's outstretched hand. His forehead veins bulged, and he clenched his fists tightly, anger boiling inside him. He looked at Fang Shiyun with disgust and said coldly, "You have no right to go to their grave. I won't forgive you either." The people who had just stood on Fang Shiyun's side, criticizing Shen Yuntang, were now speechless. They didn't expect Shiyun to do such a thing. Because the signature on the telegram was from a woman, she used her imagination to try to create trouble between others, preventing Dr. Shun from paying respects to his parents. Such feelings are unacceptable to anyone. Dr. Qin instinctively took a few steps back. He liked Fang Shiyun, but he was not someone who couldn't tell right from wrong. Shiyun really made a mistake this time. As a son, Dr. Shen couldn't show filial piety before his parents when they were alive, nor could he send them off properly after they passed. This is a lifelong regret. What Shiyun did is simply unforgivable, no matter where you look. Dr. Qin convinced himself with many reasons that it was not Shiyun's fault, but he still couldn't get past his inner barrier. He couldn't be so morally wrong. If this had happened to him, he might have acted even more wildly. Shiyun, although Dr. Shen's actions were wrong, there was a reason behind it. What you did to Dr. Shen is much worse than his actions. If he hadn't acted today, I would look down on him. Shiyun, you better think carefully. After speaking, Dr. Qin patted Shen Yuntang's arm and left the meeting room directly. The other doctors in the room also followed Dr. Qin out, leaving only the involved parties, Shen Yuntang, Shiyun, Director Qi, and Vice Director Zhao. Shiyun crawled to Vice Director Zhao's feet, grabbing his leg and begging, "Uncle, I know I was wrong. Please save me. I won't dare do it again. I will change my ways and ask you to save me. Uncle, I really know I was wrong." She was scared. She was truly afraid. She didn't want to go to a military court. Right now, her uncle was her only hope. Vice Director Zhao looked extremely unhappy. He didn't expect his niece to be so bold and reckless, secretly intercepting someone's telegram, preventing Shen Yuntang from attending his father's funeral, and repeatedly acting out of line. Shen Yuntang didn't even get to see his mother one last time. This wasn't love, it was possessiveness disguised as love. But could he let Shiyun go to a military court? No, he couldn't. Fang Shiyun is his only sister. When she was young, if she hadn't been there, he wouldn't have survived. Because of her, he had the chance to study and became a doctor who helps others. The price was that his sister passed away early, leaving young Shiyun behind. Can he be heartless and ignore Fang Shiyun? Deputy Director Zhao looked at Shen Yuntang with regret and bowed deeply. Yanting, the incident has already happened. Blaming Xian now won't help. It's better if we offer compensation to you and your family. Just let Xian go this time. What do you think? Shen Yuntang pulled out a chair and sat down directly, sneering. I don't think it's a good idea. Do I need compensation? What I need is for Feng Xian to pay for her actions. This time it's just me, but if others follow her example in the future, who'll be responsible? My parents' affairs are all on my young sister. When I die, I won't even have the face to see them in the afterlife. How do you plan to compensate? Can you turn back time? Deputy Director Zhao looked upset. No one had ever dared to embarrass him like this before. He had already lowered himself so much, yet Shen Yuntang still wanted to act tough. He thought that if he persuaded him kindly, appealing to reason and emotion, Shen Yuntang would back down. Xian wouldn't face any real punishment, maybe just write a letter of remorse. He even planned to have Xian go to another hospital for a few years, then return to Kyoto Hospital. By then, no one would remember this incident. Shen Yuntang received compensation, and Xian was able to be safe. Wouldn't that be a happy ending for everyone? But unexpectedly, Shen Yuntang didn't show him respect. His eyes behind the glasses turned cold, and his tone was unfriendly. Yanting, are you really going to be so harsh? Shen Yuntang wore a sarcastic smile, and his cold eyes behind the glasses fixed on Feng Xian, who was sitting on the ground. His soft approach was not working. Now he was using force. It really shows they are not from the same family. Vice President Zhao, are you threatening me? I will take off this military uniform, and Feng Xian must give me an explanation. Vice President Zhao, are you trying to protect your niece? Vice President Zhao looked upset. Xian already knew she was wrong. He, as vice president, had lowered his pride to apologize and even offered compensation. Does Shen Yuntang really have to cling to this? He is just protecting Xian. He wants to see how capable Shen Yuntang is. Can he really make Xian face military court? Director Qi knew this matter wouldn't end well. Yanting wanted either compensation or for Xian to face the punishment she deserved. Old Zhao's stubbornness would only make things worse. Old Zhao had already done enough for his niece. Now he still wanted to protect her, ignoring his own future. He stepped forward a few steps and patted Vice President Zhao's shoulder. Old Zhao, this whole thing was Xian's mistake. You shouldn't make any more errors. If it really goes to a military court, it won't just be Feng Xian's mistake. The entire Zhao family won't be able to avoid blame. Director Qi turned to sternly advise Shen Yuntang. Yanting, Lao Zhao, both of you should step back a little. Yanting, I know you and your family are upset about this, but going to a military court is too serious. Can you consider stepping back a bit? Lao Zhao, after all, it was Xian's mistake. You should say something. Vice Director Zhao has now calmed down. He has more than just his niece Xian. He also has a son and a daughter. What Xian did is something no one can overlook. Yanting, how about this? I will compensate you and your family with 10,000 yuan. You said your sister is only 16 years old and my son is 18. He is studying at the medical college in the capital and he looks good. They are about the same age. I will take responsibility and arrange a marriage for them. I will treat your sister as my own daughter. Vice Director Zhao was about to continue speaking but was interrupted directly by Shen Yuntang. Vice Director Zhao, there's no need to worry about my sister's marriage. Instead, tell me how you plan to handle Feng Xian. Vice Director Zhao's face stiffened. Shen Yuntang was really not giving him any face. He believed he had already offered a fair compensation. His son has been outstanding since childhood and is now among the top students at the medical college. With him and the Yu family backing him, his future is definitely promising. He was willing to let his son marry an orphan girl whose parents had passed away, mainly because of his respect for Shen Yuntang. Shen Yuntang's sister married into the Zhao family, so Zhao Shen and his family would become one, which could help preserve Xian. It seemed like a win-win situation, but Shen Yuntang still wasn't satisfied. Director Qi silently thought that 10,000 yuan was a lot. Even if Mr. Zhao and his wife didn't eat or drink, they would need 5 or 6 years to save that much. It was already a generous compensation. Mr. Zhao cared most about his son, and often mentioned him. Being willing to let his son marry Yanting's sister showed he genuinely wanted to make amends. Since they would be working together in the future, he didn't want the relationship between Mr. Zhao and Shen Yuntang to become too tense. Yanting, Huayan's kid, is good in many ways. You should think about it carefully. Shen Yuntang didn't have a chance to refuse. As the door of the meeting room was pushed open, a young male voice said, "There's nothing to think about. My little aunt isn't someone who can't get married." It was Shen Jiaying and Shen Yuntang. Shen Jiaying was dressed in a dark blue Zhongshan suit, with a pen tucked into the chest pocket. Shen Yuntang wore a light yellow dress with ruffles on the hem, her long curly hair tied into a high ponytail, and white high heels. Dr. Qin left the meeting room and went to the guest house to find them. They were victims and had the right to know what was happening. Hearing the sudden voices, everyone turned their heads at once. Shen Yuntang immediately stood up from his chair. Tang Tang, Ang. Shen Jiaying stared at the woman kneeling on the ground as if looking at a dead person. Let me introduce myself. I am Shen Jiaying, nephew of Shen Yuntang. This is my aunt, Shen Yuntang, who is Shen Yuntang's sister. My great-grandfather is over 80 years old and cannot come here. Shen Yuntang stepped closer and softly said, I am that Tang, comrade Fang Shuyan. She wore a gentle smile, but her eyes showed no warmth. On the way here, Dr. Qin had already explained the story to them. Fang Shuyan stared intently at Shen Yuntang, noticing how much she resembled Shen Yuntang. Suddenly, she felt exhausted and sank to the ground. Then, she started to laugh. They are siblings, which is truly funny. If she hadn't hidden that telegram, none of what happened afterward would have occurred. She wouldn't have gone further down the wrong path. No, it's not her fault. It's all Shen Yuntang's fault. If the signature on that telegram had been her full name instead of just a character, she wouldn't have misunderstood. Shen Yuntang and Shen Yuntang have such similar names. Everything is Shen Yuntang's fault. If she had added a few more words to that telegram, today's situation wouldn't have happened. Feeling like she had found the key to the problem, Fang Shuyun's eyes filled with boiling hatred. She shouted hysterically at Shen Yuntang, "It's all your fault. Why didn't you add a few more words? It's you, it's you. Because of you, your brother couldn't come home to mourn our father and couldn't see our mother one last time. Yanting, listen to me. It's all your sister's fault," she said with tears in her eyes, looking at Shen Yuntang with hope. She desperately wanted Shen Yuntang to agree, to let him see that it was her sister's mistake and had nothing to do with her. She just misunderstood. It's all Shen Yuntang's fault. She should take the main responsibility. If the signature on the telegram was Shen Yuntang, I wouldn't have misunderstood, she added. Shen Yuntang approached in high heels. As she walked, the sound of her heels hitting the ground made her heart race. Every step felt like a drum beating in her chest. She instinctively stepped back, afraid of her. She was afraid of this woman who looked so much like Shen Yuntang. Shen Yuntang crouched down beside her, reached out, and pinched her chin, looking directly into her eyes. Fang Shuyun, you're scared. What are you afraid of? The fear in Fang Shuyun's eyes was real. She couldn't break free from her grip. Director Qi and Vice Director Zhao were stunned when the niece and nephew entered. Their elegant clothes and refined aura showed they came from a noble background. The Shen family was not an ordinary family. Their wealth and status made others feel like they were joking when compared. Vice Director Zhao even felt a bit ashamed. His son was already very talented, but he still looked insignificant next to Shen Jiaying. And that woman, Shen Yuntang's sister. Just her appearance alone had already frightened his niece so much. Vice President Zhao cleared his throat and said firmly, "Comrade Shen Xia, everything is Xu Yun's fault. You see, how should we make up for it? We have no objections. This was the last time. The final time he would clean up Xu Yun's mess." Shen Yuntang pushed away Fang Shuyun's chin, stood up, took a few steps back, and carefully wiped his hands with a silk handkerchief handed over by Shen Jiaying. He smiled at Vice President Zhao and said slowly, "I believe you are Vice President Zhao. Let me be direct. Send her to the southwest to cut rubber, and she will no longer work in medical-related fields. This matter ends here. The southwest is a good place." Director Chi looked at Shen Yuntang. Is this young comrade too harsh? Sending a woman to the southwest to cut rubber. Who would think of such a thing? Vice President Zhao was still not willing to give up. Is there really no room for negotiation? Shen Yuntang handed the handkerchief to Jiaying, looking at the middle-aged man in front of him with a half-smile. Vice President Zhao, I hope you understand. I am not discussing this with you. Things have come to this point. Do you really think that as her uncle, you are blameless? If it weren't for you, would Feng Shuyan dare to do these things? I believe Feng Shuyan secretly kept my brother's telegrams and letters. It's entirely her personal choice. You, as her uncle, are unaware. But are you not colluding? Be clear about that. Vice Dean Zhao wiped the light sweat from his forehead. This young woman was not very old, and when she looked at people, she often wore a smile. To those who didn't know her, she seemed kind and gentle. Why does she speak so sharply? If she ever went to a military court, would she be able to explain herself clearly? He got into trouble, and his son's future, his daughter's marriage, and his father-in-law's family would all be affected. He has to admit he lost. Not because he lost to this young woman, but because he lost to himself. He can't afford to gamble. And he wouldn't dare to. He looked deeply at his embarrassed niece, closed his eyes, and said sadly, I agree. Shuyan will go to the southwest as a young worker. When Feng Shuyan heard her uncle say she would go to the southwest as a young worker, she was stunned. What kind of place was the southwest? There are so many snakes, rats, insects, and bugs there. It's unbearably hot in summer. If she went, could she survive? She crawled on her hands and knees to Vice Dean Zhao's feet, kowtowed, and cried, Uncle, please save me. I won't dare to do it again. Uncle, uncle, save me. She hit her forehead hard on the cement ground, bleeding bright red. Seeing Feng Shuyan like this, Director Chi felt a bit sorry for her. He wanted to say something, but when he thought about what she had done, he realized it was just Yanting alone. He couldn't speak up. But facing young comrade Shen Yuntang, he really couldn't find the words. At just over 10 years old, she suddenly lost her parents. There was still an elderly grandfather at home, and her brother had not been heard from. Vice President Zhao closed his eyes. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to give up his niece. Seeing that her uncle didn't respond, Feng Shuyan struggled to get up. She clenched her fists and started hitting Vice President Zhao. While hitting, she shouted desperately, Zhaovan, you can't treat me like this. My mother raised you. She paid for your education. You can't be so ungrateful. He was her uncle, the one who promised to always protect her. But now, when it came to her future, he didn't want to help her anymore. He told her to think of the Zhao family as her own home, that they were all her relatives, and that she and her cousins were the same. But he was a liar. All lies. Vice President Zhao raised his hand and slapped his niece across the face. Feng Shuyan was knocked to the ground. After hitting Feng Shuyan, Zhao's whole arm was trembling. His eyes showed some disbelief. This was the first time he had hit his niece. He closed his eyes, thinking of his late sister. He felt guilty. As her brother, he hadn't done a good job of raising Feng Shuyan. He looked at Feng Shuyan on the ground and said, Feng Shuyan, how dare you mention my sister? If she were still alive and knew what you did, would she support you? He added, I think you just followed your gambling-addicted father. Your true nature hasn't changed. His sister was always so kind. This Feng Shuyan always argues with Hongxing at home and doesn't care for Huayan. Since she is my sister's daughter, I don't want to argue with her. Comrade Shen Xiao is right. Without my uncle's support, I wouldn't dare be so bold. It's my fault for not teaching my niece well. I feel sorry for my sister. I regret it. Even if I die someday, I won't have the face to see my sister again. Feng Shuyan looked at her caring uncle. She didn't even compromise when she mentioned her late mother. She knew there was no way to turn things around. Shocked, she fainted. Shen Yuntang looked at the person on the ground and shook his head. Such little strength. Compared to the opponents she met in the business world, she is far behind. Shen Yuntang was stunned. The problem was solved so simply. He felt a bit proud, a little disappointed, and somewhat wistful. His little sister has grown up. She can now protect her brother. If Aelin knew, he might feel the same way. Meanwhile, far in the northwest base, Shen Yuntang suddenly sneezed loudly. His assistant quickly asked, "Engineer Shen, are you okay? Are you catching a cold?" Shen Yuntang didn't lift his head and kept working.
I'm fine.
Someone is thinking of me. Your family? Yes. I'm about to start the next experiment. Don't ask questions unrelated to work. Understood, Engineer Shen. Shen Yuntang looked straight into Vice Dean Zhao's eyes. Vice Dean Zhao, you are a man of your word. Don't go soft just because Fang Xian fainted. Dean Qi was also present, so she wasn't afraid Zhao would go back on his word. Vice Dean Zhao nodded weakly and said, "The promised 10,000 yuan compensation remains the same. I'll arrange for Xian to go to the southwest as soon as possible." The 10,000 yuan was compensation to the Shen family, a way to make up for Xian's mistake. With a satisfied smile, Shen Yuntang said softly, "Brother, let's go." Shen Yuntang followed his aunt and cousin out. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw Dr. Qin standing by the wall. "Is everything settled?" he asked. Shen Yuntang glanced at Dr. Qin, gave a small nod, and said nothing more. They worked in different departments and weren't close, so there wasn't much to say. Shen Yuntang smiled politely at Dr. Qin. "Thank you for coming to the guest house to find me and Jiaying. Let's have a meal together sometime." Dr. Qin waved his hand and declined. "No need, it was nothing. I still have work to do. Then we'll eat together another time." Of course, of course." As Shen Jiaying and Shen Yuntang walked ahead, Jiaying asked quietly, "Auntie, why didn't you follow Fifth Uncle's advice and send that woman to the military court?" Shen Yuntang glanced at the still young Jiaying, who hadn't yet experienced the ups and downs of life, and thought that there were many things she still couldn't understand. Jiaying, even if she goes to military court, Fang Xian only hid some letters. Since fifth brother didn't return home in time for the funeral, she is probably just considered to have behaved badly and won't face serious punishment. Do you know why Zhao Ziyuan agreed to compromise? He has a weakness. Once Fang Xian goes to military court, even if she isn't punished, the Zhao family will definitely leave the capital. Once they leave, it will be very hard for them to return. Leaving the capital means moving away from the center of power. To come back later, the Zhao family's younger generation would need to achieve great success in their careers. Zhao Ziyuan, who rose from the bottom, knows very well how difficult his journey has been. Shen Jia understood. The country is currently in a time of needing talented people. Vice President Zhao is skilled in medicine. Originally, this was just Fang Xian's personal matter, and punishing her alone would be enough. Outside the military hospital, Shen Yuntang looked deeply at the place where he had worked for 5 years. Shen Yuntang's home is in the hospital's staff housing area. It's a private 2-story blue brick house, previously occupied by Soviet experts. The interior is simple. The living room has plain fabric sofas, a white ceramic vase on the coffee table with a fresh bouquet of red roses. A few original English medical books are casually placed on the sofa. Shen Yuntang quickly tidied up the books and placed them on the coffee table. "Tang, you two can sit wherever you like. I'll go cook. Try my cooking." He doesn't have time to buy groceries, so he usually asks the neighbor aunt to help. He gives her 5 yuan each month for her help. Shen Jia and Shen Yuntang exchange a glance. Has Uncle Wu/Go already learned to cook? They look forward to trying his cooking later. Dinner is served with a few dishes on the table. Tomato scrambled eggs, pork ribs with potatoes, steamed sausage, stir-fried greens, and carp tofu soup. Shen Yuntang invites his cousins to eat and first serves them a bowl of fish soup. "Try this. The tofu is made by our neighbor's wife herself. It's very tender. The milky white fish soup looks quite appetizing." It's the first time they taste Uncle Wu's soup, and the cousins finish it all politely. Seeing that they've finished, Shen Yuntang, who is the cook, feels happy. He uses chopsticks to serve his sister some food. "Tang, try this sausage. It was brought from Sichuan by our neighbor's wife. It tastes pretty good. Jiaying, what do you want to eat?" "Help yourself." Shen Jia and his brother pause with their chopsticks. Uncle Wu treats them differently. When it's his turn, he just helps himself. Shen Yuntang eats the sausage his brother served and also helps himself to a piece of ribs. Fifth brother, you should try some too. The sausage tastes good, with no additives, and has a spicy flavor that is fragrant but not greasy. During the meal, all three are very happy. Shen Jia actively volunteers to wash the dishes. Shen Yuntang made a cup of coffee for his sister, something he usually couldn't bring himself to drink. Although it's not as good as the one at home, this is the best I can do here. Currently, the country is in a state of rebuilding, and supplies are scarce. Shen Yuntang picked up a glass on the coffee table and poured most of the coffee from a military enamel mug into it for Shen Yuntang. With a small smile, she handed the glass to him. Let's drink together. She had drunk many cups of coffee, but this one in the enamel mug was the best. The brother and sister shared this cup of coffee. Shen Yuntang thought about something and asked, Tang, be honest with fifth brother. Why did Grandpa suddenly decide to move the whole family to settle in Hong Kong? Shen Yuntang's expression remained calm as she replied directly, Fifth brother, Grandpa didn't tell me, or Ing. Ing and I are not going with them. We're going straight to England. When Grandpa and a few uncles discussed the plan, she and Ing were not present. So, she wasn't exactly lying. Shen Yuntang nodded. It was understandable that Tang didn't know. He didn't think his sister would lie to him. She and Ing were still young, and Grandpa probably didn't tell them everything. There were no extra beds at his home, so Shen Yuntang sent his niece and nephew back to the guest house. Back home, he looked through the letters he found in Fang Shuyun's house. Lying in bed, he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. In the early morning, he got up from bed and made a careful decision. Fang Shuyun's issue was quickly resolved. She was expelled from the Beijing Military District Hospital and was no longer allowed to work in any medical-related jobs. She voluntarily applied to go to the Western Southwest as an educated youth. When she boarded the train heading to the Western Southwest, Fang Shuyun was still unconscious. At the Military District Guest House, Shen Yuntang and Shen Jia were having breakfast in a shared space. Pan-fried buns, steamed dumplings, xiaomai, and soy milk. Shen Jia took a sip of soy milk and asked, Little aunt, do we really need to handle those properties left by Grandpa and Grandma? They will appreciate in value over time. From an architectural perspective, the buildings left in the capital are quite unique and worth keeping. From both economic and political points of view, since these are in the capital, they will become very valuable in the future and the properties will appreciate, making them good investments. Shen Yuntang thought for a moment and said directly, Ing, our purpose this time isn't to deal with those properties. We have the deeds for those houses and land, and we can take them back when we return. If we leave now, we won't be able to come back for at least 20 years. Some of the houses left by Dad contain things we need to take. Shen Jia nodded. He didn't care much about those things, but he didn't want to let his sister get the better deal. He was determined to take them. After finishing breakfast, the uncle and nephew first went to a traditional courtyard house with 3 sections. The location of the courtyard was somewhat special. No one had lived there for a long time until Shen Yuntang regained his identity and went to a meeting in the capital, when the property management officials came looking for them. His son and sister's property needed to be returned to him. Some of it had been rented out, with the rental income donated to an orphanage. Some of the properties had never been lived in. Shen Yuntang only reclaimed the empty houses. Those with residents remained rented out, with the rent still donated to the orphanage, earning both reputation and benefit. The properties he reclaimed were divided among his 3 sons. The 3-entry courtyard was given to his daughter as a dowry, and some gold and jewelry were found inside. After Ing returned to the country, her older brother didn't talk about these things and never mentioned the property matters. Later, Chen found out that the property under their mother's name had been divided among her cousins. He, along with his lawyer team, went straight to Kyoto. The inheritance dispute among the cousins became very messy. Ing recorded a video, and she saw her child. At that time, Rong Jichen had just become the head of the Rong family, full of confidence. He was wearing a beige suit, sitting in the plaintiff's seat, answering the judge's questions clearly and firmly. There isn't much left by my mother. I will fight for every inch. In the end, Rong Jiachen won the case. Without a clear will, direct relatives had the first right to inherit. Rong Jiachen was Shen Yuntang's only son, still alive, so Shen Yuntang's estate could not be inherited by nephews or nieces. What was reclaimed was only an empty shell. Shen Yuntang took out a key and opened the door of the courtyard. She and Shen Jiaying wore gloves, each carrying a metal detector and a small shovel. They dug up about 20 large boxes and several big jars under the osmanthus tree in the garden. Fortunately, they usually drank water from the well, which gave them more strength. Otherwise, this treasure hunt would have worn them out. Shen Yuntang opened a large box first. It was covered with straw, which he brushed aside. Inside were wrapped jade, porcelain, ivory carvings, bronze items, and paintings. The most valuable was a 1-meter-high white jade Buddha. If sold at an auction, this jade Buddha could fetch a very high price. Shen Yuntang noticed Shen Jiaying staring at the jade Buddha for a long time and asked with concern, "Aang, what's wrong?" Shen Jiaying shook his head and said honestly, "It's nothing, little aunt. I just feel like I've seen this jade Buddha somewhere before." He seemed to have seen it somewhere but couldn't remember where. Shen Yuntang gently tapped Shen Jiaying's head and said with a smile, "You silly boy. It was displayed in your great-grandmother's house. When they went to America, they couldn't take it with them, so they left it for Dad and Mom." The Song family was even more prominent than the Shen family. They were a famous family from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, later moving to Shanghai. Mother Song Chuyang had 3 brothers and 1 younger brother, all siblings from the same mother. Grandpa Song Ziding and eldest uncle Song Chu Xian were high officials in the nationalist government. Second uncle Song Chu worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and third uncle Song Chuming was a pilot who sacrificed his life for the country during the anti-Japanese war. Little uncle Song Chuyan is the same age as brother Wu and brother Liu, just a few months older. Before the founding of the country, the Song family moved to the United States. Shen Jiaying smiled shyly. He went to the Song family mainly because his little uncle took him there. He rarely visited great-grandma's room. He didn't like jade jewelry, so he didn't pay much attention. "Let's put everything away. We can't let outsiders get any benefits." Shen Yuntang grinned mischievously and whispered, "Aang, do you think we should leave a big gift for them? Nothing is more hurtful than giving empty promises." Shen Jiaying shook his head. His little aunt really had a childish nature. "Auntie, in the future, when you see my younger brothers and sisters, will you like them too?" Shen Yuntang had just put the antiques from the box into her space when she heard her eldest nephew talk playfully. She couldn't help but roll her eyes secretly. "Mr. Shen Jiaying, please don't talk nonsense, okay? Are nephews and nieces all the same? You and I grew up together. We are the closest. No matter how many nephews and nieces I have, you are the only one in my heart." Shen Jiaying put down his toy shovel and reached out to hug Shen Yuntang. Actually, he was very afraid. He was very anxious. He only had Shen Yuntang as his real aunt, but Shen Yuntang had many nephews and nieces. Those people shared the same blood as him. He is liked by his grandparents mainly because he carries Shen Yunxiao's blood. He fears Shen Yuntang might treat him the same as others, with indifference. Silently, he thought, "Little aunt, Aang only has you, so don't leave me. Always stay with me." Shen Yuntang gently patted Shen Jiaying's back to comfort him. Perhaps the shadow left by the Li family in the past was too deep. Aang is sensitive and a bit obsessive, with an unusual possessiveness over many things. But he usually hides this well. If she could start life over, she would wish for a Ying's happiness more than anyone. No partings, no pain, no loneliness. She touched Shen Jiaying's short hair and said softly, all right, little friend Shen Jiaying, let's keep working." Being called little friend by someone younger than herself made Shen Jiaying feel a bit shy. He just didn't want his little aunt to love those other people. The two opened several large jars filled with silver coins, gold sunflower seeds, peanuts, and gold ingots. Shen Yuntang put the contents into an empty bathtub on the first floor. They packed stones into a box. They put the cobblestones used to pave the garden into a large jar. Everything was buried back exactly as it was. The uncle and niece looked at each other and smiled, their eyes shining with the excitement of having done something mischievous. Opening the basement of the main house, there are some boxes inside. When opened, they contain jade, calligraphy and paintings, porcelain, jewelry, silk, fur, and coral. There is also a box of gold bars and 2 boxes of gold bricks. Shen Yuntang directly moved everything to the second basement level of the estate, combining it with her dowry. Later, she found significant items in several empty rooms. At 4 a.m., before dawn, Shen Yuntang knocked on Shen Jiaying's door. Shen Jiaying opened the door, and the aunt and nephew went inside to wash up. Today, they plan to go to Tiananmen Square to watch the flag-raising ceremony. Currently, watching the ceremony does not require advance reservations like in later times. Shen Yuntang dressed very elegantly today, wearing a light blue dress, with a pearl hairpin in her long curled hair, a string of pearls around her neck, and white high heels. Shen Jiaying wore a gray suit, with his hair carefully styled, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and Italian-made leather shoes on his feet. For them, it was a special experience. At 5:45 a.m., the sun was just rising. Sunlight shone on Tiananmen Square, giving it a golden glow. The 5-star red flag was rising slowly at Tiananmen Square. As the solemn national anthem played, the flag-bearers marched steadily toward the flagpole. Their movements were smooth and natural, like flowing clouds, showing high professionalism and respect for the national flag. The flag-bearers dressed in neat military uniforms stood tall and walked steadily. When they reached the flag-raising platform, the flag-bearers quickly and accurately fixed the national flag onto the pole. Then, they pulled a rope, and the 5-star red flag slowly rose. Under the sunlight, the flag looked especially bright and eye-catching. It fluttered in the wind, as if showing the country's beauty to the world. Shen Yuntang held her camera and recorded the whole process. The flag waved in the wind, and Shen Yuntang watched with tears in her eyes. This was her first time seeing a flag-raising ceremony up close. The uncle and niece took many photos at Tiananmen Square. They had other plans for the day and found a breakfast shop to eat. They bought special local breakfast foods after hearing about them: stir-fried liver, bean juice, crispy fried dough, and rice tea. Shen Yuntang took a sip of the bean juice, which had a strong, overpowering taste. She decided she didn't want to drink it again in her life. Her face remained calm as she said to Shen Jiaying, "Try this bean juice. As the name suggests, bean juice is made from pressed beans. It should taste similar to soy milk." Shen Jiaying, trusting her, picked up the bowl and took a sip. He frowned but swallowed it out of politeness. After succeeding in teasing him, Shen Yuntang smiled like a mischievous kitten. Shen Jiaying helplessly called out, "Little aunt." Bean juice was not a flavor he could accept. It was sour and sour, like it had gone bad, words he could think of to describe its taste. The uncle and niece pair both decided not to touch the bean juice again. Shen Yuntang chose some tea noodles, while Shen Jia responded by picking up another serving of stir-fried liver. After leaving the breakfast shop and walking for a while, Shen Yuntang whispered, "How can there be something in the world as bad-tasting as bean juice? I wonder if Fifth Brother is used to it. Go with the local customs." "Uncle Fifth should be used to it," replied Shen Jia. The uncle and niece spent 3 days exploring Kyoto, capturing many precious moments with their camera. They bought 10 roasted ducks and also bought 10 sets of Beijing-style snacks. Su Mingyang was the commander of the 2nd Regiment at the Kyoto Military District. Since there are no secrets that can stay hidden forever, Zhang Yun heard about what happened to Shen Yuting at the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department. He told Su Mingyang everything when he got home. Su Mingyang couldn't hide his anger. That woman was too bold. She dared to hide Shen Yuting's telegrams and letters. Her uncle was not a good person either, trying to protect his wrongdoings and cover for his niece. Yanting must have felt very upset. He would definitely go home with the uncle and niece and discuss with his wife to see how they could send them off. When visiting the Su family, Shen Yuntang took Shen Jia to a department store to buy some gifts. They bought 2 bottles of fruit preserves, 2 packs of white rabbit candies, and 2 cans of malted milk. They also took out from their space a jar of tea leaves, a pack of red dates, and a pack of goji berries. There was also a roasted duck. They didn't bring any alcohol because they didn't have wine tickets. Shen Yuting and Shen Jia carried the things, with Shen Yuntang walking behind them. The three of them went to the small courtyard of the Su family. Su Mingyang was helping Jiang Yun cook in the kitchen when he heard someone knocking. He put on an apron and hurried out to greet tonight's distinguished guests. Seeing the items they carried, he quickly took them and set them down. If you're coming, then come. But why bring so much? Next time, I won't let you come to our house for dinner. Shen Yuntang punched his friend. If you could stop smiling so much, I might believe what you say. Su Mingyang grinned widely and punched Shen Yuntang back. I took your things because I didn't want little Tang and the big nephew to spend money. As a brother and uncle, he shouldn't let the younger ones pay. That didn't seem quite right. Seeing Su Mingyang wearing an apron, Shen Yuntang couldn't help but tease him. Young master, Su can cook now? Today, I must taste your skills. He used to be terrible at cooking. Su Mingyang playfully draped his arm around Shen Yuntang's neck and whispered threateningly, Ating, little Tang, and your big little nephew are here. Please give me some face. He was an uncle after all. He couldn't embarrass himself in front of the younger generation. Su Mingyang invited them to sit down and poured tea for them. Shen Yuntang smiled and said, Big brother Su, no need to be so polite. Just this once. Is your wife in the kitchen? She's preparing a big meal. You're in for a treat tonight. Shen Yuntang got up to help in the kitchen. Even though they were guests, it wouldn't be polite to do nothing. Shen Yuntang looked around and asked casually, Comrade Su Mingyang, is my godson here? When mentioning his son, Su Jing'an. Su Mingyang smiled more. He's at home. The elders there don't want Jing'an to be with us all the time. My wife and I both work, so Jing'an comes over, but we can't even guarantee 3 proper meals a day. Besides, Jing'an is very talented in physics. My father-in-law helps him with tutoring at home. You know I have no talent in science at all. Shen Yuntang was genuinely happy that his godson was so capable. Good students often surpass their teachers. Su Mingyang also agreed, smiling as he said, It's all thanks to my wife. It's all true. Nothing to hide. Jiang Yun was busy in the kitchen. When she saw Shen Yuntang come in, she quickly said, Little sister Tang, why are you in the kitchen? You don't need to be here. It's not polite to let guests enter the kitchen. Shen Yuntang smiled gently and explained, Sister-in-law, I can't join their conversation, so I came to help you in the kitchen. Jiang Yun placed the steamed ribs into the steamer, covered it, and smiled. You don't need to do anything. Just chat with me. Coming to my house is like being at your own. Feel free to relax. Shen Yuntang said he was going to help in the kitchen, but he didn't actually do much. Jiang Yun was the one cooking. She truly has no talent for cooking. At dinner time, Shen Yuntang first brought out a plate of braised pig's trotters. The 3 men sitting on the white fabric sofa had already stood up and went to the kitchen to serve the food. Dishes included steamed pork ribs, braised pig's trotters, smoked fish, marinated duck, steamed Chinese sausage, stir-fried carrots with wood ear mushrooms, scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried greens, and a chicken soup with angelica and astragalus. Jiang Yun served each of them a bowl of chicken soup and also served rice. Comrade Shen, Tang Dang, Xiao Shen, feel free to help yourselves. Come here like it's your own home. Eat more. Su Mingyang also served Jiang Yun a bowl of chicken soup, holding his wife's hand. Wife, sit down quickly. You've worked hard tonight. Only Shen Yuntang wouldn't normally invite his comrades home for dinner. In a few days, he had already arranged for a meal at the cafeteria because he didn't want his wife to cook so much for just a few people. Aiding little sister Tang Dang, big nephew, help yourselves and take what you want, Su Mingyang said, standing up to get a bottle of foreign wine and 2 glasses. He took them from his father-in-law's wine cabinet, though he rarely drank himself. Su Mingyang wondered if Shen Jia should still be under 20 and wasn't sure if he could drink alcohol. He asked, Big nephew, do you want some? Shen Yuntang quickly stopped him. What are you saying? He's just a kid. He shouldn't be drinking alcohol. Shen Jia responded with a polite, gentlemanly smile. Thank you, I don't drink. During a meal, everyone was happy and satisfied. Shen Yuntang and Shen Jia should go back to the guest house first. Jiang Yun took the young uncle and niece to the door and said, "Little sister Tang, little Shen, be careful on the way." Shen Yuntang walked a short distance, looked back, and saw Jiaying still at the door. She waved and said, "Sister-in-law, we're leaving now. You go back first." The night was dark, with stars twinkling in the sky and the moon shining brightly, lighting the way forward. The bowls were washed by Su Mingyang and Shen Yuntang. As he said, since they had dinner at his house, they should wash the dishes. Jiang Yun rested first. Su Mingyang and Shen Yuntang went to Shen Yuntang's home. Shen Yuntang took out 2 bottles of good wine he kept hidden. He poured a glass for Su Mingyang, then silently poured one for himself. He drank it all at once, coughing from the strong taste, tears welling up in his eyes. Su Mingyang held his cup, knowing he shouldn't get drunk. He sighed and said, "Aiding, I know you're upset. Uncle and Annie don't want to see you like this. I have no parents now." He hadn't had the chance to show filial piety to them before they left. The saying, "Children want to care for their parents, but parents are no longer there," fits well here. He should have gone home earlier. Aiding, the past is gone. The living must continue with their lives tomorrow. Everyone understands this truth, but when it really happens to oneself, it feels different. Shen Yuntang couldn't help but think that he might never truly find peace in this life. The two of them drank until early morning, though most of the drinking was done by Shen Yuntang. Su Mingyang helped him to bed, poured some hot water, gently wiped him clean, changed his clothes, and covered him with a blanket. Carrying the basin, he muttered as he walked, "Shen Yuntang, it's only because we grew up together. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't be doing this." When Su Mingyang got home and finished washing up, he looked at his watch. It was already 3:30 in the morning. He climbed into bed quietly, but still woke Jiang Yun. Half asleep, she opened her eyes. "You're back? I thought you weren't coming home tonight." She had even locked the front door. Did he climb over the wall to get in? Su Mingyang pulled her into his arms and whispered, "Aiding only has one bed at his place. 2 grown men sleeping together would look strange. I have a wife, after all. Isn't it better to sleep next to your wife?" Jiang Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes secretly. He was already in his 30s and still acted so childish. Shen Yuntang had already received his transfer papers. The chocolates, cookies, and pastries that his niece and aunt had brought were all sent by Shen Yuntang to the children of his fallen comrades whom he had been helping. He mailed 500 yuan to each child through the local military office to support their education, with clear instructions that the money must be collected personally and not all at once. After spending 7,500 yuan, Shen Yuntang had only 1,500 yuan left in his savings. The 20,000 yuan brought by the uncle and niece, along with the 10,000 yuan compensation from Vice President Zhao to the Shen family, were all donated by Shen Yuntang in the names of Shen Yuntang and Shen Jiaji to the Capital Military Region Hospital. They received a donation certificate signed by the military leaders, and the group also took a precious group photo. When they arrived, there were 2 people. When they left, there were 3. The closer they got to home, the more uneasy Shen Yuntang felt. Including the time studying abroad, he had been away from home for 13 years. Shen Yuntang sensed her brother's emotions clearly and gently held his hand, comforting him softly. "Brother Wu, Dad and Mom won't blame you. As long as you are alive, that's the best comfort for them. For parents, nothing is more important than their children being alive." Having been a mother herself, she understood how a mother feels. Aiken is her spiritual support. For her, as long as Aiken is alive, even if she can't see him often, that's enough. Shen Yuntang showed a faint smile and held his sister's hand back. They hugged and played with the little girl. They really had grown up. After leaving the train station, Shen's car was already waiting outside. The driver was Jean, Shen Moyu's former secretary. As the 3 approached, Jean opened the back door of the car. "Miss Jiao, young master's son, who is this gentleman?" From the moment they stepped out, he noticed the gentleman walking beside Miss Nine, who looked somewhat like Mr. Shen. The 5th and 6th young masters look almost identical, but he couldn't tell which one the man in front of him was. Shen Jiaying sat in the front passenger seat and introduced them. "I'm Uncle Shen Yuntang." "Uncle Shen, this is Grandpa's secretary and Jean." Shen Yuntang nodded. And Jean started the car and suddenly realized, so, he's the fifth young master. He had only been working with Mr. Shen for about 5 years. He hadn't met the other young masters from the main family, so he could only recognize this one by his appearance. Everyone from the Shen family had already left, and Jean stayed in Shanghai waiting for his niece and nephew to return from Kyoto. The Shen family's properties, company, and factories had all been sorted out. The car stopped at the Shen family garden. Shen Yuntang got out. Looking at the familiar place, he felt a bit dazed. He was late to return. Tang, you two go home first. I want to see my father and mother. And Jean respectfully handed the car keys to Shen Yuntang. The large Shen family garden was now eerily quiet. Shen Yuntang walked through the familiar surroundings, scenes from her past flashing through her mind clearly. And Jean had been staying in the guest room of the Shen family garden these past 2 days, waiting for his niece and nephew to come home. He then went back, carrying a small suitcase, to the main house where the older generation lived. Shen Jiaying sat in the living room, drinking coffee. And Jean placed his suitcase on the coffee table, opened it, and said, "Young master son, these are all the things you need." Shen Jiaying poured freshly ground coffee into a cup and handed it to Jean. "Try this, from Jamaican beans." And Jean respectfully took the cup and nodded. He had been following Shen Mou closely and knew how to behave properly around him. Shen Jiaying closed the suitcase and asked casually, "What are your plans? Are you going to Hong Kong too?" And Jean took a sip of coffee and lowered his eyes. It's not part of the plan. He was Shen's person, so even if he went to Hong Kong, he wouldn't be given a major role. Shen Jiaying understood what he meant and calmly took another sip of coffee. He then said, "Would you like to come to England with me?" And Jean looked up, surprised. He didn't expect young master son to invite him to England. Shen Jiaying chuckled softly and continued, "You can get a better job position, higher salary, even shares. I can offer you all that, but I want you to work for me, Shen Jiaying, not for the Shen family. There's no need to rush your decision." Shen Jiaying took a train ticket from his inner suit pocket and placed it in front of Jean. "I want to see you at the dock." Honestly, Jean was a talented person. After studying in Europe, he didn't go to England for further studies but stayed close to Jean and learned a lot from him. Young master son truly learned from Mr. Shen. He is more talented than his teacher. And Jean put away his train ticket and raised a delicate coffee cup. "Let's get to know each other again, my new boss." He was alone and content with whatever came his way. Following Shen Jiaying to Britain was a good opportunity and also a way to repay Mr. and Mrs. Shen for their kindness. He was able to study in Europe because Mr. and Mrs. Shen supported him. Shen Jiaying and Jean clinked their glasses and exchanged smiles. Everything was understood, without words. Shen Yuntang didn't return until evening. His black trousers had dirt on the knees, and he was a bit unsteady when walking. Shen Jiaying quickly stepped forward to help him sit on the sofa. "Uncle Five, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Shen Yuntang waved his hand, tilting his head back to rest. Shen Yuntang got up and took the medical box, softly saying, "Aang, help Uncle Five put on some medicine." She turned to the kitchen. Tonight's dinner was braised beef noodles, made by Jean, kept warm on the stove. Shen Yuntang's knees were swollen and red, some areas even bleeding, clearly from kneeling for a long time. Shen Jiaying had just finished applying the medicine and was letting it dry. Shen Yuntang handed the noodles to her brother and comforted him. "Brother Five, eat something. Dad and Mom don't want to see you like this. We all need to look forward. They could only live better so that Dad and Mom could rest assured." Although Shen Yuntang had no appetite, he forced himself to finish the bowl of noodles. "Tang, I don't plan to go back." Shen Jiaying was surprised but quickly understood. "Uncle Wu, are you going to the UK with us, or are you going to Hong Kong to find great-grandpa?" Shen Yuntang thought for a moment and honestly said, "I'm going to Hong Kong to find Grandpa. My father and mother are no longer here, my older brother is not at home, and Aylin's return date is uncertain. I want to go to Grandpa and show my respect. The saying goes, you want to care for your parents, but they are no longer here." He had deeply experienced this. His transfer was not only to honor his parents and serve as grandfather, but that was the most important reason. Although he still loved this country, he did not love some people in it. He could never let go of that feeling. If his sister and nephew didn't come over, perhaps he would never know that his parents had already left. He couldn't forgive Feng Shuyun. Or rather, he couldn't forgive himself. He should have gone home earlier to see them. It was all his fault. When he left Kyoto, he had already sent a letter to Shen Yunlin. Ailin would understand his meaning. Shen Yuntang and Shen Jiaying looked at each other. This life was truly different. The Shen family had already left early, and Shen Yuntang had returned home. He would no longer die on the battlefield in Vietnam. They had the ability to create greater value, to donate medical supplies to the country. These things could save more people, and their impact was much greater than Shen Yuntang alone. Originally, Shen Yuntang was thinking about how to help Shen Yuntang avoid a dangerous crisis. Now, most of that wish has come true. She feels very happy. The next day, Shen Jiaying went alone to the city hall with a suitcase. He donated the company, hotel, and factory to the country for free. The shops and properties were rented to the government for 25 years, with an annual rent of $12. The donation was made to an orphanage. The mayor looked at the young man in front of him and kindly asked, "Comrade Shen, why do you suddenly want to donate all these to the country, even renting out Shen Garden to the government?" It was hard not to suspect that they planned to escape to another country. Shen Jiaying wore a polite smile and spoke with a sense of righteousness. "My great-uncle works in Kyoto, and my grandparents are no longer here. My little aunt and I plan to move to Kyoto to settle down with my great-grandfather. These things my great-grandfather wishes to support the country's development. Although our Shen family are capitalists, we are also patriotic." The mayor had nothing to say. He knew that the second son of the Shen family's main branch worked at the military hospital in Kyoto. He was an excellent surgeon. 3 years ago, Dr. Shen Yuntang performed the surgery on his brother. People naturally respect doctors, especially those who save their loved ones. The couple from the Shen main branch had passed away one after another. He personally went to pay his respects, which was a big blow to the old master of the Shen family. Living with his grandson in this sad place might be for the best. Although old Master Shen was a businessman, he was a patriotic red capitalist. Since the anti-Japanese war, he has secretly supported our party by donating money and supplies without hesitation. "Mr. Shen, on behalf of the common people, I thank your family for your contributions." Shen Jiaying smiled and replied, "You can go to Shen Garden in 4 days. Give us a few days to move out." The mayor happily agreed. Since they had already donated such a large amount of assets, it was normal to need a few days to settle their belongings when moving to the capital. They signed the donation and lease agreements with the mayor's official seal. The secretary took a photo with the mayor and Shen Jiaying. The mayor personally saw Shen Jiaying off from the city hall, watching him leave with only a few thin papers. The secretary approached the mayor quietly and asked, "Mayor, what do you think Shen family is after? Those assets are worth a lifetime for ordinary people, yet they just donated them. If it were him, he wouldn't be so selfless." The mayor looked at his secretary and said seriously, "No matter their purpose, these are real assets. They are doing good for the country and the people." Although Mr. Shen has several sons, only the eldest branch is from the original wife. Now that the son is gone and they need to settle at the grandson's workplace, there's nothing strange about it. The young secretary nodded and said no more. In families like this, they value the legitimate heirs, which is quite common. After Shen Jia went out, he stopped by the train station and bought 4 tickets to Kyoto, all for 3 days later. After breakfast, Shen Yuntang used her camera to walk around the Shen family garden, starting from the main building. First, she went to her grandfather's room. Inside a hidden compartment in the wardrobe, she found several stacks of US dollars, 2 small boxes, one containing a jade ring and a gemstone ring, uncut sapphires and rubies, and various diamonds. Another box held gold bars. She also found a bunch of large black banknotes in the safe, which wouldn't be needed after she left, so her grandfather left them here. There was a black grand piano, a family heirloom of her grandmother, along with some photos. Since her grandmother's estate was large, these items didn't take up much space. Shen Yuntang kept everything. She dug up the rare plants in the garden and transplanted them into her space. In the remaining foreign-style buildings, she found some watches, gold bars, silver coins, large black banknotes, jewelry, porcelain, jade, a piano, a violin, a guzheng, and a pipa. She also found many original foreign language books. When Shen Jiao returned home, Shen Yuntang was resting in the living room after gathering everything. Shen Jiao placed the few thin sheets of paper he brought back on the coffee table and said, "Little aunt, we will leave 3 days from now in the morning." Shen Yuntang opened her eyes, collected the papers, along with the house deed and land title, and stored them in her father's safe, together with the donation agreements. After leaving the courtyard, the uncle and niece went to the main building and the fake mountain in the backyard. This is one of the entrances to the basement. Shen Yuntang turned the marble railing and the head of the stone lion. The water flow in the fake mountain stopped, revealing the entrance. The uncle and niece used flashlights to go into the basement. The entire basement was painted with cement. Inside, hundreds of boxes were stacked. Shen Jiaying casually opened one, and it was filled neatly with gold bars. Another box contained gold ingots. Yet another held a jade Buddha statue. Even though he knew the Shen family was very rich, Shen Jiaying was still shocked by these items. Thinking that these things were cheap to his sister and that the Li family, who mistreated him, had taken them, he felt angry.
Little aunt, put all these things away.
Don't leave a single one for them. Shen Yuntang nodded and stored all the boxes in the second basement level of the estate. They were different from the previous boxes, so they were easy to tell apart. After leaving the basement, Shen Yuntang restored the stone lion. The uncle and niece looked at each other, and both let out a long breath. Back at the main house, a Western-style building where they lived, Shen Yuntang suddenly had an idea. Should we take this chance to clear out some things at home? Shen Jiaying thought it was a good idea. They shouldn't let others take Shen family's belongings to gain a good reputation. After lunch, Shen Jiaying asked Jean to help him. Shen Yuntang was temporarily unable to walk much, so he was not involved. Clothes, bedding, daily necessities, and some food found at home were all donated to the orphanage. The Shen family garden was truly empty. 3 days later, on the dining table, there were pan-fried buns, 3 delicacy wontons, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. In the past 2 days, the family had stopped cooking altogether. Shen Yuntang ate a pan-fried bun and sighed, "I wonder when I'll taste such authentic pan-fried buns again." Shen Yuntang swallowed the wonton and said, "If you really want to eat it, just come back." He didn't say more. If you want to eat, ask Jiaying to make it. It was obvious that Jiaying probably wouldn't cook. The 4 of them finished breakfast, carried simple luggage, and headed to the dock. Shen Yuntang wore a khaki dress, matching high heels, white silk gloves, and a khaki hat. She carried a pearl clutch bag. The 3 men behind her were all dressed in suits. They boarded a cruise ship heading to Britain, 2 days earlier than when they left last time, and the companions were different. A villa on Victoria Peak in Hong Kong, Rong Pailan's private residence. In the study on the 2nd floor, Rong Pailan was signing company documents. His secretary, Su Siwen, stood in front of the desk. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "Boss, are you really going to the mainland?" Since the boss had a car accident and fell into a coma half a month ago, he hasn't been acting normally. While in a coma, he kept calling out, "Tang Tang," which is clearly a woman's name. I carefully searched my mind, and it seems that no socialite in Hong Kong has a name containing Tang. Could it be that the boss has a girlfriend in the UK? He secretly asked Rongshan and Ronglei. At first, they were shocked. Then they firmly said, "Young master has never had a girlfriend. Not even a fleeting romance." These brothers grew up in the Rong family. After they turned 10, they followed Rong Pailan, who was 8 at the time. I still believe what they said. He was in the hospital in a coma for 3 days. When he woke up, his whole demeanor changed, more steady, more mature, and with a stronger sense of authority. He handled the company's problems more decisively. The second branch of the Rong family, who held important positions in the company, had some sent to Indonesia to plant sugarcane and others sent to India to drink the sacred water of the Ganges. Faced with this, The second branch of the Rong family had no choice but to withdraw from the company's board of directors to save themselves. The boss also quickly became vice chairman of the company and took on the role of CEO. I thought that after experiencing life and death, he would focus on his career. With his speed, becoming chairman would only be a matter of time.
But now,
he is going to mainland China himself to find someone, and it's a woman. Although she is very beautiful, she looks quite young. If it weren't for brother Rongshan and his brother saying that the boss has no close female friends, he would have doubted whether the boss was confused by love. Rong Pailan finished signing the documents, put down the pen, and said, 7. You only need to handle the company's affairs. When Grandpa asks, just say I went to Macau for business. Got it. Su Siwen dutifully carried the signed documents and left the estate. Rong Pailan opened a drawer and took out a portrait he had drawn at the hospital. His gaze softened as he looked at it, his beloved Tang Tang, the person he couldn't rest easy about before he died. Since he left, he didn't know how she and their son were doing. Those people dared to poison him, so they probably wouldn't spare her and their son either. And what about her nephew, whom she always cared about? Did they ever meet again? Did she remarry? Was the new person kind to her? Was she happy? These questions kept circling in his mind. He hoped she could forget him and start a new life. But he also didn't want her to forget him. He couldn't help but feel jealous of the man who had her now, because he had once fully possessed her and knew how wonderful she was. He had no right to be jealous of anyone. He felt sorry for her. He married her but didn't walk through life with her. He wasn't worried about their son. After all, Grandpa would take good care of his only child. But what about her? Her parents are long gone, her brothers are either missing or no longer around, and she doesn't even know if her only nephew is still alive. If there is someone who can take care of her and stay with her, he should be grateful. Having a second chance at life, he wants to see her again. No matter if they can be together in this life, he hopes she will live well. He puts her portrait into a drawer and locks it. He opens the safe and takes out 2 guns and some magazines, then leaves the study. In the living room, Rongshan and Ronglei are already waiting. They are twin brothers, fraternal twins, and do not look alike. Rongshan is more steady, while Ronglei is more lively. They are bodyguards for Rong Pailan. He returned to Hong Kong when he was 8, and since then, the brothers have been with him. They are Rong Pailan's most trusted people. In the past, their endings were not good. Rongshan was shot 5 times while saving Rong Pailan and died instantly. During a car accident, Ronglei protected Rong Jichen in the back seat and became a vegetable. It's unclear if he ever woke up afterward. The brothers sacrificed their lives for their father and son. The more composed Rongshan helps Rong Pailan put on a long black leather coat and whispers, "Young master, everything is ready. Let's go." Rong Pailan takes the black leather gloves handed to him by Ronglei, puts them on, and heads outside. 3 cars leave the estate, heading to the dock under the starry night. The Rong family almost monopolizes all shipping in Hong Kong. Old Master Rong built his empire through hard work, and he is sworn brothers with the famous Shen Yi from the local underworld. Everyone on the cruise, including crew members and waiters, is fully armed. The sun is just rising. Rong Pailan got up early and stood on the deck, looking into the distance. That place is probably his hometown. His grandfather fled from the north to Hong Kong and settled there. His mother is from Southeast Asia, and she met his father while studying in Britain. He was born in the UK. His grandfather often talked about his hometown, but he doesn't really feel a strong connection to it. In his past life, after getting closer to his wife, he gradually understood his homeland better. Later, during the wars to support Vietnam and Laos, he and his wife donated a lot of medical supplies and daily necessities in their names. Influenced by his parents, he is very loyal in love. He believes more in love at first sight than in love that develops over time. Ronglei handed a cup of coffee to his young master and asked curiously, "Young master, I have a question." "Go ahead. Who is the girl in that painting?" "I'm just asking. If you don't want to tell me, that's okay." Rong Pailan took a sip of coffee, sat down in a chair, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "She's someone very important, someone I want to meet." Ronglei looked at his young master with disbelief, feeling confused. He and his brother had always been by the young master's side, but they had never seen that young lady. Could the young master have dreamed of her? Is this what they call a dream girl? Or is it unrequited love? He dared not speak, fearing the young master might send him to Indonesia to grow sugarcane or to India to drink the sacred waters of the Ganges. Young master, what kind of girl is the person you want to see? Thinking of Shen Yuntang, Rong Pailan's eyes softened a little.
Ah,
She is gentle, kind, strong inside, and the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. She is skilled in English, French, German, Japanese, Italian, and Portuguese. She loves playing the piano, dances well, can draw, learns quickly, and is talented in business. She is his treasure. His love for her is unwavering, even until death. Ronglei nodded vaguely, not really understanding. He didn't have a girl he liked, so he couldn't fully empathize with the young master's feelings. Rongshan came out of the cabin and said, "Young master, we expect to arrive at the port in about an hour." Rong Pailan nodded. Soon he would see her. What should he say after seeing her? Should he tell her he was reborn, that he was her husband in the past, and they had a lovely son? That he left them early? How should he say these things aloud? The closer he got to her, the more his heart ached. He was eager to see her. 9 o'clock in the morning. The cruise ship docked at the port. Rong Pailan and Rongshan's brothers got off the cruise. Manager Huang from Rongxing Shipping Company in Shanghai was waiting early at the dock with his staff to greet them. "Mr. Rong, please. Recently, this gentleman had been making big changes within the company and was very influential. He was a difficult person to offend." Rong Pailan gave Ronglei a look and walked straight ahead. Ronglei understood and pulled the manager aside to negotiate. "Manager Huang, send a secretary to us." "You go to your work." Manager Huang quickly called over his secretary, handed him his car keys, and asked him to go to the parking lot and drive his car to lead the way. The secretary didn't dare delay and hurried to the parking lot to get the manager's car, leading the way for them. After driving for a while, the secretary asked carefully, "I don't know who Mr. Rong is looking for from the Shen family. I am a native of Shanghai." In the back seat, Rong Pailan coldly said, "Shen Jiaying, do you know her?" He didn't want to directly say he was looking for Shen Yuntang, as she was only 16, and it wouldn't be good for her reputation. The secretary chuckled softly. "Of course, everyone knows Shen family's young master." He then said regretfully, "But you're too late. They left yesterday." "Stop the car." The secretary was suddenly startled by the man behind him shouting loudly. He quickly pressed the brake, causing the tires to screech on the ground. The car rocked due to inertia, almost causing an accident. Rong Pailan slightly sat up, gripping the driver's seat, and asked anxiously, "Who else is traveling with Xinjia?" The secretary, frightened by the man's sudden shout, honestly replied, "Miss Shen Yuntang, secretarian, and a young master from the Shen family who's gone to join the army." Miss Shen calls him fifth brother. Rong Pailan let out a small sigh of relief and sat back down. She clenched her fists tightly, then slowly relaxed them after a long moment. As long as she was safe, that was enough. Rongshan sat beside Rong Pailan. Noticing her bad mood, he hesitated but asked, "Young master, should we still go?" "Yes," he replied. "I want to see the place where she lived." The secretary was nervous, but obediently started the car and drove toward the Shen family garden. They arrived at the Shen family garden. The head of the police team, along with his officers, officially moved into the garden. They came to inspect the house. The mayor had already asked the higher authorities, and this place was temporarily designated as the office of the Cultural Bureau. Before Rong Pailan's group could get close, they were stopped by the police. A young police officer stepped forward and knocked on the car window. "Hello, comrade. What are you here for?" Rongshan got out first and ran over to open the car door for Rong Pailan. Rong Pailan got out and said, "I am going to the Shen family." The young police officer carefully examined Rong Pailan, noticing that his attire and demeanor were not ordinary. The Rong family was a wealthy household, and they seemed to be old friends of the Shen family. The young police officer honestly said, "This place has already been donated to the country by the Shen family. If you're looking for someone, you need to go to the capital. If they had come yesterday, they might have had a chance to meet." Rong Pailan softly said, "I want to go in. Is there any way to make it easier? I am a friend of Xinjia. Right now, it wouldn't be easy to get in." The mayor's car passed by them. The mayor rolled down the window and said to the young police officer, "Let them in. People with connections to the Shen family are not ordinary. Helping them now would be good for my career, with no harm." The young police officer saluted the mayor. Rong Pailan happily entered the Shen family garden. It was made up of several beautiful garden houses, with lovely scenery and the scent of osmanthus flowers filling the air. Rong Shan and Rong Lei followed not too close, not too far behind Rong Pailan. Rong Lei casually hooked his secretary's neck and whispered, "Tell us about Miss Shen, the 9th young lady, and the main house of the Shen family." The secretary was startled by Rong Lei's sudden move. He looked fierce, and the secretary was a bit scared. There was also Rong Shan standing nearby, who looked unassuming but made the secretary even more nervous. I secretly glared at them, submitting to their bullying, and honestly said, "Miss Nine is very beautiful. She is the youngest daughter of the main family. She has 3 brothers. The eldest son, Shen Yuntang, studied in Germany when he was young and has not returned since. The 5th and 6th young masters are twins and look almost identical. One is a military doctor, and the other's situation is unknown. Miss Nine is the most favored among all the grandchildren by Mr. Shen. Her first birthday celebration was very grand. Many of Shen's business partners wanted to arrange marriages for their children and Miss Nine, but Mr. Shen refused all of them. Miss Nine and the young master of the Shen family have grown up together and share a close bond. There are several orphanages in Shanghai, funded by the late Madame Shen. Miss Nine often visits those children, teaches them to read, and plays with them. Shen's eldest son is the son of the late Madame Shen. She was the only daughter of General Qi, a warlord in Shanghai. She and Mr. Shen were childhood sweethearts. They had 2 sons. The youngest son and Madame Shen tragically died in Paris. These stories are told by the elders at home. Madame Shen came from the famous Jiangsu and Zhejiang family, the Song family. Before the liberation, the Song family was involved in politics and was very influential. It is said they fled to America, but no one knows if that is true. I really only know this much. Rong Lei and Rong Shan exchanged glances. The Shen family has a deep background, and Miss Nine's grandfather's family is also not simple. They managed to escape unscathed from such circumstances. Their young master wants to marry Miss Nine, which is quite a step up. The Rong family became famous in Hong Kong only about 30 or 40 years ago. They started with casinos and lending money, and also ran dance halls and brothels. When Uncle Yen was alive, he focused on developing shipping and began cleaning up their reputation. After the old lady passed away, the Rong family took over the Liang family's businesses. They completed their transformation, but their casinos and dance halls are still part of their business. Not to mention Miss Jiu herself. Could Mr. Shen really look up to their young master? The 2 brothers exchanged a look, feeling a bit sad. Rong Pailan walked to a nice-looking Western-style building. In the garden, a hanging crabapple tree bore bright red fruit. This was probably the place where Tang Tang lived as a girl. He slowly went inside, and up to the 3rd floor, opening a room. Directly facing the door, a sketch on an easel was still there, not taken down. Rong Pailan's lips curled into a smile. Was this Tang Tang's answer to him? The drawing clearly showed him at 30 years old. That day, after his birthday, he had forced himself to stand and asked her to draw his last portrait. "Tang Tang, have you come back? Did you leave because you didn't want to be with me? Or because you weren't sure if I would have the same extraordinary fate as you?" He preferred to believe it was the latter. If one day a beautiful girl came to him and said, she is his love from a past life, he would probably not believe her at first. Instead, he might think she had ulterior motives, maybe a trap set by Rong Qingfeng. Honestly, during these past few days, he has not decided whether to rekindle his relationship with her. Without memories of his past life, is Shen Yuntang still his Tang Tang? He still hasn't found the answer he wants. He doesn't want to hold on to their past memories alone and be with Shen Yuntang in this life. That wouldn't be fair to her. Now, he can clearly say, the person I fell in love with at first sight, the one I love, has always been the Shen Yuntang from my past. Rong Pailan's lips curved into a gentle smile as he took down the sketch from the easel. He walked around the Shen family garden and looked at the places she had lived. A group of people left the Shen family garden. In the car, the little secretary turned around and whispered, Mr. Rong, Miss Nine and her group are going to London. He realized that this young master came to Shanghai not to find Shen family's young master, but for Miss Nine. He secretly shared this news with Mr. Rong, hoping to build a good relationship. Rong Pailan opened his eyes, feeling suddenly enlightened. He could go to England to find her. She had said she was originally going to Oxford with her nephew. They would meet eventually. He casually asked, What's your name? Is there anyone else at home? The little secretary answered seriously, Mr. Rong, my name is Xu Xian. I have no family left. Would you like to work in Hong Kong? Xu Xian was surprised and flattered. He thought he would only be assigned to an important position, but he didn't expect Mr. Rong to invite him to work in Hong Kong. Really? Can I go? I only speak English, French, and Japanese. Will that meet your company's hiring standards? He couldn't find a good job in Shanghai. If he really went to Hong Kong with Mr. Rong, would it work out? He didn't want to embarrass Mr. Rong. Rong Pailan frowned. He just thought Xu Xian was someone he got along with, and he didn't expect the secretary Huang pointed out to be talented in 3 foreign languages. Go to your home first and pack your things in 20 minutes. Xu Xian nodded heavily. If it weren't for respecting Mr. Rong and the 2 fierce-looking people present, he might have laughed out loud. He never thought he would have such a day. It felt a bit unreal. The car stopped in an alley. Rong Lei turned around and asked confusedly, Young master, why do you still want to take this kid to Hong Kong? He's just a reckless young man. Rong Shan was also confused, but he was used to doing less asking. Anyway, his foolish younger brother would definitely ask. Rong Pailan looked at the painting in his hand without lifting his head. Lei Shan, don't you think Xu Xian is talented? He speaks 3 foreign languages and many people in the second household have been replaced. We need someone to fill the spot. Someone like him, if used well, can create endless wealth for me. Shan, after returning to Hong Kong, take him to get his ID and find him a place to live. Let him stay with A Rang for now. A Rang, another key general under Rong Pailan, is responsible for Rong Sheng Group's foreign trade. Understood, young master. Rong Lei noticed that his young master was holding a painting taken from the Shen family. He looked at the person in the picture and said, Young master, this person looks so much like you. Just a bit more mature now. Rong Pailan smiled faintly, but said nothing. Could it be that the young master and Miss Jiu really saw each other in a dream? The young master saw someone at 20, while Miss Jiu saw him at 30. The more Rong Lei thought about it, the more he believed this was the truth. Xu Xian took 10 minutes to pack her belongings. Rong Pailan glanced at his watch and realized it was earlier than expected. He had a good feeling about this person. Take me to the place where I can buy offerings. He needed to visit his father-in-law and mother-in-law to pay respects. At the Shen family ancestral grave, Shen Mayu and Song Chuyong are buried together. Rong Pailan placed chrysanthemums at their tombstone, took out a handkerchief to wipe away the dust, and laid apples and cakes on a plate. He took out a lighter, lit the candles, and paper money. Looking at the photo on the tombstone, Rong Pailan said, Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I am your son-in-law Rong Pailan. Sorry this is my first time visiting you. I will make Tangting happy and take care of the Shen family. In his previous life, he married Tang Tang, but due to the difficult situation in the mainland, he never had the chance to visit his elders. He returned to Manager Huang's office. Manager Huang signed and stamped Xu Xian's resignation letter. He didn't expect that he would casually send Xu Xian, this young and naive person, to drive for Mr. Rong, and that Xu Xian would be so lucky to go to Hong Kong to work for Mr. Rong. Manager Huang shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. When luck is on someone's side, nothing can stop it. Xu Xian boarded Mr. Rong Pailan's cruise ship. On the ship, even the waiters were skilled fighters, all carrying weapons. He couldn't help but wonder if he was on a pirate ship. Since he decided to go to Hong Kong, he had been Mr. Rome's person, and now there was no turning back. The cruise ship stayed at Hong Kong port for an hour. Shen Yuntang did not go with them and planned to disembark in Hong Kong. Shen Yuntang left some US dollars, Hong Kong dollars, and 30 gold bars for his brother and kindly advised, "Fifth brother, take good care of yourself in Hong Kong. Keep these for now." He couldn't give him too much money, or others might suspect he was going to join the army or get rich quickly. Once in Hong Kong, with Grandpa there, fifth brother wouldn't go hungry. Shun Jiaying handed Shen Yuntang a piece of paper and said, "Fifth uncle, this is our family address, the land bought by Grandpa, with a house built on it. On top of Victoria Peak, there is a European-style villa, similar to the Shun family garden, made up of 5 villas. Uncle Wu is someone who has traveled abroad, so he probably wouldn't get lost." Shen Yuntang finally hugged his niece and nephew tightly, worriedly reminding them, "Aang, take good care of your little sister, Tang Tang. Uncle Wu is waiting for you in Hong Kong. Once things settle down, I will come to the UK to see you all." Shen Yuntang carried his suitcase and left the cruise without looking back. When he reached the ground, he waved goodbye with his back turned to them. He hates goodbyes and doesn't want to watch them leave. Watching Shen Yuntang disappear into the crowd, Shen Jiaying took a beige wool shawl and draped it over Shen Yuntang's shoulders. Standing beside Shen Yuntang, she comforted her. "This short separation is for a better reunion in the future." Shen Yuntang adjusted her shawl, her eyes slightly red, and whispered, "I understand." She wasn't sad about parting with Uncle Wu. Lin was here, and she was only staying for a short while. Shen Jiaying immediately understood that the person was also here. She suppressed her complicated feelings and softly asked, "Little sister, do you want to see him? If you do, we can get off the boat now." Shen Yuntang shook her head. To her, he was now a stranger. Even if she saw him, what difference would it make? It would only increase her longing. Rather than that, it would be better not to meet at all. Will they be together again in this life? She's not sure. Their past might only be known to her. Can she be completely open and honest with Rong Pailan now? Now, she still hasn't found the answer. Maybe in the future, she will. Shen Jia couldn't bear to see his little aunt sad and upset. He hugged her and asked, "Little aunt, can you tell me what kind of person he is? Is that man really that good?" He wanted to know. Shen Yuntang took a moment to calm down before speaking. "When I woke up in the hospital, the first person I saw was him. He looked very handsome, and I was immediately drawn to him. He is my savior. You went missing, and I have no other feelings for him, just gratitude. In my eyes, he is a very good person. He respects women's work abilities, treats people kindly, and can accept his own shortcomings calmly. In his strong areas, he is not arrogant or overbearing. After we got married, he hoped I could have my own career like other women, but my health prevents me from doing intense work. He took me to the company, and I did simple translation work. I was very happy." Shenjia nodded quietly, thinking that his uncle-in-law seemed like a good person. After marriage, he still allowed his little aunt to work outside, which is already better than many men. Thinking that Mr. Xiao Shen and Miss Nine claimed to settle in Kyoto, but in fact went to the UK. Old Mr. Shen might not be in the mainland. Considering the many wealthy merchants from the mainland who settle in Hong Kong, perhaps the Shen family also came to Hong Kong. He took a stack of Hong Kong dollars and handed it to the officer handling household registration, lowering his voice. "Brother, I want to ask you something. Recently, has anyone named Shen registered for household status?" The officer put the Hong Kong dollars into his pocket, showing skill and familiarity, clearly not his first time. In a low voice, he replied, "Yes, someone with green eyes registered about 2 weeks ago. There were dozens of people involved, and they were quite generous." "What's that green-eyed person's name?" "Seems to be Shen Yungue, with brown curly hair and an English name, Joseph." Rong Shan took out another stack of Hong Kong dollars and handed it to the officer, whispering, "Brother, do me a favor. I want to see the record book." The officer considered it for a moment. He had already received so much money, enough for a year or 2 of his salary. He would only take a quick look, he wouldn't lose anything. He could also get a large sum of money. With the previous payment from the green-eyed person, he could cover his mother's surgery costs. He handed over last month's household registration records to Rong Shan, saying, "Look for yourself, at the back." Rong Shan flipped through most of it and saw the name Shan Hiching, which was old Mr. Shen's name. Continuing with the translation, I see the name Shen Yuntang. I flip through a few more pages and find the names Shen Yuntang and Shen Jiaying. Having obtained what I wanted, I take out a stack of Hong Kong dollars and hand it to the person along with a record book. You should understand what I mean. The person looks calm and assures me, today, neither of us has seen each other. They also follow the rules. Since he took the money, he will naturally keep his mouth shut. Rong Shan first took Xu Xian to rent a house near the company and then took him directly to the company. He handed the person over to Chen Rang. Rong Shan went to the vice chairman's office. This is Rong Pailan's new office. It is the largest after the chairman's office in Rong Sheng Group. The decor is simple, and there is a model cruise ship on the desk. Rong Pailan suddenly made a move, catching the second master off guard. The second master was defeated and heavily injured, and has been more obedient recently. The old master wants to protect them. He made a deal with Rong Pailan. The second master will permanently withdraw from the Rong Sheng Group board of directors, and his children are not allowed to work in the group's core industries. Rong Pailan received 15% of the shares from the old master. Adding his original 20%, he now owns 35%. Rong Pailan was promoted to vice chairman and also became the group CEO, gaining significant influence in the board. This time, he plans to clean up the internal issues of the Rong family. He wants to eliminate all potential dangers. He also hopes to marry her and grow old with their children. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden knocking on the door. Enter. Rong Shan entered the room and reported directly, "Young master, half a month ago someone registered Miss Shen's household registration in Hong Kong, along with the household registration of the Shen family. The name is Shen Yuntang, probably Miss Shen's older brother. He has green eyes and brown curly hair. He is mixed race." Rong Pailan understood immediately. Yes, he was Tang Tang's brother. He remembered her saying she had an aunt who was pregnant with an Italian boyfriend's child and brought him back to the Shen family. The aunt's eyes are green. This was truly a surprising surprise. In the previous life, he had sent people to the mainland to find out his whereabouts, but it was too late. The person had already died from the climate. In this life, he didn't expect they would have a chance to meet. Ashan, find out where the Shen family lives and what kind of business they do in Hong Kong. Understood, young master. Rong Shan hurriedly came and left quickly. Rong Pailan was busy handling company affairs. His parents' Memorial Day was also approaching. After their Memorial Day, he planned to go to England to find Tang Tang. Her fifth brother was still alive, and Shen Jiaying was also with her. His Tang Tang should be a bright, cheerful girl who loves to smile, not like in the previous life, where her smile always carried a faint sadness and she had a melancholic aura. She longed for school and loved reading. In the previous life, he saved her on a cruise ship. After she woke up, her health was poor for several years and she couldn't go to school. Her college diploma was from the art department. She only needed to go to school for exams at the end of the semester. After they got married, she often had nightmares, dreaming that Xinjiang had died. Later, they had a son, and her condition improved a lot. He named their son using the character Jia from Xinjiang's name. Although the Rong family had become wealthy over the years, they were not a prominent family with a long history. Naming was not very particular. His own name was given by his grandfather. When he was born, his grandfather and great-grandfather argued over his name, and in the end, they drew lots, with his great-grandfather winning. Chun is the most sincere feeling he has for her. Trouble always comes together. If this were a fairy tale, their happy family life would be the final ending. The second wife and the people arranged by the He family tried to kill him, and Rong Shan lost his life. He was shot twice and hospitalized, during which he was poisoned. Even after visiting many doctors and removing the poison, the damage to his body was irreversible. He couldn't think about it. Just thinking that he was dead made him feel so sad, he almost couldn't breathe. His beloved wife and adorable son. It's okay. In this life, everything will be different. Before, He cared too much about his grandfather, which made him keep retreating and led to his untimely death. Now, that won't happen anymore. The second wife is just the beginning. The fourth wife won't be able to stay out of trouble either. Near the end of work, Chen went to see his boss. Elvis, tell me honestly, did you really go to Macau to do business? Rome Pylon poured 2 glasses of red wine, handed one to Chen Rang, and signaled him to hold it. They clinked glasses and took a sip. Rome Pylon raised an eyebrow. Does it matter? Chen Rang was speechless. He finished his wine in one gulp. How are you planning to arrange the person you sent to me? Rome Pylon didn't care about Xu Xian's work. He swayed his wine glass and said, the person is already yours. You can arrange him yourself. I just gave him a job opportunity. As for what position he can reach in the future, that depends on him. Chen Rang poured himself a glass and toasted Rome Pylon. This is the Elvis I know. I thought you sent me a relative to boost their career. Rome Pylon smiled playfully. Am I a philanthropist? Chen Rang silently thought to himself, you're not a philanthropist. You're a capitalist. If they weren't longtime friends, he might secretly dislike Rome Pylon. He wasn't joking. I'm leaving. I have a date with my girlfriend. Chen Rang put down his glass, looked at his watch, and was eager to leave. Feel free. Rome Pylon raised his glass in response, hiding the smile at the corner of his mouth. He was missing Tang Tang. The Shen family members arrived in Hong Kong safely, with some minor scares. Some of them had never been on a boat before and suffered from severe seasickness, vomiting all over. A group of people moved into a manor on the top of Taiping Mountain, made up of 5 European-style villas. The place where the Shen family lives consists of 5 closely connected single-family villas. It was built by Shen Moyu, and the entire area belongs to the Shen family. The villas are 4 stories tall, surrounded by green plants, and the scenery is beautiful. Old Master Shen lives in the middle villa, which will be the residence of the head of the Shen family in the future. The villa on the right, near the main building, is reserved for the eldest branch of the family. The rightmost villa is home to Auntie Ba and her family, as well as Auntie Jiu and Miss Shen Qingyan. Auntie Ba and Auntie Jiu live on the 2nd floor. Shen Moxing and his wife live on the 3rd floor, occupying an entire floor just for themselves. Shen Qingyan, Shen Maxiong, and Shen Qingrui live on the 4th floor. The villa on the left, near the main building, houses Auntie Si, Shen Yunggui, and Shen Maxian with his wife. Auntie Si manages the family affairs. Auntie Si lives alone on the 2nd floor. Shen Maxian and his wife live on the 3rd floor, and Shen Yunggui lives alone on the 4th floor. The leftmost villa is home to Auntie Wu and her family. Auntie Wu lives alone on the 2nd floor. Shen Moyu and his wife, along with Shen Huiling, live on the 3rd floor. Shen Yunyao and his wife, along with their children Shen Jiejun, Shen Jiayu, and Shen Jihao, live on the 4th floor. The oldest child is Shen Jili, who is 11 years old. Shen Jihao is 9 and the youngest, Shen Jiayu, is 7. After resting for 2 days, everyone had mostly recovered. Old Master Shen invited the family's lawyer from Hong Kong, Ayu, who was involved in Shen's business there, with only Yunggui participating. The Shen brothers and Shen Yunggui were all waiting in the living room. Uncle Jean helped the old Mr. Shen sit down. The old Mr. Shen quietly observed his sons and Shen Yunggui, then slowly said, "Today I called you all here because I have something to announce. You all know that our Shen family's roots are in the country. Now, we are completely disconnected from it. Our business in Hong Kong was started by Ayu, and it is managed by Ayu and Yunggui. It has nothing to do with me. Your eldest brother made a will before he passed away. Lawyer Liu, please read the will." Lawyer Liu, dressed in a fine dark blue suit, took out a folder from his briefcase, adjusted his glasses, and opened the folder. He began reading the will. "I, Shen Mou, am fully conscious and hereby declare my will as follows. I hold 80% of the shares in Hong Kong Yixing Group, of which 35% is to be inherited by my grandson Shen Jiaying, 20% by my youngest daughter Shen Yuntang, 5% by Shen Yunggui, and 5% each by Shen Mo Qian, Shen Mo Yuan, Shen Mo Zheng, and Shen Mo Rong. Before Shen Jiaying and Shen Yuntang turn 25, their shares will be held in trust by their father, Shen Yuntang, who will also temporarily hold the position of group chairman. If Shen Yuntang passes away and Jiaying and Shen Yuntang are under 20, Shen Yuntang will hold their shares in trust until they turn 25. Items stored in the HSBC bank safe under my name, including antiques and jewelry, are inherited by my daughter Shen Yuntang. Yixing Department Store and Yixing Jewelry are inherited by Shen Yuntang. Yixing Hotel is inherited by Shen Yugan, and Yixing Real Estate is inherited by Shen Jiaying. Yixing Publishing and Culture Company is inherited by my third brother Shen Yuan. Yixing Film and Record Company is inherited by my sixth brother Shen Yuan. Yixing Clothing is inherited by my ninth brother Shen Majing and my 11th brother Shen Moru. The chairman of Yixing Group is held by our father, while the vice chairman and president are held by Shen Yuntang. The will is witnessed by Lu Jinan on the first day of October in the year of the sheep. Mr. Shen Moyu's will is legally valid. Please sign, and I will handle the transfer with everyone as soon as possible. Since Mr. Shen Jiaying and Miss Shen Yuntang are not here, they can sign on their behalf. Unexpectedly, Ayu/Big Brother/Uncle had made a will 5 years ago. Shen Yuntang was a bit surprised. He didn't expect his uncle to leave him shares. He already had 8% shares, and now he has an additional 5%, making him the third largest shareholder of Yixing Group. It was somewhat emotional. He had no parents since childhood and, being mixed race, was often bullied outside. His only grandmother was busy with family affairs and socializing with his grandfather, leaving him little time. He grew up with Shen Yuntang and Shen Yunlin, who gave him love like family. Later, he studied in Germany. After returning, he stayed close to his uncle and participated in business in Hong Kong. Having an 8% share is already a great favor from his uncle in his eyes. Unexpectedly, his uncle not only left him shares but also the hotel to inherit. Shen Maqian's hand on his lap gradually clenched into a fist, and he said with some guilt, "Father, I have contributed nothing to the family. I shouldn't inherit the company's shares. My elder brother left the company to me, but I don't have the ability to manage it. Moreover, he doesn't even have a child." Old Master Shen took a sip of tea, glanced at his third son, and said calmly, "Whatever your elder brother gives you, just take it." Shen Maqian didn't speak. His elder brother had already considered everything for them. With this 5% share, they would have no worries for the rest of their lives. If one day they can't move, the younger generation would still take care of them because of the shares. Shen Yuan felt a bit resentful. His elder brother was a good brother, fair to all the younger brothers, each holding 5% shares. Forget about the ninth. What right does the third brother have? He knows nothing about business, but can still inherit a company. And then there's the 11th, still a young student. Why should he also inherit 5% shares? Clearly, they are all nephews. Strictly speaking, Shen Yuntang is an outside nephew, not even a Shen family member. Why should he inherit so many shares? The hotel industry was given to him, and he also sits as the CEO of the group. Shirao was not at home. Yao is the eldest grandson of the Shen family, but he hasn't received anything. Just thinking about it feels unfair. I didn't expect the older brother to leave so many shares to Xiaojiu. The company consists of only 2 parts. When she gets married in the future, she will belong to someone else. The older brother really does favor Xiaojiu. However, the company was founded by the older brother. Their ability to get these shares is because he is kind-hearted. If it were some other people, these illegitimate children would have been kicked out long ago. The older brother has 3 sons, and none of them received any shares. Thinking this way makes it less painful. Shen Mozheng knows that the older brother won't treat them unfairly. He didn't expect their family to hold 10% of the group shares. Third brother is fine, but sixth brother must have some thoughts. Shen Mo Rong and Shen Mo Yu are a bit older than him. He has always respected the older brother as a father. Since the older brother left him the shares, it shows he trusts him. Old Master Shen observed the reactions of his sons and Shen Yuntang. He said, 6th and 9th, as vice chairman and vice president of the group, you can earn your positions through your abilities. But there's one rule. The Shen family is forbidden from internal fighting. If I find out otherwise, your names will be removed from the family tree, and all your property will be taken back. Do you all understand? They answered in unison, yes, father/grandfather. The Shen family allows healthy competition but absolutely does not tolerate self-destructive fights. Shen Yuntang left the dock and first went to a photo studio. Chaoyang Photo Studio. A young apprentice saw a well-dressed man and quickly approached him, saying, "Hello, sir. Please come in. Are you here for a photo or to pick up a photo?" Shen Yuntang calmly looked around the shop and said to the young apprentice, "I'm looking for your boss. Just tell him that I am an old friend from afar." The young apprentice realized this was the guest his master had been waiting for and put on a sincere smile. "Please wait a moment." He quickly hung a sign outside the photo studio that read, "Master is busy," temporarily closed, then closed and locked the door from inside. He took Shen Yuntang upstairs. The young apprentice poured tea for Shen Yuntang and was very friendly. "Please sit down. I will go and call the master." When the boss heard that an old friend had arrived, he hurried out of the darkroom where he was developing photos and rushed upstairs. A small boat returning home, the fishermen leaning on reeds, all the birds have flown away, leaving only a lonely cloud drifting. The boss tightly held Shen Yuntang's hand, tears in his eyes, very excited. "Comrade Baiyun, I finally met you." It was surprising that Baiyun, who had been silent for 5 years, would come to Hong Kong this time. It was also unexpected that Baiyun was a man. People across the river had always thought Baiyun was a woman and had threatened that if they caught her, they would destroy her completely. Shen Yuntang also reached out with his other hand, and all 4 hands clasped together. "Hello, comrade fisherman." The man dressed in a light gray suit spoke first, saying, "Comrade Baiyun, let me introduce myself. My name is Yu Chaoyang. I joined the Communist Party in the Soviet Union in 1935 and have been active in southern Yunnan. Currently, I am officially the owner of Chaoyang Photography Studio. After the founding of the country, the organization ordered me to go secretly to Hong Kong. My task is to stay undercover until the right time. I used to think that the code name Fisherman would never be used again. Next to me is my assistant, Xiao Zhong. He joined the party in 1945 with the code name Sparrow and works with me in Hong Kong." Xiao Zhong nodded at Shen Yuntang. Shen Yuntang then introduced himself. "Hello, comrades. I am Shen Yuntang. I inherited the code name Baiyun. Comrade Baiyun was my guide on the revolutionary path. The organization sent me to Hong Kong mainly for medical work. Specific tasks will be given later. You can call me Yanting or Ethan." Yu Chaoyang nodded and assured him, "We will cooperate well with your work. Do you need us to help with your accommodation?" Shen Yuntang waved his hand. "No, I have my own arrangements." Yu Chaoyang stopped insisting and reminded him, "By the way, Ethan, you'd better go to the police station first to get a Hong Kong ID. Without it, you won't be able to move freely in Hong Kong. These officers only recognize money, not people. If they catch someone as an illegal resident, having money might help, but if not, they will send you back immediately." Shen Yuntang nodded and left the photo studio carrying his suitcase. He went straight to the police station to get a Hong Kong ID card, paying 50 Hong Kong dollars. The officer checking his documents saw his name and thought it looked similar to someone who had applied for an ID about half a month ago. He asked casually, "Hello, sir. Do you know Shen Yungue?" He remembered the person with green eyes very clearly. Shen Yuntang felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could something have happened to them? No, he must stay calm. He appeared very composed and replied honestly, "He is my older brother." "Do you know him?" The officer shook his head. "No, I don't. I just noticed your names are similar. Why didn't you come together to get your IDs?" Shen Yuntang filled out his personal information and then slowly said, "I just returned from the UK. My family doesn't know I am back yet." Surprise. The officer nodded without asking more questions. When Shen Yuntang left the police station, he had a new plastic ID card. The front showed his photo and left thumbprint, and the back had his name and other details. This time, his return home was not just a simple transfer of jobs. On the surface, he was changing careers, but secretly, he was still working for our party. Although the country was founded over 10 years ago, medical conditions were limited. Some medicines still relied on imports, which were expensive and sometimes unavailable. The other side has been restless. The last time medicine was imported from Britain, it was secretly destroyed by agents from the other side who had infiltrated Hong Kong, taking both the people and the ship. Not far from there, I casually stopped a taxi and told the driver my destination. The driver looked a bit surprised. "This place isn't easy for just anyone to enter," he asked uncertainly. "Sir, are you sure this is the right place?" "Of course. I'm in a hurry to get home." When the driver heard that I was going home, he quickly stepped on the gas and headed toward the destination. He dropped me off right at the door. I took out a $500 Hong Kong note and handed it to the driver before getting out. The driver saw I didn't ask for change and simply drove away. It seems I've never taken a taxi before. I looked up at the sky, excited to see my grandfather soon. I pressed the doorbell. Butler Uncle Gene saw the person standing outside the ornate iron gate and was momentarily excited. "Fifth young master, you're back. Hurry, open the door." "This is the fifth young master." The security staff quickly opened the door. They were people hired by Shen Mou before. A smile appeared on my face as I greeted warmly and gave Uncle Gene a hug. "Uncle Gene, did you miss me? Are you feeling well?" "Thanks to the fifth young master. Everything is fine." Uncle Gene took my luggage, wiped tears from his eyes with his sleeve, and led me inside. "Fifth young master, we're going home." He grew up watching Shen Yuntang and the others. It's truly not easy for the fifth young master to return alive. "Uncle Gene, how is Grandpa doing?" Uncle Gene sighed and honestly replied, "Fifth young master, you know that old master is getting old. The matter with the eldest son has dealt a big blow to him, and his health is not good. Now that you're back, it can help ease old master's worries." Shen Yuntang frowned, then after a moment, his eyes became more determined. Choosing to accept this mission was the right decision. His family needs him. Originally, he planned to transfer directly to a different job. The organization approached him, hoping he could take on a covert mission in Hong Kong. First, he had studied in Britain and was familiar with the area in Hong Kong. Second, he was a professional surgeon who understood that medicines were scarce in the country. He had a series of plans to carry out in Hong Kong. After spending some time at home with his grandfather, he would leave for Britain to visit Tangdang and Jiaying and also meet a few old classmates. Old Master Shen, who was drinking tea in the tea house, saw the person entering and suddenly threw his purple clay teacup onto the ground. For a moment, he thought Ayu had come back to see him. But then he saw it was Ting. Shen Yuntang stepped forward and knelt directly in front of his grandfather, bowing his head. "Grandpa, your unfilial grandson Shen Yuntang has returned." Old Mr. Shen gently helped the kneeling person to stand, his eyes moist with emotion. He kept saying, "It's good you're back, it's good you're back, it's good you're back." His young granddaughter had gone to England to study with her great-grandson. Now that Ting was back, it brought some comfort to the old man. "Are you leaving again?" Shen Yuntang helped his grandfather sit down and shook his head. "Grandpa, I've already changed jobs. You know my work doesn't pay much. I use my salary to support the families of fallen comrades. If it weren't for Tangdang and I'm going to Kyoto to find me, I might not have been able to buy a ticket to Hong Kong. From now on, I'll stay with you and rely on you. Don't find me annoying." Old Mr. Shen looked at his grandson, who still liked to joke, and said with a bit of annoyance, "The Shen family doesn't need you for food and drink. Do you want me to find you a suitable marriage match?" Since he had been away from home for nearly 10 years, Ting was over 30 now. It might be hard to find a young lady of the right age for him. He thought it was time to loosen the conditions a bit. As long as the family background was clean and the woman was good-looking, intelligent, and well-educated, he could accept her as his grandson's wife. When Shen Yuntang heard his grandfather mention marriage, he waved his hand in fear. "Grandpa, I don't believe in marriage. With eyeing around, I'll rely on him for my future retirement, or at least Tangdang. Marriage doesn't always bring happiness, so he never really wanted it in the first place." Old Mr. Shen glared at his mischievous grandson and sighed. "If you don't want to marry, then don't. As long as you're alive, that's enough. Where is your younger brother? Have you been in contact with him?" Shen Yuntang took a purple clay cup and poured tea for the old man. "When I left, I wrote him a letter. He knows I am back home. He and Shen Yunlin are twins and share a special mental connection. As long as Aylin sees the letter, He understands what I mean. Shen Yuntang suddenly came home, and the Shen family's attitude was unclear. Shen Yuntang was wearing a champagne-colored bathrobe, sitting on the balcony outside the bedroom. His green eyes fixed on the deep red liquid in his glass, showing no emotion. Jiaying wore a purple embroidered cheongsam. Behind her, Aunt Ju held a tray with a white stew bowl. She couldn't find her grandson in the study, so she went straight to the bedroom. When she pushed the door open, she saw her grandson outside on the balcony, enjoying the breeze and drinking. She hurried over. Yuntang, why are you drinking again? Seeing his grandmother, Shen Yuntang quickly stood up and helped her sit down. He spoke softly, Grandma, I haven't drunk much. It's okay. It's so late. Why aren't you resting earlier? Jiaying asked Aunt Ju to put the tray on the table and waved her to leave. She opened the stew bowl and poured some soup into a white porcelain bowl, smiling. Ginseng and pigeon soup, good for boosting energy and blood. Grandma personally watched it being cooked in the kitchen. In her life, she only had 2 daughters, and both times, she lost her children. The eldest granddaughter's grandson is her main emotional support. She always treats him as her precious treasure. Shen Yuntang has never liked drinking these soups, but out of respect for his grandmother's feelings, he still picks up the bowl and drinks it all in one go. Jiaying feels relieved after seeing her grandson drink the pigeon soup. She knows he doesn't like these, and she feels sorry for him. She personally cooked it for him and watched him finish it. Unable to resist, she asks cautiously, Yuntang, what do you think about your second brother coming back? Shinmuyu, who managed to suppress his younger brothers, was unexpected. The 6th brother and Yun Yao have been eager to return. Yun Xiao has been in Germany for many years, and Aing took Xiaojiu to the UK. She fears Yuntang might have other thoughts. Yuntang pulls a chair to sit beside his grandmother, holding her hand and promises, Grandma, don't worry. I don't have that kind of mind. Grandpa and my eldest uncle have already been very good to me. As for the shares in Yixing Group, I originally own 8%. My eldest uncle gave me an additional 5%, and he even left the hotel to me. I remember how Grandpa and Grandma treated me. Second brother probably came back because Grandpa and Grandma passed away. He's studying medicine and knows nothing about business. He probably doesn't have that kind of intention. Yuntang actually doesn't mind who becomes the head of the Shen family in the end. It doesn't matter to him. He holds a good position in the company and has shares, so he's quite content. Grandpa accepted his mixed heritage and even sent him abroad to study. After returning home, his eldest uncle always took care of him and nurtured him with love. He is very grateful. Second uncle and second brother have ambitions, but their abilities are somewhat lacking. Jiaying gently touched her grandson's slightly curly hair and softly said, Yuntang, now that things have come to this, Grandma will tell you the truth. The person Grandpa loved most in his life was always the late Mrs. Qi. When I first approached your grandpa, I did like him, but mainly to avoid trouble. I am a descendant of the imperial family, and a warlord wanted to seize my family's wealth and force me to become his concubine. That man, out of respect for Commander Qi, gave your grandpa some face. I actively sought out your grandpa, and he took me as his concubine. I managed the household affairs for him. Your mother and aunt were born because your great-grandmother gave me and your grandpa medicine. As for the other women in the household, they were the result of your great-grandmother's desperate threats. Yuntang was a bit shocked and mostly felt heartache. Heartache for his grandma. Grandma, you still have me. It's not good to speak carelessly about elders. Can we clearly see who is at fault? It's hard to say. Great-grandmother was a traditional woman who believed in having many children and many blessings. She married your grandpa to one concubine after another. Grandpa loved Mrs. Qi in his heart, but had to accept one woman after another. It's a difficult situation. Jiaying smiled and held her grandson's hand. Yuntang, I tell you these not for any other reason, but to let you know that I don't love your grandfather that much. I am more grateful that he protected the Jin family. From now on, only the eldest son of the family will be the head of the Shen family. If nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely be Aing. Her relationship with Mr. Shen was more like friends or confidants. They would play chess, drink tea, and chat together. Yun Gui was not surprised by her grandmother's words. Ying was raised by his eldest uncle since he was young and was always very talented. His older brother rarely went home, and Ying was the heir groomed by the eldest uncle. Unfortunately, the eldest uncle passed away too early. If the eldest uncle were still alive, he could have helped Ying take over more easily, controlling the 6th and 9th uncles. But now there are many more obstacles. On the 3rd floor, Shen Yuntang and his wife were also enjoying a warm moment. Yanting placed a fruit tray on the coffee table, sat beside her husband, and softly said, "Ting is back." Shen Yuntang's parents had been away for nearly 10 years and never returned home. Why would they come back now, and specifically to Hong Kong? She didn't believe it had nothing to do with Ying and Tang. Shen Yuntang naturally put his arm around his wife's slim waist, picked up a silver fork, and fed her a piece of apple. He said gently, "Ying, this has nothing to do with us. Big brother left me some shares in the company, and he also left me a company, but I have never been interested in business since I was young, and I wouldn't manage a company. In the end, it doesn't matter who wins. It won't affect us. Although my older brother has now left, he is the eldest son of the Shen family, but he has never liked business. The Shen family has been in commerce for generations, and he is considered a fringe member of the family. He is also quite lucky. He grew up comfortably, could do what he loved, and married the person he cares about." Yanting listened to her husband and nodded. "Akian, what should we do in the future?" Shen Yuntang shook his head gently and said softly, "Ying, let's rest for a while. We can think about work next year. Should we go to the company to be a mascot or continue teaching and nurturing students? We need to think carefully." "I'm all ears." Yanting had no objections. Over the years, they had dedicated themselves to education, and now she just wanted to rest. Most importantly, she had Akian with her. In Shun Moi's study, after hearing that Shen Yuntang had returned, Shen Yunyao hurried to find his father in the study. Seeing his father looking so composed, with no sign of emotion, Yunyao couldn't help but feel anxious. He was still young and impatient. "Father, why did the 5th brother come back at this time? What's his purpose?" Shen Moi looked at his restless son with displeasure and scolded him. "Yunyao, how many times have I told you to be calm? Stay calm. Why can't you remember that? Ting, when you come back, just come back. Focus on your own matters. If he weren't the only son, and Chung were still a child, I would already be thinking of kicking him out of the house. Clearly, he and Jinjun are both very smart, and our 2 daughters are also very clever. But the son is just a fool, full of ambitions but empty-headed. Ting, when you come back, just come back. The company's shares have already been divided by the older brother. His 3 sons got nothing. Ting is still studying medicine and doesn't know how to run a business. How could he be a threat? Just one Shen Yuntang makes me so anxious. He's truly hopeless. If only I had another son. Never mind. Luckily, my grandson is much better than this foolish father. Jiaying and Shen Yuntang haven't come back yet. My father has a special feeling for his youngest granddaughter. Shen Yuntang has been special since she was born, just from her name. In our generation, there are only 3 daughters. Among my 2 daughters, the middle name is Hui, and among my older brother's daughters, the middle name is Yun. Shen Yuntang is Shen Jiaying's biggest hope. Maybe it's fair to say that having Shen Yuntang, the aunt, is just a bonus for Shen Jiaying. In the past, with the older brother around, whether in character, methods, or ability, everyone respected him. Now that my older brother is no longer here, Shen Yunshao has been in Germany and probably won't come to Hong Kong anytime soon. Shen Jia is still a young boy, and he has to bow to a kid like him. He is not willing. There is only one position of power, and who will take it is still unknown. Shen Yunyao was already upset because of his uncle's will, and now he was scolded by his father, making him even more annoyed. Shen Jiai is the eldest grandson of the main family and grew up under his uncle's care. He has received a lot, which is only fair, so he doesn't say much. But Shen Yunui, what right does he have? With the older brother away, Shen Yunyao is the eldest son of the Shen family in this generation. Yet his uncle left him nothing. Shen Yunui isn't even truly part of the Shen family, a mixed blood who got so much. Shares a hotel. He sits in the vice chairman position of the group, and he also holds the CEO position. If Shen Yunui weren't so charming, I might even suspect he is my uncle's illegitimate child. Besides the siblings from the main family, the one my uncle valued most was Shen Yunui. My uncle would rather take a mixed blood under his wing and teach him carefully than support his proper nephew. And it's all because Shen Yunui has a good grandmother. The fourth madam comes from a good family, is educated, speaks foreign languages, and is skilled in social situations. She can walk around with the grandfather, and in business circles, people respect her. Plus, she manages the household affairs of the Shen family. Naturally, my uncle looks at Shen Yunui with more favor. His grandmother. She couldn't read or write, and the only skill she had was playing the pipa. But these romantic things didn't matter. They couldn't keep Grandpa. Grandpa, who was educated in the Western style, liked piano music and didn't understand pipa tunes at all. Then there's ninth sister, Shen Yuntang. A woman who somehow inherited so many shares. She got the department store and jewelry company, and even Grandpa's private collection. Grandpa's belongings are kept in a safe at HSBC Bank, worth a lot. According to him, ninth sister should be like his two other sisters, gentle and waiting to get married. She even went to England with Jiaying to study. Why does a woman need to read so many books? She isn't expected to go out and earn money. The whole family agrees that ninth sister is the best at being born into the right family. She was born in their aunt's belly. The eldest daughter of the Shen family, her name's middle character is from the male generation of their family. Everyone knows her as Miss Shinjiu. Since she was young, Grandpa loved her most, and she was the only granddaughter of the Song family. Only Shen Yuntang has been held in Grandpa's arms. He himself never had that treatment, nor did his children. Even now, with Grandpa and Grandma gone, Grandpa is still alive, and Shen Jiaying is protecting her. The Song family is thriving in America, and they are their strong support. Shen Yuntang, who left home over 10 years ago, has returned. If it weren't for his older brothers and the main family not coming home often, our family would get even less. Just thinking about it feels unfair. He sat on the sofa feeling hopeless. Father, what should we do now? I'll listen to you. Shen Muyuan looked at his son's state and felt very angry. How did he end up with such a foolish child? What can I even expect from him? I'll tell you what to do. I want to hit you. He grabbed a water cup from the desk, ready to scold his son. But Tang Monjin, who entered the room, stopped him and gave her son a look. Yao, go out and pick up Qingrua to meet Hao Hao after school. Yao quickly got up and hurried out of the study like he was escaping. Tang Monjin placed her hand on her husband's shoulder and took the porcelain cup from his hand. Gently, she comforted him. Yuan, why are you so angry? Yao is not capable, but you should talk to him nicely. How can you hit him? Yuan was rarely this angry. The few times it was always because of Yao. Shen Muyuan shook his head. He felt helpless too. Holding his wife's hand, he pulled her onto his lap. Zhenjin, I didn't want to hit him. That kid just makes me so mad. Ara Zhu and Ah Ling are so smart. Why is Yao like a piece of wood? I really wish he were better. Why should I bother fighting for anything? He truly managed to win her over and handed her to Yao, but could he really keep her safe? He worked tirelessly every day, while his son seemed like a piece of rotten wood. Seeing his son's dull expression, he completely lost his fighting spirit. He strongly suspected that his son inherited the Liu family's genes. His grandfather failed to protect the family legacy and became a bankrupt when his mother was young. His mother could only learn to play the pipa and sing to make a living, then was bought by her grandmother into the Shen family and became her father's concubine. No one in the Shen family was clever. His eldest brother was not worth mentioning, and the other brothers weren't much better. Tang Monjin also knew her son was useless and deeply understood her husband's feelings. She sighed and said, "As long as he doesn't go out drinking, gambling, or causing trouble, I'll be happy."
We still have Hao Hao.
Her son's lack of success made it hard for her to hold her head up among the Tang siblings. Especially her biological sister, Tang Manchu, who always mocked her whenever they met. Her father was a famous textile tycoon in Shanghai, and her mother was his first wife, with one son and two daughters. Her eldest brother was an outstanding and talented person. He studied in Europe as a young boy, excelled academically, and secured several big European deals for the Tang family, making her father very hopeful about him as the future head of the family. But less than a month after returning to China, he was killed by Japanese soldiers because they wanted to take her sister-in-law, who was not yet married. My older brother died. My sister-in-law, unwilling to be humiliated, took a Japanese soldier's pistol and committed suicide by shooting herself. That day, it rained heavily. Their blood stained a large area of the open space outside the cinema. Although the entire Tong family was preparing for my brother's wedding, in just one night, it turned into a funeral. Before he left, my brother promised to bring back candied hawthorn sticks for me. But I never received the candied hawthorn sticks from my brother. My father had 3 other wives besides my mother, and they all had sons. Although those brothers were not as good as my eldest brother, they were still valued by my father because they were male. When my eldest brother passed away, my mother cried for him all night. Only my sister and I remained in the main household. My mother wanted to have one of us stay in the Tong family as a daughter-in-law, so that the children born later could be adopted under my brother's name. My father was sad that my eldest brother died young and had no children, so he agreed to my mother's plan. I was still young then. I only knew that my brother was gone and would never come back. My sister eagerly agreed. Later, my sister really stayed at home as a daughter-in-law. Her husband was a university teacher, and they had many siblings. My sister wanted to have a son. She had 2 daughters, and finally, her last pregnancy was a son. It also hurt her health, and the child adopted under my brother's name became just a promise that was not fulfilled. When I got married, my mother gave me all her dowry. My father also gave me a generous bride price. My sister was always unhappy about this. Mother gave you all her dowry, and father also gave you a lot of bride gifts, yet you still married a commoner, a flirtatious one at that. Sister, look at your son Ayao. Does he have even half of Ah Cheng's intelligence? Mother, I stayed at home to take care of the family. You can't be biased. Sister, you've also had 2 daughters. Do you want to send your son back to the Tang family to carry on the family line? Your wish has probably failed. Such words kept coming up. She couldn't understand. Even though they are biological sisters, her older sister has never liked her since they were young. Her sister and her brother don't look alike, and she is so sharp-tongued. Her 3rd brother, born on the same day as her sister, looks very much like her older brother. She couldn't help but wonder if her sister might not be her biological sister. She secretly asked her mother, who told her that her sister looked like their late great-grandmother, which made her stop doubting. After the founding of the country, her father moved the entire Tang family to Hong Kong, and she finally felt a bit of relief. Now, the Shen family has also come to Hong Kong, and they will inevitably have to interact with the Tang family in the future. Fortunately, her grandson seems quite clever. Shen Muyuan loosened his tie around his neck, still feeling upset. He placed his hand on his wife's belly and couldn't help but ask, Jinjin, can you have another child for me? We'll raise them ourselves and teach them well. Junjun is not yet 50 and he is not yet 60, so he should still be able to have children. When Ayao was born, Junjun was only 16 years old, still a naive girl who didn't know how to take care of a child. Her mother took Ayao into the room to look after him. By the time they realized there was a problem, it was already too late. Ayao was about the same age as Yun Gui and had grown up comparing himself to others. He was always not as good as Yun Gui, especially in school. Ayao's grades were never outstanding. When the 2-year younger twin brothers started school, the gap between Ayao and them became even clearer. Later, Junjun had 2 more daughters, and he gave up trying to change things. Junjun always loved her children and found it hard to be strict with them. Her 2 daughters were smart and sensible from a young age, so she didn't have to worry much about them. They had a son, their hoped-for eldest child. Whenever he tried to discipline him, his mother would come to defend him. If he raised his voice a little, Ayao would cry. He was young and impulsive at the time, so he just gave up and stopped trying. He thought that as he grew older, things would get better.
But
Even as he grew up, things didn't improve much. Fortunately, a Yao was obedient enough, or he might have been spoiled into a spoiled brat. He probably would have been so angry, he couldn't stand it. Tang Manjin was shocked by her husband's ideas. As a grandmother, how could she still have children? If others found out, they would laugh at her for having a child at her age. She couldn't help but slap Shen Moy on the shoulder and scold him playfully. Are you crazy? I'm already so old. How can I still have children? Shen Moyuan gently kissed Tang Manjin's hand and held it close to his lips. Dad is almost 60, and he has 11 and 12 children. Why can't we? Come on, Zhenjin, just agree. Feel it. Is it really hard? Tang Manjin held his hand, feeling the heat, and asked nervously, Are we really going to have a baby? Will a Yao agree? Shen Moyuan knew his wife had agreed. One hand was already on her thigh as he kissed her neck. I'm his father. As a son, he can't decide whether I have children or not. It all depends on fate. If it's a boy, it's just bad luck for him. If it's a girl, I'll accept it too. If it's a girl, he would raise her just like his older brother did with Xiaojiu, teaching her well. Tang Manjin reached out and hugged her husband's neck, silently agreeing. Shen Moyuan carried Tang Manjin to the sofa. He couldn't wait to go to the bedroom. Soon, their clothes were scattered on the floor, and the sounds of their joy filled the study. Shen Maxiong heard Shen Yuntang come back and hurried to find his brother in the study. Juji, a Yanting is back. Shen Maxiong frowned, put down his coffee, and sat on the sofa. He asked uncertainly, 11, what did you say? Shen Maxiong sat down and repeated, Juji, I said a Yanting is back. Our nephew, Shen Yuntang, has returned. His brother is still quite young. You're not even 50 yet, how can you be hearing things? Casually, I tore off a banana from the fruit plate on the coffee table and started eating. Shen Maxiong realized what was happening and said with a bit of schadenfreude, Ating is back, and some people can't sit still anymore. Asher has been in Germany all these years. Their second nephew always wants to be first in everything. Before, with the eldest brother in charge, the sixth brother kept his thoughts to himself. Now that the eldest has gone, Aang is still young, and his ambitions are starting to show. Shen Morong paused while eating the banana, then leaned over to his brother and asked with a smile, Ninth brother, can you still sit still? Shen Maxiong picked up an apple from the fruit plate and gestured at his younger brother, scolding, You troublemaker. What do I have to sit still for? Why should I compete? It's not proper or legitimate. The things our eldest brother left us, as long as we don't gamble, are enough for us to live worry-free. Their father has little affection for the children of his concubines. He doesn't have the strength to compete for anything.
and he doesn't want to compete.
If Aang becomes capable, he will naturally return kindness with kindness. Shen Morong happily grabbed an apple, wiped it on his shirt, and took a big bite. Ninth brother, I was just joking. The eldest brother left us shares in the company. We don't have to do anything, just wait for the dividends. The yearly income is quite good. There's no need for us to fight with the sixth brother for life or death. Isn't it better to sit and watch the fish bite the hook? Although he is young, he sees things very clearly. He came over to test whether his older brother has those feelings. If he does, he won't support or stop him. If he doesn't, that's even better. He also wanted to show his own position, that he wouldn't go around putting on a show for others. Shen Maxiong glared at his joking younger brother and said irritably, "Stop acting so carefree. Is that something you can joke about? No matter what, it's not my place to lead the Shen family, and you definitely don't need to say anything about that. Big brother already treats us brothers well. We hold 10% of the company's shares, and Yun Gui is the only one among their brothers to get a share. Sixth brother must have some thoughts about that. Plus a Yao. A Shirao isn't at home. He calls himself the eldest brother, but has nothing to show for it. He must be feeling unhappy inside. Their father cares most about the eldest brother. With him gone, the future head of the Shen family will be Aang. The head of the Shen family won't be decided by those aunts and wives. Sixth brother can't see through it, but he sees everything clearly. He doesn't have big ambitions. He just hopes a G can finish his studies early. be independent, marry someone he truly loves, and that he and Yun can enjoy their grandchildren sooner. Shen Yuntang looked at his brother with love. He had truly grown up. They all knew he was testing him as the older brother. And he also learned what his brother was thinking. I have to say, he is very foresightful. Arguing is useless. It's better to enjoy the life with what you already have. Big brother is kind to his younger brothers. Even if he doesn't share his shares and company with them, it's understandable. But surprisingly, Big Brother gave them something. And he gave quite a lot. Shen Yuntang put away his smile and said carefully, "Ninth brother, I want to study law and become a lawyer in the future." He studied literature at Kyoto University, which isn't his favorite major. His dream isn't to be a writer or a poet either. If his mother hadn't strongly refused to let him study abroad, he would have followed his original plan and studied physics like Aylin. Now, he wants to become a lawyer. He wants to be someone who speaks up for the weak. Shen Yuntang usually doesn't interfere with his brother's studies. He knows that if his mother hadn't forced him, 11 would be studying physics now. His mother thinks if 11 also studies physics abroad, he might not come back for over 10 years like Aylin. She firmly disagrees with 11 studying abroad. Although 11 doesn't dare to disobey his mother, he was so angry that he chose the same literature major as Xiao Rui. He kept failing exams and almost got expelled. Now that 11 wants to study law, it shows he has thought it through carefully. As an older brother, of course, he supports him. But he still asked, 11, are you sure about this? Shen Yuntang nodded firmly and said, Brother Jiao, I don't want to waste time anymore. I don't like doing business or reading sad poems. I want to become a lawyer. He had already had this idea since leaving the Shen family. After inheriting his older brother's estate, his plan to become a lawyer became clearer. Shen Yuntang patted his younger brother's shoulder and took a deep breath. All right, since you've made up your mind, go ahead and do it. Which country do you want to study in? The United States or the United Kingdom? If you go to the US, Aji will look after you. If you go to the UK, Jiaying and Tang will take care of you. Or, if you prefer Germany, your older nephew should be willing to look after you, uncle. Shen Yuntang waved his hand. He had already decided. Brother Jiao, Hong Kong University is also good. Mom probably won't let me go so far. His nominal older nephew, Shen Yuntang, who was a few years older than his own brother and only known within the family, was someone he didn't want to go to Germany for. As for visiting his nephew or great-nephew, he had no such plans. He felt close to Aji and Jiaying, but there was no need to seek them out. Since his brother had already made up his mind, Shen Yuntang didn't plan to persuade him. 11 was an adult now, and the path he chose was his own. He believed he could take responsibility for his own life. Father is usually very open-minded and would agree for 11 to attend university. Mother doesn't understand academic matters, so 11 will stay in Hong Kong to study. As for what to study, Mother has no opinion. After taking a sip of coffee, he said slowly, In a few days, I will contact the school for you and Xiao Rui. Although your English is fine, in Hong Kong, people speak Cantonese. Also, I will hire a private teacher for you to learn Cantonese at home on weekends. With just a few words, Shen Yuntang arranged his younger siblings' studies. They also need to learn, or else they can only speak English outside, won't understand Cantonese, and won't be able to do business. If someone cheats them, they won't have anyone to turn to. Shen Yuntang heard that his brother had already made arrangements, so he had nothing more to say. Having received so many shares, he studied law and could also contribute to the family. Night fell softly, and Rong Pailan's private house was brightly lit. When Rong Shan arrived late at night, Rong Pailan was swimming in the outdoor pool. He has the habit of swimming morning and evening. Unless something very important happens, he usually doesn't allow anyone to disturb him while swimming. Seeing Rong Shan, Rong Pailan quickly finished a lap, got out of the pool, shook his wet black hair, put on a black bathrobe, and headed inside. The servants had already prepared and served black tea. Rong Pailan tossed the towel he used to dry his hair aside, picked up a delicate teacup, and took a sip of the black tea. Only then did Rong Shan begin to report, Young master, I have news about the Shen family, which you asked me to look into. Rong Pailan signaled him to sit down and continued speaking. Rong Shan sat down and said, Before the founding of the country, The Shen family was a well-known business tycoon in Shanghai. They owned their own bank, department stores, hotels, and factories. However, the mainland does not allow private ownership of banks. After the country was founded, the banks were nationalized, and a few years later, the department stores, hotels, and factories were also converted into joint public-private enterprises. They also have businesses in Hong Kong called Yixing Group, which includes real estate, department stores, jewelry, entertainment. Miss Shen's father was the founder. I also found out that Mr. Shen owned 80% of Yixing Group's shares before he passed away. According to his will, the eldest grandson Shen Jia should inherit 35%, the young daughter Shen Yuntang 20%, and Shen Yungue along with 4 other illegitimate brothers each inherited 5%. Shen Yungue originally owned 8% of Yixing and inherited an additional 5% from Mr. Shen. Now, he is the 3rd largest shareholder, vice chairman, and also the CEO of Yixing. The shares of young Master Shen and Miss Shen are held in trust by old Master Shen, and the will has already taken effect. Additionally, according to Mr. Shen's will, Mr. Shen San inherited Yixing Publishing and Cultural Company, Mr. Shen Lu inherited Yixing Film and Record Company, and Mr. Shen Jiu along with his younger brother inherited Yixing Textile Company. Mr. Shen Yungue inherited Yixing Hotel, Miss Shen inherited Yixing Department Store and Yixing Jewelry, and Mr. Shen Jia inherited Yixing Real Estate. Mr. Shen was a kind-hearted man. If it had been his family's young master, they wouldn't have left him a generous inheritance. Instead, they would have quickly driven the old master's family out. Rome Pylon put down his delicate red teacup, frowning deeply, feeling more and more shocked as he listened. In the previous life, there was no one named Shen in the Yixing Group. When his father-in-law passed away, Tang Tang and Shen Jia were supposed to inherit shares of the company, but they both had accidents on a cruise ship. After Grandpa Shen died, the Shen family members went their separate ways. Rome Pylon immediately stood up from the sofa. What about those who fought on the ship? Were they really just pirates? And what role did the Rong family play in all this? That cruise ship belonged to the Rong family.
He was also on it.
Shen Jia was missing. Tang Tang was in a coma for half a year, and after she woke up, she stayed in the hospital for a long time, rarely appearing in public. The beneficiaries of the will kept having accidents. The other shareholders of the group teamed up to kill the family lawyer, successfully dividing the father-in-law's shares. Yixing Group became a prize for those people. Tang Tang had never been involved in business matters and Shen Jia was young, so they probably didn't know about the shares. If Tang Tang knew all this, could she accept it? In the previous life, after he saved her, if he had carefully checked her background, maybe old Shen wouldn't have been so upset and passed away suddenly, and Shengyi wouldn't have fallen into the wrong hands. Fortunately, in this life, none of those things happened. Rome Pylon staggered back a few steps and sat down heavily on the sofa. Rong Shan saw the young master's face turning paler and asked with concern, "Young master, are you okay?" Rome Pylon shook his head and asked, "Is there anything I don't know?" Seeing that the young master was fine, Rong Shan sat back down and continued, "Miss Shen's mother also comes from a noble family. Her grandfather and eldest uncle were high officials in the nationalist government, the second uncle was a diplomat, and the third uncle was a pilot who sacrificed himself fighting the Japanese. They went to the United States before the liberation. It will take some time to learn about their news." Rong Pylon waved his hand. "There's no need to follow up on the Song family matters. You can go rest now. You've worked hard." In his previous life, he and Tang Tang traveled to the United States and unexpectedly reunited with his little uncle. The Song family was doing well in the U.S., and his grandparents were in good health. The three uncles even attended Ah Chen's 100-day celebration in Hong Kong and gave Tang Tang a generous dowry. Ah Chen's first birthday was celebrated at the Song family home. Because he married Tang Tang, the Song family's affection extended to her. Rongsheng's business in the U.S. was thriving, and the Song family's help was essential. Rongshan stood up and left. Rome Pylon finished the cup of black tea in one sip. In his previous life, she liked drinking black tea, and he followed suit. It had become a habit. Now, in this new life, he had brought back the habit of drinking black tea. The cool liquid flowed through his body, making him feel more alert. This life has changed the original path, making many things impossible to verify, which also means that dangers are hidden. Grandpa is still alive, and unless something unexpected happens, he should be around for the next 30 or 40 years. Should I wait for him to pass away before taking action? That's impossible. Whether it's the second house, the fourth house, the low-profile third house, or the fifth house that Grandpa dislikes, I would rather make a wrong move than let them go. If they don't die, I will be the one to die. And I don't want to die. The regret has already happened once, and I don't want to repeat it. Tangdang, I will come to England to find you in October. I'm not worried about the Shen group. The will has already taken effect. Grandpa Shen is a clever man, and Shen Yunui's position as CEO proves he has the ability. Those small shareholders probably won't cause trouble for now. I am eager to see her. Meanwhile, Shen Yuntang, who is far away in England, is about to have a much more fulfilling life. After drifting at sea for several months, she finally arrived in England. Shen Yuntang successfully enrolled at Oxford University, studying for a double degree in finance and law. She gave herself an English name, Alice, which was given to her by her mother in her previous world. She plans to keep using it as a way to remember that part of her past. In that world, she studied finance and management, psychology, and art history. Finance was not difficult for her. She studied law to understand the legal knowledge of the times. She did not want to become a lawyer. And Jiaying went to Shen Jiaying's investment company to work as an investment manager. Shen Jiaying balanced her studies while developing her investment company. Every day, she was either studying at school or playing with new friends. In her free time, she went sketching, playing golf, horse racing, and taking photos. Since the cruise, she had drawn many jewelry designs. She planned to start her own jewelry brand after returning to Hong Kong. Since ancient times, women's money has been the easiest to earn. Shen Yuntang and Shen Jiaying lived in a small detached villa near the school. Shen Yuntang wore a light blue silk knee-length skirt. Her long curly hair was cut short, now just below her ears. She wore a white silk headband. She was wearing white high heels with a blue sapphire bracelet on her ankle. She handed her sketchbook to Shen Jiaying and asked sincerely, "Jiaying, do you ever feel the urge to buy this?" The book contained her latest design sketches. Jewelry with a rose theme, crowns, necklaces, earrings, rings, brooches, and bracelets. Roses blooming, with petals slowly unfolding from the center. The center used yellow diamonds, the petals were rubies, and the leaves were green olivine. Shen Jiaying looked up briefly. Design in any form is connected. He could easily see that this set of jewelry was extraordinary. Once released, it would surely attract the attention of many ladies. His aunt had a real talent for jewelry design. "If you want to buy it, I'm willing to pay for it," he said. As for himself, he would probably never buy such things in his life. He wasn't someone who cared much about material possessions. Shen Yuntang closed her sketchbook and teased, "Jiaying, with that attitude, you'll never find a girlfriend." Shen Jiaying replied casually, "I don't believe in love, and I don't plan to have a girlfriend in the future." His fifth uncle's attitude toward marriage was worth learning from. Staying single wasn't a bad choice. He didn't think he had the ability to manage a marriage or truly love someone. Not wanting to continue the topic, he sat down beside Shen Yuntang and asked, "Annie, do you want your designs to be released to the public?" To him, the drawings in her hands were treasures. If these designs were produced, countless women would be drawn to them. Shen Yuntang closed her sketchbook and looked him in the eye. "Jiaying, isn't that an obvious question? Did you think I was just drawing for fun? I plan to start my own brand when I return to Hong Kong. Jewelry for women is something no fashion item can replace. Each piece carries its own unique design and craftsmanship. It can be a source of emotional support or a symbol of cultural heritage. Everything in nature can inspire us." Little Auntie had a clear idea, so Shen Jiaying quickly expressed his support. "Little Auntie, I support you. Whether in spirit or action, I am with you. His investment company is doing well. Even without relying on the Shen family, he can live a good life with Little Auntie. Compared to vague and distant love, he prefers making money and enjoying the satisfaction of earning it. They will return to Hong Kong sooner or later, where great-grandpa and Uncle Wu are. And also the person little auntie likes. Shen Yuntang cut a piece of guava and green grape cake on the coffee table with a spatula and handed it to Jiaying. After all, we uncle and niece are the best. This is a reward for you. Shen Jiaying smiled and took it. I agree with that. To him, the only person in the Shen family he truly cares about is little auntie. With little auntie, he gets to eat many new and unfamiliar foods. Thanks to drinking water from the space well, he not only strengthens his body but also metabolizes substances that could harm him. Now, he has a body that doesn't gain weight easily. Otherwise, he would have already exceeded his sugar limit and fallen ill. At the top of Mount Taiping, the old Rong family residence. After offering prayers to his parents, Rong Pailan was called back to the old house by his grandfather. He returned from studying in England and officially moved out from here. He didn't want to be around those people. Hey, isn't that our busy young master Rong? Why are you back today? The speaker is Lady Liang Hongyu, the wife of the 6th household of Lord Rong. She is dressed in a dark green floral qipao, with her black curly hair styled in soft waves, decorated with a pearl hairpin. She wears matching jade jewelry on her ears and neck, and an old mine-glass jade bracelet on her wrist. Lady Liang is the younger sister of Rong Pailan's biological grandmother. She has no children and has always held a stable position, making her a special presence in the Rong family. After her sister passed away, Liang was the only one left in the Liang family. She doesn't run businesses herself, so she merged Liang's company into Rong's, gaining a 15% share in Rongxing Group. Fearing she couldn't manage alone, she became the nominal wife of her brother-in-law. In reality, she has no actual relationship with Lord Rong. When she was young, she had her own love, but unfortunately, he died a week before their wedding. Rong Pailan took off his black trench coat and gloves, handing them to Rong Lei. He sat down on a nearby single sofa and said softly, "Auntie, if you're unhappy, you can go shopping, sign my name, or travel abroad. I'll pay for it." Liang Hongyu pouted. Was she that kind of person? She waved to Rong Pailan, signaling him to sit beside her, and whispered, "You're never around. Do you know that the 2nd and 4th households want to marry their daughters to you? Your grandfather was still hesitating, but I caused a fuss, so he has temporarily abandoned the idea. Does he even consider what kind of person he is? He still dares to have hopes for a Lin." Rong Pailan shook his head and softly said, "Grandpa won't agree. I forced the second wife to leave the board. We are now at odds, and Grandpa won't be so naive. If the misses from the he and you families insist on seeking trouble, I don't mind letting them go to reincarnation early. Don't tell me they are innocent. Their family names mean they can't be innocent. I was too kind before, which is why I died early. People teach others, but not always kindly. Experiences teach us deeply." Liang Hongyu stretched out her delicate finger, pushed Rong Pailan's head, and blurted out, You are still too young. Can you really trust a man's words? Oh, I forgot, you are a man too." She exaggeratedly covered her mouth. "Grandpa is old now. He wants harmony in the family so everything can prosper, but those women have already grown greedy. Asking them to give up their gains is like hurting their feelings. You are his grandson, and those women are also his blood relatives. To him, you are the best descendant of the Rong family, but not the only one. If your marriage could help resolve your conflicts, would your grandpa be happy? Do you believe that? Wasn't your brother-in-law like this when he was young? Clearly, in business, you fought fiercely with the Yu family, but in the end, you accepted Yu Lingling. The two families put aside their conflicts and became allies. The Yu family always follows the lead of the Zhenshan Ma family. Her older sister, Liang Shuyu, the eldest daughter of the Liang family and the head of the household, lost everything because of her feelings. Maybe her brother-in-law had feelings for her sister, but he couldn't resist the temptation of other women outside. Himeru from the 2nd household is a perfect example. She was a nightclub dancer who took the initiative to become her brother-in-law's mistress, which caused her sister to have an accident during childbirth. The baby was born prematurely and died before opening its eyes. Her sister, who depended on her, also fell ill emotionally and passed away at 50. She was left alone. Himeru rose to fame and her family suddenly became known as a prestigious family. Nonsense, a family full of shameless people. The men couldn't find women and the women couldn't get married. Yet somehow, she had 2 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest, Rong Qingfeng, the second master of the Rong family. The second, Rong Qingran, the eldest daughter. And the third, Rong Qingyao, the 5th master of the Rong family, are triplets. The youngest, Rong Qingyue, the 4th miss of the Rong family. Himeru's favorite was Rong Qingfeng. To her, his arrival was the most important leverage for her to establish herself in the Rong family. She also favored her youngest daughter, Rong Qingyue, who looked just like her. Rong Qingyue learned her mother's manipulative skills very well. She married into the Wang family, a big textile business in Hong Kong, becoming the eldest daughter-in-law. This was also Rong Qingfeng's most important leverage. The twins, caught in the middle, had an older brother who was highly valued by their mother and a younger sister who was also loved by her mother, but not as much. Rong Qianran was the eldest daughter of the Rong family, a proper young lady who was very favored by old Master Rong. She married a wealthy jewelry tycoon from Hong Kong. As the only twin in the Rong family, her brother was also highly regarded by their father. The brother and sister always got along well. However, among the 4 siblings, there was some rivalry and competition. Liang Hongyu, in this life, was in constant conflict with Himeru. Otherwise, with so many properties under her name, why would she insist on moving into her brother-in-law's house? It was all to make things more difficult for Himeru. If she accidentally upset Himeru enough to make her angry, she would happily celebrate with fireworks for 3 days. Miao Yunyan from the 3rd household owed Old Master Rong a life-saving favor. Old Master Rong kept his identity secret and had a relationship with Miao Yunyan. Later, Miao Yunyan found clues in the newspaper. There was a report about the ship owner Rong Jinshan attending a governor's banquet with his wife and young son. She couldn't believe her beloved was deceiving her. But it was already too late. She was attracted to a tall, handsome man, had fallen deeply in love with him, and they had a child together. Pregnant for 3 months, she entered the Rong family's house. She only had 2 daughters. The eldest daughter, Rong Qinglin, the 2nd young lady of the Rong family, and the youngest daughter, Rong Qingli, the 5th young lady. She had a heavy postpartum bleed after giving birth to her youngest daughter, which harmed her health. Afterward, she began practicing vegetarianism and praying. The 3rd branch had no real power in the Rong family and felt very insignificant. The sisters also did not work in the family's business. Rong Qinglin is a professor at Hong Kong University, teaching French. Her husband also teaches at Hong Kong University in the Chinese department. Rong Qingli focuses on her dance career and did not marry. The 4th branch's daughter, Yu Lingling, actively sought marriage. She had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Rong Qingji, the 3rd young master of the Rong family. The 2nd son, Rong Qingyun, the 6th young master. And the youngest daughter, Rong Qingxue, the 3rd young lady. The 4th branch is very harmonious internally, with Rong Qingji leading. The 5th branch's daughter, Zhong Wanqing, has only 1 son. Rong Qingzhou, the 4th young master of the Rong family, does not participate in the family's business. He is an excellent surgeon who has worked and lived in the UK since graduation. For some unknown reason, the 5th wife offended Old Master Rong and was rejected. She is considered taboo in the Rong family. Rong Pailin usually avoids contact with his nominal uncle and aunt privately. He dislikes each of them equally and openly. Little auntie, Grandpa wouldn't approve of me marrying into her family, as it would break the long-standing balance of the Rong family, and it wouldn't mean anything. My identity is the only descendant of the original wife. He only wants me to marry a noble daughter from a good family. Maximizing benefits is what makes the Rong family's head proud. He doesn't want his marriage to become a bargaining chip in business deals. What can be clearly priced can only be called a transaction. But marriage is not a transaction. Moreover, he already has the love of his life and cannot be tempted by other women. Love is selfish. A person's heart is actually very small, only enough to hold 1 person. He loves Shen Yuntang. His eyes and heart are full of her, and he only wants to possess her. She loves him too, and wants to possess him. This is the most beautiful state of love. He cannot have a woman in his heart and sleep with another woman physically. In his view, that is very dirty. All his desire is for Shen Yuntang. Desire arises from love, and love is the catalyst. With love, the body and mind will change. He firmly believes this. Liang Hongyu waved her hand and said indifferently, "Your marriage is your own decision. You only need to know that your auntie will always stand behind you." When she entered the Rong family, she had already made a will. All her property, including Rongsheng's shares, will, after 100 years, go to Rong Pailan as the sole beneficiary. Rong Pailan felt touched and reached out to hug her auntie. "Auntie, thank you. Also, I love you. This is addressed to my current auntie and also to my previous life's auntie. In my past life, I was able to marry Tang because my auntie played a big role behind the scenes. When I left, my auntie would definitely take care of Tang and Aiken for me." Liang Hongyu patted his back and smiled sincerely. Alan has grown up and looks more and more like Ayan. She brought her grown-up Ayan, who calls her little auntie, Ing Nian's early deceased Rong Ayan. She will protect Alan well. Talking such cheesy words out of the blue makes me feel uncomfortable. "Go see your grandpa." Rong Eileen stood up and went to the study to find his grandpa. Grandpa Rong had been waiting in the study for a long time. Seeing someone enter, he couldn't help but snort coldly. "Young Master Rong, Chairman Rong, you're getting busier and busier. It's not easy for me, as your grandfather, to see you now." Rong Eileen closed the door and spread his hands. "Didn't I just meet Auntie Liang? We just talked for a bit." Hearing that his grandson met Liang Hongyu, he couldn't say much more. He had no defense against Liang Hongyu's words. Besides, she was his wife's only sister, and he had promised to take care of her before she passed away. Then he changed the subject. "You're 22 now. Have you thought about important life decisions?" Rong Pailan was secretly surprised and decided to take the initiative. He said, "I have a girlfriend. When the time comes, I will bring her home." He was afraid that if he didn't speak up, his grandfather would arrange for him to meet those wealthy young ladies. He didn't want that. Old Master Rong didn't have time to think much and blurted out, "Could she be a foreigner?" Grandpa doesn't want a foreign granddaughter-in-law, nor a foreign great-grandchild in the future. He was a very traditional person and not very open-minded. Although his daughter-in-law was from Southeast Asia, she was still of Chinese descent. Rong Pailan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought, how could Grandpa even think of a foreign great-grandchild? He quickly explained, "Don't worry, there won't be any foreign granddaughter-in-law, nor any foreign great-grandchild. Please don't just randomly matchmake. I have someone I want to marry. I will only marry her in this life. If my wife isn't her, I would choose not to marry at all." His words shut down everything old Master Rong wanted to say. Rong Pailan had been with him since he was 8 years old. He knew his grandson very well. He always kept his promises, never breaking his word. He had his own set of principles for dealing with people and life. On the surface, he seemed gentle and refined, but if you looked closely, he was cold and distant. Everyone saw him with a smile, making people think he was easy to talk to, but his eyes held no warmth, and he always carried a sense of detachment from within. He rarely opens his heart to others, not even to his closest friends, and he may never truly do so. As a grandfather, he believes he cannot do it. If Lin really liked someone and that person could help him become a normal person, he would be happy to see it happen. The hopes of the he and you families are probably going to be disappointed. If the ox refuses to drink water, he can't force it, right? Originally, he was just trying to give face to the he and you families and see what his grandson thought. Fine, everyone is happy. If it doesn't work, there's no loss. After all, his grandson is his own. In the future, the person who will mourn him and care for him in old age will be Rong Pailan. He still wishes to be buried with Shiyu. Among all his women, only Liang Shiyu was someone he actively pursued. His eldest lady is the most special to him. Anyone with a little family background, ask yourself, who isn't surrounded by 3 or 4 wives and concubines. Although he is flirtatious, in his heart, only Liang Shuyu is worthy of being his wife. He has always clearly distinguished between wife and concubine. As he grows older, he inevitably feels regret about the child he and the eldest lady never had. If he hadn't provoked Himeru, would their child have survived? Would the eldest lady have left so early? Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs when it comes to Rong Pailan's marriage, who he will marry, and when it is all based on his own wishes. Aaron, Grandpa, is just asking. He wants you to go out and meet new friends. If you already like someone, then there's no need to look further. Who is that girl? What does her family do? Since my daughter-in-law will be the future mistress of the Rong family, can that girl measure up? At the very least, their backgrounds should match. It's not that they have to be equal, but their values should align. The minimum is that her education level shouldn't be low. Her family background shouldn't be too poor. If her background is too humble, her view of the world will be limited. He doesn't want any of Rong's direct descendants to have a mother who is not respectable. But, given Aaron's personality, not everyone catches his eye. The woman he likes should also be very outstanding. Rong Pailan's lips curled into a gentle smile, and he couldn't help but say, "Grandpa, we're not at the stage of talking about marriage yet. Let's wait until she graduates from university before we consider the next step in life." In the past, Grandpa only met Tang once. After a game of Go, he agreed that Aaron could marry her. He wouldn't reveal Tong's existence before everything was settled, even if it meant risking his relationship with his own grandfather. He didn't want Tang to be in any danger. His grandson's words were as firm as if guarded by iron. Old Master Rong knew he wouldn't get any more answers, so he gave up. Looking at his grandson, who resembled his eldest son in both features and manner, he worriedly advised, "Don't be too harsh on your second uncle. After all, his surname is Rong. You can't write 2 different Rong characters." Rong Pailan nodded, hiding his strong feelings of resentment. He calmly replied, "As long as the second branch behaves properly and doesn't covet what isn't theirs, I won't cause trouble." But he knew he wouldn't really let them go. Being kind to enemies is just cruelty to oneself. Fortunately, he didn't want to be cruel to himself. So, he silently apologized to his grandfather in his heart. He was about to break his promise. After visiting Tang in England, he would start dealing with the second branch. The shares he held, combined with those of his aunt, made up exactly 50%. He was still short of completely controlling his grandfather. It seemed he couldn't do it alone. He had to incite the He family and the Yu family to fight each other. He wanted to be the one pulling the strings. Old Mr. Rong sighed, almost accepting the situation. He had already warned his second son to behave better. "Alin, will you stay home for dinner tonight?" Seeing his grandfather's hopeful eyes, Rong Pailan nodded. The Rong family usually ate dinner together. The third branch kept a low profile and rarely appeared at family events. The second wife arrived the latest, wearing a dark purple velvet embroidered qipao, a string of jade beads around her neck, and black low-heeled shoes. Her most treasured possession in life was her hair, which remained shiny and black even after 50 years. Supporting her was Rong Qingfeng's wife, Rong Zuxiya. She was simply pretty and not to Rong Qingfeng's taste. They had 1 son and 1 daughter. The second young master, Rong Peishi, was 15 years old. The eldest miss, Rong Peishan, was 12. The Zhu family was in the textile business, and Rong Qingfeng still relied on them. No outside women caused trouble openly. Recently, many of his subordinates had fallen into Rong Pailan's hands. Looking at Rong Pailan's eyes, one could see a cruel and sinister look. Since childhood, his greatest hatred was for his older brother, Rong Qingyan. This person was the top eldest son of the Rong family, the one who overshadowed him. He had everything he wanted but couldn't get. His father's favor, his understanding wife, the prestigious Yu family, and his clever son. All belonged to Rong Qingyan. Rong Sheng's shipping business thrived because of Rong Qingyan. The uncles and elders praised him, saying, "A son like Rong Qingyan is what the Rong family needs to carry on." And what about the rest of them? They had always lived under Rong Qingyan's shadow. How could he not hate Rong Qingyan? He originally planned to kill their family of 3, but unexpectedly, they were so unlucky that they attended a wedding and encountered a gang involved in a kidnapping scheme. They died just like that.
He didn't even get the chance to act.
What a twist of fate. Now, his biggest regret was not killing Rong Pailan, that little wolf cub, earlier. He finally realized it. Rong Pailan is more ruthless than Rong Qingyan. Rong Pailan smirked and gave Rong Qingfeng a teasing smile. He just wanted his good second uncle to lose his temper first. It's best if he makes a move again. He will definitely suppress his good uncle, making him unable to find peace even in death. He really is a caring nephew, isn't he? Rong Qingfeng had just been warned by his father that he couldn't speak or act impulsively. He felt very frustrated. Rong Qingyao, being close to his second brother, naturally noticed the confrontation between his second brother and the eldest nephew. He silently cursed in his heart. Fool. His older brother was always overconfident, overly ambitious, with abilities and ambitions that didn't match. And he was quick to hold grudges. In this round against Elvis, the second family lost completely. Sometimes Rong Qingyao really didn't want to admit that he and Rong Qingfeng were full brothers. His wife, Rong Yusinhui, holding her husband's hand, sat beside him. Rong Qingyao returned her grip. The couple exchanged a smile. The Yu family is in the education field. She herself teaches at Hong Kong University as an associate professor in the English department. They fell in love freely. They have only one son. Rong's third son, Rong Pei-in, is only 3 years old. Rong Himei-ru was supported by her daughter-in-law and sat down near old Master Rong, speaking in a strained voice. Old Master, today is truly rare to see Lin at the dinner table at home. Liang Hongyu sharply placed her wine glass on the table, spilling wine everywhere.
What?
Lin still can't go home. You are just a concubine. Even if my sister is gone, you'll be a concubine for life. Every year during Qingming, you have to kneel and kowtow to my sister. In 100 years, the person buried with my brother-in-law won't be you. I don't understand why you're always so restless. Honestly, this last comment really touched old Master Rong's heart. Rong Himei was so angry she was trembling and gasping. She pointed at Liang Hongyu.
You.
You. Aren't you just a little concubine yourself? How is Liang's second daughter more noble than me? A dancer? Liang Hongyu is a crazy woman. When she was young, every time she saw her, she wanted to fight her. Now, every time they meet, she gets angry at her. She probably dug up Liang Hongyu's ancestors' graves in her past life, which is why they are living under the same roof and being tormented by Liang Hongyu in this life. Liang Hongyu chuckled softly, nonchalantly saying, I'm not that noble. The difference is, I don't sell smiles, I don't give people false hope, and I don't like to flirt with married men. I came to Rong's family simply because I couldn't stand you. As long as I want, I can always go back to being Liang's second Mississippi. Can you go back to being the miss of the He family? Is it because you don't want to, or because you can't? Because you became a dancer to climb up to my brother-in-law and get ahead, the He family won't accept you back. How sad, said Lady Liang Hongyu with a malicious smile. Although Liang Hongyu is officially the concubine of Rong Jinshan, everyone in Rong's family knows she has no real relationship with the old master. She only married into the Rong family to secure Liang's inheritance. Rong Himei-ru couldn't argue with Liang Hongyu. She took out a silk handkerchief, tears in her eyes, and looked at the old master. Old master, look at Six Sister. She always looks upset when she sees me. I truly see Six Sister as my sister. Six Sister, there's no need to mock me for being a dancer. If I had the same background as you, I wouldn't have become a dancer. But I don't have that background. Not being a dancer means I can't survive. She originally thought that once the main wife left, the old master would support her and her children would no longer be considered illegitimate. But Liang Hongyu interfered. She knew that what mattered most to her was that she couldn't be buried with the old master in the afterlife, yet she kept using this to mock her. Liang Hongyu couldn't help but roll her eyes and looked at Rong Himei-ru with a half-smile. Second auntie, you're already quite old, yet you still pretend to be young. Your grandson is so grown up, aren't you ashamed? You're not ashamed, but I am for you. Rong Hee-meru paused her fake crying. This Liang Hongyu is really her nemesis. Old Master Rong was getting quite angry with his sister. He was worried she might faint from anger, which would cause trouble. He quickly stepped in with a smile to smooth things over. Hongyu, Aylin is finally having a meal at home. Please say fewer harsh words, and Meru, although Hongyu's words are not very polite, they are truthful. Aishi is already 15. You're all grown-ups now. Be more careful in the future. Don't act so shy in front of others. When she was young, beautiful women crying made him happy, and he liked to comfort them. But as Hongyu said, they are middle-aged women now. Her grandson is already so big. Acting like this is a bit inappropriate. Rong Hee-meru wiped her tears with a handkerchief. She dared not disobey the old master. The honor of the He family depended on her. If the old Master Rong looked down on her, what would happen to the He family? Seeing that she had calmed down, Hongyu stopped pushing her further. She enjoyed making Rong Hee-meru angry. There would be more chances to do so next time. Hongyu and Rong Hee-meru had been arguing since they were young, and the Rong family was used to it. When they were young, Hongyu liked to take Rong Qingyan to the second house to pick fights, often getting into physical fights. Now, she had become much more restrained. The 4 children of the second house initially protected their mother, but later, Hongyu's relentless attacks made all 4 siblings get beaten by her. Their father not only didn't protect them but also made them kneel at the ancestral hall, copying scriptures for their late older brother. Their mother indirectly caused the death of their brother, who died shortly after birth. It always seems to be the second wife who suffers. Aunt Hongyu is sensible and wouldn't really hit their mother to the point of harm, so no one stepped in to protect Rong Hee-meru. Rong Yulingling from the 4th family usually just watches as a bystander. Rong Qingji's lips curl into a faint smile, and his eyes, hidden behind silver-rimmed glasses, flicker with hatred. If hatred could burn people, Rong Qingfeng would have died 1,000 times. Their eldest brother died unexpectedly, and their father initially wanted to train Rong Qingfeng. But just after Rong Qingfeng finished studying at MIT and returned to Hong Kong, he was in a car accident on the way home from the airport before entering the house. He spent 2 years in the hospital before he could walk again. Whenever it rained, his left leg would ache terribly. The person who hurt him was Rong Qingfeng. While he was unconscious, he saw a blurry figure and smelled a familiar cigar scent. Only Rong Qingfeng and the Rong family liked to smoke cigars. When he finally managed to walk with a cane, with support from the Rong family and his father's silent approval, he established himself in the company. Horse racing, car racing, rock climbing, running, playing the piano, all of these he could no longer do. His left pinky finger was cut off alive, and his left leg now only moves with a cane. How could he not hate? This time, Alin suddenly took action. One surprising move dealt the second household a heavy blow. The descendants of the second household could never enter the group's board of directors in their lifetime, which was even more painful than killing Rong Qingfeng. Aylin truly gave him a big surprise. Rong Pailan glanced at his third uncle, secretly feeling resentful. That 32-year-old man, who coveted his niece-in-law, was so annoying. He knew very well that the old man was secretly hiding photos of Tangding. He also smiled so cheaply at his family's Achen. If he had known, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to send him to the hospital. Oh well, it was because he was kind-hearted when he was young. On the way home from school, he did a great act of kindness. Fortunately, his Tangtang didn't like the old man. He didn't know if, after he left, the old man had gone to flatter Tangdang. Rong Qingji felt that his big nephew looked at him strangely, as if he had stolen his beloved woman. He asked himself if he had ever offended his big nephew. He had always been grateful for his nephew's life-saving kindness. If that day after school, his nephew hadn't gone to choose a birthday gift for the madam and hadn't taken the usual route home, he might have already been reborn. Now he was a 10-year-old boy. He never intended to covet the head of the Rong family. He just wanted revenge. Rong Qingfeng, I will never give up on you. October and autumn. Rong Pailan arranged his schedule and handed over all his work to his subordinates. At the company's regular meeting, he announced that he would go to Nanyang for an inspection. Since joining the company, Rome Pylon has mainly been responsible for overseas business and often travels for work. No one doubted his travel plans. In fact, he was on a plane heading to the UK. The Rome family also has business interests in the UK. When his father was alive, he was constantly expanding the market there. Rome Qingyan is the person who expanded the Rome family's shipping business after the family was cleared of past issues. In his previous life, he studied in the UK and took 4 years to take control of the Rome family's shipping business in Hong Kong. This time he achieved that goal earlier. Unfortunately, his parents died when he was only 8 years old. They went to attend a British noble's wedding. The bride's lover was the leader of a local dark force who came with his men to hijack the wedding and attacked everyone at the banquet. The groom was shot 13 times, and many of the guests, including Rome Pylon's parents, were killed. His grandfather and maternal grandfather didn't want him to live alone in the UK. One wanted him to live in Nanyang, and the other wanted him to return to Hong Kong. The two family heads almost fought over his custody. His maternal grandfather, Chung Zhaosheng, was a true Chinese man who left his hometown in his teens to seek a living in Nanyang, and he built the Chung family's large business with his own hands. My grandfather was a loyal person. Even after achieving some success later, he never abandoned his wife, who was a servant girl from the Chung family. He married only her, the sister he found and brought home. After they married, they had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The youngest daughter is Rome Pylon's mother, Chung Shushua. My grandfather, grandmother, uncle, and eldest aunt lived together. His grandmother had only 1 son, my father, who chose to live with his grandfather in Hong Kong. When he first returned to Hong Kong, he felt very uncomfortable. As a young boy, he didn't understand why his grandfather had so many wives. He had uncles and aunts, some of whom were only 2 or 3 years older than him. Fortunately, he still had his grandmother, who was only his grandmother. But things didn't last long. His grandmother passed away when he was 15. He didn't feel connected to the Rome family. His grandfather saw this. Although he recognized his abilities, he didn't want to give him power too early. Survival of the fittest. He has never been a kind person. In his past life, he saved Shen Yuntang only because of her expressive eyes. Just one look made him draw his gun from his waist. He couldn't bear to see her fall into the hands of those people. At that time, he didn't realize it was love at first sight. She was sleeping peacefully, like Sleeping Beauty in the fairy tales his mother told him. Was she also waiting for her prince to wake her with a kiss? Whenever he's free, he visits her in the hospital. He always brings different flowers each time. He hopes that when she wakes up, the scenery in her eyes will be more than just white. One morning, he brought a bouquet of pink peonies to the hospital as usual. Suddenly, she woke up. She called out a person's name, Jiaying. It sounded like a man's name, and he couldn't explain why his heart felt heavy. He felt uncomfortable and even disliked hearing her call another man's name. Her expressive eyes showed no panic or worry, but instead had a mix of caution, curiosity, and sadness. Knowing he was the one who saved her, she asked him to send a letter to her family. Her grandfather had passed away, and the Shen family had long since fallen apart. She was in pain and sadness, but it lasted only one night. The next day, she offered him $10 million as a reward to find the man called Jiaying. At that moment, he was angry. His good manners, built over many years, suddenly collapsed. Was she not afraid he might be a bad person? He blurted out, "Is that person named Jiaying really that important?" He still remembered her clear answer. "Of course, he's important. If you can help me find Jiaying, I will give you another $10 million or even more." In this era, where an hour's work earns 200 Hong Kong dollars, she was willing to spend $10 million to find that man. After the task was done, she still paid him another $10 million. All just to find that man. For the first time, he truly felt what jealousy was. He clearly realized that he was jealous of the man called Jiaying. Does she really know how much $20 million is? $1 can be exchanged for about 5.65 Hong Kong dollars. So, $20 million is roughly over 100 million Hong Kong dollars. That man is truly valuable. If he were a bad person, he could have taken her money and not helped her find anyone. Even when she offered him $10 million as a reward, he could have had her controlled and taken all her money. As a woman, what could she do? In the end, he couldn't bear to see her upset and agreed to help her find the person. That year, during the Lantern Festival, he was impatient with the Rong family and left the old house early, inviting her to his private home to celebrate. She was drinking red wine, her eyes always filled with sadness, and she kept talking. Do you know? Today is Ah Ying's 20th birthday. Except for the 2 years he studied in England, we have always celebrated birthdays together and eaten the cake my mother made. Ah, Ying, you're still alive, right? Little Aunt only has you now. Hearing her call herself Little Aunt, Rong Pailan paused his drinking, a wave of joy and surprise filling him. He reached out and hugged her. She was his niece, and also his nephew's, so he used all his connections to find her, searching both domestically and abroad. Until he died, he never found anyone named Shen Jiaying. Over time, he even thought that Shen Jiaying might have already passed away. But he couldn't bear to see her lose hope, even if that hope was very small. A mansion villa in London. Rong Pailan sat with his legs crossed on the living room sofa, stirring his coffee. Rong Lei sat on a single chair nearby and said, "Young master, I've already found out everything. Miss Shen is enrolled at Oxford University, majoring in economics with a minor in law. She lives in a detached house near the school with young Master Shen. Young Master Shen is minoring in architectural design at Oxford. They are cousins and get along very well, often going out to explore and gather inspiration." Rong Shan handed a photo to his young master. Rong Pailan picked up the photo. It showed Shen Yuntang smiling brightly, as if talking to a friend nearby. She seems to be doing well now. The man beside her, who looks a bit like her, is Shen Jiaying. He knew early on that Shen Jiaying was studying at Oxford and was excelling in his studies. He even accompanied Shen Yuntang to Oxford to find Shen Jiaying. But it was all in vain. Photos and portraits can never replace the real person. He had long wanted to meet the person who lived in Shen Yuntang's memories. The next day, Rong Pailan changed into a white suit and carried a fresh bunch of purple irises. He drove himself to Oxford. Holding the flowers, he walked across the campus of Oxford University. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, with naturally excellent looks, he carried a unique British gentleman charm that made passing students turn their heads. Seeing a student emerge holding books about economics, it was probably after class. Rong Pailan decided to wait outside the teaching building for her. Shen Yuntang, who had just finished class, was walking with her school friend Bella, holding books. Bella, with blonde hair and blue eyes, was happily holding Shen Yuntang's arm and said, "Alice, shall we go for a picnic tomorrow? I have twin younger brothers who are also on holiday. We can all play together. Sounds good." Shen Yuntang happily agreed. The two walked out of the teaching building hand in hand. Bella suddenly saw Rong Pailan nearby and whispered to Shen Yuntang, "Alice, look, the handsome guy from the east." Shen Yuntang looked up and saw the man holding flowers. Rong Pailan had already seen her. He smiled at the girl who was staring blankly. She looked so happy, with no more sadness in her eyes, full of youthful energy. Seeing her smile genuinely made him feel happy for her. Shen Yuntang was wearing a bright yellow dress, with a black silk headband matching her dress, white high heels, and was holding a book about her studies. That familiar person, that familiar smile, only all in. Suddenly, the book in her hand fell to the ground. Rong Pailan's smile remained as he opened his arms wide. Shen Yuntang ran toward the man. Rong Pailan tightly embraced the girl running toward him. "Alin, is that really you?" Shen Yuntang was a bit surprised. He couldn't believe he had really come to find her. Rong Pailan held her hand and placed it over his heart, softly saying, "It's me. Your Alin is back." Thump, thump, thump. Feeling his heartbeat again, Shen Yuntang's tears overflowed. Bella bent down to pick up the book on the ground and approached the two. She reached out and patted Shen Yuntang's shoulder. "Alice, is this your boyfriend?" He has black hair like you and looks good with you. Shen Yuntang, who is only 1.66 meters tall, looked a bit small next to Bella, who was 1.75 meters. Shen Yuntang nodded and softly introduced, Alin, this is my friend, Bella. Rome Pylon put away the handkerchief he used to wipe Shen Yuntang's tears and spoke first. I am Alice's fiancé, Elvis. Nice to meet you. Elvis, your English is very good. Rome Pylon smiled faintly. He was born in Britain and lived there as a child. His mother was fluent in 5 languages: Chinese, English, French, Malay, and Italian. He inherited his mother's talent for languages. Building on that, he also learned Japanese and German. Rome's family runs a shipping business with operations in Southeast Asia, Europe, and the Americas. Doing business with foreigners requires understanding everything yourself so you don't fall into someone else's trap. Bella looked at her good friend and then at the man beside her. She whispered to Shen Yuntang, Dear, I think your little baby must be very cute. Rome Pylon held Shen Yuntang's hand gently and said to Bella, Thank you. I think so too. He is not a shy or reserved person. Their Aiken has looked good since birth, but only his eyes resemble Tangnang. Everything else looks like him. Shen Yuntang also thought of Aiken. Her baby is indeed very handsome. Bella handed the book she was holding to Rome Pylon. She said goodbye to Shen Yuntang with some regret. Alice, let's meet again next time. She had originally wanted to introduce Alice to her twin brother, but now it seems that won't be possible. Elvis stood beside Alice, looking very compatible, both being East Asian. He naturally had the advantage. Her brothers could only apologize. Shen Yuntang said with regret, Sorry, Bella, I will definitely meet you next time. Rome Pylon came over, and she no longer felt like going on a picnic. Rome Pylon held a book in one hand and Shen Yuntang's hand in the other. Shen Yuntang was holding a bunch of purple irises with one arm, and they strolled through the Oxford University campus. Rome Pylon drove directly to his villa in Oxford with someone. He got out of the car first, walked around to open the passenger door, and gently took Shen Yuntang out. He softly asked, Do you remember this place? Shen Yuntang nodded instinctively. They had lived here for a while before they got married. She wanted to see where Ying studied. Rome Pylon held her hand and led her into the villa. Shen Yuntang placed the flowers on the nearby dining table. Rome Pylon hugged her from behind. She turned around, and they embraced tightly. At that moment, 2 lonely souls reunited. He kissed her lips and gently sat her on the dining table, wrapping his arms around her neck. Shen Yuntang's hands curled around his neck. Long-separated lovers needed a tender kiss to express their longing. After a while, Rome Pylon sat on the sofa with his beloved in his arms, softly stroking her short, gentle hair with tender movements. Shen Yuntang's cheek pressed against his chest, feeling his heartbeat. She slightly tilted her head and softly asked, Alin, when did you come back? She wanted to know if he had experienced something similar. Rome Pylon lifted her up and sat her on the sofa, one hand resting on her slim waist. He kissed her lips briefly before slowly speaking. In May this year, I was in a car accident. When I woke up, I remembered many things from my past life. I handled some of the second-tier people and then went to Shen Family Garden to find you. Unfortunately, I was a bit late. The Shen Family Garden was surrounded by government officials. I saw a painting in your room. It shows me at 30 years old. I'm sure I am not alone. Returning with only memories, there's no need to bring back past feelings to get close to her. If only he alone possessed those memories, could he truly be at peace with her? For him, Shen Yuntang without memories is a completely new person. He would still save her because she is Shen Yuntang. But he's unsure whether to be with her. He can't see them as the same person. The painting Shen Yuntang left behind was a gamble. Perhaps he would come back too. Aylin, after you left, I only lived to 30. Hearing that the person in his arms only lived to 30, Rome Pylon tightened his hold around her waist, his heart aching as if thousands of steel needles pierced it, causing intense pain. She also only lived to 30. Life is so unfair to him. Why is it also so cruel to his child? His parents died early, and Tang also left so soon. His Tang so kind-hearted. She helped many homeless orphans and donated a lot of medicine and supplies to the country. There, Chun has repeated his father's fate. Rome Pailan's face showed pain. Chun must have had a very hard life. Shen Yuntang looked up and touched the man's cheek. Then he continued, after I died, my soul didn't disappear. It stayed in our home. Until 2 months later, Aing appeared in our house. Rome Pailan held Shen Yuntang's hand and tightened it slightly. How could Tang Tang accept this? That was her nephew, who grew up with her. She had been looking forward to finding him. Just a little more, just a little closer, and they could reunite. Seeing, but unable to touch. Shen Yuntang looked up at the man with a worried face and smoothed his furrowed brow. It's okay, it's in the past now. Aing has been working in Singapore, using his English name Leo. No wonder we couldn't find him. My soul is attached to Ying's glasses. Through him, I can often see our Chun. Chun was sent to England by Grandpa. Ying often visits his brother, and they have a good relationship. To Chun, it was like a father and brother. The brothers are very close. Leo, Rome Pailan remembered this name. In the previous life, he had business dealings with Leo. It was arranged by his cousin, and he didn't get involved. If he had personally negotiated the deal, he might have recognized Jiaying. Tang Tang wouldn't have any regrets. I had a business partnership with Leo. If I had gone to see him myself, maybe you would have met again long ago, and there would be no regrets. But I couldn't go, so I'm sorry. Sorry for making you miss out. At that time, his whole focus was on her and their soon-to-be-born child. He even handed over most of the company's work to his team. It was impossible for him to go to Singapore. Shen Yuntang raised her hand and placed it on her lips, shaking her head. Alin, I don't want you to apologize. I know about the project led by my cousin. By then, she was already in the late stages of pregnancy. Their Chun could appear at any moment. How could he possibly go to Singapore to do business at that time? He got off his leg, took her hand, and entered the space. The two appeared in the front yard of the manor. Alin, after Ing left, I also disappeared. I went to a parallel universe, lived there for 30 years, and on my 25th birthday, I had a begonia flower on my wrist and this space. After my 30th birthday, I woke up and returned to the Shen family garden. Rome Pailan was stunned by the scene before him and tightly held Shen Yuntang in his arms. Tang Tang, you won't disappear, right? He was afraid. He was afraid Tang Tang would leave him. Having the memories of a past life was already strange enough, and there was something very special about Tang Tang. No, we have many, many years ahead, she replied confidently. Hearing this, Rome Pailan relaxed a little, easing his tense nerves. But soon, he couldn't help but worry and asked nervously, will this place affect your health? Shen Yuntang held his hand and shook his head. No, it won't. This is where I live in another time and space. Outside, there's some land where I grow herbs and fruits. Shen Yuntang took Rome Pailan out of the estate to the dark land outside. Rome Pailan looked at the orchard. There are many types of grapes and other fruits whose names he couldn't remember. Shen Yuntang used a gourd ladle to scoop water from the well and poured it into his cup. Alin, you should drink this water. Rome Pailan trusted him and took the cup, drinking a sip. A warm feeling spread through his body. This water was special. Shen Yuntang explained, this water can make you stronger and healthier. After drinking, Rome Pailan hugged the woman beside him tightly. Tang Tang, I won't let you down. His Tang Tang, she's so naive. She didn't have to tell him about this place at first. But she did, right from the start. Her trust in him moved him deeply. The future is long. They wandered around casually and made dinner in the estate's kitchen. Rome Pailan personally cooked the meal. Taking off his suit jacket, rolling up his shirt sleeves, washing his hands, he began to act. Shen Yuntang placed the woven basket in the kitchen island. They had just picked strawberries, oranges, raspberries, and figs together in the space. One person was frying steak, another washing fruit. The atmosphere was just right. Shen Yuntang cut the orange and put it into the juicer. After washing the fruit and drying his hands, he took a strawberry, hugged the man from behind, and fed him a strawberry. Is it sweet? Rome Pailan turned off the stove, turned around, lowered his head, and kissed the woman's lips. Very sweet. Did you taste it? His magnetic voice carried gentle affection. Shen Yuntang gave the man a playful look, lightly patting his arm. I didn't mean to taste it like that. I think I want to kiss Tangnang, Rong Pailan said with a smile, leaning down to steal a kiss at the woman's lips. Dinner will be ready soon. Wait outside for me, okay? Shen Yuntang shook her head, pressing her whole body against his back. No, I want to stick to you. Don't you want that? How could he not want it? Being able to hold her again, kiss her, and feel her warmth made him ecstatic. Her curvy body pressed close to him, and his body responded. Before having her, he never knew he could be so passionate. Physiological desires are fulfilled through physical intimacy. In their past life, after marriage, he was especially fond of her gentle nature. He loved her and also loved her body. Their love life was always very harmonious. He accidentally got poisoned, and toxins filled his body. He was afraid to get close to her again. Even after the poison was cured, he rarely approached her. His body was weak, and living one more day was already a blessing. Now that he has returned to this young body, her closeness easily stirs his mind and body. He suppresses his burning desire, continues with his actions, and reaches out to hold her waist, worried about oil splashing onto her hand. He enjoys cooking for her. Her favorite is a medium-rare sirloin steak. The cherry tomatoes and rosemary are freshly picked from their space. Later, they will drive, drinking freshly squeezed orange juice. They toast with juice instead of wine, celebrating their first meal together after reuniting. After dinner, the two leave the space. Rong Pailan takes her home. At another villa, Shen Jia was returning home from school. He didn't see his little aunt, but it didn't surprise him. He thought she had gone out with friends. He simply cooked himself some beef noodles. He looked through a few cookbooks from his little aunt's space. He has improved a lot now and can cook some simple dishes. The beef was prepared by Jean last time she visited. It wasn't finished and had been kept in the fridge. After dinner, Jiaying made herself a cup of rich, fragrant coffee and sat in the living room reading while waiting for her aunt to come home. Her aunt never stayed out overnight. Hearing the sound of a car outside, Jiaying put down her book and ran out. Rong Pailan had just brought Shen Yuntang home and was holding her hand, reluctant to let go. Jiaying happened to see the scene. Her face flushed with emotion as she rushed forward. Sir, please let go of my aunt's hand. Both of them were startled by her sudden appearance and turned around at the same time. Rong Pailan looked at the young man in front of him. His features resembled Shen Yuntang's, and Rong couldn't help feeling a little regretful. If they had stayed longer in Singapore, perhaps they might have met him, and Yuntang wouldn't have had so many regrets in her past life. But there were no what-ifs. Fortunately, those tragedies hadn't happened in this life. He reached out his hand. Hello, I'm Rong Pailan, English name Elvis. Nice to meet you. It was hard to refuse someone who greeted so politely, especially since this man had once saved his aunt's life in another time, even if that hadn't happened in this life. Out of both reason and gratitude, he took the offered hand.
Hello, I'm Shen Yuntang.
You can call me Leo. He wasn't exactly happy to meet him. The two men quietly studied each other. Although Rong Pailan is still young now, he has memories from his past life, making him more mature in mind. Compared to Shen Jia, who is not even 20, Rong Pailan naturally has the upper hand. Shen Jia first let go and looked away, softly saying to Shen Yuntang, Little auntie, you go inside first. I want to talk with Elvis. This person is someone little auntie likes. Calling him Mr. Rong feels a bit unfamiliar. If they get married in the future, he won't call him little uncle, he will call him Elvis instead. If he really becomes his little uncle someday, he will still call him Elvis. Shen Yuntang looked at Rong Pailan silently and said, See you tomorrow. He returned to the villa. After watching Shen Yuntang go inside, Rong Pailan withdrew his gaze and thought that as an elder, he should speak first. He said, I also have memories from my past life, but only from before I died. Shen Jia was momentarily stunned, surprised that Rong Pailan would tell him this. Rong Pailan smiled and continued, Don't doubt my sincerity. I love Tangdang, and my love is unwavering until death. Shen Jia cares a lot about Tangdang. Out of love and respect, he is willing to accept him. Shen Jia chuckled softly and said, I don't doubt your sincerity. I'm just a bit surprised that you would tell me such an important thing. Someone little Annie trusts, so he naturally wouldn't suspect him of having ulterior motives. He has no intention of ruining little Auntie's relationship. My little aunt will eventually get married. I am happy that she married someone she truly loves. Rome Pylon took out a cigarette and casually asked, Do you mind? Since he was under 20, he naturally wouldn't let him smoke. He himself only smoked his first cigarette at 20. Shen Jiaying smiled softly and waved his hand. He didn't like smoking. Rome Pylon took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and asked, Do you know what kind of business the Shen family does in Hong Kong? Shen Jiaying shook his head. He didn't know the Shen family had business in Hong Kong. With the political situation tense at home, the family's company was nationalized and privatized, and he no longer involved himself in business matters. He thought the family only had companies in the country and the ancestral estate. His fourth uncle had always followed their grandfather, so he should know about the Shen family's business in Hong Kong. Rome Pylon understood and continued, The Hong Kong Yixing Group is the Shen family's business. My father-in-law owns 80% of the shares. He left a will in advance. If he passes away, you will inherit 35% of Yixing's shares, and Tangdang will inherit 20%. For half-brothers and Shen Yuntang each inherit 5% of the shares. In the past, Yixing Group had no connection with the Shen family. After my father-in-law's death, the pirates you and Tangdang encountered, and the people behind them, are very likely to be some small shareholders of Yixing Group. Now, the Shen family has moved to Hong Kong. The family's private lawyer has contacted them, and Old Shen is temporarily holding shares in your and Tang's names. It's wise to take precautions with those shareholders early on. Shen Jiaying feels nervous and clenches his fists tightly. The accident involving his younger aunt, the old grandfather's accident, and the possibility that his grandfather's private lawyer might have been involved, all these worries weigh heavily on him. The only person who might know the truth, Uncle Fourth, was sent to the far southwest to work on rubber plantations and died young. The Yixing Group is leaderless now, and the shareholders are dividing the Shen family's shares. It's a clever plan. In this life, the Shen family moved to Hong Kong, but their plans failed before they could succeed. The grandfather has died. He won't let them get away with it. In the last life, the tragedy of their family began with the grandfather's death. Elvis, thank you. With Grandpa and Uncle Fourth here, they can't cause trouble for now. I will finish my studies quickly and make them pay for their actions. Only he can handle this matter. Those who harmed his grandfather have been dealt with by Old Shen. Their plans were so detailed that, in the last life, the Shen family was almost wiped out. He has no evidence. Rome Pylon nods and says everything he needs to. As long as he understands, that's enough. Shen Jiaying glances at his watch. It's almost 9 o'clock. Looking at the man beside her, she said seriously, I won't interfere with your relationship with little aunt, but little aunt is still young. You understand what I mean, right? Rome Pylon nodded. Tangdang is only 16 now. Although he was raised with Western education and has an open mind, he is quite conservative about feelings. He is faithful and values rituals. Their first time should be on their wedding night. In the past, their first time was when Tangdang was 19, on her wedding night. I won't share more private details with my nephew. My feelings for Tangdang can stand the test of time. Shen Jiaying has no one he likes and knows little about love. He has only seen pigs run but never eaten pork, so he nervously advised, Elvis, after you go back, don't reveal your relationship with little aunt yet. Rome Pylon looked confused. Is he that incapable? In Hong Kong, when people mention the young Master Rong, everyone praises him as talented and promising. He is handsome, wealthy, successful, and faithful. He even plans to visit Shen Lao after returning home to make himself known. Once Shen Yuntang finishes her studies, he will marry her. Shen Jiaying saw that there was nothing he didn't understand. Being involved makes one confused. He sighed, turned to look directly into the man's eyes, and asked, Tell me, who are you? Rong Pailan answered instinctively. Elvis Rong Pailan. Where are you from? I'm from Hong Kong, but I was born in the UK. Then tell me, where is Shen Yuntang from? Shanghai. Rong Pailan suddenly realized something. He and Shen Yuntang had never actually met, so claiming they were in a relationship made no sense. Besides, both the Shen and Rong families were in a delicate situation. It wasn't the right time for his connection with Shen Yuntang to be revealed. Shen Jiaying thought for a moment and asked again, which school did you attend? Rong Pailan replied without thinking, Cambridge. I studied economics and philosophy and graduated 2 years ago. I own a financial investment company in London, Shen Jiaying said quietly. Rong Pailan immediately understood what he meant. He should first work with Shen Jiaying, become friends with him, and only then think about a relationship with Shen Yuntang. When he returned, he would write a few letters to Tangting every month. Those would later serve as proof of their affection. He still needed to visit the Shen family elder, but his purpose would not be too obvious. When the elder eventually chose a husband for Tangting, he might remember Rong Pailan. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Rong Pailan nodded to his nephew. I'll head back now. Take good care of Tangting. Leo, we both have someone we want to protect. I accept you as a friend. I also acknowledge you as my nephew. Let's encourage each other. Waiting for Rong Pailan to leave in his car, Shen Jiaying smiled faintly and turned to go back. Shen Yuntang cut pears and guavas for her eldest nephew, waiting for him to come in. When Shen Jiaying entered, he saw his little auntie was still not resting, so he sat beside her and asked, Little auntie, what kind of person do you think Elvis is? This was their first meeting in this life and the past. His impression of Elvis was quite good. At least, he could be sure that Elvis's feelings for his little auntie were genuine. Shen Yuntang handed the fruit plate to Shen Jiaying, tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said seriously, In my eyes, he is vengeful, but he has a strong sense of morality. He inherited the ruthlessness of old Master Rong deep inside, but also the kindness of Lady Liang. Growing up in England with his parents, they taught him by example, and every word and action carried a gentleman's grace. On the surface, he appears elegant and gentlemanly, but deep down, he is very possessive, like a proud lion, with a strong sense of territory. Though he seems to smile at everyone, he is actually cold and distant, only recognizing those who catch his eye. The Rong family is similar to our Shen family. His grandfather also had many concubines. Ailin's parents left when he was 8 due to a shooting incident. He was later poisoned, carried out by the people of the second household. His cousin Rong Qingfeng, the only son of the second master of the Rong family, was shot in the head by him directly. I personally saw him commit murder. Hot blood splashed on my face, and I felt no fear at all. Instead, I experienced a secret thrill. I wished for him to die, even hoping that Rong Qingfeng would see his only son die right in front of him. Thinking of Rong Qingfeng, a flash of murderous intent crossed Shen Yuntang's eyes. She will not let them go. The entire second family, including everyone, was sent to India by him. They are lucky. Alin died too early, and they can still return to Hong Kong to cause trouble. No one from the second aunt's family, the He family, has ever ended well. Rong Peixi's body was thrown openly at the gate of the He family villa, which scared the old lady of the He family into a stroke. Rong Qingfeng refused to let him see his son grow up, so he made sure Rong Qingfeng had no son to see him off. He sent his son to the old house to stay with old Master Rong, with Aunt Xiao as help. He blocked outside news, ruined the He family's business, and expelled people from the group. He lured the He family's son into gambling, causing him to lose everything. When he couldn't pay his debts, the casino people threw him into the river to feed the fish. The head of the He family was forced to jump from a building. By the time old Master Rong found out, it was too late. He simply said, "Do you want me to pay for them? If so, start now. Anyway, I live every day in pain." Old Master Rong was choked and couldn't speak, trembling with anger. Someone who has been in the underworld has experienced many storms and challenges. But I never expected that family conflicts would happen in my own home. Can he blame the eldest grandson? No, he cannot. It was the second branch, and the He family who started the trouble. In the end, they had to retreat in shame back to the old house. Shen Yuntang listened quietly, feeling more respect and admiration for Elvis. He is an elegant madman. If he were Elvis, he probably would have gone even crazier. Originally, he was successful in his career and happy with his family, but suddenly everything was gone. He couldn't stay with his beloved wife until old age, nor watch his children grow up. Little Aunt Elvis is quite kind. He didn't just kill them outright. If it were me, I would lock them all up, feeding each one poison daily. If they like poisoning so much, they should try the poison themselves. Watching them struggle in pain, yet only able to wait for death. It might bring some relief to my heart. Shen Yuntang smiled softly and said, "This is probably the first time someone has called Alin kind. Tomorrow, I will tell Alin that you think so highly of him." In the past life, Alin decisively dealt with the second branch's family, big and small. Even old Master Rong thought Alin was too ruthless. Honestly, I think Alin was right. What if Rong Peishi didn't get involved? He's Rong Qingfeng's son. Paying off his father's debts is only natural. Weed that is not pulled out by the roots will grow back in the spring breeze. Shen Jiao responded seriously after eating some fruit. In my opinion, sometimes the law is not a weapon for victims, but a shield for abusers. The law can only restrain those who respect it. In front of absolute power, it is just a set of rules that can be changed at will. He doesn't believe in the law, at least not so far. Shen Yuntang smiled, offering a different view. I agree with you. Sometimes, the law is a heavy weapon. For some, it's too heavy to lift. Other times, it's light and some people can pick it up easily. We are all too weak, not the ones who make the rules. We don't have grand or lofty goals. Her biggest hope in this life is that her grandfather can stay alive, that Ying won't have to go through hardships, that she can marry a Lin, and that a Chun can grow up with them, and to have a good career. For her, these are enough. Rong Rilin arrived early in the morning driving his car. Shen Jia had classes this morning, so he ate some bread and left for school. After driving a short distance, he saw the car outside the gate. Shen Jia parked the car, rolled down the window, took out the spare key, and handed it to the person in the car opposite. I have class, here's the key. I trust you. You better not betray my trust. Even if my achievements now are not as great as yours, and I have no memories from the past life, I will not let anyone bully my little sister. There are only 2 keys, one for the front door outside, and one for the villa's main door. Rome Pylon solemnly took the keys. Thank you. Shinjia didn't want to disturb the young couple's date. He waved his hand, bit into a piece of bread, and stepped on the gas pedal to leave. Rome Pylon entered the house and sat in the living room waiting for someone. He didn't know which room Tangtang was in. Moreover, he currently didn't have the right to freely enter her room. At 8:30, Shen Yuntang finally got up. She isn't someone who likes to wake up early. If she hadn't thought he might come over, she probably would have slept until 10. She wore a bright pink knee-length dress, pink diamond flower earrings, white high heels, and a pink diamond flower bracelet on her right wrist. A flash of admiration appeared in Rong Pylon's eyes. In her past life, except for important occasions, she rarely wore bright colors. Shen Yuntang approached and spun around in front of him. Am I pretty? Rong Pylon's eyes were full of admiration. He liked her dressed beautifully. She looked lovely in light colors, but brighter colors suited her even more. Tangtang is naturally a girl who loves to smile. You're beautiful. The handsome him wanted to keep her image in his mind and admire her alone. But he wouldn't do that. Flowers in a vase will wither. He didn't want her to wither away. Rome Pylon stood up and made a gesture inviting her. Shen Yuntang naturally placed her hand in his. The two smoothly danced a waltz in the living room. In their past life, they often danced, painted, and played the piano together. They also discussed business matters, and she understood many of his forward-thinking ideas. They were very compatible in every way, especially physically. They were the perfect match for each other. After breakfast, Shen Yuntang showed him her sketchbook. Rome Pylon carefully looked through it. It was full of jewelry designs, and the first page was very impressive. It featured a wave theme, with blue sapphires and pearls, drawn by Shen Yuntang on a cruise to London. If these designs became actual pieces, many people would admire and rush to own them. Turning to the back, there were only 7 pieces, but each was very unique. Rong Pailan closed the sketchbook and hugged Shen Yuntang, whispering in her ear, "Tang Tang, you are like a treasure he could explore for a lifetime." Shen Yuntang held his hand, slightly tilted her head to look at him, and softly said, "I plan to start a jewelry brand." Rong Pailan held her on his lap and whispered, "Tang Tang, listen to me. When I finish, no matter what you decide to do, I will support you." She has the right to know about the Yixing Group's affairs. Shen Yuntang looked at him seriously and nodded. Was there anything they couldn't talk about? Rong Pailan organized his words and calmly said, "You own 20% of Yixing Group." Knowing this from him was better than finding out later when she returned to Hong Kong. He didn't want to keep any secrets from her. A well-meaning lie is still a lie. He didn't want to lie, nor did he want to deceive his wife. His Tang Tang is a wise and strong-hearted woman who can accept the truth. Shen Yuntang was a bit shocked. Her eyes widened, and she looked a little disbelief. Was this the Yixing Group she knew? Rong Pailan nodded and continued, "Yes, the same Yixing Group. Your father-in-law was the founder and owned 80%. He made a will before he passed away, and I only found out about it recently. Besides your 20%, Leo inherited 35%, and your 4 uncles, who are not direct descendants, each inherited 5%. Your second brother inherited 5%. Originally, your second brother had 8%, and now with the additional 5%, he is the 3rd largest shareholder of Yixing. He also holds the positions of vice chairman and president of the group." Shen Yuntang wasn't surprised that her father gave her second brother so many shares. Her 4th aunt had always been socializing outside with her grandfather and also handled family affairs. Her second brother grew up mostly under her mother's care. Her 3 older brothers didn't participate in the family's business, but her second brother had always been close to her father and was very talented in business. 4th brother holds the position of vice chairman and president of Yixing Group. She believes he is capable of maintaining his position confidently. Leo hasn't graduated yet. When he returns to Hong Kong, he wants to gain power quickly, but that won't be easy. It's not just her worry. There is only one top position in the group. Everyone wants that role, as the Rong family is a good example. Leo is still a student. Joseph is currently in charge of the group. By the time Leo joins the company, Joseph will already hold most of the power. Having tasted power, will he easily give it up? Shen Yuntang chuckles softly and says, "Don't worry. Our Shen family has an ancestral rule. Healthy competition is allowed, but no harm to family members. Violators will be removed from the family register. If Ah-ing can't take over Yixing, what kind of head of the family is he? It's better to step down early and let someone else take over. In the Shen family, there won't be a deadly fight like in the Rong family. The tragedy of Uncle Rong won't happen in the Shen family. The Shen family is a prestigious and noble family, very different from families that have only recently risen to prominence." Rong Pailan feels somewhat insecure, as if he doesn't quite deserve Tang Tang. "Tang Tang, do you think you might not like me anymore?" This time the Shen family didn't fall apart. Although the Rong family has developed well over the years, compared to the Shen family, they still seem lacking. His grandfather used to work in coal mining. He is the grandson of a coal miner. Shen Yuntang reaches out, gently holding the man's neck, and kisses his lips. At this moment, unnecessary explanations are better replaced with a kiss. Rong Pailan quickly took control, holding Shen Yuntang tightly around the waist. The two pressed closely together, sharing a deep kiss. Shen Yuntang buried her head in Rong Pailan's neck. "Alin, you are my only love. If I get married, the groom will only be Rong Pailan. I will only have Rong Pailan's children, so don't worry." She wouldn't leave him, nor look down on him. Warm breath rhythmically brushed against Rong Pailan's skin on his neck. His breathing grew a little faster, and his hand around Shen Yuntang's slim waist remained firm and steady. She would only marry him, and only have his children. This meant more than 1,000 words of "I love you." Tong Tong's sincere declaration made Rong Pailan feel his heart beating faster than usual. The two of them just held each other quietly for a while. Rome Pylon then continued. In the last life, my father-in-law was murdered, and your encounter with Leo on the boat with pirates. I boldly suspect it was caused by that small shareholder of Yisheng. Your father's personal lawyer was probably also harmed by them. The trouble you and Leo had on the cruise is also related to the Rong family. The cruise you took was owned by the Rong family. Without insiders from the Rong family, those people wouldn't have been able to get onto the cruise. It's unclear whether they teamed up with the second or fourth branch, or with the he or you families behind them. After all, I eliminated many of the second branch early on, and the fourth branch has now fallen silent. They haven't had a chance to team up yet. The anger in Shen Yuntang's eyes couldn't be hidden. She now just wants to punish those who seek wealth through harm. Laws can only control those who follow the rules. She returned too late. Her father was still harmed, which indirectly caused her mother to pass away. Clenching her fists tightly, nails digging into her palms, the pain helped her regain her composure and hide her hatred. Alin, I won't let them go. Not a single one. Do you know Alin? The Yisheng group went bankrupt after a financial crisis, and our baby bought it. Surprisingly, Yisheng originally belonged to the Shen family. Now it's back with us, returning to its rightful owner. Shen Yuntang's tone unconsciously carried pride. Rome Pylon reached out and gently touched the soft hair of the woman in his arms, asking softly, Tangdang, isn't our baby very talented? Shen Yuntang looked up at Rome Pylon, thinking about her son growing up. Of course. Our Aiken looks a lot like you, and he's just as talented. He's even a classmate of yours and became the head of the Rong family at 30. Unfortunately, I never saw him get married. Ein was thrown into the sea, and his face was cut by rocks on the shore, with a wound running from his forehead to between his eyebrows. He had a very difficult time in Southeast Asia. While escaping from an underground casino, someone injured his right leg, which was not treated promptly. He had to rely on crutches for daily movement, and his leg would hurt a lot on rainy days. Eventually, he could only move around in a wheelchair and had to leave early. She will never forget how Jiaying suffered through sleepless nights with leg pain, struggling in pain. So, she could never forgive those who hurt Jiaying. Those people also indirectly caused her grandfather's death. Shen Yuntang took a deep breath, paused for a moment, and then continued. Jiaying was very successful in Singapore. Our baby is the sole beneficiary of Ying's inheritance. Ying is buried beside us. After he passed away, only Chen was left alone. Rome Pylon held Shen Yuntang tightly in his arms. Heaven really hasn't been kind to the Shen family, almost destroying it. In his eyes, Shen Jiaying was still a young boy, handsome, modest, polite, and well-mannered. His past experiences were surprisingly full of twists and turns. He reached out to open Shen Yuntang's clenched fist, held her fingers, kissed her fingertips gently, and his eyes filled with pain and tenderness. Tang, you still have me. I will always be your support. We are both doing well. We will grow old together. Shen Yuntang threw herself into the man's arms and cried. Although she has already been reborn, thinking back on her past life still hurts her deeply. From an outsider's perspective, she watches others' lives unfold. Rome Pylon feels tears on his neck, as if they are hitting his heart, hot and intense. He has imagined the worst possible outcome, but he does not regret it. He tightly holds the delicate body in his arms, gently pats her shoulder, and softly comforts her. Cry if you need to. After crying, you'll feel better. We should look forward, not dwell on the past. Living only in past memories will make it hard to see the way forward. After crying it out, Shen Yuntang feels much better. She doesn't cry often, really. Alin, I've thought carefully. I still want to start a jewelry brand. Ying can handle the responsibilities of the Yisheng group. I won't get involved in the daily management of the group. Rome Pylon pours her a glass of water. Drink some water to stay hydrated. I forgot to tell you, my father-in-law left you a department store and a jewelry company. Do you want to create a new brand on your own, or use the Yisheng jewelry brand directly? Her father even left her companies. The thought of these being taken over by enemies makes Shen Yuntang very angry. Listening to Rome Pylon's plans, Shen Yuntang tilted her head and kissed his lips. Thank you, Rong Sheng. I still want to create my own brand. She doesn't want to pretend to be proud. She can act confident for a while, but not forever. Even if she doesn't need it, if he is willing to give, she will accept. Rong Pailan smiled and reached out to hold her on his lap. He lifted her chin and kissed her. He didn't do anything else. A simple kiss was fine. Shen Yuntang buried her head in his chest and took a breath. She thought she was used to his kisses, but she still couldn't keep up with his pace. If she didn't know he had no other women, she might think he was a seasoned lover. He was so skilled in romantic matters. Feeling the heat beneath her, Shen Yuntang moved slightly. Rong Pailan held her tighter and softly said, "Madam, don't move around." He had no resistance to this woman in his arms. Once he touched Shen Yuntang's body, he couldn't stop himself. He wanted to hold her, possess her, and see her bloom under him. The first person he dreamed about romantically was her, especially when he thought she belonged to someone else. He hated himself for not being able to control his heart, his mind, or his body. When he tried to approach other women, they would try to hold his arm, but he would step back several paces. He felt nothing for other women. At that moment, he realized deeply that he was completely captivated by the woman named Shen Yuntang. And he enjoyed it happily. Shen Yuntang didn't dare to move and quietly leaned against his chest. Rong Pailan sipped his rich, freshly ground coffee and suddenly thought of something. He asked, "Tang, is Big Brother in Germany? I feel like he's disappeared completely and I can't find any trace of him." Shen Yuntang didn't lift his head and casually said, "Big Brother hasn't come home in over 10 years. I haven't seen him, and Jiaying hasn't seen him since he was 3. We don't even know what he looks like. Grandpa is still here. Whenever he wants to come back, he will. Don't waste your energy looking for him." She didn't want to talk about Big Brother for now, afraid she might lose control and want to go back to confront him. Rong Pailan nodded. Since the Shen family still had people around, it wasn't his concern. Someone Shen Yuntang didn't care about, he wouldn't bother with either. Shen Yuntang recalled what happened to Rong after he left. "Alin, after you left, Rong Sheng was controlled by Uncle Third. Things have been going well. After I left, Uncle Third attended my funeral, then went back and disappeared that night. Rong Qingfeng secretly returned to Hong Kong, became the adopted son of Lord Long, and took back control of Rong Sheng. Fortunately, Lord Long has Master Xian overseeing him, so Rong Qingfeng didn't have anyone to attack a Chen. Jiaying came to Hong Kong. Grandpa asked Jiaying to send a Chen to the Chung family, but they actually went to the UK. After Aiken returned to Hong Kong, your 6th uncle repeatedly targeted Aiken. I suspect that Uncle San's death was framed on us by Rong Qingfeng." Rong Pailan closed his eyes, suppressing the anger boiling inside him. Holding Shen Yuntang's hand tighter, he gritted his teeth and said, "I was too kind. I should have let them die on the way to India." Shen Yuntang tilted her head, leaning against the man's right arm, and smiled. "I forgot to tell you. Jiaying also said you're too kind. You really know yourself well." Rong Pailan stiffened. Is he truly a kind person? Even he didn't believe that. He reached out and pulled Shen Yuntang into his arms, silently digesting the news she just told him. Although he didn't like dealing with his father's illegitimate siblings, he always respected Uncle San's character and ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted Uncle San to take over before he died. 6th uncle always followed Uncle San's lead. His targeting of Aiken was probably because Rong Qingfeng framed Uncle San's death on Shen Yuntang. Rong Qingfeng, he truly deserves to die. And that Long Yi, could he be He Maru's lover? Adopting Rong Qingfeng as his son gave him a chance to cause trouble in Hong Kong again. He lowered his head and gently kissed Shen Yuntang's hair, whispering, "Yuntang, thank you for telling me this. When we go back, I will speed things up. I will make Rong Qingfeng face death as soon as possible. Uncle San will be the sharpest knife." A sharp knife aimed at Rong Qingfeng. And Uncle San was the best person to hold the knife. Shen Yuntang felt his strong heartbeat and quietly said, "Alin, stay safe. I don't want you to leave me again." In her past life, during the last period, she often leaned against his chest, feeling his heartbeat. In the end, when she pressed her head to his chest, She could no longer feel his heartbeat. She was filled with despair. If she could do it all over again, she wasn't sure she could handle it. Rome Pylon solemnly promised, "I know, I will take good care of myself and stay with Tangding forever." He would also protect Tangding, even support Shen Jiaying in taking charge of Yisheng in the future. And Shan and Lazy, he wouldn't let them repeat the fate of their past lives. Rome Pylon stayed in the UK for 3 days. The night before leaving the UK, at his private villa in Oxford, he cooked himself and hosted Shen Jiaying to thank him for taking care of his child in the last life. He knew that Leo was willing to take care of Chun mainly because of Tangding. When Shen Jiaying finished school and came over, Shen Yuntang was trimming roses in the garden. He approached with a basket of flowers and said, "Little auntie, why did Elvis suddenly ask me to dine at his house?" He knew they should have a meal together, but he thought it would at most be at a restaurant. Based on his few interactions with Elvis, he personally thinks Elvis probably isn't a very hospitable person. Inviting others to dine at home doesn't seem like Elvis's style. Shen Yuntang plucked a rose and placed it in a flower basket, smiling gently. "Alin is returning to Hong Kong tomorrow. He will cook himself, so you'll have a good meal tonight." From what his little aunt said, Elvis will also be cooking himself. Shen Jiai's expectations were not very high. He had asked his classmates from Hong Kong about Rome Pylon at school. Rome's family is very wealthy and noble. The eldest son always dresses and acts carefully. Even his hair is styled perfectly. But he seems a bit different. He doesn't like to hang out at entertainment venues. He also prefers to do business in his own place. Would someone like that know how to cook? The uncle and nephew picked 13 roses in the garden and returned to the living room. Shen Yuntang chose a white porcelain vase, trimmed the flower stems, and arranged the roses inside, then placed it on the dining table. Shen Jiai took off his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and went to the kitchen. "Is there anything I can help with?" Rome Pylon, only wearing a gray shirt, was frying lamb chops. His hands moved quickly, and he turned his head to reply, "No need, just keep Yuntang company. I'll be done soon." Rejected, Shen Jiai didn't insist. Some people prefer not to be disturbed when they are working. Elvis's movements were very skilled, so he probably knew how to cook. Soon dinner was ready. There was red wine braised beef, white wine mussels, pan-fried cod, pan-fried lamb chops, vegetable salad, mixed vegetables, and French onion soup. Rome Pylon looked through many books in Shen Yuntang's face. Some dishes were his first time trying. The red wine had already been decanted in advance. Rome Pylon poured wine for the 3 of them, sat down, and raised his glass first. "Leo, welcome to my home. I hope you like these dishes. I only know how to make Western food." He also knew simple Chinese dishes, so he didn't say much about that. Shen Jia raised his glass and clinked it with Rome Pylon's, slightly lower. "These are very good." Elvis personally cooked the meal for his little aunt. Otherwise, he didn't think he had enough face to eat the dishes made by the young master of the Rong family himself. Whatever the reason, the thoughtfulness mattered most. These dishes looked good, and the taste should be fine too. Shen Yuntang held the shared knife and fork, gave Shen Jia an oyster, and said, "Try this oyster, it's flavored with white wine." She loved eating oysters. Rome Pylon cleared his throat lightly. He also needed Tangdang to serve him some food. Shen Yuntang smiled brightly at the man across from her and also gave him an oyster. Rome Pylon held the plate and took the oyster. "Thank you, Tangdang." Shen Jiaying couldn't bear to watch. Even during a meal, those two were so affectionate that he quietly lowered his head and focused on his food instead. He felt sorry for his unborn little brother. To be fair, people back home were usually reserved. Even though he had studied in the UK for a few years, the traditional mindset in his bones made it hard for him to accept how openly they showed affection. Elvis acted serious in front of others, but around his aunt, he became completely different, clingy and gentle. He liked to stay close to her, even when reading. They would share a drink from the same cup, and he often took photos with her, always showing his affection in small ways. Everyone could tell that Elvis was already trying to restrain himself. Dinner ended pleasantly. Shen Jiaying left first, while Shen Yuntang stayed overnight at Rome Pailan's house. Rome Pailan stood at Shen Yuntang's door, holding her hand reluctantly. "Alice, will you stay with me tonight?" he asked softly. "I'm going back to Hong Kong tomorrow. I won't see you for a long time. Please, just this once?" Hearing his words, Shen Yuntang's heart softened, and she nodded in agreement. Rome Pailan's bedroom was the master suite of the villa, with a large European-style bed covered in pale gold silk sheets. Shen Yuntang, dressed in a light pink nightgown, walked to the right side and pulled back the thin blanket. As soon as she sat down, she felt his warm gaze on her, sharp and intense, as if it could be felt even from behind. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." He paused for a while. Rome Pailan gently held Shen Yuntang's slim waist and carried her into his arms. He liked to let her lie on him to sleep, with a slight sense of pressure, which made him feel safer. This was the first time they slept together in this life, and he was sleeping without clothes. Shen Yuntang felt a little shy. She raised her fist and lightly tapped his shoulder, saying, "I don't want to sleep without clothes." Rome Pailan took her fist and kissed it softly, his voice tender and affectionate. "I want to." "Madam, I want to." Shen Yuntang couldn't stand his spoiled tone. Usually she would give in first. Rome Pailan smiled triumphantly, pulled up the blanket, and gently patted her shoulder through the cover, coaxing her to sleep. "Sleep now. I'm here." Shen Yuntang obediently lay on his chest, her ear pressed against his heartbeat, listening to his steady pulse, and gradually closed her eyes. Rome Pailan felt the person in his arms had fallen asleep, and he closed his eyes as well. He enjoyed being honest with her, feeling her skin, smelling her scent, and sleeping better. Being able to hold her again as she slept made him very happy. Rome Pailan flew from London to Southeast Asia at noon. When Shen Yuntang woke up, she was alone in bed. She raised her hand and was drawn to the gold and ruby bracelet on her wrist, a wide, diamond-shaped hollow chain bracelet set with 30 round-cut rubies. A gentle smile appeared on her lips. He likes to give her gifts, from big ones like houses and cars to small ones like jewelry and beautiful dresses. When he sees something he likes, he doesn't hesitate to buy it. He often gives her gifts without much thought. There are no clothes for her here, because Shen Yuntang is in the space washing up. Her short black hair is styled in small curls, and she wears diamond drop earrings. She is dressed in an orange knee-length skirt, nude-colored stockings, and black low-heeled ankle boots. In the wardrobe, Rome Pailan is wearing a dark blue suit and choosing a tie. He glances at the door and shows a look of admiration. "Alice, help me pick a tie," he says. Shen Yuntang doesn't refuse. She steps forward, not rushing to choose a tie. She takes a blue gemstone brooch with the initials T and R and pins it on his suit collar. Rome Pailan looks at the brooch on his collar and leans down to kiss Shen Yuntang on the lips. He steps closer, picks a dark brown silk tie with a subtle pattern from the drawer. He slightly bows his head, wraps his arms around her waist, and skillfully ties a half-Windsor knot. She knows how to tie a tie because he taught her himself. Rome Pailan holds her, stands in front of the mirror, and touches her head. "Very good, I like it. Help me pick a watch, okay?" He enjoys her choosing his ties, accessories, and watches. When he wears what she picks, it feels like she is always with him. I selected a Patek Philippe mechanical watch from the safe and put it on the man's left wrist. Rome Pailan was very happy. She hugged Shen Yuntang and said softly, "Let's make a promise. Next time we meet, I will wear a different watch, okay?" "Keep your word," Shen Yuntang replied, turning to hold the man in his arms. He didn't want to part from him anymore. Despite feeling reluctant, Rome Pailan still left. On the way to London, Rome Lei couldn't help but ask, "Young master, are you and Miss Shen dating now? It's so fast, just 3 days, and the young master is no longer single. Is it really so easy to find a girlfriend?" Rome Pailan, who was reading documents in the back seat, didn't lift his head and just smiled faintly. "Yes, we will get married someday. Besides your brother, no one else is allowed to know." "I mean no one." Lazy wasn't very clever and worried he might accidentally reveal something to his aunt. Rome Lei shyly scratched his head and promised, "Don't worry, young master. I will only tell my brother. His brother said that whatever the young master said, he would listen. He wished there weren't so many questions every day. Sometimes he couldn't help but think that maybe his brother inherited all the good genes from their mother's womb, which is why he's so clever, like a lotus root. He doesn't have much left. Although they are twin brothers born at the same time, his older brother is much better than him, more handsome, and has always performed better in school. He learns faster and excels in everything. He only has one advantage: he is slightly taller than his brother. They did not fly directly to Hong Kong, but took a detour to Nanyang. This trip is to inspect Nanyang, and he really needs to go there this time. Wah 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 wah. I really find this very difficult. Singapore Airport. Shen and his people had been waiting early in the morning. He did not go to Britain but took a cruise directly to Nanyang. Pailan often stays close to Shen and Lei. Whenever one of them appears, Pailan is definitely nearby. No one doubts that Pailan is on the cruise. The group got into a car. Shen sat in the front passenger seat and said back to him, "Young master, the gifts for the Chung family are all prepared. Pailan's maternal family has always been kind to him. Since he is in Singapore, he naturally plans to visit the Chung family. Although he owns property in Singapore, he usually stays at the Chung family's house." Pailan nodded. Shen always handles things well, so he has no worries. "Have you found out anything about the matter I asked you to investigate?" Shen handed the photo to Pailan and said, "Young master, the two vice presidents of the branch company seem to be at odds, belonging to different factions. We need to investigate further. President Ren has a good reputation inside the company. He comes from a scholarly family, is successful in his career, and has a happy family. His wife and he are childhood sweethearts, and he never forms cliques within the company. On the surface, President Ren has no connections with any of the families, but he has some ties to the third master. They are MIT alumni, and President Ren is a junior in the same department as the third master. It's possible that President Ren is aligned with the third master. I've kept someone watching and will continue to follow up. The more perfect a person seems, the more dangerous they are. Maybe they are truly perfect, or maybe they are just good at pretending. People and ghosts will eventually reveal themselves." Alumni? Same department junior? In recent years, Ren Xiao has managed the Xingzhou branch well, and is a talented person who has contributed to Rongxing's business expansion. As for Ren Xiao, Pailan thought with a big question mark in his mind. For him, as long as he isn't someone loyal to Rong Qingfeng, who does Ren Xiao belong to? Who is he supporting? He doesn't care, as long as he can manage the branch well and prevent another incident like before. Very good. Don't spend too much energy on Ren Xiao. Our battlefield isn't only here. At the gate of the Chung family villa, the guard saw the familiar license plate and quickly ran out to open the gate. Another person hurriedly called the butler. "Young Master Lin, please come in. Pailan visits the Chung family every year. They're familiar with his car's license plate. The Chung family's company has been handed over to the current decision-maker, Chung Xiaoyuan, who is now in charge." The butler heard that young Master Lin had arrived and hurriedly went to the main house. "Madam, sir, madam, young Master Lin has arrived." Chung Xiaoxing paused his tea drinking, his eyes bright with happiness. His grandson had come. If old Master Rong hadn't strongly opposed it, and if the family matron was not still here, Lin would have been raised in the Chung family. The 80-something matriarch, Madame Chung Su, had completely white hair, held in place by a jade hairpin. It wasn't the finest quality, but it was a keepsake from her late husband, and she kept it as a token of old times. She was dressed in a black velvet qipao with gold thread, wearing a string of jade beads around her neck. Her eyes and mind were sharp. When she heard Lin was here, she stood up excitedly. "Huinyang, quickly, help me to go meet Lin." Chung Huinyang, Pailan's grandmother, quickly helped her mother to walk outside. Her eyes also showed happiness. Shen got out of the car, opened the back door, and Pailan stepped out. He immediately saw the Chung family members. He hurried over to his great-grandmother and helped her. "Great-grandmother, Lin is here to see you." Madame Chung held her great-grandson's hand tightly, smiling warmly. "This time, you can stay at home for a few more days so that Grandma can see more of you." Rong Pailan smiled and greeted the people nearby. Grandpa, Grandma, Lin is back. Chung Xiaoxing nodded. Lin is becoming more and more like his good son-in-law. In both appearance and temperament, he resembles Rong Qingyan completely, but his style is more flamboyant, bolder, and less cautious. Grandma Chung looked at her tall, handsome grandson and smiled happily. It's good that you're back. Let's go inside first. She wasn't in a rush to snatch him from her mother. This time, Lin should be able to stay for a few more days. The group returned to the Chung family living room. Rong Shan and Rong Lei put down their gifts and stepped back. Rong Pailan took out a cashmere shawl he brought from England and draped it over Grandma Chung. Great-grandma, this is the most popular style in London. I picked it out especially for you. When his father was still alive, he traveled for work to different places and bought beautiful things for him and his mother whenever he saw them. He developed the habit of buying gifts for his family, but only for those he truly cared about. Grandma Chung, who had lived most of her life, smiled broadly as she adjusted her cashmere shawl. She patted Rong Pailan's hand gently. Good, good, good. Great-grandma really likes it. Having lived for more than half a century, she had seen many fine things. The gift from her great-grandson, who had specially brought it from London, was precious to her. To her, the value wasn't just in the gift itself, but in his thoughtfulness. His willingness to spend time choosing a gift for her showed how important she was in his heart. No one hopes that future generations will forget about their ancestors. Grandma, this is for you. I took another cashmere shawl and draped it over Madame Chung. Lin is very filial. Did he bring a gift for Auntie? The speaker was Madame Cheng's sister-in-law, Yi Lanxiu, wife of the eldest son, Chung Xiaoyuan. She was wearing a dark blue embroidered qipao, with her black hair styled in a wave and decorated with a jade hairpin. The Yi family, who settled in Xingzhou at the end of the last century, has always kept Chinese customs and runs the largest film and record company in Xingzhou. Rong Pailan took out a red velvet box and a bottle of perfume from a paper bag. How could I forget Auntie? The trendy perfume from London and a pearl necklace. A young woman was standing beside Auntie Chung, gentle and elegant, wearing a lotus-colored embroidered qipao. She was Zhou Jiaying, wife of Chung Jinzhuang, the eldest son of the Chung family. They had been married for a year in a love match and their relationship was very good. Rong Pailan nodded to her. Big sister-in-law. He hadn't prepared a gift for her because it wouldn't be appropriate. His older brother probably didn't want to see him giving a gift to his wife either. Zhou Jiaying smiled kindly at Rong Pailan. Lin has arrived. Your older brother was just talking about you the other day. She loved her husband and naturally cared for his younger siblings. Being able to meet Chung Jinzhuang, fall in love with him, and marry him was her good fortune. Her parents-in-law were kind, and her younger siblings respected her. She received care and love in the Chung family, but in the Zhou family, apart from her mother, she never received affection from her own brother and younger brother. She and Zhang have been married for a year, but they still don't have a child. Zhang is the eldest son and grandson, and the elders in the Chung family have never pressured them. Unlike her cousin's family, where her cousin didn't have a child in 3 months, her mother-in-law started giving her herbal medicine. She also wants to have a child with Zhang, their little bundle of love. After all, her father has already subtly encouraged her mother to have more children. Lin, you can't be biased. You gave your eldest aunt a gift, but don't forget your second aunt, a female voice said again. It was the wife of Chung family's second master, Chung Xiaoza, Rong Pailan's second aunt, Gu Linger. She was dressed in a beautiful Peranakan outfit, a golden long dress paired with a pink embroidered silk skirt, and wearing pearl-embellished high heels. The Gu family is a well-known family in Xingzhou, running a clothing business.
Gu Linger prefers local Xingzhou clothing.
Rong Pailan handed the same velvet box and perfume to her second aunt, politely saying, I have everything. Both your second and third aunts have gifts, and the perfume is your favorite scent. Gu Linger smiled as she took it, unable to resist praising. Lin is so thoughtful. Unlike your second brother, who only buys handbags as gifts and has no new ideas, their 3 sisters-in-law, mother-in-law, grandmother, and sister, Asen, all received handbags. They bought them wholesale to save effort. He truly inherited his father's stubbornness, like a piece of wood. Second aunt likes it, that's good. Of course she likes it. How could she not? The young girl beside Gu Linger playfully tugged at Rong Pailan's arm. Does cousin have a gift for Jin's? She is Chung family's only daughter, Chung Jin's. Like her mother, she wears a delicate Peranakan outfit with a light pink kebaya, a sleeveless embroidered sheer blouse, paired with a dark pink sarong. A little boy in overalls and a white short-sleeved shirt hugged Rong Pailan's leg. Cousin, Jingjing misses you. Chung family's youngest, Chung Jingsing, the son of the second master and his wife, is also the smallest child in the family. Rong Pailan picked up the little boy and patted his sister's head. No one forgets Jin's. I bought you a pretty dress, some perfume, lipstick, and hair clips. He handed a paper bag to his sister and also gave a small toy car to his little cousin. Jin's has loved her cousin from her childhood. Not only is he good-looking, but he's also very caring. She hugged the paper bag, looked at the gifts Rong Pailan brought, and happily said, "Thank you, cousin. I like it very much." Unlike her biological brother, who only buys her handbags, she receives several every year, almost too many to store. She has politely asked him to change to different gifts. On her birthday, she even hoped her brother would give her something else. Her good brother didn't listen at all and still held onto the handbag. But she couldn't just give it up either. Her brother's personality was such that if she refused once, he wouldn't ask again. Her cousins only gave her money. Only her older cousin bought her things that girls like. "You're welcome. I'm glad you like it." Chung Jining hugged the toy car and happily kissed her older cousin's cheek. "Thank you, cousin.
You bought me a toy car.
I like it." Rong Pailan gently patted the little one's head, a soft smile on his face. Seeing his 5-year-old little cousin made him feel unexpectedly soft-hearted. He looked around and asked his sister quietly, "Is your younger sister-in-law not here?" Chung Jin's fiddled with her pearl hairpin and whispered, "My little uncle and aunt took fourth brother to study in America. They haven't come back yet." The fourth brother Chung mentioned is the only child of the Chung family's third master, Chung Xiaoning, and his wife, Ming Mianyun. He is Rong Pailan's younger cousin, the fourth young master of the Chung family, Chung Jinyu. Besides him, Rong Pailan has 3 other cousins. The third cousin is the same age as him, just 6 months apart. Chung Jinzhong, the eldest son of the main branch, Chung Jingxian, the eldest son of the second branch, and Chung Jinyu, the second son of the main branch. Except for Chung Jinyu, who is studying in America, Chung Jinzhong and Chung Jingxian have already joined the family business. In the last life, their business was led by Chung Jingxian. The Chung family has a warm and friendly atmosphere. Compared to the Rong family, Rong Pailan feels more comfortable at Cheng's home. There is less scheming and no need to worry about being constantly plotted against, so he can relax a little. In the evening, Rong Pailan's 2 uncles and 2 cousins came home from work. Seeing someone sitting in the living room, Chung Jinxian walked over and patted his cousin's shoulder. "Alin, welcome home. We haven't finished our fencing match last time." Chung Jinxuan's favorite sport is fencing. Only Alin among his brothers plays fencing. Rong Pailan chuckled softly. "This time, we will definitely have a winner." Besides swimming, fencing is his favorite sport. He especially likes using a rapier, enjoying the thrill of quick attacks. Chung Xiaoyuan sat down beside his wife and looked at his nephew, who resembled his late brother-in-law. He asked with concern, "Alin, you're successful now. Have you thought about settling down?" Cheng's grandmother also asked. "Alin, great-grandmother still hopes to see your children born," Rong Pailan silently recalled. If he remembered correctly, his eldest brother's first child was already in his sister-in-law's belly and would be born next summer. The Chung family would then have 5 generations living together. To prevent any mismatched pairings, Rong Pailan decided to be honest. "I already have a girlfriend." Everyone in the living room looked surprised, mostly gossiping. Chung Jinxian was a bit shocked. His cousin had someone interested in him too? That was quite a surprise. He decided to write a letter to his third brother to share this good news. Old Master Chung stroked his gray beard and asked in a deep voice, "Does your grandfather know?" "Yes, he does. Tangdang is still in school." Old Master Chung nodded. thinking that he met her while studying in Cambridge. They are probably about the same age, so he didn't say more. Since his daughter and son-in-law were gone, these old folks knew they wouldn't be around forever. He hoped Alin would have someone who truly cared for him by his side. Gulinger felt a bit regretful. She had planned to introduce her cousin from her family to Alin, but now Alin already liked someone else, so she could only give up. Fortunately, she hadn't told her family about this, or it might have caused trouble later. Yi Lanxiu gently said, "When you have time, bring him home so we can meet him." Rong Pailan smiled and replied, "There will be a chance, but not right now." Watching his cousin, who was already several steps ahead, Qing Jinxian playfully put his arm around him and asked, "Alin, do you have a picture of your girlfriend? Show us what kind of person makes your heart beat faster." Rong Pailan pushed away the inappropriate hand and took a wallet from his suit pocket. He pulled out a photo and handed it to the side.
This is the person I like.
Her name is Shen Yuntang. Her name and her beauty are both lovely. Chung Jinxian took the photo and looked at it carefully for a while. The young girl in the picture had short, pretty hair. She was very beautiful, smiling brightly. She looked very suitable for Alin, but she seemed to be about the same age as his sister, Chung Jin's. Looking at my cousin's eyes, there was a deeper meaning. Holding the photo, I crossed over Rong Pailan and sat next to Madame Chung. "Great-grandmother, let me show you the person Alin likes." When Madame Chung heard it was Alin's favorite person, she became interested. She took the photo handed by her great-grandson and looked at it carefully. "She is a good girl, and Alin is quite lucky. This girl has a natural air of pride and elegance. Her innate nobility and confidence shine from within. Her bright and generous smile shows she is not an ordinary girl. Standing beside Alin, they are equals. She is confident. Such a girl, one day, when she enters the Rong family, won't be bullied. Alin doesn't need a perfect, clever wife from the Rong family. He needs someone who can truly enter his heart, a loving partner who shares life with him. Alin has already suffered enough in the past. I only hope he can find a good person to spend his life with. Those who seek to marry into the Rong family may be from good families, but they have their own motives. Such feelings are not pure, and they are not what Alin wants. Alin, bring her home to meet Madame Chung," said Madame Chung, handing the photo to her daughter-in-law nearby. "I understand, great-grandmother," Rong Pailan nodded. "When the time is right, he will bring Tang Dang to the Chung family." Chung Huanyang took the photo, moved aside, and looked at it with her husband. She never interfered in her grandchildren's marriages, and the same was true for her grandson's children. Old Master Cheng's gaze fell on the photo. His pupils widened in surprise, and he sat up straight, carefully examining the picture. His eyebrows bore a resemblance to that person. "Alin, is this the girl from the Shen family in Shanghai?" Rong Pailan looked up and met his grandfather's gaze. His mind was filled with confusion. Why would his grandfather ask such a question? In the past, he had visited the Chung family with Tang Tang, and his grandfather had seen Tang Tang without any unusual reaction. Why now, just by seeing Tang Tang's photo, could he think she was from the Shen family in Shanghai? He had never heard of his grandfather having close ties with the Shen family. Chung Jinxian put away his smile and asked first, "Grandpa, have you met Alin's girlfriend before?" Old Master Chung ignored his talkative grandson and fixed his eyes on his granddaughter. "Alin, tell me first, is this girl from the Shen family in Shanghai?" Rong Pailan nodded and honestly replied, "Tang Tang is indeed from the Shen family in Shanghai. She is the 9th Miss Shen. Her father is Shen Moyu, and her mother is Song Chuyang. Does Grandpa know Uncle Shen?" Before she was 16, Tang Tang had always lived in Shanghai. He didn't think his grandfather had met her. The only explanation was that his grandfather had a connection with the elders of the Shen family and was well acquainted with them. It couldn't be Grandpa Shen. Tang Tang had said that although the head of the Shen family was officially Grandpa Shen, the real power had been handed over to her father when her twin brother was 5 years old. Only Uncle Shen is likely to have a close relationship with Grandpa. This also explains why Grandpa gave Tang Tang such a generous gift during their last meeting. When Aiken was born, Grandpa also gave a generous gift, far beyond what the Chung family grandchildren received. Old Master Chung handed a photo to his grandson and explained slowly, Mr. Shin Moyu and I are very close friends. When the Japanese bombed Singapore, our family went to the United States to seek refuge. We faced difficulties there, but Mr. Shin saved us, thanks to Mr. Shin asking his uncle, Mr. Song Chiu, who is the Chinese diplomat in the U.S., to help. Without Mr. Shin's request, Mr. Song wouldn't have helped us so freely. Later, I became friends with Mr. Shin because I was impressed by his charm. Thinking about it, I continued. The supplies sent to support our country were arranged by Mr.
Shen.
He is a person with ambition and patriotism, always working for that suffering nation. Later, when a civil war broke out in the country, many patriotic people stopped helping. After the war ended, Mr. Shen used all his wealth to help the struggling nation recover, and the Chung family also contributed. Your second uncle also attended Xiao Yuntang's 100-day celebration at Shen's house. I wrote a letter to Mr. Shen, hoping that Ai and Xiao Yuntang would get engaged, but Mr. Shen politely declined. He didn't think Mr. Shen looked down on the Chung family. He believed Mr. Shen simply didn't want his only daughter to marry far away to Xingzhou. As a father, he understood that feeling. After all, he himself was reluctant to let Sushua marry to Hong Kong. If Rong Qingyan hadn't been so outstanding, Sushua might not have liked the idea either. The matter of marriage proposals could be considered settled for now. When he heard that his grandfather planned to arrange a marriage between Tang Dang and the second cousin, Rong Pailan shot a sharp look at his second cousin, who was still unaware of the situation. Chung Jinxian kept waving his hands, saying he had no interest in Miss Shen Yuntang. It was all because Grandpa was randomly matching people, and nothing had been decided yet. The second master Chung carefully recalled that he had attended the little girl's full moon celebration at the Shen family about 16 years ago, when his own son, Jintz, was just over a month old. Looking at his nephew with a thoughtful expression, he said, Alin, if I remember correctly, Miss Yuntang is more than a month younger than your sister. You probably haven't been to the mainland. How did you meet her? His father wanted Xia and the young girl from the Shen family to be engaged, but he personally disagreed. Xia was 8 years older, and he thought Ayu from the third brother's family was more suitable, being only 3 years apart. But his father insisted confidently, if Zhang weren't already 12, I'd want Mr. Shen's daughter to be engaged to Zhang. It's not up to your Xia. Fortunately, Mr. Shen declined. Otherwise, it would have been a bad match. Rong Pailan showed no guilt at all, with a calm face and steady heart. Tang Dang is only 16 this year. I know her through her nephew, who's a friend of mine. Our relationship is based on genuine feelings and proper manners. Many girls in Hong Kong marry at 15 or 16, but that doesn't mean Shen Yuntang is among them. My feelings for Shen Yuntang are not just physical pleasure. I also enjoy having her by my side. She keeps me from feeling lonely. In the past, we were two lonely souls comforting each other. Now, in this life, she is more than just me, but I only have her. I need her more. I am the one drowning, and I need the life raft called Shen Yuntang. Chung Jinxian silently gave his cousin a thumbs up in his heart. He was the first to get close to the water's edge. Yes, very good. Madame Chung also knew about her son's feelings. She felt grateful for Mr. Shen's kindness, but thought about arranging a marriage between the Chung and Shen families. However, Mr. Shen refused. Sheng, Lin being with the young lady from the Shen family is fate. When they get married, the Chung family will surely give a generous gift. Old Master Chung suddenly saw the light. Lin is also part of the Chung family bloodline, so his relationship with Mr. Shen is settled. Mother is right. When Xiao Yuntang and Lin marry, Xiao Yuntang will also call me grandfather. Strangely, this makes him feel a step higher than Mr. Shen. Why does he feel a bit happy about this? Looking up at the tall, handsome grandson nearby, I shook my head and thought about his father-in-law. I couldn't help but warn him. Lin, you must not let Xiao Yuntang down. If you dare to be like your grandfather, loving one person after another and marrying each one, I will break your legs. Even if I, your old man, can't catch up with you, your 4 brothers will. Old Rong Jinshan was a very romantic man. Lin grew up around him and was influenced by him. I worry that Lin might also be a flirt, which could cause trouble for his beloved daughter. How could I face Mr. Shen if that happened? That wouldn't be gratitude. It would be betrayal. Grandpa, don't worry. Lin understands, he said. He wouldn't let Tangning down. He didn't want to just say empty words. Time will show how much he loves her. Old Master Chung returned the photo to his grandson and asked, Lin, have you visited Mr. Shen? In recent years, the Chung family had little contact with Mr. Shen. They only exchanged letters once a year during the spring festival. Rong Pailin clenched his fists and paused before honestly replying, Grandpa, Uncle Shen passed away this March. Didn't you know? Compared to kind lies, he believed his grandpa wanted to know the truth. Old Master Chung thought he had misheard and asked again in disbelief, Lin, say that again. Mr. Shen was about 10 years younger than him. How could he have already passed away? He couldn't believe what he heard, but Aaron was not someone who spoke without reason. Most of what he said was true. Grandpa, Uncle Shen passed away this February, Rong Pailin repeated. He realized the truth too late when he remembered his past life. He was still unconscious in the hospital, and his mother-in-law had already left. Old Mr. Chung was initially unable to accept this news. After a long silence, he finally said, Aaron, help me to the study. Old Mr. Chung stood up, swaying slightly. Everyone gasped in surprise. Ah, Chung, father/grandpa. Grandpa. Chung Jinzhong quickly helped his grandfather, and Rong Pailin also stepped forward to support him. Old Mr. Chung took a moment to steady himself, then waved his hand to show he was fine. He asked his grandson to help him to the study. On the second floor, in old Mr. Cheng's study, old Mr. Chung asked his grandson to get him some wine and said earnestly, Aaron, in the future, if you and Xiao Yuntang are together, as long as it's not Xiao Yuntang's fault, the Chung family will not stand against you. Aaron, Grandpa wants you to swear that you will never betray Xiao Yuntang in this life. He didn't want to pressure his grandson, but since Mr. Shen had passed away, he wanted to protect Mr. Shen's shining jewel. A vow is fragile and useless. But for some people, a vow is the best form of restraint. As long as Aaron says it, he will do his best to keep it. Rong Pailin showed no hesitation. He raised his right hand and held up 3 fingers, saying, I, Rong Pailin, swear that I will never betray Shen Yuntang in this life. If I break this vow, my family will be destroyed, and I will die without a proper burial. He naturally would not betray Shen Yuntang. If a promise could reassure others, he was willing to make it. At first, he wanted to say he would die instantly, but then he remembered he only lived to 30 in his previous life. Wasn't that an instant death? So, he changed his words to say he would die without a proper burial. In his past life, he died with his body intact, even though he was cremated later. He left instructions that his body should be cremated. Tang would probably respect his last wishes. Old Master Cheng's sharp gaze fell on his grandson. Lin, remember your vow tonight. All right, go out now. Grandfather wants to be alone for a while. After sending his grandson out, old Master Chung took out some letters from his desk drawer, letters exchanged with Shen Muyu. Although his friendship with Shen Muyu started because he saved the Chung family, they became friends because he truly admired Shen Muyu, a person who dedicated his life to saving the country and its people. A tear slipped down his cheek, falling onto the letter and blurring the ink. He poured 2 glasses of wine, picked up one, and clinked it with the other on the table. Shen Muyu, rest in peace. In the next life, we will definitely be friends again. Rong Pailin left his grandfather's study and returned to the first-floor living room. Chung Xiaoyuan glanced at his nephew and asked seriously, Eileen, do you know how Mr. Shen left? Rong Pailin sat down and explained to the Chung family what the Shen family had said publicly. It is said he was shot and died, but the details are unclear. Some things lack solid evidence, so it's hard to say for sure. As small shareholders of Yixing Group, they don't have deep roots. Those who can join Rong's circle might not even be insiders of the Rong family. Behind Rong Qingfeng is Lord Longair. Maybe the small shareholders of Yixing Group are also connected to this Lord Longair. Whether it is him or not, the people behind have big plans. Perhaps Rongsheng and Yixing are their targets. They got a second chance to come back, but that doesn't mean there will be a third. They need to be more careful in the future. Chung Xiaoyuan sighed and said slowly, "Is the security in the country really so bad? Someone like Mr. Shen was openly shot and killed." Chung Xiaoza thought for a moment and looked at his older brother. "Big brother, do you think it might be someone from Taiwan?" Mr. Shen is a supporter of democracy and has contributed greatly to the country's development. People from Taiwan often prefer to assassinate those who oppose them. They would rather kill 3,000 innocent people than let a single enemy escape. The Song family father and sons all worked for the nationalist government. When those people retreated to Taiwan, the entire Song family moved to the United States. They couldn't do anything to the Song family, so they targeted Mr. Shen. A warning to others. He increasingly believed that his ideas were correct. Chung Xiaoyuan sharply scolded his reckless younger brother. "Second brother, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Shen was just a patriot who didn't join any political party. Even if those people in Taiwan are ruthless, they wouldn't harm him. Is it okay to say such things? If this gets out, those crazy dogs will come after us, and we won't know how to defend ourselves." Chung Xiaoza pressed his lips together. "Sorry, big brother. I was wrong to say that. He shouldn't have spoken about these things in front of everyone. Even though the family members are his own, he believed no one would spread rumors. But the servants might. The Chung family is just a regular business family and can't withstand a big storm." Chung Xiaoyuan withdrew his gaze from his second brother and said in a deep voice, "We haven't received any news. No one came to pay respects or see Mr. Shen off. Not being able to send Mr. Shen off properly is truly regrettable." Rome Pylon calmly said, "Elder brother, right now the country advocates simplicity. Mr. Shen's funeral was not grand." Yilan Xiao held her husband's hand and suggested, "Since Mr. Shen has passed away, morally and logically, the Chung family should send someone to pay respects. Zhang, as the eldest son and grandson of the Chung family, should go on behalf of the family to honor Mr.
Shen.
That would be most appropriate. Father values his friendship with Mr. Shen, but he is old and busy managing the company, so he cannot go himself. Zhang is the future head of the Chung family, so it is more appropriate for him to pay respects to Mr. Shen." Yalingxia's words carry weight in the Chung family. Hearing his mother say this, Chung Jinzhong quickly agreed. "Father, I think my mother is right. I want to go pay my respects to Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen saved the Chung family in a difficult time, and he has been very thoughtful about it. For Mr. Shen, it might have been a small gesture, but for the Chung family, it was a life-saving act. Mr. Shen is a gentle, elegant, and humorous man. When he was young, he visited Mr. Shen's house in the United States with his grandfather to thank him. Mr. Shen was playing tennis with his two sons, who looked exactly alike, and they even played with him. His grandfather said goodbye and gave him a tennis racket, which he brought back from America to Xingzhou and has kept as a treasured keepsake. Even if his mother didn't mention it, he still wanted to go pay respects to Mr. Shen." Chung Xiaoza thought for a moment and said, "Big brother, sister-in-law, I think I should go. Zhang has no experience. I have met Mr. Shen before and have had dealings with him. Eileen, when are you returning to Hong Kong?" "I will go with you to pay respects to Mr. Shen. The eldest brother is now the head of the company and cannot leave. Zhang is still young and has never been to the mainland, so he probably wouldn't even find the Shen family's gate. The three brothers, only he and the Shen family have had dealings, making him the most suitable person to return to pay respects to Mr. Shen." Chung Xiaoyuan thought for a moment and agreed that second brother's point was reasonable. Zhang's influence is enough, but he is not very familiar with the country. "Then please, second brother, represent all of us from the Chung family and go." "Zhang will go with you." Chung Jinzhong nodded. With his second uncle there, he felt more at ease. He is 27 years old and is returning to the country for the first time. In the past, elders in the family talked about how great the homeland is, but now he can see it for himself. Chung Jinxian also quickly stepped forward and said, "Father, older brother, I will go with you. His position in the company isn't very important, so he can leave for a while." Rome Pylon looked at the two father-son pairs from the Chung family and slowly said, "Uncle, second uncle, older brother, second brother, Mr. Shen is currently in Hong Kong. Even if you return to the country, you won't be able to see him." Chung Xiaoyuan and Chung Xiaoza exchanged glances. Families like the Shen family have chosen to settle in Hong Kong at this time, which suggests the situation is worse than expected. After the founding of the country, many wealthy merchants settled in Qingzhou. Mr. Shen has always believed in building the homeland. The Shen family is a prominent family with deep roots. Everyone thought they wouldn't be affected. Unexpectedly, Mr. Shen moved his entire family to Hong Kong. From Ah Lin's words, returning now doesn't seem wise. Indeed, Mr. Shen's wife is from the Song family, and the Song family has already left. The Shen family, who married into the Song family, might become a target for those in power. It was mainly because Mr. Shen always acted for the good of the country and its people. After the founding of the country, the Shen family led the effort to donate most of their wealth, which helped them survive. Chung Shaoza sighed heavily, looking serious, and asked, "Ailin, have you visited Mr. Shen's grave?" The rest of the Chung family all looked at Rong Pailan. Rong Pailan instinctively nodded. "Yes, I have. Uncle Shen and Aunt Shen are buried together in the Shen family cemetery in Shanghai. In this life and the last, he had only visited their grave once. As a son-in-law, he felt he was not doing enough." Chung Xiaoyuan let out a long breath. Visiting the grave was enough. Ailin is also part of the Chung family. People naturally seek benefits and avoid dangers. Since Ailin already said that the country is unstable, they couldn't return home recklessly now. Mr. Shen's grave is there, and they would visit it eventually. There was no rush. Visiting Mr. Shen's grave was just a formality. They still felt his presence in their hearts, and worshipping him in Qingzhou was also acceptable. Thinking about recent events in the Rong family, Chung Xiaoyuan changed the subject. "Ailin, as outsiders, we shouldn't interfere in the Rong family's affairs. But as your uncle, we care about our niece. Why did you suddenly take action against the second branch now? You've only been in Rongxing for about 2 years. Your second uncle has been rooted in Rongxing for over 10 years, and with the support of the He family, you shouldn't have acted rashly. Revealing your true intentions too early is never a wise move. Not taking down Rongxing directly, but only forcing the second branch to retreat, was truly a poor strategy." Rong Pailan thought for a moment and said, "I only realized that Rong Qingfeng was getting too ambitious, so I decided to strike first and catch them off guard. Now, no one from the second branch can enter the board of directors, cutting off their chance to inherit Rongxing. Truth and lies often blend together, when truth seems false and falsehood seems true." Rong Qingfeng's ambition was undeniable. He wasn't being wronged. Chung Xiaoyuan looked at his nephew, who resembled his brother-in-law in many ways, though his way of handling things lacked order. He sighed and continued, "You're still too young. The senior members of Rongxing may still respect your grandmother, but remember this. When a person leaves, their influence fades. Yes, you are the only direct heir of the Rong family. That's both your strength and your weakness. By tradition and reason, you should be the rightful successor of Rongxing. But to be honest, your grandfather built his success with your grandmother's help, and your father made great contributions to the company's growth. You've been in the company for 2 years now, yet many of them still don't truly accept you. They followed your grandfather from the very beginning. Most of them are uneducated and narrow-minded. They looked down on your grandmother and even your father. Do you really think they'll respect you?" Rong Pailan thought for a moment and realized that this was true. They looked down on him and didn't want to stand on his side. The company's senior members indeed supported Rong Qingfeng, but mostly for appearances. They wouldn't openly oppose him, nor would they support him openly. Chung Xiaoyuan looked at his nephew, who seemed lost in thought, and continued, "Your grandmother was born into wealth, so she is naturally different from those people. Your father received a good education. Rongxing has him, and he is taking a completely different path from before. Doing foreign trade, shipping business, even industry, these make money, but it's undeniable that they don't earn as fast as lending money, running casinos, or operating brothels. They fear your father because he is strong enough. They think you are high above them and not on the same level, so they will never support you. So, they prefer to pledge loyalty to the second branch rather than choose you, the outstanding heir. They need a puppet to protect their interests, not another Rong Qingyan." Rong Qingji was disabled, but he was smart, capable, and had a younger brother who obeyed him. Therefore, they wouldn't choose someone like him to succeed the Rong family. Rong Qingfeng was different. He didn't get along with his brother, was impulsive, stubborn, and the most suitable puppet. These words from the uncle made Rong Pailan feel a shock. He had never thought about these things before. Since he was 8 years old and returned to Hong Kong, his grandmother held his hand and stood in front of the Rongxing office building, telling him that he would be Rongxing's only successor in the future. At that time, he secretly told himself that he would become Rongxing's successor. He would be better than everyone else, leaving his grandfather with no other choice. Now, his uncle told him that it was precisely because he was too talented that his grandfather was unwilling to give up power, and the company's senior members also refused to support him. This changed his understanding. He is someone who has been a father before. If Ah Chun were truly talented, he would feel proud of him, not suppress him, nor cling to power all the time. Even if he had to live another life, his life experience was still not enough. Rongxing's success depended entirely on his grandmother. He couldn't let Rongxing fall into the wrong hands. He has already firmly held Rongxing's shipping business in his hands. Sooner or later, he will take back the Liang family's other assets. Rongxing is already in a terrible state. So, he plans to build a new Rongxing. Starting fresh is just a faint idea for now. He quickly calculated in his mind the possibility of stepping away from Rongxing, and he could only say it was a long and difficult journey. He still needs to stir up trouble in Rongxing, so he can take advantage of the chaos. He doesn't want to fully dedicate himself to making money just to feed those greedy wolves and end up with nothing. Rin Xiao received the news early that Elvis was coming to inspect the branch office in Nanyang and had been waiting for him to arrive. Now, the person has truly arrived. He, along with his team, waited outside the company entrance. 5 cars stopped at the entrance. The middle car's front passenger door opened. Rong Lei, dressed in a black suit, got out first and opened the back door. Rong Pailan, wearing a dark brown suit, also got out. He approached the 2 cars in the middle, opened their doors, and 5 people stepped out. They are his advisory team, responsible for auditing the branch's finances during this trip to Nanyang. Ren Xiao quickly stepped forward, but did not reach out his hand. From the information he gathered, Elvis always had a slight smile, acted quickly and decisively, never showed mercy, never shook hands, and always wore gloves. He also never dined outside. Elvis, nice to meet you. I am Ren Xiao, the branch manager. Rong Pailan nodded with a smile on his handsome face. Mr. Run, the meeting room. Please follow me. Please, after you. Ren Xiao responded and led his team toward the elevator. In the branch office meeting room, the atmosphere was a bit tense. The branch leaders sat on both sides of the conference table, feeling nervous. According to usual rules, a representative from the branch would report to the head office at the end of the year. Why did this young Rong suddenly come here? There had been no warning or indication beforehand, as if it was a sudden decision. If Rong Pailan knew what they were thinking, she would silently reply in her heart, it was just a sudden idea. He plans to meet Tangting secretly, which is why he arranged this trip to Nanyang. Of course, understanding the situation of each branch company is also very important. But it's not yet so urgent that she needs to handle it personally. A capable leader must be fully aware of all the major and minor affairs of the group. Although she might not always be in Rongxing, she wouldn't simply let go of what belongs to her. Even if she donates it, she would still gain a good reputation. If Rong Qingfeng gets it, he wouldn't feel at ease even after he dies. The leaders of the branch companies look at the young Rong Zong, who resembles Mr. Rong, and dare not ask too many questions. This new leader is making bold moves. When he doesn't act, he's unnoticed. When he does, he surprises everyone. Recently, he forced the second branch to be excluded from the board of directors. Without a seat on the board, they have no say, no influence, and no power to control Rongxing. It's simply wishful thinking. It's clear that this leader is determined to secure his position in Rongxing. Indeed, he is the rightful heir. He is not like Emperor Jiangwen, full of ambition but manipulated by his subordinates. His uncles are not like Zhu Di, lacking the status and ability to seize power. Rongxing's current success owes much to Ms. Liang Xiu. If she hadn't fallen a later, Rongxing wouldn't have been able to take control, leaving Rong Laoxian to run the show. If it weren't for Mr. Rong Qingyan's accidental death, his illegitimate sons would never have been able to enter Rongxing. When Mr. Rong was still alive, Second Master Rong didn't even know where Rongxing's main gate was. This Second Master Rong used to manage only a few dance halls and brothels, and he was known for being ruthless and vengeful. What kind of influence could he have? Those of us who were promoted by Mr. Rong are all waiting for the young heir, Rong Pailan, to grow up. Rong Pailan sent his subordinates to check the financial reports of the branch companies while he sat in the main seat, listening to their reports on profits and future goals. Since joining Rongxing, he has placed his own people in each branch. Before coming here, he already had a rough understanding of the internal workings of the branches. The branches mainly handle import and export trade. Rongxing controls many shipping routes and has a large maritime transportation network, which has always been profitable. Rong Pailan finished reviewing the reports and said, "The impressive results are thanks to all of you. The company's future depends on everyone present, but I don't want any inappropriate things to appear on the Rong family's ship. You all know the style of the Rong family. If anyone dares to damage Rongxing's reputation, don't blame the chairman for taking action. He doesn't believe in the idea that trouble won't affect the children, as long as the trouble doesn't affect the family. If you dare to get involved in illegal activities, be prepared for the consequences." Although the Rong family isn't perfect, they never allow their people to get involved in things they shouldn't. Mr. White, the one in front of Mr. Ren, I believe everyone remembers him. His past mistakes serve as a warning to all. That is all I have to say. He had already set the rules in advance. If anyone dared to take risks, they would be dealt with according to the rules. Some rules must not be broken. Ren Xiao understood now that this man was here loudly to warn him. That Mr. White, using Rongxing's transportation network, was involved in illegal drug trade and made a lot of money. Somehow Rong family found out. The most ruthless Rong heir Yi personally went to Singapore and destroyed the White family, not sparing even the newborns. The Rong family strictly forbade involvement with illegal drugs. Illegal drugs harm both others and oneself. Mr. White, in a way, had brought trouble upon himself. Someone reviewing the financial reports under Rong Pailan's command quietly whispered a few words in his ear. Rong Pailan nodded understandingly. As long as there were no problems, that was good. He didn't want to spend too much time on financial issues. Ren Xiao looked at his watch. It was almost lunchtime. He suggested, "Elvis, it's nearly noon. Would you like to have lunch together? I've already made arrangements." Although he knew Elvis probably wouldn't come, he still wanted to be polite. He didn't want Elvis to think he was impolite. Rong Pailan paused for a moment, then nodded, accepting Ren Zhao's invitation. There was a moment of surprise in Ren Zhao's heart. How did Elvis agree so easily? It seems that not all rumors outside are true. Elvis does avoid handshakes, but he does dine outside, so there was a misunderstanding. He quickly instructed his secretary to make arrangements. Ren Xiao took Rong Pailan and their group to a private restaurant, with a manager accompanying them. He specifically ordered local specialty dishes from Singapore. The Chinese dining culture is not always admirable. Rong Pailan took a symbolic sip of white wine, then put down his glass. Everyone started eating. The white wine was strong, and he didn't like it. Rong Pailan picked up a bite of each dish. The flavors were good. Tang Tang would probably like them. Next time, he could bring Tang Tang here. He doesn't refuse to dine outside, but he prefers not to eat with unfamiliar people. Rong Pailan gracefully wiped his mouth and said softly, "Please enjoy your meal. I have other matters to attend to." He realized that with him present, they couldn't eat well. From now on, he decided not to join company meals anymore. Being at the top can be lonely. He still prefers to stay high up. He would let his team of advisors dine with them instead. Refusing Ren Zhao's offer to see him off, Rong Pailan left alone. Outside, after walking a few steps, he said to Rong Shan, who was a few steps behind, "Have someone bring a few bottles of good wine to the private room and settle the bill." "Understood, young master." Rong Shan went to find the restaurant owner. Rong Lei took a step forward and asked, Young master, when are we going to Malaysia? Tomorrow morning. If we don't leave early, Annie should have already gone back to her family home. Annie's family is quite okay, except for her spoiled stepdaughter. He avoids her as much as possible. Besides his mother, Chung Sushue, Cheng's family has a daughter named Chung Seon, who is the eldest daughter of Mr. Chung and his wife. She has been married 3 times. Her first marriage was to the Li family, a prominent family in Penang, matching Cheng's family status. They separated because of personality differences. After her second marriage, her husband took their son and emigrated to the United States. Since then, she has not returned to Penang. Her second husband was a French teacher at Tsinghua University, planning to work in Paris. Annie didn't want to go abroad, so they divorced, and they had no children. Her third husband, Mr. Chien, was Auntie's first love. Mr. Chien studied in the UK in his early years. After his wife passed away, he married Auntie, who had been divorced twice, and they had a pair of twin sons. Mr. Chien also had a daughter named Qian Mingzhu from an earlier marriage. Her mother died during childbirth. Qian Mingzhu was raised by her grandmother and aunt, who spoiled her and fulfilled all her wishes. This Miss Qian has significant personality flaws. After Chung Seon married into the Qian family, she loved her stepdaughter even more than her own twin sons, even hoping to marry her to a nephew or cousin to strengthen family ties. Rome Pylon returned to the Chung family. As soon as he got out of the car, Chung Jin stepped forward and hugged her cousin's arm, whispering, "Cousin, I have to tell you, Annie is back, and that annoying Qian Mingzhu is here too. She has disliked Qian Mingzhu since she was young. She's barely pretty and short. Those are just her looks, which are given by nature and shouldn't be mocked. But Qian Mingzhu is fake, with 2 faces, one in front of people and one behind their backs. She falsely accuses her 2 brothers at home, secretly bullies Chung Ming, and even the aunt supports her. She is so annoyed with Qian Mingzhu. She hates how she always tries to get close to her brothers. She keeps calling this brother and that brother, ha ha ha, like a mother hen. What was supposed to happen still happened." Rome Pylon frowned.
He was very worried now.
He was really afraid of what might happen. That's why he decided to leave early tomorrow morning for Malaysia. If he had known they would come, he would have left today. He wasn't sure if he could leave now before they arrive. Chung Jin's eyes twinkled, and she quietly said, "Cousin, maybe we should run away. Once Auntie and Qian Mingzhu come to the Chung house, there's sure to be trouble." Chung Jin Qian quietly appeared in the garage, gently tapped her sister's head, and said with a sigh, "You little brat, since you all ran away, is it okay for me to be left alone? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Jin Se found an excuse to leave, leaving him alone in the whirlpool of the storm. He also didn't want to see Qian Mingzhu. Now he had to discuss secretly with Alin and sneak out. Rome Pylon raised an eyebrow, glanced at his second brother, and teased, "Conscience? I didn't expect you to have such a thing. It's really rare." Since childhood, Chang'e Ba Bai has had 100 tricks, but his heart is empty, like a lotus root. How could he have conscience? Chung Jinsi rolled his eyes ungracefully and was about to retort. "Second brother, so you came out to pick up brother Alin. Why didn't you call me?" A coquettish female voice sounding both spoiled and a little sad, with a hint of joy. The 3 of them took a deep, coordinated breath and turned around with blank expressions. What caught their eyes was a pink thing rushing toward them. Miss Qian is crazy about pink. Every time they see her, she dresses herself in pink and tender colors.
But, how to say?
People are naturally dark-skinned, yet she wears pink. This undoubtedly amplifies her flaws without meaning to. Qian Mingzhu wore a pink princess dress, pink silk gloves, had her hair in Roman curls, and a big pink lace bow on her head. She also wore a pink diamond ring on her index finger, with pink eyeliner and ran over in high heels. She was much shorter than Chung Jin's, who had never worn high heels at 16. Wearing high heels, I estimate I am about 1.5 meters tall. Standing next to Chung Jin Xian, who is 1.82 meters, and Rong Eileen, who is 1.85 meters, my height looks very mismatched. And our looks are even more mismatched. Qian Mingzhu approached, but seeing no one paid attention to her, she started to complain about their bad behavior, saying, "Brother Eileen, you've arrived in Xingzhou, but no one told me. Everyone misses you. Do you miss me?" Qian Mingzhu looked up at Rong Eileen with pink eye makeup and blinked playfully, thinking she looked cute. How should I put it? It's a bit embarrassing. As she spoke, she reached out to hold Rong Eileen's arm. Rong Eileen took a few steps back, quietly avoiding her outstretched hand. Chung Jin's took a bold step forward, grabbed Rong Eileen's arm, and pushed away Qian Mingzhu's hand. "This is my cousin. Don't call him that. Don't you have a cousin yourself?" She lifted her chin proudly, like a proud little cat. She's not a mean person, but she really doesn't like Qian Mingzhu. Rong Eileen saw this and, noticing the girl's strange thoughts, reached out and patted his cousin's head. Lowering his eyes, he looked at his aunt's stepdaughter and said coldly, "Miss Qian, I told you before, I am not your brother. We have no relation. You should call me Mr. Rong. A refined lady should understand what I am saying." He doesn't acknowledge his blood-related younger siblings and has no interest in acting as a big brother to outsiders. He only has one sister named Chung Jins. He believes he always maintains good boundaries and avoids meeting Miss Qian, never having private contact with Mingzhu Qian. His uncle has always been kind to him, and because of that, he thinks he has already shown respect to Miss Qian. He pulls Chung Jins aside, avoiding Mingzhu Qian, and walks toward the garage. Brother Alan doesn't allow her to call him brother and pulls the annoying Chung Jins along. Second brother also ignores her. Mingzhu Qian stomps in anger and loudly shouts, "Stop." No one is allowed to leave. Rong Pailin and Chung Jins both frown at the same time, stop, and turn around. Chung Jins pretends nothing happened and, curious, asks, "Big sister Mingzhu, is something wrong? I still need to take my cousin to see our aunt. If there's nothing else, we'll go inside." The siblings don't wait for Mingzhu Qian to speak, then turn around and walk quickly outside. Chung Jins shakes her head and follows her brother and sister. She can't bring herself to speak harshly to women, nor can she be friendly to Mingzhu Qian. Chung Jins. Mingzhu Qian is so angry at their attitude that she completely loses her temper, clenches her fists, trembles all over, and screams inside the garage. Rong Pailin and Chung Jins come out of the garage, hearing Mingzhu Qian screams. They exchange a look, feel a chill, and quickly leave. Qian Mingzhu turned around and saw that they had all left. She pouted her lips, feeling wronged, and her eyes turned red. She stomped her feet in place and ran after them. When they entered the Chung family's living room, Qian Mingzhu ran to Chung Siyun's side, holding her arm and complaining sadly, "Mommy, second brother, Brother Ailin, and sister Jins, they all bully me. Brother Ailin doesn't even let me call him brother. They all ignore me. Do they not like me?" Chung Siyun was dressed in a purple floral cheongsam, with a silk shawl draped over her shoulders. She had short hair styled with a wave, wearing a jade hairpin on her head and jade earrings. On her left ring finger, she wore a wedding ring with Mr. Qian, a yellow diamond ring. On her index finger, she had a jade ring, and around her neck, a jade bead necklace. Her expression carried a proud air. Seeing her beloved daughter looking so sad and wronged, Chung Siyun felt very distressed. She gently hugged her delicate daughter and comforted her. "Oh, my little Mingzhu, be good. Mommy's precious girl. No one will dislike you. If they ignore you, then we ignore them too. Is it worth crying over? Your eyes are swollen from crying. You won't look pretty." Chung Siyun took out a silk handkerchief from her bag and gently wiped her daughter's tears. Qian Mingzhu was truly hurt by their attitude, and her makeup was smudged from crying. Compared to her biological eldest son, Li Xiwang, Qian Mingzhu gave her a real experience of motherhood. Xiwang and she were not close, and he only called her mother coldly, without any affection. Unlike Mingzhu, who depended on her a lot, calling her mommy softly and tenderly and turning to her for help with any problem, even wanting her to stay with him when he sleeps. Compared to the old lady of the Qian family and the aunt, Chung Siyun was the one who loved Qian Mingzhu the most. It can be said that Chung Siyun always responded to Mingzhu's needs. Her own twin brothers, Qian Yicheng and Qian Yao, were also her children, but she loved Mingzhu the most. Jiaying tried many times to stop her, but it didn't work well. Every time he wanted to be strict with her, his mother would cry, make a fuss, or threaten to hurt herself. His sister was like a bomb ready to explode, and his wife didn't agree either. When he argued with her, he felt exhausted. Gradually, he gave up trying to discipline his daughter. Since she wasn't his biological child, he thought giving her a dowry in the future would be enough to show their father-daughter bond. He focused all his attention on his two sons. His education of them was very successful. Even at a young age, they were polite and well-behaved. The future of the Qian family depended on these two brothers. Mingzhu's appearance was not outstanding, so she couldn't find a suitable match through marriage. His wife wanted Mingzhu to marry her nephew, but Jiaying didn't think it was a good idea. The Chung family's nephews and Rong family's nephew all looked very good. It's not that I can't find a woman. There's no way I would marry a girl like Mingzhu, who isn't outstanding in every way. Also, the Chung and Rong families are doing better than the Qian family. Even if Mingzhu is lucky enough to marry into them, it's still a good match. Especially Rong Pailan, the eldest son and grandson of the Rong family. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the next head of the Rong family. Mingzhu's personality isn't suitable for being the head's wife. Her stubborn nature makes it hard for her to listen to others' opinions when she is sure about something. The main reason they separated was because Suyun didn't agree with him studying in England. At that time, he couldn't give up his studies for love. When he finally returned from studying abroad in England, he thought Suyun was still waiting for him, that they had a future together. But he didn't realize her son was already walking. He was very sad and lost hope. Under his father's arrangement, he married a woman from a scholarly family. She was gentle and a good wife. Even though he didn't love her, he was ready to spend his life with her. But unexpectedly, she died after a difficult childbirth. He thought Mingzhu was a legacy left by his wife. He took good care of her, but as Mingzhu grew up, he gradually saw that she didn't resemble his wife at all. Her looks, personality, everything was more like his sister. After many investigations, he finally learned the truth. His Mingzhu had long gone with his mother. This girl, who bears the name of Mingzhu and holds her identity, belongs to Mingzhu in every way. However, she is the illegitimate child born from her sister's premarital pregnancy. Jiaying considers himself to have good morals, and his wife is gentle and kind. How could he possibly have a daughter like Mingzhu? She is spoiled, willful, and loves to lie. Even after raising her for so long and developing feelings, she is still not his own daughter. Gradually, he stopped paying close attention. No matter how his mother and sister raised Mingzhu, he didn't interfere. Later, he and Suyun got back together. He didn't want to see Suyun spoil Mingzhu or have her give birth to their own child. Suyun favored Mingzhu, and she didn't pay much attention to their two sons either. He felt helpless. He couldn't tell Suyun the truth. Some truths were too heavy a price for the Qian and Qin families. Chung Suyun finally comforted the crying, upset Mingzhu. Her patience was almost gone, so she asked Ping to take Mingzhu downstairs to wash up. Seeing the three siblings acting as if nothing was wrong, he got angry and confronted them. Lin, what's wrong with you? How can you bully your sister? When Mingzhu comes out, you must apologize to her. Be sincere in your apology. Lin, Mingzhu was raised by me. She is my daughter. I am your aunt. How can I not call you brother? Rong Pailan took a sip of black tea, sat up straight, and said in a serious voice, You are my aunt by marriage. I respect you, but Miss Qian, I acknowledge her as my cousin. If I don't acknowledge her, then I have nothing to do with her. Right now, I don't acknowledge her. I don't even acknowledge my own siblings with blood ties, so why would I acknowledge Miss Qian? Chung Suyun was angry at her nephew's attitude and scolded. How can you compare Mingzhu to the illegitimate children of the Rong family? Mingzhu is my daughter. Seeing her nephew's stubborn attitude, she pointed at Chung Jinyan and said, Ian, you're the older brother. You should stop Lin from causing trouble. Mingzhu has suffered so much. Chung Jinyan leaned back on the sofa, took a deep breath, and said with a smirk, Big Auntie, You said I'm the older brother. I'm here to look after Alin and Jin's, not to be a brother to Miss Qian. There's a saying, different levels of closeness. You. Chung Suyun's chest rose and fell with anger. She pointed at her second nephew, but she couldn't find the words to speak. She was truly upset by her nephew and niece's attitude and felt a heavy knot in her heart. She could only direct her anger at her young niece, Jin's. And you, Jin's, you're grown up now. You should know how to respect Sister Mingzhu. Yet you act so smug. Is this the attitude a Miss Chung from our family should have? Chung Jin's felt very wronged when her aunt said that in front of the elders of the family. She simply doesn't like Mingzhu, and is that wrong? Gu Linger was listening nearby and was very angry. She glared at Chung Suyun. She had always disliked this older sister-in-law, who didn't know her place. She snorted, "Big sister, you're wrong to say that. Jin's is 5 years younger than Mingzhu. Since ancient times, it's never been heard that a younger sister should always yield to an older sister. If anyone should yield, it's Mingzhu who should yield to Jin's. This is the Chung family. Jin's is the only daughter of the family's head. Who has the right to make her yield? And you calling someone a villain for being proud and claiming to be a niece, is that the attitude a proper aunt should have? She had 2 sons and a daughter, and she loved her middle daughter the most. No one could bully her daughter. Even a stepdaughter, who married out, dared to come to the Chung family to show off. It was all because the older sister-in-law spoiled her, not knowing her place. A stepdaughter who doesn't recognize her own status. What's wrong with being the eldest daughter of the Qian family? In front of the Chung family, the Qian family is just a small, insignificant family, even less than her maternal family, the Gu family. Why is she so restless and eager to cause trouble? She is acquainted with Ms. Qin, the mother of Qian Mingzhu. Neither her appearance nor her personality resembles Ms. Qin at all. If she didn't know that the Qian family's lady had a difficult childbirth, leaving only a daughter, and that no other baby girl was born in the hospital that day, she would suspect that the eldest daughter of the Qian family had been swapped. The only daughter of the Chung family is definitely her. Even if she had done something wrong, it should be her mother who teaches her a lesson. Her mother is still alive. Even if she were gone, there is the eldest sister-in-law, the head of the household, and above her, the mother and grandmother. None of them would allow an outsider, like a married aunt, to scold her. It's obvious she's the one. Gu Linger looked unfriendly at Mingzhu, who had just finished washing up, and said with a half-smile, "Mingzhu, you're grown up now. Do you think what your second aunt said makes sense?" Qian Mingzhu stood still, awkwardly smiling. She secretly hated how powerful this old woman was. Every time her mother was with her, she couldn't get any advantage. Her second brother has now been removed from the list of potential future husbands by her. There are 2 main reasons. First, she doesn't want a mother-in-law like her second aunt. Second, she doesn't want that annoying little sister-in-law, Chung Jin's. At first, she wanted to marry her eldest brother. He is gentle and polite, a true gentleman who would never embarrass her. But unfortunately, her eldest brother is already married. She doesn't understand how her eldest brother could like Zhou Jiaying, that unpleasant woman. It's really a lack of judgment. Zhou Jiaying is just a hen that can't lay eggs, and her older brother still hasn't married her. Grandma and Auntie encouraged her to try to be close to her older brother, saying that no man is completely faithful and that her father, who doesn't keep women outside or have concubines, is very rare. Women like her, small and lovely, are the most attractive to men. They also said that as long as her future husband is the eldest grandson of the Chung family, she will definitely become Mrs. Chung. She secretly told her mother what Grandma and Auntie said. Her most trusted person is her mother, who always unconditionally supports her. Her mother told her she is the eldest daughter of the Qian family and shouldn't do things that lower her status. Her second choice to marry is brother Alin, who is the most handsome, the eldest son of the Rong family, and has no in-laws because his parents have passed away. But unfortunately, brother Alin's family is in Hong Kong, and he is quite strict with her. Now, she has also removed him from her list of future husbands. It would be great if brother Alin's family were also in Xingzhou. she would definitely marry him. Now, only third brother and the Li family brother, born to her mother, are good options. She still wants to wait and see. As for the fourth brother of the Chung family, Chung Jinyu, she hasn't considered him at all. She wouldn't marry a younger brother who is even younger than her. Chung Suyun knows that her second sister-in-law is formidable, and she doesn't want to offend her, as she wouldn't gain any advantage. Chung Suyun waved to Qian Mingzhu, inviting her to sit beside her. Seeing her beloved daughter looking so sad and on the verge of tears, she held her hand, unable to bear her daughter's sadness. Mingzhu was still an outsider in the Chung family, and only her mother could protect her. Chung Suyun suppressed her anger and said softly, "Second sister-in-law, forget about Jin's." "Mingzhu, don't argue with your sister. Jin's, you and Mingzhu are sisters. You should love and care for each other." Jin silently thought to herself, "Who is Mingzhu, my sister?" She would never love or care for Mingzhu. The one she hates the most is Mingzhu. Every time she visited the Chung family, she would provoke her eldest aunt to scold her. She hated Mingzhu so much. Seeing her mother's gaze, Jin could only nod and softly say, So quiet it was almost like a mosquito's buzz. Jin was willing to lower her head, and Chung Suyun was satisfied. She looked up at the two brothers sitting close on the sofa and ordered, "Aiken Allen, you must apologize to Mingzhu and promise never to ignore her again." Qian Mingzhu, sitting beside Chung Suyun, smiled happily. She knew her mother protected her the most. As long as she acted cute, her mother would always agree with her. Since she was young, this trick had always worked. Jin still wanted to compete with her, but she was overestimating herself. Her twin brothers, even if they were her biological brothers from her father and mother, would only give in to her. Rong Pailan frowned. His aunt really was quite ill. Anyway, he couldn't bring himself to treat someone else's child as his own and love them more than his own children. He loved Aiken because Aiken was the person he loved most, born from the love they shared, the fruit of their union. If Aiken wasn't related by blood to them, even if he was Tong Tong's biological child, he wouldn't be able to love him completely. From what he observed just now, Qian Mingzhu liked to see herself as the weaker one, enjoying the feeling of being protected by the eldest aunt because it made her feel cared for. Jin's was the enemy she created for herself. Every time Jin's was scolded by the eldest aunt, Qian Mingzhu would win. Once, then twice, then many times. This is a problem. It needs to be fixed. His aunt's unlimited indulgence only made Qian Mingzhu's problem worse. Rong Pailan frowned, trying to hold back his anger. "Aunt, my second brother, and I didn't do anything wrong. Apologizing? That's impossible. He's not a punching bag, so why should he apologize?" He refuses to apologize. In his life, the only person he's willing to admit mistakes to without hesitation is Shen Yuntang. His Tang would never cause trouble without reason. Chung Jinzheng, annoyed, glanced at Qian Mingzhu and quickly spoke up, "Eldest aunt, I agree. Aiken and I haven't done anything wrong. We don't acknowledge it. And my sister, why should she have to tolerate Qian Mingzhu? Big Annie, you shouldn't believe only one side of the story from Qian Mingzhu. We are your real family, related by blood." Every time Qian Mingzhu visits the Chung family, chaos ensues. I really don't understand what Big Auntie is thinking. She neglects her own two biological sons but showers her stepdaughter, who isn't related by blood, with so much love that she becomes uncontrollable. She even wants to marry Qian Mingzhu to one of her brothers. That's just a wild idea. He doesn't want to get married or marry Qian Mingzhu. Bringing her home would dishonor the ancestors of the Chung family. Sometimes I wonder, does Qian Mingzhu have no self-awareness? We haven't given her any reason to have false hopes. Great-grandmother is taking a nap. Grandpa and Grandma have gone to visit old friends. It's only because there's no one at home to control Big Auntie that she dares to act so boldly. When there are no tigers in the mountain, monkeys become kings. Chung Suyun sees her nephew and niece arguing fiercely. She realizes that the Chung family doesn't like Mingzhu. Mingzhu is truly pitiful. At such a young age, she lost her biological mother and now has to suffer bullying in her stepmother's house. It's her mother's fault for not doing a good job. Chung Suyun is furious, pointing at her nephew and niece with a stern tone. Alin Asia, do you still see me as an elder? I just said one thing, and you have 10 responses. Mingzhu is a girl. As older brothers, can't you be a bit more gentle with your younger sister? Even Aiken and Ao are more mature. They know to be kind to their sister. Just because of me, you should also show more love to Mingzhu. Rong Pailin and Cheng Jinqian exchanged glances. Annie is really too bold, so eager to scold others. She should be a teacher. Never mind, teaching might just lead to misleading students.
Guling er rolled her eyes gracefully.
Auntie is really becoming more and more old-fashioned. Big sister, let's not talk about Aichen. Ayen was raised by you. You know exactly what he's like. Aichen is your nephew, the only child of your sister. How can you think so little of him? You treat other people's daughters as if they were your own, but you speak harshly to your own relatives. If father knew, he definitely wouldn't agree. When her younger sister, Cheng Shushua, was mentioned, Cheng Shuyun felt very complicated. Her feelings for her sister, Cheng Shushua, were also complicated. The Chung family only has these 2 daughters. Although they look equally outstanding, in other ways, her sister is better than her. Her sister is fluent in 5 languages, while she has only learned a bit of English. This was also one of the main reasons she and her first love, who is now her husband, broke up. Her English is shaky. How could she get into a top university in Britain? How could she go abroad to study with him? My sister went to study in England, specifically at Cambridge University. She married a charming and elegant young man who was very caring and considerate toward her. Their families were well matched, and everyone in the Chung family was very pleased with Rong Qingyan. What about her at that time? She had already ended her first marriage and married her second husband, an ordinary university teacher. Standing in front of Rong Qingyan, she was not even worth mentioning. How could she feel balanced inside? But Chung Sushua is her own sister, the sister she loved dearly. She once felt envy and jealousy towards Chung Sushua, but never hatred. She also felt sorry for Lin, who had no parents and was not raised by her, so their bond wasn't as deep. But Chung Sushua was different from Mingzhu. Mingzhu was raised by her, and she had given her all her heart. She mostly thought from Mingzhu's perspective. Is blood relation really that important? Her second sister-in-law is too narrow-minded. Not just her, but everyone in the Chung family is too narrow-minded. Why does she want Mingzhu to marry into the Chung family? Mingzhu isn't very beautiful, and she's afraid Mingzhu might be bullied if she marries someone else. The Chung family is her maternal family. She knows their character well. Only if Mingzhu marries into the Chung family can she feel at ease. Mingzhu secretly glanced at Chung Suyun beside her. Seeing her mother's bad mood, she knew that if they kept arguing, it would only end badly. Qian Mingzhu linked arms with Chung Suyun and said kindly, "Mommy, I am fine. I believe that second brother and brother Ailin didn't do it on purpose. I have already forgiven them. And also sister Jin's. I am the older sister, so I should look after her." Chung Jin's was annoyed to see Qian Mingzhu always provoking her eldest aunt to scold them, then acting like she understood everything. She was about to argue with Qian Mingzhu. Gu Linger reached out and held her daughter's hand, shaking her head at her. Her daughter was just too kind. How could she compete with Qian Mingzhu, who was so clever and sneaky? But that was how the Chung family was, never involved in dirty tricks. Take the Qian family, for example. The head of the Qian family had stepped back from public life, focusing on self-cultivation, playing chess, fishing, or tending flowers every day. Although Qian Jiaying was in charge, his sister Qian Jimin was not a good person. She married into the family and had a son who also carried the Qian surname, all aiming to compete for power with her brother. And her mother supported her behind the scenes. Just like Qian Mingzhu, she was always stirring trouble. If Chung Suyun hadn't already married twice, and if Qian Jiaying was not quite decent, the Chung family would never have married into such a family. Chung Suyun had already been comforted by Qian Mingzhu's understanding, and her face was back to smiling. She patted her precious daughter's hand and said proudly, "It's still our Mingzhu who is the most sensible, unlike some people, Rong Pailin, and some people, Chung Jincheng, looked at each other with helplessness in their eyes. Chung Jincheng blinked at Rong Pailan and asked, "Shall we go?" "Yes, you say you're the younger brother. But you're still the older brother, not saying? Then we'll just wait here." "I don't mind." Rong Pailan was really tired of his aunt's scolding and decided to compromise. He said, "Second Aunt Annie, my second brother, and I have some work to discuss, so we're leaving first. Big Annie, Mom, you two chat." Gulinga nodded with a smile and said, "Go ahead, work is important." She knew her son well. Work? He usually avoided it, but today he didn't go to the company. He said happily, "Lin doesn't come to Star City easily. As the older brother, I should stay with him. Work can wait." Zhe almost lost his temper but was stopped by Grandma. Rong Pailan and Chung Jincheng stood up and left. Qian Mingzhu immediately wanted to follow, but she saw they just wanted to avoid her, not talk about work. Gu Linger spoke to stop her, giving her a teasing look. "Mingzhu, don't bother them." Seeing her plan was seen through, Qian Mingzhu pouted. "Second Annie, I just want to bring some fruit and coffee to second brother and brother A Lin." She wasn't trying to bother them at all. Chung Jins secretly rolled her eyes. Her second brother and cousin had left her behind, and she wouldn't forgive them so easily. Gu Linga gracefully set down her teacup and smiled softly. "Those tasks are for the servants to do. Why bother the young lady of the Qian family?" Qian Mingzhu still wanted to say more, but Chung Xiyun gently held her back and scolded. "Mingzhu, sit down. Your second Aunt is right. Are those tasks really for you, the young lady?" Qian Mingzhu still listened to her mother. Although she felt a little unhappy, she sat back down and kindly said, "Mommy, I understand. I'll stay here and keep you company." Chung Xiyun was very pleased with her daughter's understanding and proudly glanced at Gu Linger. Although Gu Linger felt disdain inside, she had to admit that Qian Mingzhu was quite capable. She kept a smile on her face. Chung Xiyun felt like she was hitting cotton. Nothing was going right. It just didn't feel good. Chung Jinkei took Rong Pailan to his fencing room. They put on their fencing uniforms. Rong Pailan had his own uniform at the Chung family. They were practicing with foil swords, the fastest type of sword. Chung Jinkei held his mask and didn't forget to make a confident remark. "Lin, this time, I will definitely win." Rong Pailan smiled lightly. "Bring it on." He was a rival who almost had a marriage arrangement with Tang Tang. He wouldn't hold back, he would give his all. Both wore masks and looked at each other. In an instant, it was as if sparks exploded in the air, filled with a strong desire for victory. The foil emphasizes speed and quick attacks, with both slashes and thrusts, offering many ways to fight. In their favorite areas, neither person was willing to lose, and neither gave way to the other. They attacked at the same time. The foil in their hands moved as fast as lightning, with the blades flashing cold light in the air, dazzling the eyes. They were very confident in their skills and refused to admit defeat. In the end, Chung Jinxian lost to Rong Pailan by 2 points. They took off their masks and shook off the wet sweat from their hair. It had been a long time since they had such a lively and exciting match. They shook hands and bumped shoulders. Chung Jinxian couldn't help but tease Lin. "You were so fierce today. Are you still upset about Grandpa's plan to match me with Miss Shen?" "I've never met Miss Shen, and I have no feelings for her. Besides, brothers shouldn't hurt each other's wives. Lovers see beauty in each other. Don't worry, Miss Shen only has eyes and heart for you." Hearing Rong Pailan, he thought, Shen Yuntang only loves Rong Pailan. He raised his fist and lightly punched his second brother's chest, smiling proudly, and said, "You don't need to tell me. Of course I know Yuntang only has eyes and heart for me. Besides, I'm not angry. There was just a little bit of annoyance. Chung Jinxian, this old man, Tang Ing doesn't care for him at all. He poses no real threat, okay?" Chung Jinxian clutched his chest and cried out in pain. "It hurts so much. You didn't even try to be gentle. I am your brother, and your Miss Shen will have to call me brother someday. Be careful, I might go tell Miss Shen about this. My cousin's flirtatious look is really rare to see. Finding a partner who truly understands you is a great blessing. I hope my cousin and Miss Shen can stay together in the end." Rong Pailan rolled his eyes at his second brother. That was so fake. He used just enough strength. If he had gone all out, He wouldn't have seriously hurt his brother, but he would have made him step back a few steps. Second brother's acting was really exaggerated. Chung Jinqian put away his dramatic expression, looked at his cousin's back, and threw a few punches into the air. Rome Pailin instinctively turned around. Chung Jinqian clenched his fists and cleared his throat. Well, maybe we should go wash up now. Rome Pailin's lips curled into a smile. He knew what his second brother was doing behind his back. Since they were kids, he's always been like this, childish. They hadn't played fencing in a long time. Both of them had just enjoyed it thoroughly and felt very happy. After leaving the fencing room, they went back to their rooms to take a shower. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiaying finished work and, on his way home, picked up Yichen and Yang from school, then went to the Chung family together. He looks quite refined, with soft facial features. He is dressed in a gray suit and wears gold-rimmed glasses. He doesn't seem like a businessman, but more like an academic scholar. At 14 years old, he and his brother, still in middle school, are wearing identical black school uniforms. The brothers are fraternal twins. The older brother resembles their father more, while the younger looks more like their mother. Both have inherited the best features of their parents and look very handsome. The lively younger brother, Qian Yao, excitedly asked as they got into the car, "Dad, why are you free to pick me and my brother today? Although their dad sometimes comes to pick them up when he's free, it's not so often. He just picked them up yesterday, so normally he wouldn't come today." Their mother, on the other hand, is either playing mahjong or shopping with their sister. She doesn't pay much attention to him and his brother. Jiaying cares a lot about his two sons. He said kindly, "Your cousin Aylin is in Singapore. Today, we are going to Grandma's house for a meal." Qian Yicheng's eyes lit up, but the excitement quickly faded. The twins share a special connection. Qian Yao understood his brother's worries. Their older sister often gets involved in trouble, and their mother always defends her. He was happy to see his cousin, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. It would be great if Qian Mingzhu wasn't around. Qian Yicheng thought for a moment and then said, "Dad, can you talk to Mom and ask her not to spoil sister and let her cause trouble at the Chung family?" Their older sister, Qian Mingzhu, always manages to do some unbelievable things. The Chung family is their maternal family. The Chengs and the Qian family live in Xingzhou. They should be very close, but because of their sister Qian Mingzhu, both brothers feel embarrassed to visit the Chung family. When they were children, the brothers once found a photo of their father and Aunt Qin in their grandfather's study at the Qian family's old house. Qian Mingzhu doesn't look much like their father, and she doesn't resemble Aunt Qin at all. If she didn't look like their grandmother and aunt, he might even doubt she wasn't their father's daughter. Aunt Qin is especially fond of Mingzhu. If her cousin, who is only 2 years older than them, wasn't so close in age, he might even think Mingzhu was her daughter. But that doesn't make sense either. If Mingzhu were Aunt Qin's daughter, would she have had her at 15? He was lost in thought. Shaking his head, he pushed away these unrealistic ideas. Yao, his brother, also chimed in, saying exactly, "Dad, our cousin and others don't like Mingzhu at all. They always hide from her. Mingzhu, relying on her mother, acts arrogantly in the Chung house and even bullies our cousin. Our mother at home told me and my brother to let Mingzhu have her way. We are men, so we should do that. But when we go to the Chung house, they ask our cousin to let Mingzhu. Mingzhu is already 21, several years older than our cousin. Is that right? Going to someone else's house and acting arrogantly, making the host give in, are they normal people?" She also likes to sit close to her cousin, calling him brother at every turn. Is he her brother? She calls him randomly. Every time her mother has a disagreement with her second aunt, it's always because of her older sister's fault, as she says things that cause her mother to misunderstand. At home, because of her and her brother, they have been scolded by their aunt many times. Compared to her biological sister, she and her brother get along better with their cousin Chung Jin's, who is about their age. Qian Jiaying smiles and says to his two sons, "Dad knows about this. He will talk to your sister and also discuss with your mother, but you also know your mother is very stubborn. Dad can't promise to change her mind, but he will try his best. His way of teaching his two sons is very successful." Even at a young age, they understand right from wrong and know when to speak or stay silent. They are much better than their sister's son. With them around, the Qian family can stay peaceful for many years. Honestly, Mingzhu was completely spoiled by her mother, wife, and sister-in-law. Every time he wanted to discipline her, he thought that Mingzhu was not his biological daughter, so he felt distant and unsure how to teach her. She tarnished his and his late wife's reputation. When he was downstairs, he felt ashamed to face Xian Hui and the real Mingzhu. Mingzhu is the hope that keeps her mother-in-law going. Her mother-in-law has a heart condition, and he cannot ignore her health. Fortunately, Mingzhu is a girl. He felt he had done right by Qian Mingzhu, giving her the status of the Qian family's young lady, with no worries about food or clothing. Qian Mingzhu wanted to learn art, so he arranged for a professional teacher. He also planned for her to study in the United States. She gave up halfway through her art studies, and more than 10 teachers left in frustration. She went to the US to study, but returned in less than half a year. Usually, she only spent money on shopping, and he didn't say much about it. She often went to the Chung family's house, taking advantage of her wife's influence to act arrogantly. He couldn't tolerate this. He had been waiting for a chance, an opportunity to clear Mingzhu's name. That day wouldn't be far away. As the scenery outside the window flashed by, the Chung residence quickly came into view. Not long after the three of them sat down, Rong Pailin and Chung Jincheng finished their baths and came downstairs. Old Mr. Chung and his wife had also returned from visiting friends, but they weren't in the living room. Qian Yichen and Qian Yao saw Rong Pailin come down the stairs and stood up from the sofa. The more lively younger brother, Yao, ran up the stairs excitedly, eyes shining. Cousin A-Lin. He hadn't seen Cousin A-Lin in a long time. He had already decided that if A-Lin didn't come to Xingzhou before the new year, he would go to Hong Kong during the winter break to find him. Rong Pailin, with his black hair slicked back into a neat style, was dressed in a champagne-colored double-breasted suit with a silver-patterned silk tie around his neck. He patted his cousin's shoulder and said, "Good, you've grown taller." He revealed the Patek Philippe mechanical watch on his wrist. He has always had a good impression of his two younger cousins. In his previous life, when he left, these two brothers were probably still studying in America. Chung Jinxian changed into a dark brown suit. Since the climate in Singapore is hot, he doesn't like to wear ties or bow ties. His light pink shirt was unbuttoned at the top 2 buttons, giving him a more relaxed look compared to the more formal Rong Pailin. Leaning on the handrail of the spiral staircase, with one hand in his pocket, he raised an eyebrow. Yao, did you only see Cousin A-Lin? Is his presence really that faint? He's such a big person, and this little brat didn't notice him at all. Qian Yao awkwardly scratched his head and offered a polite, but embarrassed smile. Second cousin, haven't we seen Cousin A-Lin in a while? Could he honestly say he didn't notice his second cousin behind him just now? Chung Jinxian reached out and tousled his younger cousin's hair. All right. I'll reluctantly believe your reason. His hair, which wasn't styled with gel, was soft and felt pretty good. Qian Yao kept begging. Second cousin, I was wrong. Please don't mess up my hair. Little brat, what kind of hairstyle do you want? I'm not a kid anymore. I'm in middle school now. They all chatted and laughed as they went downstairs to the living room. The servants were calmly preparing tea. Rong Pailin also patted Qian Yichen on the shoulder. Not bad, you've grown taller too. Although the brothers are twins, the younger brother loves sports, is taller, stronger, and darker-skinned. The older brother is slimmer, fairer, and more scholarly. Qian Yichen thought, A-Lin's words really don't seem sincere. He probably said the same thing to Ao Yao just now. Seeing Qian Jiaying sitting on the sofa, he greeted kindly, Uncle. A-Lin, Qian Jiaying has always admired Rong Qingyan, the brother-in-law, and has always been nice to Rong Pailin. Rong Pailin also recognizes him as an uncle and can chat with him a few words. Qian Yao moved closer to his cousin and whispered, A-Lin, what would you like to drink? Black tea or coffee? Rong Pailin was chatting with Qian Jiaying and casually replied, Black tea, please. Qian Yao eagerly poured tea for his cousin, asking, A-Lin, is the black tea I poured better? Rong Pailin found it amusing. The little boy's idea was quite funny. He casually replied, Yes, the red tea poured by young Master Qian is tastier. It's fake. Tang Tang's red tea is the best. Holding a delicate vintage porcelain teacup, he took a sip and smiled. Here, refill it. Seeing his little cousins so eager, Chung Xian couldn't help but ask, only pour tea for you, all in? What about me? Qian Yao added more red tea to Rong Pailan's cup and replied, second cousin, don't make trouble. You don't even like red tea. Why pour for you? It's a waste. Aaron, older cousin, can drink a little more. Chung Xian was choked by this remark. He picked up the coffee the maid placed in front of him, took a sip, and needed to slow down. That brat really has grown up and knows how to annoy. Jiaying took a sip of coffee and couldn't help but say, Aaron, you have quite a big face. A Yao has never been so attentive to me at home. Qian Yao quickly put down the teapot, stepped forward, and massaged his father's shoulders, trying to please him. Dad, don't talk nonsense. I also respect you very much. This comment damaged his image in Aaron's mind. Jiaying smiled, enjoying his son's shoulder massage. Clearly, this wasn't the first time. The father and son seemed to have a good relationship. Chen watched his brother be so attentive and asked, Aaron, how long are you staying in Xingzhou this time? Rong Pailan replied, I'll leave early tomorrow. Qian Yao stopped massaging his father's shoulders, sat next to his cousin, and said a bit regretfully, can't you stay a few more days? I still want you to play tennis with me. Rong Pailan gently ruffled his cousin's hair and said softly, I'm very busy. I'll have time to play tennis with you another day. Jiaying smiled and lightly scolded, Yao, don't be silly. Your cousin is now the CEO of a big company. He doesn't have time to play tennis with you. Isn't having Yichen enough? His two sons, one loves studying and the other enjoys sports. A Yao enjoys encouraging a Chen to exercise more and stay active, and he is happy to see him do so. Qian Yao glanced at his brother and then at Rong Pailan, quietly arguing, my brother's tennis skills are not as good as my cousin's. Qian Yichen glared at his mischievous younger brother. Although what he said was true, there was no need to say it in front of everyone. Especially not in front of cousin Lin. It's embarrassing, okay? Qian Yao realized he had spoken out of turn and covered his mouth. After they go back, he probably won't escape his brother's scolding. He looked at his brother with pleading eyes. Qian Yichen and his younger brother share a close bond, so he wouldn't really mind this small mistake. Qian Mingzhu looked down on her two younger brothers with disdain. Why are cousin Lin and her brothers so close? And her brother is so harsh to her. He won't even let her call him brother, insisting she call him Mr. Ong. Mr. Ong? That feels so distant. She refuses to change her way of speaking. She will call him Brother Lin. Not just today, but every time she sees him in the future, she will call him that. Brother Lin is a grown man and he wouldn't hurt her, a small and cute girl. Qian Mingzhu watched the scene in the living room, parents loving, brothers harmonious, and rolled her eyes impatiently. She sarcastically said, and look at yourself. What kind of person are you? Still wanting brother A Lin to play tennis with you, and not feeling shy about it. My two younger brothers, Qian Mingzhu has been used to bullying them since she was little. Even in the Chung family, she has no worries at all. Compared to Qian Yichen's not caring, Qian Yao is not as kind. Immediately he said without hesitation, I am who I am, no need for you to say. And I am not the one who was expelled from school in America after only 3 months. There's nothing to be shy about. Qian Mingzhu went to study in America, but returned in less than half a year. The Qian family said she left because she missed her hometown and family. It's normal for a girl to leave home for the first time and feel uncomfortable. No one doubted that Qian Mingzhu returned to Xingzhou because of homesickness. Even Gu Linger, who usually doesn't like Qian Mingzhu, thought she was just a girl who loved her family. She didn't expect this to happen. She tried to hold back her smile, clenched her fists, and pressed her nails into her palms to stop herself from laughing out loud. The older sister-in-law still dared to scold her Jingsei. She didn't look at her own precious daughter, who was expelled from a school in America. What a big scandal. Luckily, it didn't spread, or the Chung family would be criticized for not raising a proper girl, and her Jingsei would be affected. Qian Yao, who was angered by Qian Mingzhu, had no worries and continued, Getting expelled from an American university is one thing, but being rejected by 3 universities in Xingzhou in a row, having a sister like you to set an example makes us feel no shame. After returning from America, Aunt soon sent Mingzhu to a university in Singapore. Within a month, she was asked to leave by the school authorities. She then transferred to 2 more schools, but was still asked to leave. All these arrangements were made by Aunt behind the scenes. Qian Mingzhu was expelled from her American university and 3 universities in Singapore, but Qian Jiaying knew nothing about it. When she dropped out of college in America, Qian Jiaying thought she simply didn't want to study anymore. After all, Mingzhu had upset more than 10 teachers. She was a person with a troubled past. Usually, she acted on impulse and had no clear plans. He never expected she would actually be expelled from school. Qian Jiaying asked his young son in disbelief, "Yao, are you telling the truth?" Qian Yao rolled his eyes at Mingzhu and continued, "Dad, it's all true. Ilong Ji told me. He said Aunt paid for everything, including her dropping out of her American school. Last time, I was punished to kneel and copy the family rules because I knew she was expelled from a university in Singapore. Mom also knows about this." Mingzhu cried to her mother after being expelled from the 3rd university in Singapore, claiming she was unfairly dismissed. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, and his mother scolded him. That night, Grandma made him kneel at the ancestral hall as punishment. Qian Ilong is the son of Qian Jiming. Most of what he says is true. Qian Ziyang is about to be driven crazy by Qian Mingzhu. When his younger brother exposed his faults publicly, Qian Mingzhu was so angry her eyes turned red. She stood up, clenched her fist tightly, and shouted, Qian Yao, you jerk." She was about to hit Qian Yao. "Who told you to say that? I'll beat you to death." Who gave him permission to say that in front of so many people? And that jerk Qian Ilong, he's just a son-in-law's son. Who allowed him to know? If he knew, so what? He still went around talking nonsense in front of Qian Yao. "Qian Ilong, you better watch out. When I go back, I will change your family name. He should be called Zhong, following his stepfather's surname. Zhong Ilong, that's his real name. And the aunt too. Didn't I tell you not to tell anyone?" Although Qian Mingzhu is close to her aunt, who is also Qian Ilong's mother, in her eyes, Qian Ilong is even worse than her 2 younger brothers she looks down on. She regrets it. She regrets not listening to her aunt and not saving these 2 brothers. When Qian Yichen and Qian Yao were 3 years old, they fell into the lotus pond at the old house. She saw it, and her aunt saw it too. Her aunt didn't let her call for help, but she secretly went to call her mother. That's also one of the main reasons why Chung Siyun has loved Qian Mingzhu for so many years. The lotus pond was filled in by Qian Jiaying's people. The 2 brothers had a high fever and forgot about falling into the pond. If I had known they would grow up to be so annoying, I wouldn't have called anyone. It would have been better if they had drowned. Now that they are gone, only I, their sister, am left. All the Qian family's wealth will belong to me. After losing these 2 sons, my mother loves me even more. I am sure I can marry into the Chung family, successfully. Qian Yao suddenly stood up, stiffening his neck and leaning forward. "If you dare, hit me today. If I move even a little, I am not Qian Yao. It's just a punishment to kneel and recite family rules. I accept it." Qian Jiaying stood up quickly and grabbed Qian Mingzhu's arm, scolding, "Qian Mingzhu, stop making trouble." He was really disappointed in his daughter. He was even more disappointed in his sister. Mingzhu is almost 40 and still so naive. And their mother, getting older, seems to be regressing more and more. Yao, sit down." Qian Yao listened to his father and sat back down. Mingzhu refused to give up. She held onto Qian Jiaying's arm, acting like a spoiled child.
"Dad, look at Yao.
He doesn't respect me at all. I am the eldest daughter of the Qian family, the only daughter of your first wife, Yao, and the others are from the second wife. They don't take me seriously. Dad, you have to decide for me. Yao should be punished with 10 strikes, just 10. How about it? Dad, am I already very tolerant? Dad wouldn't let her take action, so she decided to let Dad do it instead. Grandma and Auntie both said she was the legitimate daughter of the main wife, and even her 2 brothers couldn't surpass her. They were her servants. What is a servant? Someone she could hit whenever she wanted, punish whenever she wanted. No one would say anything about it. Anyway, Qian Yao liked to make her angry. Even if she hit him to death, there was still Qian Yuntang, right? Leaving one to earn money, for her to spend was enough. They should be grateful to her. She hadn't wiped out everyone. I want to see who dares to shout and cause trouble in my Chung family, a deep female voice said, the cane making a crisp sound on the floor tiles. Madame Yilanxiu, the matriarch of the Chung family, supported the matriarch Chung and came out. She sat in the main seat. The sharp gaze of the matriarch Chung flickered over Jiaying and his daughter, Mingzhu. After a moment, she said, Jiaying, I believe I have always approved of you as my grandson-in-law. If the Qian family doesn't want Aiken and Ayu, our Chung family will take them. This statement was very serious. Jiaying broke out in sweat, glared at Mingzhu, and said, Grandma, it's my fault. I didn't control Mingzhu well. I promised to educate her strictly in the future, so she won't be rude in the Chung family. Mingzhu, apologize. When Qian Mingzhu was stared at by Madame Chung, she already felt afraid. This old lady was much more imposing than her grandmother, and just looking at her made her scared. Then, her father's voice made her tremble all over. He had never spoken to her in such a serious tone before. Just as Chung Suyin was helping her mother out, she heard her husband's angry voice. She let go of her mother and ran over, shielding Qian Mingzhu behind her. Jiaying, what are you doing? Turning around, she saw Qian Mingzhu with tears in her eyes. She hugged her and comforted her. Mingzhu, be good. Dad didn't mean it. With Mommy here, he won't hurt you. She then looked at her expressionless eldest son and her annoyed younger son. A surge of anger rose in Chung Siyun's heart. A churn, tell me what's going on. Did a Yao cause trouble again? Although Qian Yichen had already lost hope in his mother, he still felt upset being unfairly accused. It was as if a Yao was really mischievous and liked to cause trouble.
Why?
Why does his mother seem to become less intelligent whenever it comes to Qian Mingzhu's matters? His mother loved him and a Yao, but compared to Qian Mingzhu, she loved them a little less. It's okay, they're used to it. Gulinger stood up and helped her mother over, sarcastically saying, I say, sister, even if you're worried about your precious daughter, you shouldn't leave your mother behind. Chung Suyin glanced at Madame Chung and said apologetically, Mom, I'm sorry. It was just a moment of carelessness. I didn't mean to. Madame Chung waved her hand, knowing her daughter's personality well. She still felt some filial piety towards her daughter. Seeing that her mother did not blame her, Chung Suyun then said to Gulinger, second sister-in-law, thank you so much. Gulinger was surprised and uncomfortable with her older sister thanking her. She preferred when her sister argued with her a little. She got up and went to the study to wait for her younger son to finish class. In the afternoon, Chung Suyin felt defeated by her nephew and niece and couldn't win an argument with her second sister-in-law. She was already upset, and seeing her eldest son unable to do anything about it made her even angrier. She closed her eyes, trying to suppress her anger, and glared at her younger son, saying, Yao, tell me, did you make your sister angry again? There's no need to say, I already know it's you. It seems last time wasn't enough punishment. 10 rounds of family rules might still be too light. Last time, Mingzhu was asked to leave school, and a Yao was nearby, happily watching her misfortune. She was punished by Madame Qian. Chung Suyin didn't plead for her sister. Her sister was expelled from school, and her brother was happily watching her suffer. To her, it was entirely a Yao's fault for not being kind to his sister. He deserved to be punished and to learn a lesson. Mingzhu, held in Chung Suyun's arms, felt emboldened and supported, and tearfully said, Mommy, it's a Yao. He's been mean to me. Qian Yilong bullied me, and I won't forgive him. Dad also bullied me. When her eyes fell on Qian Jiaying, she quickly shrank back into Chung Suyun's arms, feeling scared. This made Chung Suyun feel even more loving toward Qian Mingzhu. Qian Yilong? Chung Suyun frowned. Why is there still talk about that child? She didn't remember much about that kid, who was even more dull than her eldest son. Although Aiken didn't like to talk much, he was good at school, and she was proud of him. She and Qian Jiming had never gotten along since they were young, and at the Qian family, they always competed in many ways. Both her two sons were better than Jiming's son, though her youngest was a bit mischievous. To her, that was no big deal. If it hadn't been for him mocking his sister last time, she wouldn't have made her youngest kneel at the ancestral hall. Copying family rules? To her, that wasn't really punishment. It was just practicing calligraphy. A Yao wouldn't honestly copy the rules either. Many times, Aiken was copying his brother's handwriting. Chung Suyun loved Qian Jiaying and wouldn't yell at him loudly, calming her anger. She tried to stay calm and softly asked, "Ayang, what's going on?" A Yao made Mingzhu angry again. Qian Jiaying sighed and said, Mingzhu suddenly wanted to hit a Yao, but Grandma stopped her. "I told Mingzhu to apologize. Some things shouldn't be discussed in the Chung family. They should be settled at the Qian family." Chung Suyun believed what Qian Jiaying said without doubt. Releasing the money pearl from her arms, she said earnestly, "Pearl, Mommy told you. You are a lady. How can you hit your younger brothers? This time, you are in the wrong. Apologize to Ah Yao." Looking at her two sons who had been wrongfully accused, she softly said, "Achun A Yao, Mommy was wrong. I misunderstood you. This time it was sister's mistake. I want her to apologize to you." Although Chung Suyun liked Pearl, she also loved her two sons deeply. She was determined to teach Pearl to be a proper young lady. She never allowed Pearl to shout or hit others. Pearl always pretended well in front of Chung Suyun. Yi Chen and a Yao exchanged a glance, understanding that their father was more important in their mother's heart than Pearl. She would definitely listen to her words. Seeing that Mommy was easily persuaded by Dad's few words, Pearl felt unhappy. She stomped her foot and shook Chung Suyun's arm. "Mommy, it's not like that." Clearly, but when she saw her dad's gaze, she dared not say more. Although Dad rarely scolded her, whenever he got angry, Grandma and Auntie wouldn't dare to provoke him. She had to swallow her words and sincerely apologize. "Great-grandma, Dad, Achun A Yao, I'm sorry. It was all Pearl's fault. It's okay," she thought. She would remember this first. When she got back, she would tell Grandma and Auntie. Let's see how arrogant Yi Chen and a Yao are then. She also planned to go back and teach Zhong Yilong a lesson. Mrs. Chung, who had lived most of her life, had seen many people, but Qian Mingzhu still seemed a bit young.
Jiaying, stop it.
From now on, Mingzhu is not allowed to come to the Chung family. The Chung family won't accept Qian Mingzhu. Suyun Chung was a little unhappy and wanted to say something, but Qian Jiaying pulled her arm and shook his head at his wife. Grandma's words completely cut off Mingzhu's connection to the Chung family, and her words carried a lot of weight in the family. No one dared to oppose her. Qian Mingzhu looked around at everyone in the living room. No one was standing by her side. There was no one behind her. She stomped her foot, covered her eyes, and ran outside. "Grandma, Mother, I will visit you again when I have time," she said, then quickly chased after her. Qian Jiaying bowed to the elders of the Chung family and promised, "Grandma, Mother, I will marry Mingzhu as soon as possible." He also spoke to his two sons, Aiken, Io, "Stay at Grandpa's house for now. When Dad is free, he will come to pick you up." After speaking, Qian Jiaying also ran outside. Rome Pylon left Xingzhou early the next morning. He went on a 2-month inspection tour in Southeast Asia and gained a lot. By the time he returned to Hong Kong, it was the end of the year. Rome Sheng Group's CEO office. Rome Pylon and Su Siwen sat on the sofa, with a bottle of whiskey, 2 glasses, and a newly opened box of cigars on the coffee table. Rome Pylon wore a light gray suit, a white shirt, and a light purple silk tie. He unbuttoned his suit jacket, revealing a vest of the same color underneath. He used a cigar cutter to trim a cigar and handed it to Su Siwen. "Try this. I brought it back from Southeast Asia." Su Siwen took the cigar with both hands and couldn't help but say, "Elvis, are you listening to me? I told you, you left not long ago." And then Yao Zong joined Rongxing. The old man clearly still hopes to support the second branch. Unlike Feng Zong, Yao Zong is capable. He used to manage Rongxing's clothing company, which always ranked high in sales among the branches. In Chinese culture, there is a deep respect for the eldest son. Even if the eldest son is not talented, he is still expected to succeed. There are more outstanding people like Yao Zong, but the second branch and the He family put all their hopes on Feng Zong because he was born first. Fortunately, Yao Zong is not the eldest son of the second branch, or they would be even stronger. Rome Pylon chuckled softly and cut another cigar. He said slowly, he's in now. He's much smarter than his older brother. Rome Shang has someone who actually gets things done. Why not be happy about that? He forced the second branch out of the board of directors. The old man must compensate the second branch and soothe the He family. Yong Qingyao joined Rongxing, and he was prepared for this long ago. He lit his cigar with a lighter from the coffee table, took a puff, and enjoyed the strong flavor. While blowing smoke rings, he said, 7, think long-term. He left Xingzhou and thought a lot along the way. His uncle's words made sense. Even if he gained more than half of Rongxing's shares, the old company men wouldn't truly accept him. He still needed to work hard to make money and keep everyone healthy and well-fed. Why should he? Is he a good person? Rongxing isn't his final goal. Su Siwen looked at the cigar in his hand and carefully considered. He asked, Boss, is that what I think it is? It probably is, right? Rome Pylon chuckled lightly and said dismissively, 7. Don't you think Rongxing is already completely rotten? I don't have the energy or the time to clean up Rongxing from the inside, nor do I want to spend my time and effort on these things. I want to turn this place into ruins and rebuild a new kingdom. He could easily create a new Rongxing. Even the name was already decided, Yunlin. Su Siwen felt a headache coming on. His boss had gone to Nanyang and come back, so changed. Now he was willing to give up the easily attainable Rongxing and start fresh elsewhere. Rongxing was built by the old lady and Mr. Rong. Now the boss wanted to abandon it, which many people found hard to understand. Is he crazy? Or is the boss the one who's crazy? The boss owns 35% of Rongxing, and with Miss Liang's shares, they already hold half. If they gain just 1% more, even only an additional 0.5%, Rongxing will be under their control. At this point, leaving Rongxing would mean giving up a big opportunity. It might seem hard to understand, but he actually begins to see why the boss is doing this. His father was a classmate of Elvis's father at Cambridge. Since childhood, he was told about Mr. Rong's achievements and admired him greatly. It is well known how the Rong family built their wealth in Hong Kong. If Mr. Rong hadn't been farsighted and led the development of shipping, the Rong family might still be struggling today. Fortunately, Mr. Rong passed away early, or the family might have advanced even further. Most of Rongxing's success is thanks to Mr. Rong, and Madame Liang also played a big role. The Liang family's businesses have been merged into Rongxing. Elvis is Mr. Rong's only son. It would be unthinkable not to pass Rongxing to Elvis. But the chairman's actions seem somewhat unkind to the boss. Mr. Rong's younger brothers have no right to enter Rongxing. They not only have shares in Rongxing but also own part of it, which feels unfair to Madame Liang. Su Siwen thought for a moment and asked carefully, Boss, are you serious? Rome Pylon placed a cigar in the ashtray and shrugged. It really can't be more real. Come with me. He stood up and motioned for Su Siwen to follow. On his desk, there was a telescope he had just bought from London. Rome Pylon picked up the telescope, looked outside through the floor-to-ceiling window, and handed it to Su Siwen. Try it. See what you can see. Su Siwen took the telescope, looked in the direction his boss had just observed, and was shocked to see construction work there. At that moment, he finally understood that his boss was not acting on a whim. Rome Pylon slightly turned his body, with a faint smile on his face. Are you satisfied with what you see? Su Siwen took a deep breath and asked, as if resigned. Boss, just tell me directly. What do you want me to do? Rome Pylon didn't answer directly, but shared his plan. I will become the new owner of that place. I plan to further divide Rongxing. I will take the shipping and jewelry businesses. I plan to leave here within 3 years. The most valuable part of Rongxing, the shipping business, was already firmly in his hands. He also wanted to take control of the Liang family's jewelry company. As for the other industries of the Liang family, they had been almost completely eaten away, so there was no need to recover them. Su Siwen guessed part of his boss's intention. Boss, are you planning to have me manage the new company before you fully leave Rongxing? Rong Pylon nodded. He likes smart people and enjoys talking with them. He can't leave Rongxing easily, so he can only give guidance behind the scenes for the new company, and important decisions are entrusted to trusted people. Su Siwen is the most suitable person for this. The friendship between their fathers has continued through them. He went to the sofa area, poured 2 glasses of whiskey, and returned to the floor-to-ceiling window, handing 1 glass to Su Siwen. Su Siwen took it somewhat blankly. This news was a big shock to him. He needs some time to process it slowly. Rome Pylon clinked his glass with Su Siwen's, saying, 7. We are not just friends, but also allies. Do you agree? Since the boss said so, he naturally couldn't refuse. Maybe you could also say he never intended to refuse. Honestly, Elvis is a good boss, but Rongxing is a complicated place. Since they joined the company, they have been under many restrictions. Living in a tight spot is an accurate way to describe it. He raised his head and drank the whiskey in his glass in 1 gulp. He also has his dreams. Following the boss and building a career is a worthwhile pursuit in life. They looked at each other and smiled, gazing at the area that was just starting construction, which would be their lifelong effort. He originally planned to build a new office building there for Rongxing once it was completed. Tongtong's jewelry company would also be located there. Now, it seems there is no longer any need for that. He doesn't want to let Rongxing's people use that place. That location will surely become a new landmark in Hong Kong in the future. The Rong family, including his grandfather, probably wouldn't think he would give up on Rongxing. If it weren't for his uncle's recent words, he might not have abandoned Rongxing. After all, he was raised to believe he would be the leader of Rongxing. He has been working hard for this all these years. But now, he no longer wants it. Living this life again has helped him see many things clearly, even if those were his grandmother's hopes for him. Sometimes you need to break to rebuild. He believes that if his grandmother and father were still alive, they would support his decision. He doesn't need to carry the burden of that broken ship, struggling to steer it. He will have a new, great vessel. He is confident in this. Since Rome Pylon left Xingzhou, he secretly sent Rongshan back to Hong Kong to investigate the person Tang Tang mentioned, Lord Long. He is either behind Rong Qingfeng or protecting him. He believes there will be an answer soon. On New Year's Eve, Rome Pylon was in a good mood today, painting in the garden of his private house. Rongshan stood to the side, not looking at the picture. He reported the results of his recent investigation. Young Master, based on my findings, Second Master Long's real name is Zhu Chenglong. He is the adopted son of Lord Xian and is well known in Hong Kong as a filial son. He faithfully follows Lord Xian's daily routines, even more diligently than old-fashioned daughters-in-law used to show respect to their mothers-in-law. Nobody knows where Second Master Long came from. The only thing known is that he was saved by Lord Xian in Macau. Lord Xian had no children of his own, so he adopted Zhu Chenglong as his son. Our people have been watching for over a month and finally found some clues. The woman outside Second Master Long's circle is the movie star Miss Wu Huijun. She has contact with Second Master Long, but their exact relationship needs further investigation. Second Master Long and Miss Wu Huijun have twin sons, one named Wu Peiqi and the other Wu Pylon, who is half a year younger than the young master. They also have a little daughter named Wu Peiyan. Rome Pylon paused his coloring of the rose, almost ruining his painting. He then said that he had killed Rong Qingfeng in front of Rong Pei, and although Rong Qingfeng cursed him and looked at him with hatred, it was not the kind of hatred for a son who had died and was left without anyone to mourn him. It turns out there is another pair of talented children outside. Pei, with no reign in their names. This Wu Huijun is very ambitious. She didn't enter the Rong family directly, but endured for over 10 years as a concubine for Rong Qingfeng, showing her true nature. At the same time, this also indirectly confirms that their plan involves the entire Rongsheng. Rong Peishi is just a distraction on the surface. Rong Qingfeng wants the illegitimate son outside to inherit Rongsheng. Rong Qingfeng is himself a child born outside of marriage, and it is understandable that he favors the children from outside. Rong Qingfeng does not want them to become illegitimate children, but he insists on exposing them. Wu Huijun doesn't want to become Rong Qingfeng's second wife, but He still wants her to join the Rong family and have them all recorded in the family tree. The illegitimate son's concubine, the illegitimate grandson. They will never rise in status in their lifetime. Wu Huijun still dreams of pursuing a career in acting, but she shouldn't even think about it. Since she has become the second wife, she naturally has to serve her good mother-in-law in the Rong family, and there's no point in going out to show herself. Whenever he thinks about his Chen being schemed against by these people and losing his father at such a young age, he feels like killing them all. He plans to quickly separate his business from Rongsheng's. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although his Chen is the oriole, he doesn't want to be the cicada. He will keep Rong Peishi and that pair of talented children fighting well. He will make sure Wu Huijun enters the second household. His grandfather married several concubines but expects his son to remain faithful. Is that even possible? He wants to personally shatter the fragile mirror of the Rong family. He wants his grandfather to see that the son he values not only has women outside but also a pair of twin sons and a little daughter. Surely, his grandfather will be overjoyed. The second household already has a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, and now another set of twins. How lucky is Mei Ru? The wild goose, a symbol of loyalty. Rong Qingfeng also gave his daughter such a name. It seems that Wu Huijun is truly Rong Qingfeng's real love. Indeed, Ms. Zhu Xiaoying is not particularly attractive. He Mei Ru only married Rong Qingfeng because of Zhu family status. I wonder if Ms. Zhu Xiaoying knows that her husband, Rong Qingfeng, has another family outside. Rong Pailan's lips curled into a smile. The Zhu family is not easy to deal with. Old Mr. Zhu has 5 sons but only one daughter, Zhu Xiaoying, whom he loves very much. All 6 children are from his first marriage. He himself doesn't keep women outside, so how could he allow his son-in-law to do so? Rong Qingfeng has always been seen as a good husband and father. Shan, find out the relationship between Wu Huijun and Second Master Long. Also, send people to watch Rong Qingfeng and his talented son. Take more photos of their warm family moments, especially when the whole family is together. Additionally, check which hospital those children were born in. If possible, get their birth certificates, and find out who delivered Wu Huijun. Also, what blood types are those children? All these details need to be clear. Our Rong family will soon have a big celebration. Rongsheng Group's chairman, Rong Jinshan, and He Meru, the eldest son of the second wife, Rong Qingfeng, secretly married Wu Huijun, a popular movie star in Hong Kong. They also have 2 illegitimate children, a son and a daughter. This news will surely cause a sensation across Hong Kong. Miss Wu Huijun's fame will eventually become a sharp sword that harms her and her children. He is almost amazed at himself. Allowing the second uncle's outside woman to come in and letting his outside children acknowledge their family. How kind-hearted is his nephew? Is there anyone else in the world as understanding as him? Probably not. Only he is so kind. They want to hide in the shadows and stir up trouble, but he insists on exposing them to the sunlight. Are they humans or ghosts? They will reveal themselves in the light. Grandpa doesn't want a harmonious family and prosperity, but he wants to break up the Rong family. Rong Shan nodded silently and left Rong Pailan's private residence. Young master is really mean. Miss Wu Huijun would rather be a concubine for the second master than be his secondary wife. The young master insists on bringing Miss Wu Huijun into the Rong family. She refuses to be the second master's second wife, even if it means not becoming his concubine, unless she wants her children to carry the Wu surname for their whole lives. Clearly, Miss Wu Huijun cannot prevent her children from acknowledging their family. So, her only choice is to enter the Rong family. Rong Pailan picked up his coffee cup from the white single-legged round table nearby, took a sip, and looked at his painting, which was already finished. Looking at the person in the painting, his eyes softened a little. Wearing a white spaghetti-strap top and a knee-length skirt, Shen Yuntang's chestnut hair was tied into a bun, with a budding red rose tucked into it. She danced gracefully among a cluster of roses. A colorful butterfly rested on her nose. It seemed like something was missing. She put down her teacup and strode quickly into the villa. When she came out again, She was holding a carved sandalwood box and a box of ink pads. She placed the ink pad on the table and opened it. Then she opened the sandalwood box, revealing a bloodstone seal carved with a lively tiger. This seal was a birthday gift from his father when he turned 5. His father carved it himself, and he treasured it very much. He also gave a seal to Aiken, which was also made of bloodstone. That one had a small rabbit carved on it. His father carved that during his last year of life, and it was the final birthday gift he gave to Aiken. Thinking of his son crying alone, Rong Qingfeng remembered he had 2 sons and a daughter who loved him dearly. He couldn't think about it anymore. The pain was too much. He took out the seal, pressed it onto the gold ink pad, and after a moment, lifted it up. He then signed his name in the blank space of the painting. Looking at his work, he finally felt satisfied. Shen Yuntang obediently spent over a month as a filial son and grandson beside his grandfather. One morning, after breakfast with his grandfather, he suddenly asked, "Grandpa, I plan to go to the UK to see my little sister. Is there anything you want me to bring her?" Old Mr. Shin frowned as he listened and looked at his grandson. Why didn't he trust him? He had been in the army for over 10 years and had never once visited Tangdang at home. Tangdang had only been in the UK for a short time, and now he was eager to go over. Is that reasonable? Going to the UK? Do you have enough money? With your little pocket money, you can't even buy a plane ticket. Don't let your sister end up having to support you. Shen Yuntang felt embarrassed by his grandfather's words. Compared to his sister, he really had no money. Even compared to Jiaying, he had no money. In the Shen family, the wife of the head can receive 100,000 Hong Kong dollars each month, and grandchildren get 80,000 Hong Kong dollars in pocket money. Shen Qingyan, who isn't married yet, and Shen Murong siblings also receive allowances. Outside the Shen family, the monthly pocket money automatically goes into the family account and isn't paid separately. Everyone also gets extra money for birthdays. Shen Yuntang stood up, rubbed his grandfather's shoulders, and said sweetly, "Grandpa, honestly, do you want to support your dear grandson? Otherwise, I might have to rely on my sister to come home. Listen to what he's saying." Old Mr. Shen enjoyed his grandson's shoulder massage and said with a bit of annoyance, "Luckily, you haven't been home for over 10 years. Otherwise, your sister's pocket money would all be taken by you. I'll give you £100,000 to buy some decent gifts for your sister in London." Shen Yuntang originally thought that if his grandfather gave him £10,000, it would already be a good deal. To his surprise, his grandfather gave him £100,000, quite generous indeed. After meeting Tangdang, he planned to give her £50,000. Since Ing was a man, he would give him a bit less, about £20,000.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Grandpa Shen smiled and casually asked, "When are you planning to leave?" Shen Yuntang stopped massaging his grandfather's shoulders, pulled up a chair, and sat beside him. "Grandpa, I plan to go today or tomorrow. I'll buy the plane ticket soon. Do you have any message you'd like me to take to my little sister?" Grandpa Shen said with a hint of annoyance, "Go buy your ticket first. I'll write a letter to your sister, and you can take it to her. If I tell you what to say, you might forget." Their private conversation was not something others should know. If he weren't too old to handle the long flight, he would have gone to Oxford himself to see Tangdang. Shen Yuntang went out to buy the ticket. Grandpa Shen stood up, took the elevator, and returned to his study on the 3rd floor. He picked up his fountain pen and wrote a letter to his granddaughter, in Italian. From time to time, he liked to test her foreign language skills himself. As an old man, he couldn't go out often to meet friends, so he spent his free time helping his granddaughter study. He hadn't expected her to be so talented with languages. Well, as the saying goes, nieces often take after their uncles. Tang's second uncle is a diplomat. The ink on the letter dried, and he folded it carefully, placed it into an envelope, then took out a bank deposit slip from HSBC showing £1 million, and put it into the same envelope. He sealed the envelope with wax. Shen Yuntang firmly believed that girls should be well cared for, both emotionally and financially. He thought about his great-grandchildren and grandchildren living together. He couldn't favor one over the other. As a symbolic gesture, he wrote a letter to his great-grandchildren in German and placed £10,000 inside the envelope. £1,000,000 and £10,000 are just one zero apart. If not looked at carefully, it wouldn't be noticed. He originally planned to put only £10,000. He admitted he was biased, but he couldn't control his feelings, nor did he want to. Men should learn to earn their own money and support themselves. After Shen Yuntang left, he first went to Jiaying photography studio. The owner, Jiaying, was surprised to see Shen Yuntang and asked, "Sir, are you here to pick up photos?" Shen Yuntang replied, "Yes, I want to take some photos. Please come inside, sir. I will serve you personally." They went to the back where the photos were taken. Jiaying was surprised and a little excited, asking, "Yanting, why are you coming to see me now? Is there a task from the organization?" They had been silent for too long and were eager to serve their country. Shen Yuntang shook his head and said, "Old Yu, I will be leaving Hong Kong for a while. When I return, our work can progress better." Jiaying heard Shen Yuntang was leaving Hong Kong and thought there was a special task from the organization. As an experienced party member, he clearly understood the party's confidentiality rules. All he could say was, "Yanting, be careful." Shen Yuntang nodded and left Jiaying photography studio. The next day, Shen Yuntang wore a silver-gray suit with gold-rimmed glasses. His hair, after more than a month of care, was no longer a crew cut. Instead, he had long black hair parted in the middle and fixed with hair gel. He looked like a charming young noble. It was a big change from when he worked at the military hospital before. Carrying a brown leather suitcase, he came out of the elevator and saw two more people at the dining table today. Shen Yuntang placed his suitcase in the living room and went straight to the dining room. "Grandpa, Aunt C, fourth brother, good morning." Grandpa Shen sat at the main seat, wearing a white silk tang suit. He glanced at his stylish grandson today. As expected, clothes make the man. He looked somewhat acceptable. Jiaying was wearing a black and gold velvet qipao, serving Shen Yuntang a seafood porridge. Seeing Shen Yuntang, she also served him a bowl of seafood porridge. "Aiding, you're awake. Come and have breakfast." Shen Yuntang sat down and smiled as he took the porcelain bowl from Jiaying's hand. "Thank you, fourth aunt." Since entering Shen's house, Jiaying has been in charge of the household affairs. Everyone in the family respects her. Shen Yuntang took a sip of seafood porridge, looked at his younger brother across from him with deep green eyes, and asked, "Aiding, you've been back for a while now. Are you thinking about helping out at the company?" He works hard every day earning money at the company. As his brother, can Shen Yuntang just relax? He wouldn't allow that. He had already let him rest for over a month. That was enough. Shen Yuntang paused while eating his porridge, swallowed, and politely refused. "No need, fourth brother. You know I studied medicine and I don't understand much about the company. I won't cause trouble. Having you there is enough. Those who are capable should do more. When Aang graduates from school, he can help you. Just be patient for now." Shen Yuntang was momentarily speechless. Aang was only a second-year student. He wouldn't finish school that quickly. He couldn't rush things. Shen Yuntang didn't agree and encouraged him. "Aiding, it's okay. You can learn. Fourth brother believes in you. You can do it. Just come work with me as a secretary first. I will teach you everything. You'll be ready in no time." His eldest uncle's way of teaching him, he would definitely teach Shen Yuntang the same way. He thought to himself, if you cause trouble again, even the second brother can cause trouble. It's only been a little over a month, and he's already caused the company to lose a significant order. Someone must take responsibility for the company's losses. At the end of the year, the loss will be deducted from Uncle's 6th bonus. Jiaying silently finished her meal. She couldn't speak freely about the company's matters. Grandpa left shares to Yuntang and also owns a hotel. Yanting has returned, so Yuntang naturally wants to return kindness with kindness. In her opinion, Yuntang's idea isn't wrong, but she used the wrong person. Yanting doesn't like business, so using Ing would be the best choice. Shen Yuntang quickly finished his seafood porridge, then ate a few small steamed buns and shrimp dumplings, ending his breakfast. Wiping his mouth, he begged, "Fourth brother, please be kind and forgive your little brother. Besides, isn't there second brother in the company?" He noticed that second brother was very active in going to the company every day, so he must like working. Shen Yuntang heard the name Shen Yunyao and became very angry. Uncle Six is talented in business, but with Shen Yunyao, he seems to be missing a key part. He's just not cut out for it. Shen Yuntang looked at his watch and said to the people at the table, "Grandpa and fourth brother, I've finished eating. Please enjoy your meal. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he grabbed his suitcase from the living room and hurriedly left the Shen family house. If he doesn't leave now, he will miss his flight. Shen Yuntang sighed. He knew this would happen. Whenever business was mentioned, his fifth brother would run away. But how was his fifth brother carrying a suitcase? He was sitting with his back to the living room and didn't see Shen Yuntang come out of the elevator, just carrying a suitcase. Shen Yuntang put down his utensils and asked the head of the family, "Grandpa, can you tell me where fifth brother is going with his suitcase? Someone who hasn't been home for over 10 years shouldn't stay away so long when they're here." He wondered what was so attractive outside that pulled him away. Grandpa took a sip of milk and slowly said, "Don't worry about him. He's going to England to see your sister and nephew. Ting likes medicine, so let him do what he wants. No one can guarantee they won't get sick in life. Having a professional in the family is always better. As for the company matters, I'll trouble you. Once your nephew graduates, things will be easier for you too." What could Shen Yuntang say? He wasn't insisting that Shen Yuntang join the company. He just didn't want his fifth brother to be away from home for years without returning, and he wanted to find something for him to do. His brother's situation isn't urgent now, but there's something else that can't wait. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke, "Grandpa, I personally think that second brother isn't suitable for his current position at the company. He should gain more experience. It's not the opponents that are scary, but the teammates. Even more frightening is that the teammate doesn't realize he's a fool." Old Master Shen knew what kind of person his second grandson was. Although he didn't go to the company every day, he had trusted aides there and was well informed about the company's affairs. Jean, call Lao Lu and ask him to bring that irresponsible son of his here. Butler Jean quietly made the call to Sixth Master. After finishing a shrimp dumpling, Jean Yingying said to Old Master Shen, "Grandpa, I'm going back now. Some matters were not suitable for her to get involved in." Old Master Shen nodded and had Shen Yuntang help him to the living room. Shen Moyuan received the call from Butler Jean, and he was so angry that he hadn't finished his breakfast. He hurried to the main building with his useless son. Shen Yunyao followed behind his father, looking very dejected. Seeing Shen Yuntang sitting in the living room, he secretly hated him. He knew Shen Yuntang had probably already told Grandpa about everything. The Shen family was large and powerful. It was just a failed business deal, nothing serious. Why make such a fuss? Hadn't he already apologized and tried to make up for the company's losses? But Shen Yuntang wouldn't let it go. He thought Shen Yuntang didn't understand his plan. He believed that if he could bring him down, he would become the top grandson of the Shen family and have a chance to control the Shen group. With his poor bloodline, Grandpa would never hand over the Shen family to him. He would only be used as a pawn for Shen Jia's marriage. In the end, it was all for nothing. Kneel down. Shen Yunyao was about to sit on the sofa when Old Master Shen suddenly spoke. Startled, he reflexively let out a plop and knelt on the marble floor. His knees hurt from the impact, but he didn't dare move, kneeling straight and stiff. He had been afraid of his grandfather since he was young, especially when the grandfather was silent, an intimidating presence without needing to speak. Old Master Shen's sharp eyes looked at his second grandson and asked, "Do you know why I told you to kneel?" Shen Yunyao pressed his lips and whispered, "I know." Seeing his father's bad expression and the kneeling son, Shen Moy scolded, "Speak louder. Are you a mosquito?" Shen Yunyao raised his voice and repeated, "I know." Old Master Shen asked again, "Then tell me, why did I tell you to kneel?" "I caused the company's business to fail, losing partners and causing losses for the company and shareholders." "And what else?" "I damaged the company's reputation and brought shame to the Shen family." He already knew he was wrong. What more did his grandfather want from him? His father was the same, only knew how to scold him and treated his grandson better than his own son. Old Master Shen's eyes narrowed slightly. Every time he made a mistake, he looked like he knew he was wrong but was going to do it again. He glanced at the disappointed sick son and said, "Lulu, The company's losses will be deducted from your year-end bonus. Shen Yuntang glared at his disobedient son kneeling on the ground, feeling heartbroken. He said to old Master Shen, "Father, I understand. He worked hard every day, earning money that still wasn't enough to cover the losses." He wondered how he could have such a rebellious son. If this happened again, he feared it would shorten his life. Now, he was eager to know if Xinjin was pregnant. Shen Yuan's attitude was somewhat acceptable to Shen Yuntang, who continued, "Next Monday, at the company meeting, Shen Yunyao will take full responsibility for this matter and resign voluntarily. Yuan, our Shen family can have wealthy idle people, but not a prodigal son." Shen Yuan looked at his kneeling son without begging for mercy. "I understand, father. Yunyao truly went too far this time." When he heard his grandfather ask him to resign voluntarily, Shen Yunyao scrambled to his grandfather's side, hugging his leg and crying out, "Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Grandpa, please give me another chance. I promise to be more careful in the future. I don't want to be a prodigal son, nor do I want to be a wealthy, idle person." His goal was to become the chairman of Yixing Group. His grandfather wanted him to be a wealthy, idle person, but his dreams and ambitions had not yet been realized. He was not willing to give up. Shen Yuntang looked at his grandson's tearful face and showed no mercy. "Yunyao, you are not suitable to hold your current position for now. Go gain experience at Yixing Film and Music Company. Once you achieve some results, you can return to the group. Now go to the Ancestral Hall and kneel for 3 hours." Yixing Film and Record Company has been handed over to the 5th house by Au, and Io is sent to gain experience there. Is this good or bad? Is it a loss or gain? It's all up to their 5th house. From Grandpa's words, he still has a chance.
Thank you, Grandpa.
When I arrive at the new company, I will study hard and try to return to the group soon. After expressing his resolve, Shen Yunyao quickly got up, limped, and went to the Ancestral Hall on the 1st floor. Shen Yuntang placed the ancestral tablets in a separate room on the 1st floor of the main building. Shen Moyan tried hard to suppress his anger. He was almost furious with his rebellious son. Shen Yuntang smiled, the corner of his mouth lifting in a gentle arc that couldn't be hidden. He couldn't help but admire. Grandpa is still sharp as ever. He had thought that as Grandpa aged, he would become softer. Shen Yuntang glanced at his son and grandson. "Yuan, Io's work. You handle it yourself. If there's nothing else, everyone go to work." Shen Moy nodded and strode out of the main building with energetic steps. Shen Yuntang looked at his uncle's back and smiled mischievously. "I believe there will definitely be direct flights from our country to London in the future. I found a hotel and rested for one night." The next day, at a private clinic in London, Shen Yuntang was dressed in a brown striped suit with a light-colored vest underneath, a white shirt, and a brown paisley tie. He wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked like a proper British gentleman. "Hello, I am here to see Dr. Brian. I am his friend, Ethan." A friendly blonde nurse replied, "Okay, sir. Please wait a moment." She then called Brian's assistant. Shen Yuntang said to the nurse, "Thank you so much, lovely lady." The nurse nodded and sat down to continue her work. Meanwhile, Rong Qingzhou, waiting in his own consultation room for the next patient, heard the assistant say that his friend Ethan was visiting. He was a bit surprised. They hadn't seen each other in over 10 years, only exchanging letters. In the past 2 or 3 years, they had even stopped writing. He returned to the nearby office, took off his white coat, grabbed his suit from the coat rack, and put it on while heading outside. Rong Qingzhou inherited his good looks from his parents, mostly resembling his mother, Zhong Wanqing, and only slightly like his grandfather Rong Lao. It wasn't long before Shen Yuntang saw Rong Qingzhou rushing over. The two friends exchanged a glance. After more than 10 years apart, they happily hugged each other. Rong Qingzhou said to the nurse at the front desk, "Anna, the clinic is closed today. You can leave now." "Okay, Dr. Brian." Finishing early and not having to lose pay is very friendly to workers. Rong Qingzhou took his friend straight to his home in London. Shen Yuntang sat in the living room, carefully looking around his friend's house. It was clean and tidy, but lacked more lively energy, which was Rong Qingzhou's style. Rong Qingzhou went to the kitchen and made 2 cups of hand-brewed coffee himself. He placed one in front of Shen Yuntang. "Try this." Remember, on our reunion day, I promised to make coffee for you myself. Shen Yuntang looked at the coffee in front of him, which had a beautiful foam art on top. He picked it up and took a sip, his taste buds happy. I really like it. Rong Qingzhou leaned back on the sofa, took a sip of his own coffee, and raised an eyebrow. Anyone who knows him well would see he's very happy now. Ah Ting, did you come to London just to see me this time? Shen Yuntang put down his coffee cup and said sincerely, Of course. Whenever I come to the UK, I will definitely visit you. You're my best friend. Rong Qingzhou raised his coffee cup with a smile on his face. To my best friend. He's also my only friend. He was born into the Rong family in Hong Kong as a younger son who was not favored by his father. As a child, he was often bullied by his brothers, especially the second brother, who liked to tease the younger ones. Someone who bullies even his own siblings would never leave his less loved younger brother alone. Moreover, he had no mother to protect him. His mother was disliked by his father, and because of that, he, too, felt invisible in the Rong family. His mother lived alone in a small villa, practicing vegetarianism and prayer, and she refused to see him. He has almost forgotten what his mother looks like. Sometimes he wonders why he was born into the Rong family. If he could choose, he would rather be born into an ordinary family, where there are fewer messy sibling conflicts. Every time his second brother bullied him, his good father would only smile and think it was just a small fight among brothers. Nothing serious. He would say that as a male member of the Rong family, he shouldn't be so weak. His father liked the eldest brother, which was understandable. The eldest was his first son and had always been outstanding in many ways. The father liked him very much. He was strong and talented, a source of pride for both the father and the family. Unfortunately, the eldest brother went to study in England at a young age. He rarely returned to the family. Everyone knew he was the less favored child in the Rong family, and at school, no one really wanted to be friends with him. Father liked the second brother because he thought he resembled himself when he was young, full of energy and never giving up. He disliked this second brother the most. If possible, he would never want to see this person again in his life. Fifth younger brother and the eldest sister are twins, unique in the Rong family, and their father loved them very much. He left the Rong family to study in England, which was his only chance to stand up for himself in front of his father. His father, who hadn't read many books, was very strict with his children. He also liked children who did well in school, like third brother Rong Qingji, who was the favorite son after the eldest. Although surprised, his father still agreed to his request. His life studying in England was simple but fulfilling. No one mocked him anymore, and there were no more complicated family conflicts. He even met his eldest brother's family. They were very happy, and he saw what a real family looked like. He was very jealous of his little nephew. Maybe because they were so happy, heaven was jealous of them. He received a call from his little nephew and rushed to the place where his eldest brother and sister-in-law were attending a wedding. He saw them lying in a pool of blood, with no sign of life. Just the day before, his sister-in-law had invited him to celebrate Christmas at their home. His eldest brother was shot 5 times, and his sister-in-law was shot twice. Life is so fragile. At that moment, he decided firmly to study medicine. Father took his young nephew back to Hong Kong, secretly changing his major without telling his father. He transferred to the medical school and met Shen Yuntang, a bright, confident, and cheerful person. He was top of his class in major courses, and teachers liked him very much. His classmates also liked him, and many female students had feelings for him. He was very popular among international students. He longed to get close to someone like Shen Yuntang, but was afraid to approach him. When Shen Yuntang reached out first, it was the first time someone had taken the initiative to be his friend. He was surprised and wanted to accept, but he was also afraid. He worried that Shen Yuntang would dislike him if he knew about his background. He thought that if he refused, Shen Yuntang would turn away like others had. Shen Yuntang had many friends, and losing one more quiet, reserved person like him wouldn't matter. He didn't expect Shen Yuntang to reach out to him first. After some hesitation, he finally agreed. Even if Shen Yuntang later found out about his embarrassing background and didn't want to be friends anymore, at least he had experienced having a friend. That was enough for him. Becoming Shen Yuntang's friend, he learned that Shen Yuntang also came from a wealthy family, even richer than the Rong family. Fortunately, Shen's family was much more harmonious than his own. Shen Yuntang's parents only had each other, and he only had one sibling. Shen Yuntang also has a younger sister, even younger than his nephew. He saw a photo of her. She is very cute, more adorable than his other sisters. No, he shouldn't compare Shen Yuntang's sister with his other sisters. There is no comparison. Shen Yuntang treats him sincerely, and he can't bear to hide things from him anymore. He thought for a moment and decided to tell him about his terrible family background. Unexpectedly, he was not rejected, and he did not lose his only friend. Shen Yuntang's dream is to study hard and then return home to serve his country. The word country is very special, distant, and unfamiliar to him. Following Shen Yuntang, he saw a different world and met many people with strong beliefs. He studied at medical school for a year and a half. When his father found out he changed majors without permission, he lost the family's financial support. Fortunately, he left the Rong family, and his father paid for 4 years of tuition and 2 years of living expenses. To protect his fragile pride, Shen Yuntang accompanied him to work at a restaurant. Even if Cambridge classmates saw him, Shen Yuntang could still chat with them, and he was never embarrassed about carrying trays. They also worked together at a coffee shop. When Shen Yuntang returned to China to serve his country, he stayed in the UK. They agreed that when they meet again, Rong Qingzhou will personally make a cup of coffee for Shen Yuntang. After a long time apart, they naturally have many things to talk about. That evening, Shen Yuntang stayed at his good friend's house, enjoyed a meal prepared by his friend, and slept on a bed made by his friend. Rong Qingzhou personally cooked 2 steaks. After dinner, they sat on the sofa chatting. Rong Qingzhou casually asked, "Aiding, how old is my godson now?" He no longer planned to get married. If Aiding had children, they would be his godchildren, and he would treat them like his own, planning to pass on his wealth and help with his ashes later. Shen Yuntang was surprised by his friend's words and cleared his throat. "Ajo, my friend, do you know what you're saying? I am against marriage. I don't have a son. I have a nephew who can help with my ashes in the future. I thought you had a son, and I would recognize him as my godson. I may not have wealth to leave him, but I do have some connections to pass on. Although he already had a godson, he could also recognize Ajo's child as his godson." Rong Qingzhou said regretfully, "Haven't we lost contact for the past 2 or 3 years? I thought you were already married. My uncle and aunt are very open-minded. When Aiding was young, he said he wanted to dedicate his life to medicine. Building a career and getting married and having children are not mutually exclusive. Few parents support their children not to marry, especially in traditional Chinese families, where such support is even less common." Shen Yuntang sighed and decided not to continue the previous topic. He slowly said, "Ajo, haven't we lost contact for the past 2 or 3 years? My family moved to Hong Kong, and I thought you were in Hong Kong. When I asked around, I found out you're in London, so I came to find you." Rong Qingzhou, hearing that Shen's family had moved to Hong Kong, asked with concern, "Did something happen?" The Shen family is a well-known family in Shanghai. Moving the whole family to Hong Kong is quite unusual. Shen Yuntang had nothing to hide from his friend. He needed someone to talk to. "Ajo, I have no father now and no mother either. My sister said our father died on his way back from delivering supplies to my older brother. Our mother was already weak and couldn't handle the loss of our father, so she passed away too. I didn't even get to see them off. My sister sent me a letter and a telegram, but because I was so focused on my own loss, I didn't see anything. If my sister and nephew hadn't come to Kyoto to find me, I might not have known that my parents had passed away even today. I don't know who to blame. Should I blame my older brother? Or my little niece? Or Feng Shuyan? Maybe all of them." Rong Qingzhou could feel his friend's sadness, but couldn't fully understand it. His own parents were still alive, so he felt it was almost worse to lose them. For him, he had long since lost his parents. He didn't know how to comfort him, so he only asked, "Do you regret it? Do you regret leaving home to join the army?" Shen Yuntang paused for a moment and said, "No regrets." He does not regret joining the army or serving his country. Rong Qingzhou poured a glass of red wine and handed it to his friend. It's good that you have no regrets. You just have some regrets in your heart. Ting, the deceased are gone, but the living must continue. Uncle and Annie surely don't want to see you like this, stuck in the pain of losing them. Rong Qingzhou considers himself someone with little family connection. He can't say much comforting words, only to share a drink with him. Both are doctors, and they know that reducing alcohol intake helps keep their hands steady for surgery. Shen Yuntang just wanted someone to talk to. Recently, at home, he pretended to be fine every day, not daring to show any sadness or grief in front of his grandfather. Since he rarely sees his friend, Shen Yuntang opened up and shared his plans. "Ajo, you know my childhood dream was to heal the sick and save lives. I plan to open a private hospital in Hong Kong. Having a hospital as a cover makes it easier to carry out his work." Rong Qingzhou was a bit surprised and blurted out, "Do you have enough money?" He had heard that salaries for government officials in the mainland are not high, so opening a private hospital might not be easy. He continued, "Do you want me to support you?" "I don't have much money, but I want to show some sincerity. His father cut off his living expenses during university, so he hasn't received a penny from the Rong family since then. The reputation of the Rong family has nothing to do with him. He was able to open a private clinic in London, so he must have some savings." Shen Yuntang smiled softly and said, "I appreciate your kindness. Don't you remember who my grandfather is? He never lacks money." Rong Qingzhou paused briefly. "Chiang is different from him. Chiang is loved by his elders." Shen Yuntang sensed he had said the wrong thing and said with some regret, "Ajo, I didn't mean it that way." His careless words clearly knew that Ajo and his family didn't get along well. Rong Qingzhou smiled casually. "I know. I've already outgrown caring about them. If he still cared, he would only trap himself in the past." He took a sip of red wine and then said to Shen Yuntang, "Do you want me to go back to Hong Kong and help you? Anyway, I am alone and it doesn't matter where I go." Originally, he planned to go to the mainland with Shen Yuntang, but he didn't finish his courses at that time. He switched majors midway. Later, he stayed in London and helped the country with many things. Shen Yuntang's eyes lit up. Although he was happy, he didn't let the joy cloud his judgment. He asked seriously, "Ajo, are you really serious? Are you truly willing to go back to Hong Kong? Don't do something you don't like just to help me. That would go against the spirit of our friendship." Because of his words, Ajo was about to return to that sad and hurtful place, which he really didn't want to see. He had already escaped from the prison, so there was no need to go back inside. Rong Qingzhou shook his head and softly said, "It's not just to help you. My father has been urging me to return to Hong Kong. I've been away for so long. It's time to go back, because in the future, Hong Kong would have his best friend." He wasn't lying. His good father had been contacting him frequently over the past 5 years, wanting him to come back. But he had always ignored it. Although Shen Yuntang didn't fully believe, he believed quite a bit. Seeing his expression, Rong Qingzhou knew he didn't believe completely. He took out the letters and messages that old Master Rong had sent him. They were from a box, with dozens of letters and many messages. In his friend's surprised gaze, Rong Qingzhou casually said, "These are just some of them. Many others he had burned." Whenever he felt upset, he would take out a letter to read. After reading, he would get even angrier. Now Shen Yuntang had no doubts and excitedly said, "Ajo, I officially invite you to be the director of our hospital. What do you think? Ajo could run a private clinic in London himself, so he should be capable of being the director." Rong Qingzhou refused without hesitation and said impatiently, "I don't think I am suitable. I can't be the director. You are the founder of the hospital, so you should be the director." There was another thing he didn't say out loud. If he became the director, his second brother could easily cause trouble and shut down the hospital. His father might even applaud his second son. Now, he strongly suspected that the car accident involving his third brother after returning to Hong Kong was caused by his second brother. That's also why he has never gone back to Hong Kong. Although he knew he was never his father's first choice, not even a backup. Seeing that his friend really didn't want to be the director, Shen Yuntang changed the plan. "Then I ask you to be the deputy director." "You can't keep refusing," Rong Qingzhou nodded. After a brief discussion, they decided to go back to Hong Kong to open a hospital. Rong Qingzhou stayed at his house for 2 or 3 days. Shen Yuntang took Rong Qingzhou to buy a gift for his sister. Walking along a shopping street in London, they stopped in front of a women's clothing store. Shen Yuntang pointed at the display window and asked, "Ah Zhou, do you think my sister would like this dress?" "I've never bought women's clothes before." Rong Qingzhou looked in the direction of his friend's gaze. In the display window, a model wore a red dress, bright, passionate, bold, and lively. He also had never bought women's clothes and didn't know if Ting's sister would like such a striking color. After a moment of silence, he suggested, "Ting, maybe you should just give her some pounds directly. The girl's interests are something he truly doesn't understand. He has never had a girlfriend, and his mother is unwilling to see him. The women in the Rong family, including the elders and his sister, are not helpful references." Shen Yuntang thought for a moment and said seriously, "I think you're right. The last gift I bought for my sister was when she was 6 or 7 years old, a doll. Tangting used to like dolls, but now she's 16. She probably doesn't like those anymore." They spent the whole morning shopping on London Shopping Street, but didn't find a gift they liked. On the weekend, Rong Qingzhou drove to take his friend to Oxford to visit his sister. The last time they went to Oxford together was when Ting insisted on taking him to meet his twin brother, Shen Yuntang, who studies physics there. Back then, they traveled by train. Shen Yuntang looks almost exactly like Shen Yuntang, but his demeanor is different. Shen Yuntang looks like a scholar. At this moment, Shen Yuntang doesn't know her older brother is visiting her, and her fourth uncle is also with him. Shen Yuntang is painting in the villa's garden. She wears a gray knitted beret on her head, a deep gray one-piece cloak and shawl, a gray knitted dress, gray long socks, and black low-heeled short boots. She is holding a 3-month-old dark-colored puppy, a small golden retriever. The puppy wears a gold long life lock around its neck, engraved with a begonia flower, its full name, and birthday. Little golden retriever, nicknamed Little Gold Bar, full name Shen Jintiao. Why is it called that? Because the little guy really likes its golden longevity lock, but since it can't be called that, and the lock is made of gold, they named it Little Gold Bar. It was a gift from Bella, a good friend of Shen Yuntang. Her painting depicts this little golden retriever in her arms, sitting in a flower basket, looking up with its small head. When she went to Bella's house to pick it up, it looked up at her, and she immediately liked it. It probably also liked her as its owner. When she heard the honking outside the door, the little one in her arms looked up and barked a few times in a cute but fierce way. "Be quiet, Little Gold Bar. Don't scare the visitors." Shen Yuntang put down her brush, petted the little dog, and stood up. Little Gold Bar affectionately rubbed against Shen Yuntang's hand. She slowly approached and saw 2 men getting out of the car. Her eyes were immediately drawn to the person getting out of the front passenger seat, 5th brother, looking a bit happy. Then she looked at the other person beside him, and for a moment, her eyes showed surprise, quickly hidden. That person was Uncle Rong Pailan, who rarely appeared in the Rong family. She first saw him at their wedding. Alin didn't seem to have much hostility toward this uncle, but they weren't very close either. He was not close to anyone in the Rong family. Aiken was sent to England by old Master Rong. This uncle took good care of Aiken, but later he went to work as a doctor, without borders. Rong Qingzhou got out of the car and looked at the girl walking toward them. She looked a bit like Aiding, and her first impression was that she was very beautiful. When she smiled, she looked even more lovely. The red dress in the display window would look very pretty on her. Shen Yuntang saw his sister walking over and happily waved his hand. "Sister, over here." Shen Yuntang unlocked the wrought iron gate inside. He put down the little puppy he was holding, opened the door, and rushed into Shen Yuntang's arms. "5th brother, you really came to see me." The little puppy followed Shen Yuntang and barked fiercely at their feet. Shen Yuntang stepped back from Shen Yuntang, picked up the little golden retriever, and softly scolded, "Little Golden, don't bark. This is your sister's brother, and he will be your brother too in the future." Shen Yuntang patted his sister's shoulder warmly. "Didn't we agree that when I settled in Hong Kong, I would come to England to see you and Jiaying?" "Where's Jiaying?" Shen Yuntang gently stroked the little golden retriever and said softly, Ing went to London. Jiaying usually went to the London office on weekends when he had no classes. Rong Qingzhou glanced at the little puppy in Shen Yuntang's arms and teased his friend, aiding, "Congratulations on gaining a new brother." "That's wonderful." Shen Yuntang gently touched the little one in his sister's arms and said confidently, "You are my best friend. Since we are brothers, from now on, he is also your brother. Little Goldie, call him Brother Ajo." The little golden-haired puppy obediently barked once. This made Shen Yuntang and his sister laugh out loud. Rong Qingzhou looked completely speechless. Shen Yuntang picked up the small puppy and held it in his arms, looking at it and himself. "Our little Goldie is so cute, knowing to call Brother Ajo. He's so smart." The little golden-haired puppy barked a few more times. Shen Yuntang patted her brother's arm and softly said, "Fifth brother, little Goldie is only 3 months old, still a baby." "You scared him." Hearing this, Shen Yuntang held the puppy close and gently stroked it. Shen Yuntang looked at Rong Qingzhou and asked curiously, "Fifth brother, who is this gentleman?" Shen Yuntang paused in his actions of petting the puppy, feeling a bit guilty. He had forgotten to introduce them to each other. He looked up with a smile and quickly said, "Sister, this is my best friend from Cambridge. His name is Rong Qingzhou, Brian. Ajo, this is the most beautiful girl in the world, my sister Shen Yuntang." Shen Yuntang felt a little shy after her brother's compliment and friendly greeted Rong Qingzhou. "Hello, Brother Qingzhou. My name is Shen Yuntang. You can also call me Alice. Although he is Aaron's uncle, he is now fifth brother's friend, so of course I should call him brother. As for the future, we will see later." Rong Qingzhou smiled kindly at his friend's younger sister. "Yuntang, hello. Fifth brother, Qingzhou go, please come in first." Standing at the gate and chatting like this is a bit inappropriate. Rong Qingzhou drove his car inside, and Shen Yuntang closed the big door. After coming out of the garage, Rong Qingzhou saw a painting easel in the garden. On it was a lively drawing of a small puppy, probably that little thing called Little Gold Bar. "Yuntang, are you studying art?" Shen Yuntang peeked out from beside Shen Yuntang and asked back, "Qingzhou ge, how do you know I study art? Does she look like she studies art?" Or, in his mind, women only learn art. Rong Qingzhou smiled gently and said softly, "Just guessing." "Yuntang's paintings are very lively." Shen Yuntang shook her head and pretended to be profound. "You guessed wrong, Qingzhou ge. I'm not studying art. Painting is just a personal hobby." Shen Yuntang, with his arm around his sister's shoulder, proudly added, "Ajo, you're mistaken. My sister is talented in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but she studied economics at Oxford, minoring in law, and is fluent in 6 languages. My sister is more gifted in languages than the 3 of us brothers." Last time, Tangding wrote to tell me about her recent life in Oxford. Grandpa was so proud and showed it off for a long time. Second uncle loves his sister the most. He hopes that when she grows up, she will inherit his talents and contribute to her country's diplomatic work. I wonder how my grandfather's family is doing in the United States. When I have free time later, I want to visit them in America. Shen Yuntang silently added in her mind, "Now I speak 8 languages, including Thai and Korean." Rong Qingzhou looked at Shen Yuntang with more curiosity and admiration. He sincerely praised her, saying, "Yuntang, you're very talented." He truly thought Shen Yuntang was impressive. She is so young and already fluent in 6 languages. She studies economics and also minors in law. Not many girls major in these fields. He studied economics at Cambridge himself. His father chose that major for him. Many things were hard to understand, and he had to spend a lot of effort just to keep up with the professors. There were very few female students in his class. Shen Yuntang modestly replied, "It's okay." She really thought it was fine. These skills come easily to her. In another world, she was trained as an heir, so she learned even more and always aimed to do her best. Since coming back here, she feels much more relaxed. Rong Qingzhou chuckled. The girl is truly special. Although she is humble on the outside, her natural pride cannot be hidden. Both Shen Yuntang and Shen Yuntang's brother are like that. They are truly siblings, born from the same mother. Everyone kept telling him that what he saw was only a small part of her, making him curious to explore and discover more. Her pride was like a natural protective wall, making others hesitate to approach. Actually, there's nothing wrong with that. Many men cannot accept that their partner is more talented than they are, which can help some ill-intentioned people stay away. He couldn't wait to find out who would stand by her side in the future. Shen Yuntang didn't know Rong Qingzhou's opinion of her, but even if he did, he would agree with his view of her. She linked her arm with Shen Yuntang's, looked up directly into Rong Qingzhou's eyes, and confidently said, "Brother Qingzhou, let me guess what you do. You must be a doctor. Maybe an excellent surgeon. Brother Qingzhou, am I right?" Rong Qingzhou was a bit surprised and asked curiously, "Yuntang, how did you decide I'm a doctor? Maybe I'm a lawyer or a businessman." Why was she so sure he was a doctor? Her brother studied medicine, so does that mean his friends are also in the medical field? Shen Yuntang also looked at his sister with curiosity, wanting to know how she figured out that Zhou was a doctor, specifically a surgeon. Seeing their curious expressions, Shen Yuntang couldn't help but laugh and decided to explain. "Don't you know there's something called a newspaper? One of London's most authoritative neurosurgeons, I'm right, aren't I?"
Dr. Brian.
In his free time, he read old newspapers from the past 5 years of the Times. Back then, the internet was not as advanced as it is now. So many sources of information came from newspapers. He remembered a newspaper from 4 years ago, which had a story about a Hong Kong Chinese doctor named Dr. Brian. At that time, he was a doctor at the Royal Hospital in Britain, performing surgery for a British noble duke. Rong Qingzhou chuckled softly. He had to face the girl in front of him, who was only 16 years old. She was like the sun, shining brightly. The sun's light is so strong that it can burn those who get too close. Who will be able to conquer this shining sun in the future? At the same time, he also realized that the Rong family was very different from truly deep and powerful families. His sisters were just wealthy young ladies dressed up with money, but Ting's sister was a cultured and knowledgeable socialite. There's a saying, a person with a good book's knowledge will have a graceful aura. In his mind, he replayed the surgery from 4 years ago. It was a complicated operation, and the doctor who performed it was his teacher. However, his teacher had gone to Germany for an academic exchange, and the other doctors in the hospital didn't want to operate on such an important and noble patient. He wasn't sure the patient would survive the surgery. He was the one pushed forward as the scapegoat. Fortunately, he survived. According to outside media, he gained fame and fortune in one battle. He disliked the hospital's way of doing things, so he resigned and opened his own private clinic. His teacher helped him a lot. Shen Yuntang looked at his friend and felt proud. It turns out my friend is now so impressive. He still remembered the first time Zhou attended an anatomy class, trembling all over. He was already so scared, yet he still chose to switch majors and study medicine. Wasn't that asking for trouble? At first sight, he wanted to understand this person and become friends with him. So, he reached out his hand voluntarily. But he was rejected. Shen Yuntang had never been rejected before. Many people wanted to be his friends, like fish swimming across a river. He felt disappointed. But it was okay, he was not someone who gave up easily. He reached out again, silently telling himself, if he was rejected again, there would be no next time. After that, they became good friends who talked about everything. Rong Qingzhou looked straight at the brother and sister and smiled. All these titles are just for show, just for show. They don't mean much. Fame and reputation are just external things. He didn't want to live under the glow of titles like London's most authoritative surgeon. He just wanted to treat patients and save lives. In life, there are gains and losses. Getting one thing often means losing another. He always took things lightly. Shen Yuntang asked curiously, "Brother Qingzhou, how did you become friends with my brother?" Rong Qingzhou looked modest and humble, while her fifth brother was confident and proud, never knowing what humility was. He had a strong sense of self-awareness. This was a common trait among the Shen family, confidence and pride. Without experiencing much hardship, their good background gave them strength, which was both a source of pride and a burden. They were confident and sometimes a bit arrogant. Rong Qingzhou glanced at Shen Yuntang, who happened to look up at that moment. They exchanged a smile. Rong Qingzhou simply said, "Maybe it was fate. It seemed that God hadn't truly abandoned him. allowing him to have a friendship. Shen Yuntang was the only person he didn't want to lose. Shen Yuntang reached out to ruffle his sister's hair, but touched her hat and withdrew his hand. He proudly said, "When has your fifth brother ever been unpopular? People are always eager to be friends with me." He definitely didn't tell his sister about the difficult past they shared. Shen Yuntang thought about it and agreed. Her fifth brother was indeed popular. She didn't ask further. The three of them headed toward the villa. Shen Yuntang invited them inside and asked, "Brother Yanting, Brother Qingzhou, what would you like to drink? Coffee, tea, or juice?" If only the things in the space were suitable to bring out, she would have let them choose until they were dazzled. Shen Yuntang was playing with a dog when he heard his sister's words. He replied, "Coffee? Let Brother Qingzhou do it. His coffee-making skills are the best in my heart. Do you want to try?" Rong Qingzhou stood up politely and said, "Miss Yuntang, sorry for the trouble." Shen Yuntang took Rong Qingzhou to the place where the coffee beans and coffee machine were. She softly said, "Brother Qingzhou, feel free." She opened the fridge to cut some fruit for them. She cut a few kiwis, an apple, and also prepared a special portion for Little Gold. Shen Yuntang placed the fruit on the coffee table and asked, "Fifth brother, is everything at home okay? How is Grandpa's health?" Shen Yuntang used a silver fork to eat a piece of apple and replied, "Grandpa is fine. Everything at home is okay for now. It's just that our second brother recently started working at the company and lost a medium-sized business deal. When I left, second brother was just being scolded and made to kneel by Grandpa. Since they were young, among the brothers, second brother was the one who knelt the most in the ancestral hall. Out of all the brothers, he was the one who didn't get along well. Maybe it was because of their different personalities. After the eldest brother left home, second brother always considered himself the eldest and liked to lecture the younger siblings. He was most impatient when others scolded him. Even his own eldest brother never bossed him around or told him what to do." Shen Yuntang shook her head. She chose not to comment on second brother. Although the Shen family has been in business for generations, by the time I remember, much of the family's assets had already been donated, and my second brother had not held any important positions. Lacking experience is quite normal. But putting someone with no experience into a key role is a mistake by the decision-makers. Fourth brother probably isn't that careless. It seems sixth uncle wanted to support second brother. After arriving in Hong Kong, Dad built such a large business, and second brother surely thought his chance had come, eager to make a big achievement. But unfortunately, he failed. He tried to gain something but lost more. When Dad passed away, all three of my brothers were outside, and none of them had shares in the company. Ah-ing was still young, and I am just a girl. While Dad was alive, the uncles respected him as the eldest brother, and the Shen family looked up to Shen Mou. Now, I can't be sure about the other uncles. They might have different ideas. Sixth uncle definitely has other plans. I don't plan to deal with their matters now. Sheng belongs to Ah-ing, and no one can take it away, not even uncles or brothers related by blood. Sheng's territory was built by our father, and giving them shares was already a fair reward. If they start to dream of things that don't belong to them, I wouldn't mind taking back everything they currently have. Looking at my gleeful brother, I asked fifth brother, "What do you plan to do in the future? Do you want to come to the company and help?" Shen Yuntang repeatedly waved his hand, showing clear refusal. "Sister, please spare me. If I go to the company, it won't be helping, it will just be a hindrance. Before long, I might end up like second brother, being scolded and made to kneel by Grandpa. Fourth brother is already exhausted from working at the company every day. I don't want to add to his trouble or make him clean up my mess. Professional tasks should be handled by professionals. He is very aware of his own abilities. He knows he's not suited for that and doesn't have the right mindset. People involved in politics or business are usually very clever and cautious." Rong Qingzhou came out with a cup of coffee and placed it on the coffee table. He set down a cup with a crabapple blossom latte art in front of Shen Yuntang. "Yuntang, try this." Shen Yuntang looked at the latte art on the coffee and brightened up. "Qingzhou, you're amazing." The crabapple blossom on the coffee looked so real. Shen Yuntang automatically claimed the coffee with cloud-shaped latte art and said to his sister, "Sister, let me tell you, Qingzhou and I used to work at a real coffee shop. But Qingzhou is making coffee, and I was just serving dishes. Shen Yu does not favor boys over girls, nor does he believe in spoiling his daughter while being strict with his sons. He treats all the children well. The two older brothers are studying abroad, and their father has surely provided enough money for their living expenses. Qingzhou silently glanced at Shen Yuntang.